What can Gabriel do? A boss is bordered. The spinning, he has the ball in hand! Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Bros gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen, Pokemon trainers. It is time to kick off the European side of the regional schedule for the 2025 Pokemon Competitive Series. You are here on the Pokemon Go side of the broadcast, and the action is just about to kick off. The trainers are ready, the casters are ready. I'm Luak Josh Cromie, joined by our esteemed co-commentator Inadequate. How are you feeling to kick off this regional?
Thank you, Lou, for that incredible introduction. I'm super excited. We have a new meta. It's the first tournament of the European season. It's going to be so good this weekend.
It doesn't get better than this, right? We already got to see things kick off a little bit in Baltimore, but we'll talk about that later. It's all about Europe for the next 48 hours. I'm definitely really excited to see what Pokemon the trainers are going to be bringing. But as we've spoken a little bit of the schedule so far, let's look at what the schedule will be throughout the rest of the 2025 season, because there are so many events lined up that you can come to and compete at, but you can also, if you want to stay at home, watch and follow along. We're starting off here in Dortmund, but there are so many other events that are going to be coming.
Yeah, in 3 weeks we're going to Lille, and then after that we have Gdansk in Poland. These 3 events will lead up to the first international championship of the season, the LAIC in Sao Paulo. After that we are going to Stuttgart, that is back in Germany, and after that we're going to the UK. We'll have a regional championship in Birmingham, followed up by the Europe International Championship in London. And after that we're going to Stockholm, Sevilla, Utrecht, Bologna, and this will lead up to the North America International Championship in New Orleans. And everything, Lou, adds up. It will be the final tournament for the players this season, the World Championships in Anaheim.
It truly is the pinnacle of Pokemon play when you can get to those amazing World Championships. And it's really nice seeing the graphic all colorful again. You know, towards the end of the season, they always kind of get grayed out after the event has concluded. But now they're all bright and shiny, ready for some more Pokemon action. You might be wondering how on earth you get to Anaheim, the Pokemon World Championships. You have to be able to qualify. There are a couple of ways to do this, but one of the most common ways is through acquiring championship points. Martijn, do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So this has been a little bit changed from last season. Last season we had a threshold that was that players had to get 400 championship points within Europe, and this time we have a set amount of competitors that can qualify for the World Championships through championship points. As you can see on the left side, these are the amount of championship points that competitors can earn through their placing at a regional championship. And on the right side, you can see for each region how many players can qualify through championship points for the World Championships. However, also the top 4 from last season's Worlds, the top 4 from the International Championships from this season, and the regional champions will also qualify for the World Championships. On top of these, 50 for Europe, 75 for the US and Canada, 50 for Latin America, and so on and so on.
It's so exciting. I mean, there are so many different ways that you can qualify for Worlds in a way, but ultimately you have to be the best. You have to be able to beat the best in order to get to that World Championship spot. There's so many different amazing ways, and I'm looking forward to seeing who's actually going to be able to qualify. Let's take a look at how the European leaderboard is already shaping up, because there are a couple of trainers who have already got some championship points on the board, a couple of familiar faces in there as well, and already some World Championship invites locked in. But a few of these faces, I think we're going to see this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomahawk UK leading the leaderboard currently. That is because he competed in Baltimore 2 weeks ago, the first regional championship in North America. And all these other trainers have gathered championship points as well through local tournaments. As you can see, the ticket behind my name, that means a qualification already. That was from my top 4 run at Worlds. And many of these players will also be aiming to qualify for the World Championships.
Exactly, and some familiar names on there as well. Pataman, a Mind Joke, Arceus Aurelius, lots of trainers that we were able to see last season competing. I wonder how their 2025 season is going to go through. Not only are you trying to qualify for Worlds, but there are some other epic prizes that you can get at these regional events. It's not just about championship points, not just about glory, there's some money on the line. Yeah,
absolutely. As you can see here, accolades, prizes, booster packs. The champion of this event will get $2,500 and 108 booster packs, an incredible prize, and followed up second place $2,000, same amount of booster packs, third place $1,500, fourth place $1,200, and so on and so on. So there's a lot at stake for these competitors this season, and that's going to be a lot of fun.
Exactly. I mean, if we take a little look at how the meta is shaping up as well, because obviously we've talked about what you can get here, but what about what our trainers are playing with? Baltimore has recently just happened, kicked off the whole regional circuit, and there were some really interesting meta developments, and I'm gonna do it. Gastrodon is meta, people. Gastrodon is here. It's doing well. It actually got third place in Baltimore, but other than Gastrodon, how are you feeling about the meta? Enjoying it?
I feel pretty good about it. It feels fresh, it feels new. We also have a shorter switch clock this time. It went from 60 to 50 seconds, and at first I was like, 10 seconds. What's the difference? It's a whole world. It sometimes really feels like a new game, and players are just able to switch out of tough scenarios, switch all over the place, and we saw a couple showcase of that in Baltimore as well. So fresh meta and switch clock, it's going to be super exciting to see how this develops in Europe as well. It
definitely is a game changer, but let's have a look at the champions from Baltimore so you can maybe see what teams are already emerging as being pretty well used. There's a Gastrodon there on Ilum's side, love to be able to see that, but talk us through some of the other picks that we've been seeing, Martijn.
Yeah, as you can see, all 3 teams have Clodsire. Clodsire is the anticipated top Pokemon in the current meta, being able to defeat some Pokemon you might not expect it to defeat. The champion of Baltimore, Wadash, is a special one because his last tournament before this, I believe he played like 7 months before that, and then he comes back, just casually wins the championship real quick. That's just crazy. Elite, one of the best players from the West Coast, brought that Shadow Drapion. I think a big inspiration for what players might bring for this tournament. Shadow Drapion absolutely popped off, and then Ilum on the right side with that Gastrodon flying core. But usually it's like Drifblim or Mandibuzz. He brought the rare Galarian Moltres. That's actually crazy. I don't know if it's a good pick. I know Ilum is a good player and he made it work. So yeah, you see there's these 3 brilliant players. Another Pokemon I want to give a shout out is the Cresselia. Not a top pick that many players anticipated, but it's on all 3 top teams and it performed very well.
I think Pokemon like Cresselia, Clodsire, the Feraligatr as well really are just so dominant at the moment. And I'm really glad you touched on Wadaj's kind of taking a break and coming back for that success. It actually was one of those incredible finals, being able to reverse sweep, reset the bracket, and then come out and get #1 spot. What an amazing inspiration for trainers.
Absolutely, yeah. No one really saw it coming that Wadash would just win a tournament right off the bat when he came back. And fun fact, also, he won the first championship of last season as well. So let's see if he can keep that up for the upcoming season.
A little bit of a trend setter there maybe with Daj, but let's take a look at what was trending on day 1, which Pokemon with the usage in Baltimore that we might be expecting to see. We know that Clodsire is king at the moment, so many usage going on there, as well as the Feraligatr, but the one thing I'm really noticing, Martijn, is the rise of the bulkier Pokemon here. Pokemon like the Azumarill, the Mandibuzz, you know, making sure that they're able to take a lot of these attacks. Do you think that's still going to be the same here?
I think so too. Baltimore is probably an inspiration for many competitors here, as it was basically the first showcase, the first display of the season of this new meta, and now players can anticipate a little bit to this. One of the things that stood out in Baltimore was that the day 1 users had a lot of Mandibuzz, but on day 2 it was almost nowhere, and that may have some impact on what players may bring to this event here. We also see Jumpluff a lot. It wasn't very successful in Baltimore in the day 2 usage, but we might see some play there as well. And even though Feraligatr is so meta and Clodsire has Stone Edge as rock-type coverage attack, Talonflame is top usage, and it is one of the better Pokemon in the format. Can even defeat water Pokemon, sorry Lou, like Gastrodon. But Mudslap has received a significant buff as well, and that does make Gastrodon one of the prime Mudslap users a pretty top pick.
It definitely does, and I'm looking forward to seeing maybe which Pokemon is going to emerge as the best bird. Is it going to be Mandibuzz? Is it going to be Talonflame? Or are we even going to see maybe some more Galarian Moltres coming to the forefront? If we take a look at the Day 2 meta as well that was happening in Baltimore, you can see how maybe these trends shifted a little bit. There, for example, is the Galarian Moltres, but the Mandibuzz, for example, has completely dropped off. The interesting thing for me is the rise of a lot of Shadow Pokemon coming through. The Drapion, you've also got the Typhlosion there as well. Some very interesting Shadow choices.
I really, really like the Shadow Typhlosion. Maybe almost as much as you like Gastrodon.
Oh, maybe.
But Shadow Typhlosion is also one of those Pokemon that can really flip matchups. It really shouldn't win. It can defeat Clodsire and Diggersby. That can actually take out the Typhlosion with one charge attack. But with Incinerate, the Fire-type fast attack of Typhlosion, and Blast Burn, one of the best charge attacks in the game, that's such a good combination for a Pokemon like Typhlosion. Since you likely feint to one charge attack anyway, if you have 2 shields on that Pokemon, it can go anywhere. And with Thunder Punch, it also has great coverage into Water-type Pokemon, such as Feraligatr, that is all over the place.
I think as well, when you see Grass-type Pokemon coming to the forefront, like the Superior, and there was the Jumpluff on the Day 1 stats, for example, as well, that's where we are maybe starting to see a trend into more of these kind of Fire-type moves coming through, but also the Poison-type moves. Clodsire, for example, we know that in Baltimore, a lot of them were running Stone Edge, but could we maybe see coming into Dortmund a shift to that kind of Sludge Bomb charge attack instead, just to be able to try and deal a little better with Superior?
It really depends on what trainers want to cover, right? If you want to cover Grass-type Pokemon or Azumarill a little bit better, you might want to go for that Sludge Bomb. But if you really don't like or fear the Talonflame, Stone Edge. Just get that bird out of the sky.
Yes, that could be one way to eliminate that threat from the meta completely. But of course, you guys at home, we want to be able to hear a little bit more about how you're enjoying the broadcast as well. You can engage with all of our social media accounts as well. I know, Martijn, you're looking forward to this.
Yeah, make sure that you follow us on our channels. You can follow us on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Make sure to use #PlayPokemon. What I want to see for this event is Farid, our co-caster, Tomahawk UK, write a Skarmory. This is his favorite Pokemon. That'll be lovely to see, and we would love to show your thoughts, your drawings, your art on the broadcast as well. So please get involved. And if you miss any of the action, make sure that you follow us on Twitch and on YouTube so you can watch back anything if you were to miss anything.
Which Pokemon was it last year you wanted Art of you riding into battle on?
I think it was an Araquanid or Talonflame. Talonflame.
Could have been both. I mean, not so good for the Araquanid, I guess, that the Brave Birds are hitting.
Well, here's the thing. Tomahawk also has a pet called Tom, right? That's where his name comes from, Tom, a hawk. And that's why we had a Talonflame last time. But I would like to see him on a Skarmory this time. Yeah, that'd be great, chat.
I would love some Gastrodon out as well, just saying, if it's not obvious. Gastrodon is going to be, I think, a key Pokemon to look out for, but hopefully your favorite Pokemon will also be making waves on the screen. I do believe our co-casters, Tomahawk and Amanda, are ready and waiting, so I think it's time to kick it over to them and get this tournament started.
Thank you, Lou and Martijn. I am Tomahawk, and I am joined by my top meta colleague, Amanda Lundberg, and we have such an exciting weekend here for you in Dortmund.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time I saw you was in Baltimore, but from the brightest in Baltimore, we're now going to the daring in Dortmund here. We're about to see who's going to be this first regional champion of the European season. Now, they talked a little bit about the meta of Baltimore, but it's going to be the same meta that's here, perhaps?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that are going to be very interesting. Baltimore was the first time that everyone had an opportunity to approach the new meta, but now all of these players here this weekend have some information to work off of. And I am so excited to see what our European talent has been cooking up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a little bit different. It's always interesting. We always have this conversation. Is it a driver or is it the car? We've seen some teams. We've seen the top usage Pokemon from Day 1 and Day 2 competitors in Baltimore. And it'll be interesting to see how the people here in Dortmund have picked and choose which Pokemon they think will actually be rising to the top of this new meta. Speaking of players in Dortmund, you guys have a say in who you want to see on this stream. We are going to do a Twitch poll here, so make sure your vote is in for who is going to be our first matchup on screen.
Now this is massive. You get to decide by voting right now in the Twitch chat. You will get to pick the first match on stream. This is something that is unique to the European broadcast. Let's make the most of it. Let's go and see. We've got 23 EJB against Caustic Caliber, Tigo against Aeris, Wolfpack against Talonflow, and XL Cactus against Jonkus, which of these games do you want to see up first? Get your votes in right now, please.
I really love this because we have a mixture of kind of like newer faces, people who are on the rise maybe at the end of last season, not quite enough championship points because they didn't do enough competitions to be able to reach that threshold. But I mean, I remember Tigo from playing in Utrecht, just knocking out all these high-level competitors who had competing all season long. His teammates started calling him the T-GOAT. He is one of the people that's on the list. I believe he is playing against our first ever European international champion, Eris. So that could be a very interesting one for you guys to pick.
That's right. So these are some great players, but we have so many brilliant players here. Here are our players to watch for this weekend here in Dortmund to kick us off in the 2025 season.
Now, these are definitely some familiar faces. We have Colin 6. Obviously, he's our only 3-time regional champion, 2 times in one season, last season alone. I think he's heavily favored a lot of times when he shows up because he's a very consistent level battler.
That's right, so Colin's our #1 seed for the event, but Zzweilous is actually the player that won the first event of the 2024 season last year in Barcelona. And the question is, can he do it again this weekend?
If Wadaj was any indication, winning the first in Baltimore this season and also the first last year, maybe Zzweilous is hoping to do the same. The last one we have picked is Auden. He is a German trainer. He actually qualified for Worlds last season. He hasn't had as much screen time, but as you can see, he's already ranked 35, which means he's been competing in some local cups and challenges, and I'm very interested to see. I have to tell you, I had a sneak peek at his team last night. I think you're going to find it extremely interesting.
Really? Do you know what? He is very confident going into this weekend. He actually spoke to me last night. He said, I wish you were playing because I need my redemption match against you from when we played last season. And that is a man who thinks that he is going to back himself.
That is some, I mean, I like that. You have to have a little bit of confidence, right? And we have some confidence in the picks that we chose for this weekend. Some Pokemon that we think are going to be pretty popular. You'll have to see if we are, being able to keep up with the trend. I went ahead. I mean, first of all, we're going to have to point out Gastrodons were taking over the stage during the intro. They're now taking over the caster predictions as well. As you can see, Lulu the Pikachu is going full force on Gastrodon. I've also chosen it for my side in Martine, but being, a little bit antagonistic here, deciding to go for the pink Pokemon instead. But the one that I really want to highlight on my side is that Shadow Drapion. It did so well in Baltimore, way better than I anticipated with that Fast Attack Poison Sting getting a buff this season, giving it a lot better farm down potential than it ever had before.
That's right, and I'd gone for, well, Shiny Pangoro did so well for me in Baltimore, so I'd love to see players try and use that as well this weekend. Toxapex and Diggersby, I think, is a really nice core going into this meta. I'd love to see players make the most of that, but I think Araquanid could be a very interesting pick, an anti-meta pick. We do have MEweedle here who has used Araquanid to great success in the past. Can he do it again this weekend?
And of course, we're going over Martine's picks a little bit. 2 fighting-type Pokemon on the team. I notice you have one as well. It doesn't seem to be as popular this season, but the new fighting-type Pokemon, such as that Chestnut, that Shadow Machamp, and that Pangoro, like you were talking about, definitely has a lot of play in this meta, but it will have to find, how they want to actually be utilized. Wadaj did use that Chestnut on his team to win Baltimore. I think we will see a lot more of it in here Dortmund as well.
I'm really excited to see all of the different Pokemon. Chat, let us know which Pokemon you think will be top meta this weekend, because I think that there will be some really interesting spicy picks.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of spicy picks, we're looking at that Galarian Moltres. This is the first season for the Pokemon tournaments that we can actually use the Galarian Articuno, Galarian Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. And I mean, I think in Baltimore there was quite a few people that using it. Day 2 usage, there was 3 people in that top 12. So
yeah,
I
make
mean,
sure to use your daily incense, right?
Exactly.
That is the way to get all of these Galarian legendary birds. Use your daily incense. I believe we actually also have an event coming up in which the shiny Galarian legendary birds will be available. Moltres is meta, so make sure to do that every single day to get your chance of having one for the Great League.
I think a lot of trainers are definitely already tuning in, wondering who is going to be this new regional champion for Dortmund. It's going to be the people, I think, that can take best advantage of a new meta, right? Not only a new meta, Martine talked about it a little bit in the intro there, this new 50-second timer, giving more dynamic, more engaging play, maybe a lot of faster charge attacks, more what we call spammy charge attacks, being able to throw more quickly because you can get out of bad matchups quicker. It's not one of those scenarios where if you lose the lead, and even if you lose the second swap, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to lose the game.
It makes a massive difference. You can get in and out very, very quickly, and these players are going to take full advantage of that. So what we've done is we've picked a few players that we each as casters think will go all the way this weekend. This is our fantasy draft that we started last season that we're continuing into this season. Amanda, look at all of these players.
Yeah, these are some top trainers. One I want to definitely highlight on Inadequence's team here is Javier V20. He's a trainer that's come from Latin America that is participating in Dortmund. And as a reminder, for everyone here, the winner of this tournament gets a guaranteed qualification for Worlds. It doesn't matter which region you are coming in from. So if he wins first place here, he is auto-qualified already for the championships. The team that I have here, I'm just going to go quickly through. Lurgan Rocket, well household name, our first ever regional champion for Pokemon Go. We have Dinoski and Normalheim, a really, really good Dutch battler who was able to knock Martijn down to the loser's side of the bracket in Utrecht. He hasn't competed in many tournaments, but I think that he is definitely someone to keep an eye on.
Yeah, there's so many familiar faces. We've also got players that haven't had as much spotlight yet in the European format, but they will rise. We have so much confidence in all of these players. We want to know which players would you draft if you were doing this type of fantasy work, because honestly, there were so many to pick from and so many players that didn't make this list that very probably could have.
Yeah, I have to say, when we were doing the draft, I was like, I thought we got 4 picks. Wait, guys, I had like, there was more people I wanted to pick. But
we could have kept going. Honestly, there are so many brilliant players. I have no doubt that there will be some new entrants into the top cut tomorrow, and I'm really excited to see what type of different Pokemon they are and what different type of team compositions we start to see now that we're in the new meta.
Absolutely. I mean, we keep bringing up this new meta, and maybe if you are maybe newer to the game, you don't understand how different that it actually was. But basically, every Pokemon besides maybe 2 or 3 that was used even in August at the World Championships in Honolulu are not really viable anymore in this current meta. So if you are looking to join Pokemon Go, now is the best time, because everyone is pretty much on an even playing field. They're having to learn new counts, they're having to build new Pokemon, and I think that it makes it a super exciting time to be a part of this game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see which Pokemon are rising, which Pokemon are falling, and I think we do have an update on, just for you guys, which Pokemon we see trending down, which Pokemon that we see trending up, and there are so many more that we could be adding to that list. I know Martijn feels that Skarmory is one of my favorite Pokemon, but
I have heard.
I recall that Martijn actually used Skarmory in the World Championships, and I don't think I've ever used Skarmory in a regional event, so, you know, I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that one, but there are so many Pokemon that are trending up that are still to come, and I am really excited to see them here this weekend.
Let's kind of dive into the analysis here. We won't go too much on the trending down, but we did mention before a lot of attacks did get nerfed. The counter as a fast attack for a lot of the fighting type Pokemon isn't as viable as it once was, knocking Annihilate and Vigoroth pretty much out of that meta, but in comes Shadow Machamp, or as regular Machamp as you see in this graphic here, being able to use Karate Chop, which you can get to it very quickly to your fast attack. It is a fast attack, and you get very quickly to your charge attacks with this move.
There are so many exciting changes now, and it's sad to see Annihilate go, but don't worry if you built one last season, because it will be back. That's the exciting thing about Pokemon Go, is that these Pokemon with nerfs and buffs, they will move and they will come back out and into the meta. Azumarill now, do you remember Azumarill back in the early days of Pokemon Go PvP was a staple. It had some time out of the spotlight and is now very much back. We're expecting it to be top usage here this weekend, but I'm really excited for Lou. I don't know if you noticed that there were a couple of Gastrodon plushies here and there. Chat, I want you to keep an eye on whenever you see Lou, is there a Gastrodon plushie somewhere around her? Because I have no doubt there will be.
Now, Gastrodon is one of those Pokemon. It did get an advantage now with that Mudslap doing more damage overall. However, I do feel Gastrodon is one of those Pokemon that you need to invest multiple shields in, usually to use it to its maximum potential. Shadow Machamp is actually very similar in that front. So if you're building a team, you need to kind of decide how you're going to build your whole team of 6, right? You don't necessarily want Pokemon that need all of your shields. You want to have some bulk perhaps to your team as well. That's why we also picked that Diggersby. Diggersby is one of the more bulky, more HP and defense weighted Pokemon that we have in the Great League. I know that you actually used it in Baltimore.
I really like Diggersby as a pick. I do think that in team building, you probably want a normal type Pokemon. You want to have that ghost type resistance. And Diggersby is one of the bulkiest normal type Pokemon out there. But not only that, it has access to Scorching Sands, which I think is a really powerful attack in this meta. It hits Clodsire for super effective, it hits Toxapex for super effective, and it has a chance of debuffing your opponent's attack, which could be massive.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people like to pair these more what we call frail Pokemon, like that Shadow Machamp or like that Gastrodon with the Diggersby, something that can handle the charge attacks from a lot of different Pokemon. While we're still on this graph, I have to say, we have Jumpluff here. It maybe is not going to be the flyer of choice for people, but it does definitely have a lot of coverage.
Well, the thing is, with Jumpluff, maybe players haven't yet worked out how to unlock it. And again, this is something that over time, as this meta develops, as we see more events in NA, more events in the EU, some players might work out a way to really get the most of it and to catch players off. Because if you're building a team thinking, well, Jumpluff's not very popular, I can play weak to it, and then all of a sudden it appears, suddenly that can cause problems.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. You guys, we have our poll results in. Thank you so much for voting. This is very cool. If you guys also like this idea, let us know, because I think that we were going to try to keep doing fun things like this throughout the tournament, throughout this. Can we have a drum roll,
Yes,
please?
let's do it. Come on, give us a drum roll.
Our first matchup is going to be...
I have no idea.
Oh, you didn't know. It's going to be XL Cactus versus Jonkus.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a really exciting match because, as you mentioned, XL Cactus we have seen on stream before. He is a player that is relatively new to the circuit, but clearly has a lot of talent, and he is up against content creator Jonkus, who many of you will know because he covers a lot of the new Pokemon in the Great League. He is actually brothers with Zzweilous, who we have as our player to watch. No, actually, Zzweilous is the only player, potentially in the world right now, that is already legend in Go Battle League. So has Jonkus learned from him? I saw that they were team building together. I'm excited to see what spicy options we get on screen.
It's very fun because both of these trainers, if you have a chance to interview them, talk with them, they're very humble about how good of players they are. Both of them recognize that they have great skill, but I asked Zzweilous, one of the times that we interviewed him, who he thought was the better battler between he and his brother, and he said he thought it was Jonkus. But when I interviewed Jonkus, he thought it was Zzweilous. So we will have to see in this tournament who will rise to the top. We're going to have a chance to see Jonkus on stage first. He has competed in the past, but he has not competed so much throughout this past championship season. It'll be interesting to see how many championship points he can take here in Dortmund.
That's right. I believe Jonkus got a top cut before, right? So both of these brothers are very talented players. Zzweilous, I think, is better well known for his accolades in the Play Pokemon circuit, but Jonkus will be here this weekend to show that he is no pushover. XXL Cactus has a big game in front of him, and I cannot wait to see if these players have utilized some of the player picks and the Pokemon picks that we've gone over. I have my little Pangoro plushie here for you. If either of these players have a Pangoro on their team, I'll be rooting for them, that's for sure.
This might be the only Pangoro we see this tournament.
Please, hey, if you can make Pangoro work, you must be a very talented battler. That's all I'm saying, right?
That's what I keep hearing. But we'll have to see for sure.
We'll have to see.
As a reminder, Tomahawk UK is at the top of the EU leaderboards currently because he did compete in Baltimore, where he did get a top cut. So it's very interesting. You were one of the first people to be able to utilize Pokemon in this new meta. However, not competing at this event will give the trainers here in Europe a chance to overtake him at this point, because everyone on the leaderboard at this point has only gotten their points through local cups and challenges. 54 challenges and 15 points for cups.
That's right. I really wanted to give this new meta a go, so I knew I wasn't going to be playing in Dortmund. I thought I might chance my luck in Baltimore, and also I got to meet a lot of the friends that we got to make in Honolulu, Hawaii at the World Championships, and I think that that's one of the nicest things about these events. No matter how well you get on, you get to see all of these familiar faces, all of these friends, all of these players that you spend so much of your time with day to day, and honestly, we will see a new top of the leaderboard by the end of this event. It's 350 championship points for the winner, and honestly, I'm really excited to see whoever goes to the top. I really want this to be an exciting race because we have a new system this season with those top 50 players.
That's absolutely right, because beforehand, every time you won a regional or special event, you got 200 championship points. There was a threshold in Europe. You had to make 400 championship points to be able to qualify for Worlds. It is different this season. You can collect more championship points by going to these regionals, by going to the special events, definitely by going to the international championships as well. But again, it's not that you just have to reach a threshold at this point. You need to be able to be in that top 50 for Europe to be able to qualify for the World Championship. So it's going to be really a race until the very last event.
That's right, and lots of these players will want to get their championship points in early, give themselves a head start. I mean, I am one, for example, but we have so many players that really know how important it is to get the ball rolling early in the season, because the best finish limit is a little bit different as well this season. And what that means is that there are fewer tournaments that can go towards your championship points total. You can now do 4 cups and 4 challenges. And it was 6 last season, so that has reduced. But also, the best finish limit for your regionals and international championships has been combined. And what that means is that your best 5 events, both regionals and international championships, are the only ones that will go towards your championship point system. So there's lots of opportunity to improve. Even if you don't do well this weekend, you have lots of events. I think we've got 8 more regionals after this here in Europe. And you can, as I have, you can go and compete in other regions as well, like NA.
I mean, hypothetically, if 4th place is your first finish, but ends up being your worst finish because maybe, I don't know if people are familiar, this guy usually gets 2nd place, so that he can replace most of those 4th place finishes with his 2nd place, and then those will be his top cuts.
Yeah, exactly exactly that.
Just 2nd place.
And these players all will be looking to get as many medals as possible, as many championship points as possible, because that top 50, I think, genuinely, it will be really close. It will be really tight, and I'm expecting in the 40 to 60 range, you could have some really just very tight misses, but also some very excited players that manage to make it into the World Championships next year in Anaheim, California.
Speaking of excited players, let's go ahead and jump to the stage here as it looks like they are getting ready. On the left-hand side, we have XXL Cactus. Let's take a quick look at his team composition, because if you would have told me that Arctibax was going to be somewhat meta this season, last season, I would have kind of chuckled at you and said, oh, sure. I mean, it is definitely a spicy pick, but we've seen it being piloted already to success in the very first tournament in Baltimore, and it looks like it is here on the stage here in Dortmund as well, alongside a Talonflame, the typical standard picks here of the Clodsire, Shadow for Alligator. Cresselia has really been making a name for itself so far, and all top 3 competitors in Baltimore, and then we have that Shadow Machamp as well.
Do you know what, about these Arctibax, Amanda? I'm really excited to see what moveset they're running, because for me personally, I would be running Icy Wind in this meta. I think it's a little bit more reliable, especially against picks like Clodsire, but Avalanche is a brilliant attack, and I know a lot of players won't want to drop that. Chat, what would you run if you were running Arctibax in this meta, Avalanche or Icy Wind? Let us know in the chat. But I'm also really excited to see Jonkus and that Araquanid. You remember it was on my Pokemon for this weekend. And again, there is actually a moveset option for Araquanid here, because you can go for Water Pulse or Bug Buzz. Water Pulse is slightly cheaper, slightly less efficient, but has good coverage against many of the popular picks. But Bug Buzz is harder hitting. It has a chance of debuff. I'm excited to see which one Jonkus has chosen. If it is Bug Buzz, then XXL Cactus's Cresselia needs to watch out.
There is a lot of fun things about Pokemon. Obviously, you can have 2 charged attacks, but what you choose to run for it, it really is kind of dependent on the team composition you want to have. For instance, we talked a lot about how Clodsire is running Earthquake and usually Stone Edge. However, some players are opting to run Sludge Bomb on it instead. It's a little bit more energy efficient. It will hit back the Azumarill a little bit harder, but it does come at a cost. Is not as good against the flying type Pokemon. I know that you actually ran a Sludge Bomb, Clodsire. I'd be interested to see what players you choose for this tournament and how they're kind of adapting and shifting throughout the meta.
Yeah, that's right. There is a lot of flexibility with Clodsire. I think that that's why it's really nice to have a Pokemon like Clodsire at the top of the meta. You can build very different teams around it, and you can use Clodsire in a lot of different ways. We did see a huge number of Azumarill in Baltimore, and so it makes a lot of sense that players are leaning more into Sludge Bomb in this meta than Stone Edge than before. But that Stone Edge coverage is really good. It's what we call Edge Quake coverage, when you have both rock and ground type attacks, because that offensive profile is so strong. There are not many Pokemon, especially now that Gligar is no longer in the meta, that either a rock or a ground type attack can't do a lot of damage against.
Yeah, speaking of that, not only does Jonkus have Clodsire, he has Dunsparce. If you're talking about rock and ground type attacks, Dunsparce has both of those. Rollout recently getting a buff, and honestly, Dunsparce was one of the most utilized Pokemon in that first championship event of this season. I wouldn't be surprised to see it on almost every single team again, just being able to hit things, pretty neutrally across the board. Not only that, it can tank a Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Feraligatr, even definitely from a regular Feraligatr, and it doesn't really have to worry about that fast attack pressure because since the Shadow Claw is a ghost type attack against its normal type typing, Dunsparce really can handle those Shadow Claws quite nicely.
That's right. And that, actually, just drawing back very quickly to the Sludge Bomb Stone Edge conversation, I've realized that if you look at Jonkus' team, he's actually been very smart in the way that he's built this, where Sludge Bomb Clodsire is particularly strong against Superior and Azumarill, but Stone Edge Clodsire is the one that's stronger against Araquanid and Arctobax. Now, we are in an open team sheet format, so Jonkus will be looking at that moveset from XXL Cactus, and he will probably lean into the pairing that is stronger against whatever Clodsire attacks that XXL Cactus has.
Now, as a highly trained competitor yourself, Fareed, is there any compositions or things that are jumping out at you being like, well, if I was XL Cactus, you know, I would definitely be running this strategy or leaning heavily on this specific Pokemon?
I can really see Jonkus leaning into Araquanid here. I think it has play into a lot of XXL Cactus's team, and also it's a Pokemon that not many players have a lot of experience in playing against. It has that Bubble Beam bait option, and that can be, you know, that can be quite difficult in the moment. Is my opponent just going to Bubble Beam me, or are they going to hit me with a hard-hitting, potentially a Water Pulse, either for Talonflame or Clodsire, or Bug Buzz, which will do massive damage to Feraligatr, to Arctobax, and to that Cresselia. Let's get into game number 1 here in Dortmund.
Hopping right into the battles here. We have that Clodsire on the field against Arctobax on the other side. This is going to be, I mean, the one thing that we've known from almost the beginning of Go Battle League from playing PvP in Pokemon is Dragon Breath is just such an impressive fast attack here. Going ahead and throwing that first attack, Jonkus does know that this could be a Sludge Bomb or an Earthquake, and it looks like he is going to shield up last second.
So that's really interesting. Jonkus knows that there is no Stone Edge, but he has still opted for a shield there. He doesn't want to take the potential Earthquake damage, but he himself is going for a bait here, and he gets the shield straight away from Cactus.
Yeah, I think Cactus knows that if it is the Ice-type attack, it's going to be doing so much damage, potentially even knocking out that Clodsire. But guess what? There's another one already loaded. 2 shields down on the Clodsire at the very beginning of this matchup. It is that Avalanche, which does not lower the attack of the Clodsire, but is the heavier hitting charge attack.
That's right. Now, we can also see that Cactus has that Talonflame in the back. And you in chat, you will be seeing that Jonkus is very strong against Talonflame in the endgame. So Jonkus doesn't really need Switch here, but he is going for it. And he makes that catch onto the Dunsparce, and the rollout goes through. That is massive energy, and that is massive for Jonkus here.
It's not that. The rollout doesn't do much damage to the Clodsire, but getting that one fast attack damage is going to be big. In comes Cresselia to slightly neutralize the Dunsparce here, but Dunsparce already has a drill run loaded. No Protect Shields remaining on either side. We're about to see how much damage this Dunsparce can start to do to Cresselia, because Cresselia paces a little bit slower here at a Grass Knot, but it wants to go for that heavier hitting Moonblast, I think. Although it does take 2 attacks to be able to knock out the Dunsparce, maybe just going for more efficiency here. First one going through.
Chat, I want you to bear in mind here that the shields are down and there are no Pokemon on Jonkus' side of the field that can resist flying damage. So although Jonkus is very much in the driver's seat here, there is potential if you get any kind of Talonflame farm down for Brave Birds to start landing. Arctobax does have a lot of energy though, so this is still an uphill battle, but Jonkus is going to keep throwing these drill runs against the Cresselia, but not before a Grass Knot comes through to take it out first.
Grass Knot will be able to connect. This Dunsparce has done a lot, but it is now going off of the field here, and then Jonkus now has a decision. Does he want to bring in the Arctobax to get a little more energy, or is he going to start to use bubbles of the Azumarill? The problem is, with the Grass Knot almost already loaded, he definitely doesn't want to take that attack. Charging up, really, really great timing here, but will this Dragon Claw be enough?
I don't think it will. I think the Cresselia will hand on. It's extremely bulky. There it is, and it hit. That is so tough for Cactus. So what happened there, chat, is that the Dragon Breath goes through at the same time that Cactus wants to click that Moonblast. It doesn't land. The Talonflame comes in, but Arctobax has so much energy here, and I don't know if Jonkus is going to be able to hit the Avalanche onto the Talonflame. He's going to throw Dragon Claw here, and he should have another Dragon Claw for the Talonflame in the back.
Jonkus has been using his counts masterfully here, getting as much energy as possible. Then comes the Talonflame again, but now comes one of its hardest counters with the Azumarill. However, because this Sound Flame already has so much energy and this Azumarill is just beginning to ramp up, Dez going to be able to do a lot of damage. You can see that Fly is going to be able to put it down. I think he's going to try to get to that Brave Bird going right before the Ice Beam, but I don't think this is quite enough to take it out, and XL Cactus is lowering his attack for the rest of the match.
Amanda, I want to highlight how high level this play is from Jonkus. By banking the Dragon Claw onto the Arctibax, he knows that Talonflame is going to have to throw a Brave Bird, and if the Talonflame was able to take out the Azumarill, then it would do massive damage, that Dragon Claw on Talonflame in the back, but Azumarill is far too bulky. Jonkus takes game number 1, Azumarill into Talonflame. It went how we would expect it to.
Talonflame did its best to be able to take out the Azumarill. Unfortunately, not able to do so there. That Brave Bird was something that was lowering his attack, but even at that point, Ice Beam already loaded. Jonkus taking game number 1 with the trusty Azumarill that we've seen since basically the beginning of PvP.
And honestly, when Zzweilous said that he feels that Jonkus is the better player, these are the types of plays that really, really stand out to me. There was so many high-level gameplay mechanics and tactical decisions there from Jonkus' side that I think were really, really high level. As I say, banking that Dragon Claw on the Arctibax when many players would have thrown it straight away into that Talonflame, that shows a different level of thinking, because the Dragon Claw would have been much more efficient after the Brave Bird.
And I believe you definitely know this sort of thing, but whoever has the higher attack is going to be the person who can throw that charge attack first. Does Arctibax win charge attack priority over Talonflame?
Generally speaking, Arctibax should always be winning that. Talonflame, if you opt to build a higher attack Talonflame, there is the chance for it to overtake Arctibax in that attack stat, but I would expect here, and Jonkus would probably expect, that his Arctibax will win charge attack priority.
That is something that you'll also see a lot of high-level players do, is recognizing that their Pokemon will win that charge attack priority, meaning they get to throw their charge attack first. They also bank that for later, knowing that, okay, in worst case scenario, I can always swap back in, I can throw my charge attack to be able to take out a Pokemon. There was a lot of different plays on the field for Jonkus there. He is well known for being a Go Battle League player, right? But that is a little bit of a different format. That is a blind 3, so you just pick 3 Pokemon that you think work well together, and you can basically play against anything that people will play in the meta. Show 6, pick 3 is a little bit different, but you can definitely take a lot of those skills that you learn and use in that Go Battle League to be able to play here in regional competitions.
That's right. Now, I'm excited to see how Cactus adapts now. We saw the Talonflame. It didn't have a huge amount of space to move in that first game. If you were Cactus here, Amanda, would you bring Talonflame again?
I think Talonflame definitely has a lot of play, and that definitely targets, right? But because there's also so many hard counters on the other side, it does make it a little bit more difficult. What we also noticed from XXL Cactus's side is Talonflame is running 2 flying charge attacks, which seems to be the preferred thing for this meta. There's not a lot of targets for that fire type damage.
But let's get straight into game number 2. We have Arctibax on the other side this time. Clodsire for Jonkus. This is a reverse of what we saw in game 1.
And we'll have to see. It looks like Jonkus doing a similar strategy as XL Cactus, just going straight for that Sludge Bomb right away, getting that first Protect Shield. I think both of them want to be able to play this out a little bit differently, and it looks like go overhead and already swapping into his own, but this is going to be super effective Dragon Claw. He doesn't want to be able to take that, so getting that first shield on Jonkus' side, just starting to get a little bit of energy on his own Arctibax.
This is a really interesting play here. So Jonkus got out of that matchup before Cactus was able to reach an Icy Wind. Let's note that there is Icy Wind on Cactus' side, and he comes aggressively in with his own Arctibax because he's going to be throwing much harder hitting Avalanche.
We see Avalanche has already brought down one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League to the yellow here. XL Cactus going ahead, now throwing the Moonblast. This would definitely be enough to knock out the Arctibax, getting that second shield from Jonkus. And you can see on Jonkus' face, he's wondering what could be in the back at this point. Knowing that this was the attack to throw, we saw this last time for Reed. Will this Dragon Claw be enough to knock out
I
the
don't
Cresselia?
think it will. I think Cresselia could hold on, but the Dragon Breath could go through again like last time. It does. Cactus wasn't quite an attack anyway, so it didn't make a huge amount of difference, but Jonkus has done very well here to get that Cresselia out of play so that his Azumarill can have more play in the back.
With no Protect Shields remaining, this Dragon Claw will be able to knock out the opposing Arctibax. There's still quite a bit of health left, but one of the harder Pokemons for this is the Azumarill. Now swapping back into the Clodsire. The Azumarill is able to tank charge attacks well from the Clodsire, but with the Sludge Bomb on XL Cactus' side, he doesn't really want to take it. Letting that first Ice Beam go through, you're going to see a Clodsire Clodsire get taken down to about half health because this is a super effective damage.
Amanda, let's have a really quick think about this. I think that was brilliant from Cactus to no-shield that. He knows that Earthquake from Jonkus will do far much more damage, and so won't shield the first Ice Beam. He has Earthquake himself to take on the Clodsire, but one Earthquake isn't enough, and Sludge Bomb certainly isn't. Sludge Bomb does a tiny amount of damage, so he will have to reach for that next Earthquake, not before Jonkus baits a Sludge Bomb here. This is a big decision. Jonkus gets the shield. He's pulling the face, but he has pulled it off perfectly. Clodsire shields, and now we are so close because this Clodsire is approaching Ice Beam range. If Jonkus can come back in with that Azumarill, it can probably tank a Sludge Bomb, and if it can land an Ice Beam, that could be game over.
It's basically Clodsire against Azumarill at this point. Though there is an Arctibax in the back, it can't really do much against that water and fairy typing of Azumarill. So XL Cactus wants to get this Azumarill down as low as possible. Freed called it out. This Ice Beam will be enough to knock out the Clodsire at this point, but these Poison Sticks are going to slowly start adding up. He wants to try to get as much chip damage as possible. This Ice Beam will connect. No Protect Shields remaining. Clodsire is going to go down, and now it's going to be the Arctibax against the Azumarill. We have to see how this one will turn out.
So these attacks are all resisted by the Azumarill. Cactus is reaching for that Icy Wind. It's not as hard hitting as Avalanche. Jonkus just needs to get to an Ice Beam. He reaches it. It's CMP. Icy Wind is about to land. Will it be enough, Amanda?
This is going to connect again. We have to remember water and fairy typing, but the Azumarill is quite low. It is not enough to knock it out, and Azumarill is at the Ice Beam, being able to take this first round, winner's round 1 of the Dortmund Regional Champion. Jonkus is moving on.
And maybe that is why you run Avalanche. Icy Wind's not enough. Jonkus takes game number 2. He wins his first match here in Dortmund.
Jonkus, you can see both of those matches very, very close. Well played by both trainers there. A lot of things that we called out, right? I mean, there was well played on both ends. Fortunately for XL Cactus, Jonkus just managed to outplay him a little bit at the end. Icy Wind not quite enough to knock out the Azumarill there, but XL Cactus will be dropped down to the loser side of the bracket where he can continue his run in this double elimination tournament.
That was so exciting to see. And Amanda, did you notice how many times the Pokemon were able to switch in and switch out with that new 50-second switch clock? It allows for so much more dynamic play. We've seen last season that there are certain players that opt for more what we've called RPS strategies. They just want to lock into a matchup and tap their screens. I think Martine is a very good example of that. But here, players are going to have to move in, move out. They're going to have to manage their energy really, really well. And Jonkus was a prime example of that there in that first 2 games.
I think that was really fun to point out as well, similarities in their team composition, right? Because there's a lot of times where you tend to look at the opposing team and you're saying, how does my Pokemon do against this Pokemon? But if you're running very similar strategies, you kind of maybe already have an idea of what your opponent wants to do. Because we saw in both of these games, first game, Jonkus leading the Arctibax into a Clodsire, and then just completely reversed in game number 2.
Yeah, and I really do want to focus a little bit as well on that Icy Wind and that Avalanche option. Icy Wind, when shields are up, are really strong for Arctibax, and Avalanche is just not... It's just not the same in terms of debuffs, but it can hit so hard. And Jonkus, I think, showed that maybe Avalanche could be the choice here.
I think from the Arctibax that we've seen, which granted have not been so many so far this season, a lot of them have opted for Avalanche just because it is, like you said, heavier hitting damage. This Dragon Claw going through, we're just seeing really the power of Arctibax in this very first showing here in Dortmund. I'm so excited to see if there's going to be more of them in the tournament. Talonflame did not make an appearance game 2. I think the Azumarill just really scared it away at the end of that first game.
I think there are a couple of things to really note on how Arctibax can have a presence here. The first thing is that we're not seeing a huge number of steel types that resist the dragon and the ice damage. We are only seeing Azumarill as the hard answer to Arctibax on the side of both, on the side of Jonkus for Cactus's Arctibax. And the Clodsire shift to Sludge Bomb, that could be massive for Arctibax. If you are thinking of running Arctibax, now could be the time. If Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb and not the super effective hitting Stone Edge, then there are a lot of Pokemon that could emerge. And this is the exciting thing about how metas develop.
And this is also the exciting thing about open team sheets as well, because if you are going ahead and seeing that it is a Sludge Bomb, although to be fair, both of them were running Sludge Bomb and still got those first Protect Shields because they wanted to keep those Arctibax healthy, it kind of gives a little bit of an insight of how your opponent maybe wants to play certain team compositions.
Yeah,
and so, I mean, I do think there is going to be a rise of Sludge Bomb Clodsires, but I believe for the most part, majority picks are going with Stone Edge. You guys can let us know in the chat whether you think that it's going to be shifting more towards Sludge Bomb or if it's going to stay with that Stone Edge.
And I just want to highlight...
I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong.
I just want to highlight again how Jonkus had both matchups scenarios, right? He had his own Arctobax into a Clodsire, and he had his own Clodsire into an Arctobax. And because of the switch timer, because of his high-level plays, his energy management, he came out on top in both of those games. And to me, that's a really exciting thing about the current format that we've got in Pokemon Go, in that it isn't a case of win, lead, win the game. We've seen that before. That is no longer the case here. That is exciting.
I completely agree with that because this 50 seconds timer just seems really so dynamic. I know we keep saying it, but honestly, as a player who's been playing since basically the beginning, it's really a breath of fresh air. It's kind of flipped the meta on its head. One time during April Fools, I believe they moved it down to like a 40-second timer or a 30-second timer,
30.
and that was crazy. I think 50 seconds is a little more balanced, and we're definitely seeing some more high-level plays, a lot of counting, because as a Pokemon switches out, you have to remember, did they have a charge attack to start? How many fast attacks were they away? How much energy do they need? Do I win charge attack priority against that Pokemon, or does that have to change my strategy as well? There's so much that goes on within these games, even though they maybe seem very short on paper.
That's right, and I am excited to see how many players will make catches. We saw one from Jonkus. He caught that Earthquake onto his Dunsparce. That was really nice. The 50-second switch timer allows so much more of that kind of play. I want to see someone catch an Earthquake on a Talonflame. I want to see you catching a Sludge Bomb on an Alolan Sandslash. There are so many options here. It's going to make for some really exciting gameplay.
Now, it's no surprise to me that we did see Clodsire on both of these teams here, because Clodsire seems to be the Pokemon that you either need to build around or need to build against in this maxed out meta.
And it's interesting, actually, because we did see that Shadow Feraligatr for Cactus, but it didn't really feature. Maybe that's something when he reflects, he can lean into next time, because I do think Shadow Feraligatr has a lot of play. But Amanda, we have two different players up next.
Yeah, we have a trainer. He wasn't on he was in the poll to be a player to watch, maybe not for that first round, but this is Colin 6. We talked about him a little bit earlier, our 3-time regional champion, up against Howie there on the other side, a trainer who is pretty well known within the grassroots PvP community.
That is right. Colin is no stranger to the big screen. He is certainly a player to look at. So Howie has a lot to answer here. This is a player that is coming up against a multiple-time regional champion, but Howie is no pushover. He has a really strong team here, but he's up against... Can you see what Colin's brought? What's the little spice we've got this weekend, Colin?
Yeah, we have Ariados on his side there. I'm very interested to see how much play this Pokemon will have. I will say there is a Talonflame on the other side, which does look pretty scary for it, but there are definitely some counters on Colin 6's side for that Talonflame, looking at that Feraligatr, for that Dunsparce, and I mean, the Clodsire is pretty neutral, I would say, overall.
Do you know what's going to be really exciting is the way in which each of these players use their Malamar, because Malamar, despite its charge attacks being resisted by Azumarill, can push through in a two-shield scenario. And so if Colin recognizes how safe Malamar is, I do think we will see it here in these games.
I think if you're looking at Colin's team, you talked about two-shield scenario, Malamar is probably the Pokemon that he is thinking that he will use that on, because there is just a lot of bulk all around. Cresselia, Clodsire, Dunsparce, we just saw it last game, able to tank charge attacks fairly easily. And also with an Ariados, I'm assuming it is running Lunge, which is going to lower the opponent's attack. There's going to be a lot of interesting dynamic gameplay potential on Howie's side. I mean...
Quick quiz question for you, Amanda.
Oh, okay, oh no!
All right, Malamar is double weak to what type attack?
Okay, so Malamar is a dark and psychic type Pokemon. Bug type, I'm gonna go ahead.
That is right.
Yes.
Now,
Woo!
the question is, does Colin have any bug type offensive pressure?
He does have a bug type charge attacks here.
He does.
I
He's
just
got a lunge from that Ariados. Do you know what I want to see? What I really want to see? I want to see a lunge one-shot on Malamar.
I think that it could probably do it. Malamar doesn't have a lot of defense or bulk to it. It does be able to have a lot of offensive pressure. Superpower is an attack that is on the Malamar. We didn't see it much last season, so for those who don't know, Superpower is one of those attacks where once you use it, it actually lowers your own attack and defense. So a lot of times trainers will either try to use them back to back, when there's a no shields at the end, or be able to use it at the beginning and then swap out to clear that debuff, because once you've swapped out a Pokemon, then all debuffs are cleared from that specific Pokemon.
I think one of the exciting things about Malamar is its access to the new Psy Wave. It's been buffed. It does a huge amount of damage and energy generation at the same time. We see that Malamar, as expected for Colin, here in game number 1.
Colin is going ahead, leading that Malamar into the Talonflame. Incinerate's coming through, and the Malamar will pace a little bit quicker this time, but both of them going a little bit ahead now, going for that foul play, and no shield from Howie's side. A lot of energy on the Talonflame. I think he's going to go for one more Incinerate before throwing, but there's potential for a catch. No, going straight for it here. Does Colin want to shield this up or let the Malamar get taken very low?
I would let this go. I would actually no shield this. Colin has chosen to shield the potential Brave Bird. He wants to keep his Malamar in longer, and Howie responds with his own Malamar.
Malamar on Colin's side is a little bit ahead on energy. This is what we were just talking about. This super powered damage is actually going to do, a hefty chunk to the Malamar, but he is now going to be able to swap out, clear that debuff, and in comes a Feraligatr. But at this point, there's so much energy on Howie's side. Howie going straight for that super power rather than a foul play. No Protect Shield on Colin's side.
And this is the exciting thing about Malamar. It can start hitting very quickly with these superpowers, and after a shield and 1 or 2 superpowers, you can then switch out and bank it. Howie, he is going to shield. He is at another superpower. He's going to force Colin to make a decision on whether or not he wants to. He's not even going to reach his next Hydro Cannon because the Psy Wave damage. This is exactly what we're talking about. And now Howie has access to double foul play. He might throw one here, he might switch out, or he might go for both of them.
Yeah, at this point, we have to remember he is debuffed on the attack and defensive. I think he was a little bit worried, not quite sure he's going to make it there, switching into the Azumarill, but Colin is also running Sludge Bomb. As a reminder, all of the Clodsires that we've seen so far running Sludge Bomb, it is going to do a lot of damage to the Azumarill. Howie using the last Protect Shield there, trying to keep his Azumarill nice and healthy as it starts to charge up some energy here. 2 Ice Beams are enough to knock out a Clodsire. At this range, 1 Ice Beam and some Bubbles may be enough to do it. No Protect Shield from Colin here on the Clodsire. He knows this is not enough to take it out. Wants to get a little more energy.
It is going to do a decent chunk of damage. Colin is preserving that shield. He seems to be leaning into Malamar. That's how he's viewing himself as closing out this game. Howie still has an attack on his own Malamar. He still has a little bit of health on the Talonflame. Talonflame is in a cycle where it'll reach its next attack a little bit quicker. Colin needs to recognize that. He really needs to maximize his energy. So we're expecting a shield here, and then he's going to maximize all the way up until Azumarill gets close to a next attack before throwing and taking out this Azumarill.
That's the thing about Azumarill. It has a lot of bulk, but oh wow, a combination play by Howie, knowing that he has a superpower stored here and his debuffs had been cleared. Could this be enough? It is enough to knock out the
brilliant
Malamar.
From Howie. That is neutral damage. Superpower is neutral into the dark and psychic type of Malamar. Colin is ruining that decision. He is so unimpressed, but he does reach a Sludge Bomb, so this Talonflame's going to go down.
It's going to be poisoning against the Azumarill's bubble here, but when it's such low health on the Clodsire, 1 bubble should be enough to do it, should be enough to put Howie in the driver's seat here. Game number 1 going to his side against Colin 6, our 3-time regional champion.
Amanda, the dynamism. This is exactly what I'm talking about. 50-second switch timer. How many switches did you see there, chat? Can you remember? There was so much movement that allows for such high-level plays. This week, I am so excited for this weekend, Amanda.
I think that this was also just shows how good. I mean, obviously Howie is not a newcomer to the scene, right? But if you were going to go ahead and do a prediction type of thing of who's going to win that matchup, I think a lot of people just by name alone would be like, well, of course Colin 6 is going to win. He's so well known. He's such an established player. I think this season especially goes to show that it can really be anyone's tournament. If you practice, if you start to learn your counts, know how to utilize the Pokemon that you are playing on the field, it can really be anyone's game.
Do you know what I'm really interested in? And chat, let me know if you agree with this. I think that if we were playing that exact game in a 60-second switch timer format, Colin wins.
I think that you're absolutely right there because Howie wouldn't have been able to get to that superpower in time. And I think because their switch timers were a little bit misaligned, Colin wasn't quite sure where it's at. I think when you've played for quite a while, you get used to a certain rhythm. And so Colin maybe was still a little bit in that old rhythm of feeling when it would be Howie's time to switch in if you can't see his timer. Howie just really, as you can see, I think it could have kind of took quite a bit of us by surprise there, being able to swap in, get that superpower off, knock out that Malamar with so much energy, and take that first game.
And the really exciting thing is that we didn't get to see too much Malamar in Baltimore. It wasn't a pick that players were particularly comfortable with, but these Europeans here, they've had a little bit more opportunity to practice with it. And I think Howie showed there the real potency. It's a one-turn fast attack with Psywave and that superpower that can be quick hitting. It will debuff you, but it hits very hard, very fast, and then you can dip in and out. Malamar lead again for Colin in game number 2.
Superpower is something that the Dunsparce definitely has to be wary of because it is that normal type Pokemon. I think Colin going ahead a little bit, both of them going over energy here. I think Colin maybe wants to let Howie throw first before he throws that superpower because it's not going to do as much damage as to say after it is thrown. Now Howie has to wonder, is this going to be an actual superpower or is it going to bait me here? Superpower coming through to protect shields, but we're about to see if he doesn't shield this, how much damage it would do to the Dunsparce. Last second shield by Howie.
Howie preserves that Dunsparce. Do you see what Howie just did there? Okay, so Malamar is going for the second superpower. Howie's clicked the drill run. He's CMP'd. Colin will need to now make a decision for that charge attack priority. Yes, it was successful. And now Colin is going to let his Malamar go. He feels that his Malamar has done enough work. He's managed to get the shield off Dunsparce, and what's he going to bring in, Amanda?
Yeah, not only that, he's got the shield, he's got all of that energy off that Dunsparce as well. And this, as you can see, these rollouts are doing absolutely nothing besides just tickling this Clodsire here. It's definitely the charge attacks that would need to look out for. But Colin knows at this point it's not going to be doing as much as, say, an Earthquake or potential Ice Beam from something else. And he's just getting a ton of energy. Perhaps wants a shield up next one. No, throwing right beforehand, throwing a Sludge Bomb onto the Dunsparce. Dunsparce has put in a lot of work, though, I have to say.
I think it's done really well, but let's bear in mind that this Clodsire can hit both Azumarill and Clodsire on Howie's side in the end game, and that Shadow for Alligator will have access to 2 shields, which is pretty big. Howie has chosen to come in with the Azumarill. Everyone knows what that means. We are about to see Colin's Shadow for Alligator in the end against that Clodsire.
It's so hard to predict what is in the back for your opponent, Howie. I think if he would have been able to take a sneak peek and see that it was a Shadow for Alligator, definitely would have come in with the Clodsire of his own there. You see both of these trainers kind of waiting. I think Colin doesn't want to get his attacks caught onto whatever is in the back, but this will do so much damage to his Azumarill. It barely hangs on here, and now we switch into the for Alligator. Great timing by Howie, not throwing the Ice Beam, which would not be doing as much damage, and this will do a hefty chunk to the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr is one of Clodsire's hardest counters.
That was really intelligent from Howie to wait to see what was swapped in so he doesn't throw the resisted Ice Beam. And actually, that Feraligator's been put quite low. Clodsire is able to tank a Hydro Cannon. Howie has to think to himself, can I Poison Sting this down?
Yeah, the big problem is, as you can see up in that top left-hand corner of Colin 6's side, 2 shields are remaining. So he has to go for that sort of drastic play. Unfortunately, not able to reach it there at that point. I think Howie kind of concedes, even though there is 1 shield, just recognizing how much energy is on that Feraligatr. Down goes the Clodsire, down goes the Azumarill. Colin 6 tying up this series.
I don't know whose grin is bigger, Feraligatrs or Colin's, but that was a great game for Colin. He was in so much control. There wasn't as much movement in and out of that game because the Malamar went down early and Colin just relied on his Clodsire putting in a ton of work and Feraligatr sweeping up.
We have this kind of joking phrase in the PvP community of a 2-shield flex. Colin definitely still had 2 shields at the end of that matchup, so he can go ahead and flex that for game number 2. And that's also maybe why you would see that Howie didn't end up throwing his charge attacks, because every time you throw a charge attack, your opponent, if he's not throwing, goes ahead and sneaks a fast attack through. Howie recognizing that there was just too much shields, too much health. Sometimes you just got to let a game go.
Yeah, I think Howie recognized that Feraligatr with 2 shields is a menace, and he will have to readjust now. Do you think we'll see a Superior? Do you think that we will see an Azumarill in the lead? Howie, you need to think about exactly where you want to position these Pokemon, because even though there is a lot of switching opportunity, there is also a lot of core-breaking opportunity here. Because we've mentioned, right, that Malamar can push through an Azumarill in the 2-shield scenario, but does it want to?
Exactly.
Do you want to be giving up those 2 shields when you might need them for a Pokemon like Feraligatr in the back?
I mean, there's also a Cresselia on Colin's side that does threaten the Azumarill, but there is a lot of threats on Howie's side to that Cresselia as well. And sometimes it's like if you just really have one target, maybe that's not the Pokemon that you're looking to bring. But I think the fact that Colin is pretty much probably benching that that Cresselia gives Howie some more dynamic play in what he will choose to bring. Colin, as we know, we keep mentioning it, is a very good player. A lot of people know him as a very safe player as well. Howie, as we saw, he's very aggressive in game number 1, and I think maybe he'll try to utilize that kind of quick play style again to help him secure that game number 3.
And it's interesting to see how these players will use Dunsparce. We've seen Howie use it in that game number 2. And I know you mentioned that it put in a lot of work, but did it also arguably set itself up for an endgame sweep for Colin? It was in the low health. Kotsai came out with a ton of energy. We do see the adjustment from Howie. That Superior comes as we thought it might, and it has a lot of play. It will reach a Frenzy Plant before the Kotsai that swapped in can reach its Sludge Bomb. There is a little bit of a pause there for Howie. I don't think that that was his decision, but it didn't make a difference because Colin didn't throw the Sludge Bomb. So I know that might be frustrating for Howie. I don't think it's made a difference here. He can come in with the Azumarill. He's actually, do you know what? He's played a little bit soft to this Kotsire.
Yeah.
Both the Superior and the Azumarill take super effective from that Sludge Bomb.
He did what we kind of call a chip and dip strategy, where you try to get the health and defense of a Pokemon down before swapping out. The problem with this is there's so much energy now on this Clodsire, and with Sludge Bomb, it's able to hit back at the Azumarill quite heavily here. Howie content to go ahead and take both of these attacks, and I think he's now, yeah, he's at the Ice Beam. This should be enough to knock out the Clodsire if Colin doesn't want to use a shield. He kind of needs to switch it.
He doesn't need switch because he's going to Shadow Claw this down with Feraligatr, and this is where we will see the potency of an Ice Beam Shadow Feraligatr. It will be reaching these Ice Beams now faster than Superior will be able to reach the Frenzy Plants. There will be bait decisions, shield decisions at play. This is exciting, Amanda.
This is exciting, but the big problem is there's 2 shields left on both sides. Howie going for an interesting play here, recognizing that there is already so much energy loaded on the Feraligatr that you would have to expend a shield. Comes in with the Dunsparce because those Shadow Claws aren't going to be doing much. It's just those Hydro Cannons that are going to be putting in work, but it puts in a lot here, going for that Drill Run. And I think at this point, he's just trying to strip shields away from Colin, and still not even getting one. 2 shields left remaining on both sides of the field.
This is a huge decision now. This is a 50-50 for Howie. He has to make a call. Is this an Ice Beam? He makes the correct decision. This is massive. Colin still has his 2 shields for this Malamar. Amanda, let's see what Malamar can do.
Malamar comes into the fray. As you said before, Psybeams are just starting to really pack a punch this season, going for the bait, which is a little more energy efficient attack, and it does get that first shield off of Colin there. It doesn't want to let that Malamar go down, but there's so much energy here. Foul play coming through. Won't be enough to knock out the Superior, but he might be able to just get an energy advantage, which seems to be Colin's play this season. A lot of energy advantage on the Feraligatr, energy advantage on the Malamar as well, using both shields here because he knows he's going to be able to Psy Wave down and keep his Malamar as healthy as possible.
I think Colin could have this. The Dunsparce is in superpower range. It does have access to a shield, but Malamar is not in drill run range. This Dunsparce will have to go up to 2 drill runs. And I think Malamar will just outpace it. 2 superpowers.
I think that this was well played by Howie. Like, he recognized that he's at the drill run. He didn't want to throw it beforehand, but again, charge attack priority. It's going to go to the Pokemon with a higher attack. That is Malamar. Superpower number 2 coming through, connecting with the Dunsparce, taking it out, and the Psy Waves are enough to take out this. And Colin with a little bit of flair saying, oh, it was a superior hard counter to Feraligatr?
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah, Feraligatr is a superior counter confirmed. Now, I have a feeling, Amanda, that the players and the judges might have a little bit of discussion there. I think Howie did show a little bit of frustration at how the game played out, but did it make a difference? That's the real question. It looked in the end game that Colin was so dominant with that Malamar. He brought it to all 3 games, and it really showed it has a lot of play in this meta.
I think that one of the things that Colin did very, very well in the games that we played, and this was really great examples of it, is what we call a farm down opportunity. So when there's very little HP and health left on the opposing Pokemon, coming in with something to be able to just use fast attacks alone to gain up energy for your charge attacks to throw at whatever comes in next was really vital. He did it with the Malamar. He also did it with that Shadow Feraligatr.
And I think regardless of whether or not this match is reviewed, Colin will go away with a lot of confidence there, okay? It felt like he really grew into the team throughout those games. And the Malamar, the pressure, you need to pay attention to Malamar. Learn your Malamar counts, learn your Malamar damage. Some of those attacks were hitting really very hard. We saw the superpower, right? We saw the superpower in game number 1 from Howie's Malamar onto Colin's. And I think a lot of people forget, as I said then, fighting is neutral into a Malamar because Dark is weak, Psychic resists fighting, okay? So when that's combined, it becomes neutral. Superpower is a hard-hitting attack, and that Malamar went down. But the Psywave, this is what's most exciting about Malamar. Psywave is now one of the best fast attacks in the game, and Malamar is probably the best user of it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. If you like Malamar and you are interested in Psywave, something fun to do while you're playing is to make this sound effect while it's going off. Whenever I see it in my head, I'm like,
The aliens have landed. The thing that I want to see about Malamar, Amanda, I really want to see someone use a shiny. Right? I like shiny Pokemon.
I've noticed that you've been using quite a few of them.
I like shinies. I like shinies. I like shadows. Chat, do you like shinies? Which is your favorite shiny Pokemon? For me, currently, Pangoro, of course, but there are so many really, really nice looking shiny Pokemon out there.
Yeah, the newest shiny I would say that is in the game, haven't caught one yet myself, is a shiny Zacian. Oh, that's cool. I wonder who let you borrow that pin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Shinization is now available in the game in raids. Honestly, if you have not played much Master League yet, I think this is the time to start using some of your raid passes. I think Zacians is a really future-proof Pokemon in the Master League. It has such a variety of offensive coverage. It has great defensive typing as a fairy, but not only that, right? This shiny is not really available much in the main series games, okay? Even if you don't want to play Master League, the value of a Shinization, I think, is quite high.
I've actually heard other games saying, wait, what? They have it in Pokemon Go? Come on! It's like, yeah, we have it, and a lot of people even have more than one of them at this point.
Yeah, you could trade this with your friends that play in the main series games. You could trade it with your friends that play Pokemon Go. Shinization is definitely one to get. I don't have one either, so maybe this weekend we can do a couple of raids, Amanda, because we both need one.
It's a race.
Okay, let's put that to the test. Who can get a Shinization first, myself or Amanda? We'll check in with Martin and Lou on how they're doing. I know Martin was doing a lot of raids yesterday.
But he still doesn't have one either,
he still doesn't have one, no.
For those of you wondering, yes, this match is under review, so we're just taking a couple moments. The judges are looking over to see if that was actually an impactful moment for Howie. As a reminder, it was a moment when the Clodsire swapped in. The Superior was actually one of the Pokemon trying to get up to a Frenzy Plant, wanted to throw it before that Sludge Bomb was available, not quite able to let it go off in time, so the judges are just kind of looking over that specific moment to see if it really caused an impact later in the game.
Yeah, that's right. And I think there was a chance where the Vine Whip didn't quite go through against the Malamar, but Malamar, that is the story. We actually have a spotlight on Malamar for you. Look at this Pokemon. It's got the fast attack Psywave, as we said, and it almost always runs the charge attacks Foul Play and Superpower. Watch out in Go Battle League, okay? Watch out, because some Malamar will run Hyper Beam in that blind format. Here, where you can see in the open team sheets, it is almost always Foul Play and Superpower.
Now, it's the shiny version, like you talked about, is kind of this like yellowish tint Pokemon. Some of the Pokemon, I think, don't have shinies yet in this game. You talked about shadows as well. Malamar doesn't really have a shadow version. Either shadows do 20% more damage, but they also take 20% more damage in return. So you'll see some people running Shadow for Alligator, which does seem to be the preferred one for tournament play, but some people are also opting to use the regular for Alligator because it can able to tank attacks a little bit better.
Yeah, and one Pokemon that does have a lot of play against Feraligatr, it isn't as dominant as you think it should be as a normal type that resists Shadow Claw, but it is Dunsparce. So let's take a look at Dunsparce, because Howie lent into that both in games 2 and 3. Rollout, okay? Rollout received a massive buff in the latest Go Battle League update. Rockslide did receive a nerf, but honestly, the buff to Rollout more than made up for that. And we've mentioned Edge Quake coverage before, right? If you have Rock and Ground coverage, that is a really nice offensive profile, and Dunsparce has that in abundance.
Yeah, one thing about Dunsparce that is not, I would say, problematic, but doesn't help its case necessarily, is if you're looking, it is that normal type Pokemon. It does do well because it resists the Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr, but it doesn't have that same type attack bonus in any of its charge attacks. So those Rock Slides and those Drill Runs that are coming through, that does have nice coverage, isn't going to be hitting as heavily as it would from either a Rock type Pokemon or a Ground type Pokemon.
Yeah, that is right. But Drill Run is a great attack. It is
Absolutely.
a really, really strong attack. We've seen it utilized so much from Alolan Sandslash, and now Dunsparce is showing that it can use it too. Super effective against Clodsire, which is very important in this meta. And I think that that's what's giving Dunsparce a lot of flexibility. Players are using Dunsparce as a safe swap, particularly in a meta where we don't see many fighters. Counter received a nerf in the latest update. I remember people cheering when they saw that counter nerf in Worlds Honolulu, but there has been a decision for this game, Amanda, and that there will be a replay of game number 3.
So what that means is that even though Colin 6 won that game with the specific lineup against Howie's lineup, it basically that game is poofed out of existence, and they can choose whatever 3 they want from their whole team to be able to play this absolutely new game 3.
I'm interested now, okay? Howie won game 1. He didn't win game 2, and game 3 is now going to a replay, so he gets an opportunity to try again. Will he bring his Malamar? He knows Colin's Malamar is probably coming. Colin is really leaning into that Malamar. We did say it right at the very beginning that Malamar for Colin has a ton of play. If you are Howie, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, that is the actual difficult question, right? Because nothing on that team really wants to take any of the charge attacks, definitely more than one. We saw how quickly Malamar paces, except for the Azumarill. But because the Azumarill is on Howie's side one of the best counters to the Malamar, does that open up a new opportunity for Colin to play certain strategies to get that Azumarill off the field?
Do you want another quiz question, Amanda?
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, try it.
Okay. In Pokemon Go, we have different levels of resistance, right? Can you tell me what level of resistance does Malamar have against psychic damage? How much does psychic damage do to a Malamar?
Ooh, okay, so it's part psychic, so it would be neutral, and then because of the dark, it's not going to already be not effective, so it's going to be 3 times?
That's right, so psychic resists psychic, dark double resists psychic, so Malamar triple resists psychic damage. That is something exclusive to Pokemon Go. Let's see if we see Malamar on both sides. There is a Malamar for Howie, but no Malamar for Colin. Could that make all the difference?
Wow, and not only that, the Ariados is going to be taking the field in the back there. Clodsire is going to be up against that Malamar at the beginning. We're going to see that foul play go through. Not going to be enough to really do that much damage to the Clodsire. Clodsire has a ton of energy here, just charging up a little bit more, throwing before the superpower would even be available. But I think if you're Howie, you're going for another foul play.
You know what? I think Colin made a prediction that Howie wouldn't bring Malamar. He is playing 2 poisons that both take super effective from Psywave. But also for Alligator, if it wanted to swap into a Malamar, would have to take a superpower before it's able to reach its first attack. So Colin really wants this Malamar to go down, and he's coming in with the Feraligatr now very, very aggressively. But as I say, Malamar's going to reach this superpower.
Going ahead and banking this here, and now coming in with the Azumarill. Though this looks really advantageous for the Azumarill, it's actually pretty neutral, especially when this Feraligatr has this much energy. Azumarill is a 3-turn bubble attack, and it just takes a very long time to be able to get up to its charge attacks. As you can see, not even at that play rough before another Hydro Cannon comes through. This will knock Azumarill down to the yellow before it's even been able to have a chance to throw a charge attack back at the Feraligatr.
That's right, and see, this is now the potency of Shadow Feraligatr, right? With this Shadow Claw damage. I think perhaps Howie could have thrown the superpower first and forced a shield from Feraligatr, because Azumarill now, it is fairly slow to reach these charge attacks, and Feraligatr is very, very quick. Look how much damage it is doing to this Azumarill.
Not only that, if you're counting, if you're looking at the Colin side of the screen, there's basically 2 Hydro Cannons loaded. So though this first one is shielded up, one more Shadow Claw, and he's at the net. No, he's already at it, going right before charge attack priority here. No Protect Shields remaining. You saw the Azumarill against another Water-type Pokemon, and these attacks are not very effective, but enough to take it out.
That's right, and now Howie has to come back in, and if he does land that superpower, he will be debuffed. He has to come in here with the Malamar. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to come in with the Talonflame. The thing is that Feraligatr is going to reach a Hydro Cannon very, very quickly. Howie is going to throw this superpower. Feraligatr has a Hydro Cannon, and it will win charge attack priority. Howie can't catch this on the Talonflame, so he's going to have to let this go onto the Malamar. And now we're in a little bit of a tricky situation. Actually, Amanda, if 2 Incinerates take down this Feraligatr, Talonflame will sweep.
And I think that now Talonflame has taken the field, but one of its hardest counters is not going to be able to
Oh my goodness!
attack.
Oh my goodness!
Trying to swap in the Clodsire on the
That is incredible play from Colin. I am lost for words at how incredible that was. He did one Shadow Claw extra. He caught the attack onto his Clodsire to let it go down. He reached his next Hydro Cannon. Colin 6, I bow down. That was sensational.
An absolutely incredible play. We saw in the back that Ariados didn't even have a chance to shine there. I think at that point, everyone was thinking, oh, Howie has this under control. The Incinerate damage will be able to knock out the Feraligatr. Instead, taking on the Clodsire, getting the damage off, getting enough energy for the Hydro Cannon to take out the unshielded Talonflame. Colin 6 moving on from his round.
I honestly am in awe. That was perfect gameplay from Colin 6. He has just reminded everyone who he is in this circuit, what impact he can have, how he played. I thought that he played that really well. I think a lot of people thought that Ariados was going to be stuck against that Talonflame. Colin said, "You're not even going to see Ariados. I don't need it."
Au revoir, Ariados, because yeah, definitely not even needed on the field. And again, what you said, highlighting this high-level play, I think in a lot of hands of most trainers that you will probably see in Go Battle League, even in this Play Pokemon circuit, the Feraligatr would have gone down, their Clodsire wouldn't have been able to get to an attack, and that poor Ariados would have just been stuck against the Talonflame. But Colin masterfully knew his counts. He knew how much energy would be able to apply, and he was able to sweep.
I need to see it again, Amanda. I need to see this again. So look here. This is incredible from the Feraligatr. It reaches the Hydro Cannon. Well, this is game one, okay? So in that game, the Malamar, this was the Malamar show here in game number 1, and we're seeing the superpower from Howie, and it takes out this Malamar, and Colin rues that decision because it's very, very difficult to adapt to a Malamar quickly coming in like that.
And that's it. But Colin going ahead, taking game number 2 back from the claws of defeat there, staying in this round, and game number 3. This is what you were talking about there. This was the play that secured the deal for him, being able to reach the
Look at how
Cannon.
he's smirking. He knows. Colin played that so perfectly. I think some of you in chat would have recognized that that was the perfect play, but it is hard when you're up on stage to see where your win conditions are. Colin, I honestly, Shadow Feraligatr, okay? Shadow Feraligatr is here, and it is so powerful when it's played like that.
But honestly, if you're Howie, you're kind of stuck in a position, right, where you're the only thing that you can do is play your Talonflame. It was the last Pokemon that he had left. So, I mean, really, it was all in the hands of Colin at that point to be able to make his own fate, make his own destiny, to be able to move on in the tournament in the winner's side of the bracket.
That is right. Colin found his win condition. It was, yeah, exactly that. It wasn't so much that there was really anything that Howie could have done about it
I think
at that point.
The only thing Howie could have done was just like hope that Colin didn't recognize his win condition.
That is good. So Colin is going to go into the next round. So Colin, as he's our top seeded player here in Europe, so he had a bye for round 1. He played against Howie in his round 2, so he's already through into round 3. Top cut tomorrow is not going to be enough for Colin. All right, we both know Colin. Top cut is not enough. Colin wants gold. Colin wants to be top of that leaderboard.
I think, yeah, he wants to be able to take that title of the first regional champion of this season. I think, you know, you look at Zzweilous, like, oh, that's another nice accolade that I could add to my ever-growing roster of things that have under my name. But there are so many competitors here that are willing to take on that challenge to be able to beat him. I think there's a lot of people who are very anxious to prove themselves on this playing field, who maybe got involved at a local cup or challenge, or even halfway through the season said, okay, you know what, maybe this isn't my season, but next season I'm training up, I'm deciding I'm going to play more scrims, I'm going to have more practice partners, and I'm going to be that competitor to watch out for. And these, you know, these old dogs, these trainers that have been around for a while, they're not going to know what hit them.
Yeah, Colin got pretty close last season, right? Dortmund, last season he was in the final. He lost out to Arceus Aurelius. Arceus Aurelius using a Talonflame as well. Colin goes, look, I'm not going to lose to a Talonflame again. Okay, I know how to play against this. So Colin will be pushing for the whole way this weekend. As you said, Amanda, though, there are a lot of players in a very similar position that really want to make the most of this new meta. I think it's really exciting playing in a new meta. I really enjoy team building. You know, I like coming up with interesting plays, interesting picks, and an opportunity early in this meta for all of these players to show what strategies they're coming up with in the new format.
Yeah, I think a lot of players players, it really depends on your play style, right? Are you a player who likes to play things that are more standard meta, that you kind of like, okay, well, when I know this Pokemon takes the field, I know that I'm going to be able to do, you know, X amount of fast attacks, and then I'm going to swap into this, I'm going to bank energy? Or are you the type that kind of like to core break the meta, saying, I want to highlight, Sceptile Ice, who played in Baltimore, who was the only trainer to run a Shadow Celio, which kind of does a nice job core breaking that Shadow for Alligator Clodsire core.
Yeah, and
there aren't many very far.
Exactly, it is a really good core breaker, and there aren't many fighters. And this is the thing, unless you have a fighter, Shadow Celio could do a lot of damage. But there are so many players that are bringing interesting picks. There is a Shadow Dragonite out there for a few players, and I'm excited to see that. It is a Pokemon that Shadow Celio would do very well against, but not many players, unfortunately, have that Celio.
Well, we are going to go ahead. We've kind of been speculating. We've been talking a lot about Colin 6 and his accolades. Martine is with him. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of insight from the man himself.
Hey there, trainers. I am here with the winner of our previous match with Colin 6. Colin, I was watching in the back, looking at that end game. I'm speechless. Can you walk us through what happened there?
What can I say? Ariado's MVP, right?
It was looking really good in the back there. Good thing it didn't have to go into the Talonflame.
Yeah, exactly. It was. He played ABA against Ariados in game 3, the one we rematched. So it's like, I'm bringing it this time. But then he played Melamar and Azumarill. I was like, there might be an Ariados counter in the back here. Just save shields for the Gator. Luckily, I had just enough health to get to that Hydro. So very close.
Can you walk us through that mechanic that you used at the very end to get to that last Hydro Cannon?
Right, so Incinerate's 5 turns, 2 Incinerates, 10 turns. So I can do 4 Shadow Claws before the second Incinerate lands. Got it, the Incinerate on my Clodsire, managed to do another Shadow Claw before he reached this move. That's how I won.
You can catch charge attacks, you can also catch fast attacks. Very well done, Colin. Colin, just one final question. What are your thoughts about the new meta that we have here in Dortmund?
I think it's pretty flexible overall, especially a 50-second switch timer is like a really great addition, I think. So lots of play, and we'll see what happens.
All right, thanks so much, Colin, and good luck in the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you.
Let's head back to the casters.
I love to hear that from Colin there. Ariados MVP. Everyone write it down. But no, as he said, that was such a high-level gameplay. He caught the damage from the Incinerate onto his Clodsire.
This is also, I mean, Incinerate is the only 5-turn attack we have in Pokemon Go, and it does a lot of heavy damage, and it is able to actually generate energy quite quickly, despite kind of how we saw that end game play out. The kind of downfall of it being a 5-turn attack is once you press that button to let the attack go through, it gives a lot of chances for other trainers to be able to get in their fast attack damage in that amount of time.
Yeah, Talonflame, it's so, like, it's oppressive, the amount of damage that it can do, but it becomes a little bit clunky as a result. And when you have high-level players like Colin that are able to make decisions like that, there's very little you can do as a Talonflame player. And I think that that's why it's nice, if you are running Talonflame, if you can get a bit of energy advantage early, then you're starting to hit Fly, hit Brave Bird, which are really, really strong attacks. We didn't get to see that because that Talonflame didn't reach its attack.
Yeah, had no chance to ramp up energy, and with no shields left remaining on this side, Howie was just kind of pinned against the wall in that. If you missed that matchup, it was a doozy. Make sure to be following the channels. You can look at it later, but for now, we're going to move on in the tournament to some even more fantastic gameplay. Colin 6, as a reminder, was the runner-up in Dortmund last year. We have to see if he will be able to go on all the way, but we have Zzweilous now up against Jonkus on the other side. We saw Jonkus at the very beginning of the stream. We talked about him and his brother Zzweilous, our first ever regional champion last season in Barcelona, the special event champion there. Will he be able to do it again?
He's not the only brother on stage. Jonkus is brother with Anikor, both players also in the Play Pokemon circuit. And look at what we've got. This is one of Martine's, I think this is Martine's second favorite Pokemon after Skarmory. It's the Shadow Typhlosion, and I cannot wait to see what it can do, because let's have a look at Zzweilous' team, right? Let's go through this. How is Shadow Typhlosion against it? Superior, very positive matchup. Clodsire, Shadow Typhlosion can actually win. Malamar,
Has
Shadow
to land
type.
the blast burns.
It does have to land the blast burns, but honestly, there might be situations where you bait with that Thunder Punch, and that'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. Shadow Typhlosion, none of its attacks are resisted by the Malamar. Thunder Punch, super effective against the Azumarill. Now, Dunsparce, not a matchup it wants to be in. Edgequake coverage, both super effective against Typhlosion, but Talonflame will get outpaced by Shadow Typhlosion, and the Thunder Punch will do a lot of damage. So if Jonkus can utilize Shadow Typhlosion effectively, this could be his.
Yeah, I am just looking at the side of Jonkus. Some interesting picks that I don't even want to call them off meta because this meta hasn't even been defined yet. But I'm seeing that Guzzlord on the side as well. Guzzlord is one of the Pokemon that a lot of people have been opting to use as a Dragon-type Pokemon, but because Azumarill is so popular this season, I think some people are actually opting to run Sludge Bomb on that. But, I mean, if you have both Sludge Bomb on your Clodsire and your Guzzlord, maybe it's not as needed, so maybe if we see it on one, we might not see it on the other one. That is the kind of the advantage of open team sheets.
That's
both
right.
of these trainers are exchanging right now, making sure that they know which Pokemon the other one has.
And we've mentioned shiny Pokemon before. Shiny Guzzlord is gorgeous. If you have a shiny Guzzlord, I want to see a picture of it. Post it on X, post it on Instagram, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, your favorite shiny, whether that's Guzzlord, whether that's anything else, Pangoro, but show us your shiny Pokemon. I'd love to see some shiny Pokemon here. I don't know if we will, but Chestnut, I think is interesting, right? Because Chestnut resists all of the damage from that Dunsparce. So Zzweilous might be looking to use the Dunsparce to counter the Shadow Typhlosion, but he has to avoid Chestnut.
Yeah, Chestnut I think has a lot of play. It really has to worry about the Talonflame because it really can't do much against that Pokemon with both, you know, grass and fighting type charge attacks. Not going to be able to hit that Talonflame for very effective damage. But everything else on the team looks, Chestnut has a decent amount of play against. So I think it would be a Pokemon that he will be able to bring, but he's going to have to definitely find counters a way around that Talonflame on Zzweilous' side.
Yeah, and to be honest, not just that, right? Psywave, super effective.
Sure.
If Zzweilous had Sludge Bomb on his Clodsire, super effective. Aerial Ace from Superior, super effective. Ice Beam from Azumarill, super effective. So Zzweilous does have coverage versus that Chestnut, and Jonkus will need to use Chestnut really, really effectively if he wants to get the most out of it here.
Yeah, we saw it playing in Baltimore. I mean, it was on Wadage's team, the winner of that tournament. I think Chestnut core breaks a lot of the Pokemon that have been utilized often. It is one of, I don't even want to call it the secondary. It's almost like the third type fighting type Pokemon that we saw. First being either that Shadow Machamp or that Pangoro. But Chestnut definitely had a lot of play.
Yeah, it does. Now, we've seen Malamar in the previous games, both from Howie and from Colin. Zzweilous has gone for it as well, right? And I actually remember listening to Zzweilous, and he said that Malamar could be one of the Pokemon to watch this weekend. It wasn't one that we featured on our caster picks, but maybe he's going to prove us wrong. Malamar has a ton of play into Jonkus' side. I expect to see it. I'm just very interested to learn, actually, from Zzweilous how he uses it. Zzweilous is a brilliant player. You've seen his accolades there. I've lost to Zzweilous before, right? I lost in Barcelona to Zzweilous when he was running Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, when everyone else was running Shadow Claw. And this is the kind of thing that you have to think about when you approach these new metas. What are the types of decisions, what are the types of Pokemon, and what are the types of plays that you can do to catch people off?
Yeah, not only that, he's up against, like you said before, a brother here, but he's someone who is definitely well known within this PvP circuit. As you can see, EUIC top 32, also in Bologna was able to be a top cut person there. I think that sometimes these trainers, this is not the only time that they faced each other. You said you've faced Zzweilous before. Jonkus and Zzweilous have definitely faced off in some grassroots tournament at some point. The question is, how much do they know each other's play style? How much do they know which Pokemon the other person likes to rely on here? I think that sometimes, especially Zzweilous, has been known for what he calls reverse engineering the meta. So he looks at the Pokemon that he thinks are going to be popular and he tries to find some niche counter picks to that. The fact that he's put Malamar on that team, I think, shows that he thinks that this could be the Pokemon to do that in this current meta.
Yeah, and I don't think it should go unsaid again. Zzweilous has already hit Legend in Go Battle League. If you've been playing Go Battle League, let us know how you're getting on. I don't think I'm even expert, Amanda. How are you doing?
I'm definitely not either. I've been doing what we call a copycat challenge. So once a team beats me, I like to try to use that team. It's a way for me.
And that happens a lot, I assume.
Yeah, well, it's definitely been happening a lot so far.
No, I think Zzweilous is a really, really top player, not just in the Go Battle League, but also in the Play Pokemon circuit. He is on our players to watch. He is one of the favorites going into this, and Jonkus will need to work out, can he navigate that Shadow Typhlosion, that Guzzlord, that Chestnut? Can he get around the Malamar? And can he get around the caliber that is Zzweilous?
Yeah, this is a best-of-3 matchup, which means we're also in the winners side of the bracket. You can see at the bottom here, winners round 3. That means whoever advances into this will go into round 4. The loser of this is not out of the tournament. This is a double elimination tournament, meaning that they'll be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, where they will just have to battle even more to be able to see if they will be able to make it to be the Dortmund Regional Champion. It's happened before. People have been knocked down to the loser side of the bracket and still swept entire tournaments. So at this point, even though it looks quite early on in the tournament, it's still anyone's game.
I think that Jonkus might have to lean into Shadow for Alligator a bit here. It is a very flexible Pokemon. It has coverage, right? So even against Superior, we've seen that the Ice Beam can be very potent. Will Jonkus make the most of his Shadow for Alligator? Let's find out.
Yeah, Superior is one of the more bulky grass-type Pokemon. Still does not want to be able to take an Ice Beam from a Shadow Pokemon, which has such a high attack like for Alligator does. But for Alligator, doesn't want to be really taking anything that the Superior is throwing back. So we'll have to see. We have a Guzzlord onto the field against that Malamar there. Superpowers from Malamar would be doing super effective damage to the Guzzlord, but the psychic damage is not doing anything to this Dark and Dragon-type Pokemon.
And look how fast Malamar reaches that superpower. The Psywave's doing little to nothing. The Dragon Tails from that Guzzlord doing a lot, but Malamar gets the shield, and Zzweilous goes into that Clodsire to sponge this damage.
And now in comes the one of Clodsire's harder counters here in that Shadow for Alligator, but the problem is Clodsire knows it can tank an attack, doesn't even want to do it, wants to keep it as healthy as possible, but already has an energy advantage, and Sludge Bomb will do a nice chunk, but Earthquake will really knock down the for Alligator, and Jonkus only has one shield left. Does he want to use it at this point, or will the for Alligator go very low health? You don't see a shield here. You see how much damage that does.
There is a reason that Clodsire is top of the meta. Even into one of its hardest counters that is Shadow for Alligator, it still has the ability to flip. And look at this. Shielding this Hydro Cannon, it's going to be able to Poison Sting down. Poison Sting was buffed. It does more damage, and it is doing far too much damage for Jonkus' liking.
Yeah, Jonkus didn't want to use the shield, but Zzweilous says, I want that switch advantage. Going ahead, using both shields on that Clodsire matchup, and now just has a ton of energy for whatever is going to be coming back in. It's going to be that Guzzlord again, but this time the Clodsire is saying, okay, well, now I have a charge attack to be able to throw. Jonkus still doesn't want to use that second shield. Going to go ahead and take it on the Guzzlord here. Guzzlord is now just continuing to charge up energy. We do see Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb on this.
Yeah, Brutal Swing received an adjustment this season. It's cheaper to reach, it's a lower cost attack, but it also does less damage. And so you can see here that Jonkus is in a little bit of a tricky situation.
Yeah, going ahead, this Sludge Bomb is going to be able to get that last Protect Shield off of Jonkus here, because he is one away from another Sludge Bomb himself. That's not going to be doing much to the Clodsire. He wants to get a little more energy before throwing, but we saw how much damage that Brutal Swing didn't do to the Clodsire here. I don't even think it's enough, but maybe the one more Dragon Claw will be, yes, able to knock out that Clodsire. Still has some energy to spare at whatever's coming in.
Okay, so Jonkus does have Sludge Bomb against this Azumarill here, and he will need to be landing at least 2 Sludge Bombs if he wants to take out. But the thing is, I think Zzweilous will probably let the Azumarill go. He will then come in with his Malamar when he's ready, Psywave down the Clodsire, and land a superpower against Guzzlord.
We'll have to see if Farida's using Future Sight here to call out the matches. This first Ice Beam connecting with the Clodsire. Another one should be able to do it, but a Sludge Bomb is almost ready. Azumarill is going to be able to get nice and low here, but will the Sludge Bomb be enough?
It's not going to be enough to take out the Azumarill, but Zzweilous was actually leaning there for his Malamar, and he might come in right now, look to Psywave down, but he needs to be careful, right? Because this Sludge Bomb from this Clodsire is going to do a lot of damage.
That's it. No Protect Shields left on either side here. Jonkus making sure to swipe all of the bubbles, wants to be able to make the Sludge Bomb hit as hard as possible, but now it is a race. Coming back in with that Guzzlord immediately, but this is just what Zzweilous wanted. This superpower will connect, knock out that Guzzlord, which is one of Azumarill's hardest counters.
And again, Amanda, we are seeing the power of Malamar. Look how much work it did. It had a really negative matchup into Guzzlord in the lead, but look what happens when shields go down and these superpowers go. Look at Zzweilous, he's smirking to the camera. I'd be smirking too. That was an insane game.
Yeah, Clodsire, because of its poison and ground type, the Psywaves is psychic damage. So it was able to do quite a bit to that Clodsire, even though Clodsire does have a lot of bulk to its name, even though the attack was debuffed because of that superpower. Able to take game number 1 against Jonkus, but I think if you're Jonkus, yeah, you're saying, okay, that was still close. I'm still getting adjusted to maybe how Zzweilous is playing this out, but I am not out of this matchup. We've seen plenty of reverse sweeps before, and I think if anyone can do it, it's definitely him.
So the really nice thing about Psywave into a Clodsire is that because it's super effective, right, each Psywave that lands does a tiny bit more damage, okay? It's got Stab, which is same type attack bonus because it's a Psychic type attack from a Psychic type Pokemon. It's Psychic type super effective against Poison as well. So it does each Psywave does an increased amount of damage, and it's a 1-turn attack. So every half second, we are getting a ton of damage in against that Clodsire, and you saw its health plummeting. Clodsire is one of the Pokemon in the meta with the most HP, and it was disappearing. Every second, it was disappearing.
I mean, I think that both of these trainers definitely knew how they wanted to play out these matches. I think we should definitely highlight the interesting movesets on the Guzzlord. Last season, we saw quite a few Guzzlords as well, but they were definitely running either Dragon Claw, and it was a debate between Brutal Swing or Crunch, because Crunch had the possibility to debuff your opponent's defense. The Brutal Swing doesn't have that, but as you said, it does pace a little bit quicker, and it did get a little bit of a, recent buff. The fact that there's no Dragon-type fast attack damage on the Guzzlord, or charge attack damage on the Guzzlord anymore, is really surprising, but I'm kind of liking that for this meta.
So the way that it works is that Guzzlord was previously using Dragon Claw as its cheapest fast attack, right? Often even in a bait. But the thing is that Dragon Tail is already a lot of Dragon attack damage, and you don't need to duplicate that. So when Brutal Swing reduced in energy, you can start to run what we call triple coverage, right? 3-way coverage in Dragon, in Dark, and in Poison. And now this gives Guzzlord an opportunity to fight back against Fairies. I landed a Sludge Bomb against a Whimsicott in the Go Battle League. It was a brilliant sight. It was a really, really strong amount of double super effective damage. And that is the advantage when you can shift the meta in this way, that Guzzlord can actually threaten Pokemon like Azumarill.
But that is the whole thing. Zzweilous brought Azumarill into game number 1, but if you know ahead of time that there's a Chestnut, that there is a Clodsire that can hit back, that can tank a couple of charge attacks, that there's a Guzzlord with Sludge Bomb, a Typhlosion with Thunder Punch, and a Cresselia with Grass Knot, it gets really dangerous. And yet, through it all, Azumarill still stands and helps Zzweilous take game number 1.
Yeah, we've talked about the change from a more RPS meta in the last season and previous seasons to this meta where so many Pokemon have that 3-way coverage that they are able to fight back. Shadow Feraligatr is one of the prime examples, and we see Shadow Feraligatr here. It is already reaching a Hydro Cannon against this Dunsparce. Remember that Shadow Claw is resisted by Dunsparce. Zzweilous has energy on the Dunsparce as well, but not enough to one-shot this Feraligatr. What a catch from Jonkus!
Jonkus going ahead, using the Cresselia as a bit of a sponge here, taking that damage. No Protect Shield needed at this point. You see as it just barely tickles the Cresselia. Cresselia going able to just get up a lot of energy, but now the Zzweilous swapping out himself, going into the Cresselia, but you can kind of see him shaking his head. He's debating how much energy he wants to gain versus how much he wants to take against his Clodsire here.
Cresselia is a really interesting pick in this meta. Amanda, you mentioned that the top 3 at Baltimore all ran Cresselia, and it's because it does have a lot of neutral play into the Clodsire Feraligatr core. These Grass Knots do neutral damage. Psycho Cut, yes, it's super effective as a Psychic type attack against the Poison, but it's a very low damage attack that it doesn't really make a difference.
And the big thing is, too, if you look, Zzweilous has that Malamar in the back, and if your opponent swaps in, you only have a specific amount of time, to stay impactful, still swapping in. I think a lot of trainers maybe would want to switch into their own Malamar at that point, being like, well, it has such a decent attack against the Cresselia. But Zzweilous is just kind of outplaying it at that point, saying, okay, he's trying to lure out my Malamar. I'm going to bring in the Clodsire instead to keep this kind of matchup going, using a Protect Shield here because this Hydro Cannon would be enough to knock out the Dunsparce. And look at this Dunsparce's energy. So much is already there. Wants to be able to use that.
Zzweilous is up to 2 Drill Run now. This will be very, very close to taking out the Shadow for Alligator. Maybe put it into a range where Shadow for Alligator will not reach another Hydro Cannon, but it looks like Shadow for Alligator is able to hold on, so Zzweilous is forced to throw again.
Yeah, has to throw another attack to get this for Alligator off of the field. With such low health, I don't think Jonkus wants to invest his last Protect Shield there. Lets it for Alligator go down, but now he has a Clodsire in the back and Cresselia, 2 bulky Pokemon. Cresselia does have some energy already on it, but so does the Dunsparce, and this time it's a little more of an even playing field. Dunsparce already at another Drill Run. We didn't see how much, well, we saw how much damage it didn't do at the beginning, but when the Cresselia is in the red, it forces that last Protect Shield.
And we are seeing Dunsparce again put in a lot of work. We've talked about how good its coverage is. We've talked about how good of an attack the Drill Run is. So this Cresselia is forced to shield. Zzweilous is going to let the Dunsparce go because Malamar is his endgame plan.
Yeah, coming in with the Malamar here because even though it's not very effective, he doesn't want to be able to take a foul play. But now this Malamar has so much energy, and we can see the health of this Clodsire. Again, one of the Pokemon with the highest bulk to it, not being able to do much overall. This will go through. There's no Protect Shields on Jonkus' side. Foul play knocking it down to the yellow.
Now, Jonkus does have potential access. Ooh, this is interesting. Is it a catch? Is it a catch? He's caught the Earthquake. That Clodsire goes down, but Zzweilous does not mind. He's put everything onto this Malamar. Jonkus does not have any shields left, okay? So Jonkus knows that he's not going to be likely to reach a Moonblast on that Cresselia. Zzweilous, his energy management is far too good. He's going to get up to 2 foul plays, 1 to take out the Clodsire, 1 to take out the Cresselia. Zzweilous, his head's shaking. He knows that this is his game. He's nodding. I'm nodding. That was brilliant, Amanda.
Not only that, charge attack priority at the end. Saving that shield was really good of him because he was like, just on the off chance that I'm not being able to get that energy, it's going to be the Cresselia that could potentially be knocking me out there. But no, it is Zzweilous' game. Game number 2 for him as well. Staying in the winner's side of the bracket, our Barcelona special event champion, wanting to take the first event for Europe 2 times in a row here. He's moving on the winner side of the bracket.
That was dominant, not just from Zzweilous, but from Malamar as well. Some players, do you know, some players are already tipping Malamar to be the winner of Dortmund.
Interesting. Okay, we'll have to see if their predictions are going to be correct. It has been on a lot of teams that we've seen so far. Not really a front runner in Baltimore, but we do know that we do things a little differently here in Dortmund.
Yeah. Zzweilous, he's buzzing with himself, and he should be. That was really, really well played, and I'm excited to see how these top players use Malamar. Amanda, do you know what? I am learning here, right? I am watching these players, and you should be too, at home. Look at the way in which they are utilizing Pokemon like Malamar in this new meta, in this new format with the 50-second switch timer, dipping in and out, landing superpowers, doing great damage with that Psywave against the Clodsire.
Yep, and it's not like it was one of those Pokemon where it's only in the lead, right? I mean, because it has superpower, we did see it in the lead at one point, but it was also in the back for the endgame sweep for Zzweilous there too. So it's all about how you actually want to play these different Pokemon. I do think that there is like sort of an indication if there's a Pokemon like Malamar that has an attack that will debuff yourself or do specific things like that, chances are usually people aren't using something like that as a as a swap.
So let's take a look again at this Malamar play against a Guzzlord that double resists the psychic type damage but takes super effective from the superpower, and it lands there, and there is not much Jonkus can do.
Whooshing down.
The Psywaves, look at the damage from those Psywaves. Do you have a Malamar built?
I do. I have a pretty good Malamar built for not only Great League, but also for Ultra League.
Ultra League as well. You need your XL candy for Malamar in the Ultra League. If you have an Inkay, okay, here's a little tip. If you don't have a Malamar, but you have an Inkay, do you know how to evolve Inkay into Malamar? It's
Let
a
me
unique,
think about
it's
it.
very unique in the game. So that's right. Get your Inkay up on screen. If you've got enough candy to evolve it, I'd like you to turn your phones upside down. And then the button to evolve will be available. It is the only Pokemon in Pokemon Go that evolves that way. It's special for that reason, but it's also pretty special because it has been a menace so far here this weekend.
And if you are someone who is looking to maybe still build your own Malamar as well, just here's a small tip. There are some PvP specific really good spawns that are happening at regionals and special events that maybe you want to come check it out. Maybe you want to, gather some candies to be able to build some Pokemon that might be viable in this tournament series.
Yeah, that's right. But it's okay. If you're not ready for a regional and you are looking to get started into Pokemon Go PvP, then we have the video just for you.
Welcome trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and if you're a new player, I want to help you join in on the action of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. As you start to explore in Pokemon Go, you'll notice that your in-game trainer gains experience while doing most tasks in the game, such as catching Pokemon, spinning Pokestops, and evolving Pokemon. All of the experience you gather will help you eventually level up, allowing you to continue leveling until level 50. Corresponding with your own level are the levels of your Pokemon. You'll need regular candies to power up your Pokemon to level 40 and XL candies to power up your Pokemon past level 40. Regular Pokemon candies are mostly acquired through catching Pokemon, and XL Pokemon candies can be acquired through catching Pokemon once you reach level 31. Pokemon above this level 40 range are called XL Pokemon, and there are a number of them that are very powerful in the tournament circuit, such as Medicham and Lickitung.
Tonton is so bulky, able to handle smashing even though it's a normal type into a fighting Pokemon.
To quickly level up to level 40 so that you can start making XL Pokemon, increasing friendship levels with in-game friends is the fastest way to gain experience. Oh, and let's not forget, be sure to pop a lucky egg to double the experience gained. Not only is befriending trainers at events a great way to build relationships in person, but it is also a fantastic way to build friendship in the game too. Although XL Pokemon are strong, the majority of meta-relevant Pokemon in the Championship Series don't require XL candies. In addition, some Pokemon such as Phantom cost 0 candies to evolve to Trevenant, their next evolutionary stage, after you receive the Pokemon from a trade from another trainer. This is a great way to build an affordable team very quickly. Trading in general gives you access to a specific Pokemon you're looking for, so be sure to talk to other trainers and see if they have what you're looking for.
Clearly, the trainers have found a way to outmaneuver the regular meta.
There isn't a level requirement for competing at official tournaments, but you want to make sure you have a team of 6 Pokemon that you're comfortable with using. Collecting the Pokemon for your roster and powering them up is the first step to your competitive journey. The Pokemon Go Championship Series takes place in the Great League, which means you can use Pokemon up to 1500 combat power. Even though it isn't required to have a specific combat power for the Pokemon you're using in competition, getting as close to the combat power cap as possible will help maximize your Pokemon for success. For tournaments, there are Pokemon Go challenges hosted in local communities, as well as regional and international championships hosted in various cities around the world. Many trainers battle in these tournaments for a chance to qualify for World Championships, which takes place at the end of each season. Whether you're aspiring for a top finish at World Championships or just looking to join in on the fun, trainers of all skill levels are welcomed at these events. To register for a tournament, visit Pokemon.com/compete to create a Pokemon Trainer Club account. From there, use the event locator tool to find local tournaments near you to start your battling journey. For examples of top performing teams, be sure to check out what the latest champions brought in their tournament run. And if you're missing any Pokemon, befriending other trainers and trading with them can often help you fill in the gaps. Many of my best Pokemon were acquired through trades with friends. Even the best trainers in the world walk through these early steps to get to where they are now, so we hope to see you start your Pokemon Go adventure today. And soon, maybe you'll be the next champion crowned at a future event.
I always love to be able to see how Pokemon journeys first start for so many trainers around the globe. And it definitely is time at the beginning of the 2025 season to get started. So many trainers out here, maybe at their event for the very first time.
It's been great to see so many of these players, right? We saw familiar names as well. We saw the brothers, Zzweilous and Jonkus earlier, and we're gonna get some new names as well. I'm super excited for what's to come and what we've seen already, right? The meta has changed a lot, and I've seen Pokemon such as Malamar, Pokemon that we've not seen as much before. Guzzlord we saw earlier, maybe one of the prime dragon Pokemon right now. We saw Clodsire, Feraligatr, the top meta, they're everywhere. But yeah, a lot of changes, and the Switch Clock, of course, right?
I mean, that's the thing. This is a whole new season, a whole new meta, and also new mechanics to contend with as well. Not only are our veterans then being put to the test to try and adjust to all of these new changes, but our newcomers as well have to take on all this information and try and apply it out there on the battlefield. I mean, so far the tournament has been amazing. I have really enjoyed seeing some of those tried and tested combinations for Alligator and Clodsire coming in, but also looking at some of the changes already from Baltimore to Dortmund.
Absolutely. We haven't seen as much Gastrodon yet, unfortunately.
Not yet.
I do think it could be like a really good pick coming up. There are a lot of Superior, but considering how many Poison-type Pokemon there are, Gastrodon just happens to be so good into those. And I think that's why Gastrodon could be really good indeed. I haven't seen Pokemon like Alolan and Chestnut from Wadash's team from Baltimore. I haven't seen as much, what's the big, Drapion just yet, to my surprise, because I believe Drapion is one of the more common Pokemon that is here in Dortmund. And the other Pokemon, Galarian Moltres, we've not seen at all, right? that Ilum had. Not yet, maybe yet to come. Sucker Punch, the Dark type fast attack, now is as good as Counter was in the previous meta. So it has a lot of usage.
That's the thing, Counter was like the go-to fast move, right? And you had Shadow Claw as well that was decent, but now that we don't have Counter around so much, having something like that Sucker Punch is really, really nice, but not so many Pokemon have access to it.
Yeah, I agree. So, Lou, I want to ask you about the Dragon-type meta. We saw Guzzlord earlier. We've seen Artibax. What do you think of Artibax?
I mean, I really love Artibax. I think being a Dragon-type and not being weak to Ice does give you a little bit of flexibility in the current meta. But for me, it's all about the decisions about how you build that team. Because you've got Dragon Breath, the really powerful fast attack, can really farm down so much damage. We've seen that happen before with Shadow Dragonair and Shadow Dragonite, for example. And Artibax is able to do the exact same thing. But the decision for me is then, what is your Ice-type charge attack? Are you going to go for the Icy Wind, or are you going to go for Avalanche? With Icy Wind being able to, you know, debuff opponents, that's always really nice, but Avalanche can do damage. And we actually saw it kind of come into effect in our very first match. You know, Jonkus was running that Avalanche variant, and the opponent was running Icy Wind that just wasn't able to get the KO in the end, allowing Jonkus to be victorious.
Exactly. Avalanche just hitting a little bit harder, and because I believe those XXL Cactus who had the Artifacts with Icy Wind, and it just barely did knock out the Azumarill, so kind of an offset there, right? But yeah, we talked about the Dragon-type Pokemon, we talked about Malamar. How about we take a look at the meta that we have here in Dortmund? I'm super excited to show you guys what we have here. We have 77% Clodsire. We have in number 2 Dunsparce. I think there's a lot of similarities with Baltimore. I don't see Gastrodon, unfortunately, but look at this, Lou. We see Shadow Drapion, 20% usage. We see Toxapex and Diggersby, such a strong core that was displayed during Baltimore as well. They have made it to the top 12 usage. What are your thoughts on the Pokemon that we see here?
Honestly, for me, it's the rise of two things. One, bulk and brawn, making sure you've got those big, tanky Pokemon, the Clodsire, the Dunsparce, the Azumarill as well. They can take so many heavy hits, as well as Mandibuzz and Cresselia there. I know you get 2 shields, but with some of these Pokemon, it's almost like you have 3 to utilize in your battles, as well as the rise of these poison types. The Drapion coming through, being able to hit really, really hard with the Poison Sting that got a buff recently as well. Again, can just farm down so many situations. But then, Toxapex. We actually saw it in Baltimore as well, do pretty decently. The only issue is both those Poison-type Pokemon do not want to come down against a Gastrodon. And even if it's not Gastrodon you're against, Clodsire, the number 1 in the meta right now, is still going to be able to have that ground coverage to threaten it.
Look, if we talk about Gastrodon, look at all the matchups it's actually quite good into. Clodsire, it defeats Clodsire. It's pretty good into Dunsparce. It actually, with the Mudslap buff, wins most even shield scenarios against Azumarill. For Alligator, I believe it only loses the 2 shield scenario into Shadow. Regular though, you win. Superior, okay, we can skip Superior. And the bus, maybe a hard pass as well. Cresselia, another hard pass maybe, but. Shadow Drapion, a Pokemon used by many top players, not good into Gastrodon. And then Talonflame is interesting because I just talked to Zephymastix and I didn't notice, but he told me that even without Water Pulse as coverage charged attack, you can still win the 1 shield into Talonflame if it doesn't land that Brave Bird. So Gastrodon, not too bad into Talonflame as a flying type Pokemon. Then the other 3 Pokemon, Dugong, kind of neutral. Diggersby, if you have Water Pulse, you can deal super effective damage with Water type coverage. And Toxapex, oh, Gastrodon just walks over Toxapex. It does not get trapped in there, I'll tell you that.
Oh, it certainly doesn't. But I think as well, you know, looking at the rise of the poison types, they're really there to counter that Azumarill that is rising really high in the usage stats as well. Azumarill being such a threat, and a Pokemon we've seen in previous metas as well. Being able to have, like I've said, lots of bulk, but applying a lot of pressure, particularly with this fairy typing as well. When you do have some potential dark types out in the field, or even the fighting types, you know, we've seen Pangoro a couple of times. We want to make sure that you have that coverage there.
Exactly. We don't want to see Tomahawk succeed with the Pangoro he likes so much.
Not today.
But speaking of Pangoro, we have on the left Nesabethan with one. So good call by you there, Lou. And on the right, we have Alfonso. I believe it's first time on stream. He came here with a couple Spanish players. I believe 4 of them are here as well. And then we have a Shadow Drapion as well. So we have some hard meta picks, right? We have that core of Feraligatr and Clodsire on both sides. And yeah, I think those two just really break the rock, paper, scissor in the meta, right? Where you can, as rock, paper, scissor kind of is, how do I explain this? Like, you have a hard matchup on a hard win, right? Like,
yes.
Feraligatr into Talonflame. And if you...
The alignment's going to be really critical.
Alignment, exactly. So that's those 2 Pokemon really break that up, because Clodsire can even overcome matchups it should not really win, such as it can defeat Feraligatr in the one-shield scenario. That's crazy, right? You take a super effective Hydrocannon in the face from that scary alligator or crocodile, and you just hang on there.
Well, there are Shadow Feraligatrs a piece here as well, and actually taking a look at both teams, I'm wondering what the grass-type Pokemon are at the moment. We are seeing such a rise here in a lot of the poison typing. You've got, obviously, the Drapion, but we've also got the Toxapex there. Nesabethan's team is actually very interesting. There is no Gastrodon, but there is water and ground typing galore there as well. Feraligatr, Clodsire, the Toxapex, the Diggersby all have that typing in there that can apply a lot of good pressure to Pokemon like, for example, the Drapion on the opposing side and the Diggersby.
Nesabethan is a big fan of water-type Pokemon. He got to, I believe he was the runner-up at the 2023 EUIC with a double water and double flying team.
Wow. Okay.
So he is very familiar with the water types. I believe there he had Swampert and another water ground type Pokemon. But here we go. We go into game number 1. We have Pangoro. Oh no, and it's matchup into Azumarill from Alfonso.
Alfonso's Azumarill looking pretty happy on the field right now, can already start farming down, and immediately we see the switch to No Surprise. It's going to be a switch apiece, though, for Feraligatr versus Drapion.
Oh, Lou, I don't know if this is an answer. Yes, you can take the Hydro Cannon, and the Shadow Claw is resisted from the Feraligatr on the Drapion, but it's going to do so much damage. Look at how low you get here. I think if Nesabethan wants to, he can flip the switch eventually here, going for that crunch here. This won't knock out the Feraligatr just yet, especially if it gets shielded.
Yes, just preserving it on the field for now. The crunch going to be able to be blocked by the shield, and the Feraligatr just able to keep going through with these Shadow Claws, is able to get the KO.
It doesn't even get to another attack. And now the switch advantage is flipped here, going for another Hydro Cannon into Azumarill. If you think that Azumarill is good here, it's not really, because Azumarill, it has been in the meta for so long, but it's so slow to those charge attacks, as you can see here. The neutral Shadow Claws add up, and Hydro Cannon is such an efficient attack that a pretty good Shadow Feraligatr with high defense and high HP, low attack, can actually win this in all even scenarios despite dealing resisted charge attack damage.
Yes, the Hydro Cannon's not doing too much, but like you said, the fact that you can steamroll through them multiple times will enable the damage to go through. Play Rough will come back and get the knockout, however, so Azumarill's not quite out of it yet, but now it is going to be the Clodsire versus Cresselia. Oh no, Pangoro's back in. This is also a bit dicey for the Panda.
This is very dicey. So what I've learned from our co-caster Farid is that Pangoro can win the 2-shield scenario here. But there's no 2 shields on Nesabethan's side because Alfonso pulled the shield already. He has 2 shields himself. This Moonblast is double super effective. And no, Nesabethan,
no,
he makes the no-shield call. Here we go, Moonblast being charged. It's gonna land. Boom! And takes out the Pangoro in 1 charge attack.
Oh my goodness, Pangoro is out of here. The Clodsire coming in. It is definitely the superstar of the meta right now, but it has a tall order ahead of it here. That shield is still preserved. The Grass Knot is going to come through. It's going to do a decent chunk, but Clodsire so bulky, going to be able to hang on.
Clodsire indeed very bulky. Nesabethan waiting a turn there, making sure that Alfonso doesn't catch this Earthquake on that Azumarill, and he's not shielding just yet here. The Earthquake chunks, but it doesn't knock out just yet. This is where the Poison Sting buff is really handy because they add up on the Cresselia now. And this Grass Knot, this does not add up. You want to keep the shield for that Ice Beam, I think, as Nesabethan.
Yes, and of course the Azumarill in the back for Alfonso as well isn't going to appreciate taking any of these poison type attacks, and it's here on the field as the Clodsire is able to go for the Sludge Bomb. Thankfully there's a shield for Alfonso.
Interesting. I thought that Alfonso was going to wait out until Nesabethan has thrown his damage, but it looks like it's charge attacks, but it looks like he was afraid of getting farmed down by that Clodsire and Cresselia. Now going for another Sludge Bomb. Can Alfonso get to that next charge attack? It's going to get very tight here.
I mean, the shield comes through, stops the Sludge Bomb being able to get the KO, but those Poison Stings able to rack up so much damage. Azumarill, though, able to go on the offensive and forcing Nesabethan to burn that final shield.
It's going to come down to fast attack damage here. The super effective Bubbles versus super effective Poison Sting. Let's see if Clodsire can do this. Needs to throw a Sludge Bomb at some point, I think. There we go. Can Nesabethan now hang on to the super effective Psycho Cut from the Cresselia and get to another Sludge Bomb? Sludge Bomb going to knock out this Azumarill. It's going to come down to that Cresselia of Alfonso. How much energy does it have? No energy. Can Clodsire get to a charge attack? One more Poison Sting, and oh, it gets there at 1 HP!
This is why Clodsire is #1 in the meta. It is reliable, dependable, it can hang on to close out a match.
Wow, Nesabethan is such an interesting game, right? It was looking terrible for him, but he takes the game by 1-0 by 1 HP. That is crazy. Wow, I'm out of breath. I'm speechless. Like, I'm not surprised by a play like this from our UIC runner-up, but man, how did he do that?
The comeback from seeing that Pangoro go down, it almost felt like Nesabethan only brought 2 Pokemon to this match because Pangoro just had no footing in it whatsoever, particularly with the power of that opposing Azumarill. But the way that the Clodsire was just able to not only get the fast attack damage down, but apply so much pressure with the Sludge Bomb. Fantastic play. We've already had one game. I'm sure the second game is going to be just as exciting.
I like that you said this is the reason why Clodsire is the top usage. It really is. It can just hang on to many charge attacks and many fast attacks. Both Azumarill and Cresselia outputting super effective fast attack damage, and it just wasn't enough to knock out the Clodsire. And what I also want to point out, we see a lot of Sludge Bomb Clodsire. It was so important here because Stone Edge takes 5 more energy. It means you also pace just slightly slower. And we saw here that Nesabethan got to that Sludge Bomb just at 1 HP. If he had Stone Edge, he would have lost that game.
I think this is where we're seeing the shift in the meta already from Baltimore, because there was a lot of Stone Edge Clodsire there. I think anticipating maybe more Mandibuzz to be present and just trying to win that particular matchup. But with the underwhelming performance Mandibuzz gave in Baltimore, I think a lot of people are then thinking Stone Edge isn't the utility we need. We need that Sludge Bomb to be able to apply pressure just like this to Pokemon like Azumarill.
On top of that, if there's a lot of Azumarill, it's just kind of difficult to utilize the Mandibuzz. And I think, even though it was, I believe, top 6 usage, we haven't seen it as much just yet. The other Dark types I see here, I find honestly super interesting as well, right? That Pangoro, it's a cool pick, but it had no play there, right? It would actually do quite well into the Drapion, into the Diggersby, into the Feraligatr, but the other 3 are very dicey matchups. The Cresselia, you can win in the 2-shield scenario, except if it's a Cresselia with a very high defense, a very high HP, and a low attack. The Azumarill, yeah, you get entirely walled by that. You don't want your Pangoro on that Pokemon. And then the Clodsire, I guess you can be annoying in the 2-shield scenario, just spamming Night Slash, but generally Clodsire doesn't really care about those charge attacks.
That's very true, and I think as well when you see like Pangoro versus the Cresselia, it's really about those charged attacks coming through and being able to deal the big damage, but it's going to be Feraligatr and the Cresselia out on the leads here.
This is a very interesting matchup because Grass Knot, even though it's not the same type of attack bonus from the Cresselia, it hits pretty hard on the fragile Feraligatr, so it's going to output a lot of damage. I believe that Cresselia should win the 1-shield scenario here if the Feraligatr doesn't have Crunch. Here we go, Grass Knot. I think Nesabethan might shield. No, he doesn't shield this! He's going to put it straight into the red.
Oh my goodness, so much damage, particularly being a Shadow Variant. The defenses are a little bit weaker, but these Shadow Claws getting the attack burst from being a Shadow Variant, able to stack up as well. Here's another Hydro Cannon coming through.
And let's see if Alfonso wants to fight for the Switch Venge or not. He does put up the shield, and now he has energy for whatever comes in next. We see in the back the Clodsire and the Pangoro. This is perfect for Nesabethan because you can take all the charge attack damage on that Clodsire. You don't want to take the Moonblast on the Pangoro.
Oh, definitely not. We've seen how that story plays out before. But the Clodsire can come in as well, just farm up some energy as well, and just burn through whatever this Cresselia is going to throw its way. We saw the Grass Knot do minimal damage last time.
Exactly. Look at this. Doesn't do that much damage, even though...
Barely a dent.
Oh, hard swapping into the Pangoro. In comes the Shadow Drapion. I think... Oh, do we have any Pangoro fans in chat right now? Because this is your time to rise up. Close combat is being charged up. Afonso has only one shield remaining. And no, he lets it go. Close combat lands and almost knocks out his Drapion.
Pangoro is here for revenge. No messing around. Close combat, not able to get the KO, but it has put up a formidable feat. The Drapion here going to be able to retaliate. But no, the shield comes through. Aquatail doing no damage.
Makes sense, right? If your best answer to the Pangoro is the Drapion, there's no Azumarill in the back. That has to be something good for the Pangoro in the back here. Go for the charge tech priority, but Cresselia loses this. And now the Nice is coming through. Do you shield this as Alfonso? He does put up the Protect Shield here.
I think you have to. That Moonblast is charged and ready to go. So you want to be able to apply that pressure straight away, or at least force Zzweilous to burn that final shield, because you don't really have a way to get through this Pangoro otherwise.
Yeah, now there's no shields, Lou, and there's a Diggersby in the back. Pangoro is fast to that close combat. How much damage is this going to do? Close combat from the Pangoro, super effective on the bulky Diggersby. Is this going to knock out? Close combat, boom! Wow, straight into the red. In comes the Clodsire, and his scorching set, it's super effective, but it's not gonna do the trick into the Clodsire.
It really was a rabbit in the headlights there, taking that close combat, so much damage. Yes, it's able to retaliate with a super effective move, but Clodsire, the bulk, and the Brawn is able to hang on. Just going for these poison stings, farming up a little bit of energy, going to throw another cheeky sludge bomb here. But what masterful play by Zzweilous with that Pangoro definitely got its redemption, I'd say.
What a great call to predict that there will be no Azumarill in the back. Clodsire still has to take out this Cresselia right here. Getting to that sludge bomb, Alfonso not being able to get to the grass knot. Zzweilous, Clodsire, and his Pangoro are going to advance through. He wins the matchup by 2-0.
What an amazing victory. Congratulations, Zzweilous. Amazing to see this come through on the stage. Clodsire, fantastic, but Pangoro, maybe we can't count it out quite yet.
Don't say it too loud for Farid. He will love this way too much. Now, I'm not gonna lie with you, Lou. I've never seen a close combat land on a full Diggersby. That was a showcase, and it still didn't even knock out, right? Pangoro with such high attack, but Diggersby with such high defense, still hanging on there. That was insane to see, but man, that damage. Oh, I think Alfonso really wished he brought the Azumarill now.
I think this is, though, kind of testament to what we were saying earlier about how the meta is so bulky at the moment. Diggersby, again, can have really nice move coverage on its offensive side, but defensively as well, it has a lot in the tank. And even such a powerful, super effective move wasn't enough to be able to get the full knockout, but it definitely put it in a dangerous spot.
It's a great core breaker to Feraligatr, which sounds crazy. You take super effective damage from Hydro Cannon, but the Shadow Claw are double resisted. And it also defeats the Clodsire, right? Makes Diggersby an incredible pick. And I think Zzweilous just kind of saw it coming with that Pangoro, and Pangoro just... Wow, it has a new fast attack now, or not new fast attack, but it has been buffed, right? It has Karate Chop now, which generates energy really quickly. It only takes 5 Karate Chops to get to a close combat.
And I think this is where we've seen as well other Pokemon like the Machamp being used as well, just to be able to use that Karate Chop also. But for me, really seeing Pangoro shine was a treat. The Moonblast coming through, you can see how damaging that is into both its Dark and Fighting type. It really was a little bit dicey, but Clodsire had its back, was able to come through and apply so much pressure with these Sludge Bombs that charged up very fast.
Sludge Bomb being key there for Zzweilous, and the Clodsire hanging on to in 1 HP to win that first game, right? That was a crazy set. And here we see the Pangoro just popping off into the Drapion, taking a shield advantage in the lead, allowed the Pangoro in the back to shine because there was no Azumarill and Alfonso's side. He landed the close combat on the Drapion and then on the Diggersby, putting both Pokemon straight into the red. And at that point, the Clodsire at full HP, generally a bad matchup into the Diggersby, was able to clean up here.
I like the battle of the dark types there as well with the Drapion and the Pangoro. And I think as well, obviously a move like Close Combat does give you that debuff as well, and it can leave you in a very vulnerable spot. But the fact that Karate Chop was able to charge up so quickly, and then you had a Diggersby without any shields on the field as well, just meant that, yes, you had the debuff, but it didn't matter at the end of the day. I don't think that Pangoro was in a vulnerable spot at all, in complete command.
Now, you point out that Pokemon in this meta are very bulky. What I also want to point out is that the Pokemon in this meta generally don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. The only Pokemon that really comes to mind real quick is Talonflame. There's like no Razor Leaf users, no Charm users, right? So in that case, even though Pangoro is fragile, it is able to withstand the fast attacks and have the time to build to those charge attacks, because there's no more my favorite Pokemon Wigglytuff on the field that can take Pangoro 2 or 3 charms, probably 3 charms.
But
right?
Charm was amazing. I remember Padaman winning with the Charm Alolan Ninetales as well. So you're right that the fast attacks can apply a lot of pressure, but it really is the charge attacks getting the damage on the field.
Yeah, exactly. That was a great matchup to see. Now, I want to see what your thoughts were from social media here. Let's take a look at what you have to say about the Dortmund Championships. We have here from Benchstyle. He's also competing here today on our way to the Play Pokemon Tournament in Dortmund. See you all there. Look at all these plushies, Lou.
The Pokemon are ready. They're already getting in some of the scenic views on the road trip to this regional championship. Amazing to be able to see. And we were just talking about Alolan Ninetales, and there is its Cantonian variant as well in prime position. Really love to be able to see this and the journey that our trainers are making, the adventures they're going on this weekend.
Exactly. Whether they're from Germany or from other countries, players all over Europe have come here to compete. We even have a Latin player, by the way.
Wow.
Maybe we'll see him later, but that'll be cool to see as well. So yeah. Great to see Benchstyle. He's been a pretty enthusiastic player competing in Play Pokemon, and perhaps we'll see more of him later today or in another tournament.
You can see that Ninetales actually in his profile pic as well from being on a stream in previous times. You know, definitely seems to be a firm companion on his Pokemon journey.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see it a lot in the Play Pokemon Tournament just yet. It used to be meta, I believe in the 2022 season, when Weather Ball was quite good. So and here we see a post from Ross. Oh, look at that. Loving the action in Dortmund already, especially these cusses and their favorite Pokemon. Sorry, Amanda, I don't know your favorite. That's okay. We'll get to Amanda later. Who wins in battle, the Gastrodon duo or one Skarmory? I would say, Lou, that would be us, right?
Oh, definitely. There's 2v1 Pokemon, and it's a Gastrodon. Hello,
and it's winning. A Skarmory. Hello. It has been nerfed. Steel Wing has been nerfed, so unfortunate for Tomahawk and his favorite Pokemon, but it's now Gastrodon's time.
But also, if Farid is the pilot of the Skarmory, I'm not too worried. He can stick with Pangoro, but Skarmory, we can take him. We can take him.
Yeah, easy. I mean, the Gastrodon have just been great. Hopefully, we'll see some. Out on a hunt for a shiny Zacian, but that won't stop us from tuning into the Dortmund Regional Champs. Well, Silver Cypher, I'm hoping you have a great time watching. And yeah, we have shiny Zacian in raids currently. You have a chance to get one if you do them right now in the raids.
Exactly. There's so many amazing things to be able to do with the community here at the event. And you could see as well on the phone there, it was actually the video game side of the broadcast, because there's Pokemon action left, right, and center here in Dortmund.
But I believe Zacian's not allowed there right now, right?
Not right now, no. It's you know, back in its box.
Yeah, Zacian is pretty good in the Master League in Pokemon Go. So if you don't have one yet, this is your chance to get one. I've did a couple raids as well. I don't have my shiny just yet, but I'll keep going. Anyway,
sorry, I've just seen something.
There it is. We have the Gastrodon. It's wow, look at that team from MEweedle. It's pretty blue, it's pretty watery, right?
Oh, it's looking great. And honestly, the team has a really nice aesthetic going on. So let's dive a little deeper into maybe their battle mechanics going through. MEweedle bringing those really solid cores. You've got the Clodsire, the Azumarill, the Feraligatr, obviously the Gastrodon as well, but the Araquanid. This is the second time we've seen it on the broadcast today.
Araquanid, but also non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And the reason why players opt for non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash right now, we saw in the previous meta only Shadow. But now, non-Shadow can hang on to an Earthquake from Clodsire. That's why many players hang on to that Pokemon right now. And then from EJB's side, the Shadow Drapion, a menace. But what's even more a menace is the Dragonite. That is such an oppressive Pokemon. We've seen Artifax, we've seen Guzzlord, but Dragonite, that has a very high attack stat.
We've seen Dragonite as well just do so much damage with its fast attack. Those Dragon Breaths, although they don't do a lot of damage, because they happen so quickly turn after turn, they can really farm up so much damage on the field. My eye, however, is on that Chestnut, because we saw in Baltimore how Chestnut was able to apply a lot of pressure to the water types, and on MEweedle side, you've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4 water types.
It's kind of rough, right? Araquanid generally counters grass-type Pokemon, but because of the fighting type of the Chestnut,
it's difficult.
It's very even, and I believe that MEweedle might have Bubble Beam and Water Pulse as a charge attacks, so both are resisted. So that's kind of tough. On top of that, the counter that you do have, the Alolan Sandslash, gets taken out by 1 superpower, which is double super effective from the Chestnut. That is, if it is running superpower over Thunder Punch, right? It does have that extra coverage. So yeah, good call by you, Lou. The Chestnut from the team that would Dodge won with in Baltimore. That's not EJB's team, but he had the Chestnut as well. It's looking really good into MEweedle here. And EJB is the Bochum Regional Champion from the 2023 season. So that's going to be a tough opponent for MEweedle.
Well, we've got 2 champions here, right? Two very experienced veterans of the competition trying their hand at a brand new meta. The Chestnut, though, does have a few threats on the opposing side. It all, I think, is going to come down to the alignment. When these charge attacks are primed and ready to go, something like the play rough coming through from the Zzweilous is going to be something the Chestnut really does not want to line up against. But of course, at the same time, if you haven't got to that play rough yet, there's a lot of pressure Chestnut can apply with its grass type attacks.
Exactly. When shields are in play, Chestnut is just so good. And I just got confirmation that there indeed is superpower on Chestnut and not Thunder Punch. Very unfortunate for MEweedle, the 2024 EUIC champion. But, you know, we'll see. These two players can do anything, right? They've won championships before for a reason. And you know what, Lou? I think they came here to do it again.
Certainly. They want to be able to make a very firm impact at the beginning of the 2025 season and try, you know, establish themselves very early on in the meta as being someone to watch. Taking a closer look at some Pokemon we maybe haven't spoken about too much from our side, the Dunsparce. Dunsparce again being really, really strong, but I don't see it having too much utility here in this matchup. The rollouts, the rock type attacks, not going to be doing too much. I guess Araquanid isn't going to appreciate them, but generally looking at it, it's going to be hard for the Dunsparce, I think.
Dunsparce has some play, I would say. Alone Sandslash, the regular version, does take super effective damage from Duron still, but it does less damage than on the Shadow, so it can hang on. It's not a great matchup for the Alone Sandslash though. The Clodsire takes super effective damage, but actually generally wins the matchup. Then Feraligatr actually wins the, I believe, the one shield scenario only. It loses the other ones because of double resisted Shadow Claw. But here we go. We don't have to wait much longer. MEweedle on the left side with the Clodsire. On the right side, 23 EGP with the Chestnut. And this is exactly where MEweedle wants this. He has Sludge Bomb, so this is a pretty good matchup for the Clodsire.
Yes, really nice lead straight out the blocks here. Going to be able to apply some pressure, but switches galore. It's actually going to now be the Zzweilous versus the Feraligatr.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Kind of even. I think that EJB can flip this if he wants to.
Yes, we're going to see the play rough start coming through, getting some damage on the board. There's going to be no shield in play, but of course Feraligatr is going to be able to take it. Does take a significant chunk, but has the Hydro Cannon ready to just start chipping away at this opposing Zzweilous. I think it's nice both these trainers are currently preserving their shields because I think they're going to need it in the end game.
I'm curious to see if EJB can get bobbled down here by that Zzweilous. That's going to be pretty close here. He has two Hydro Cannon at this point. I think you can force shields here. If MEweedle wants to keep switch advantage, he kind of has to, but no, he's letting it go. Maybe putting it all on the Feraligatr. Feraligatr may have Ice Beam from MEweedle, and in that case, it actually has good coverage. Getting through the Ice Beam, and EJB's letting it go.
Yep, EGB's Feraligatr is going to be dropping down here to the opposing Zzweilous. Ice Beam able to connect, and now that Chestnut's back front and center where there is no play rough locked in, so a really nice opportunity to farm down, get some energy so that you can apply pressure to MEweedle's final two Pokemon.
I like this play a lot from 23 EJB actually, and here's the reason why. He's not that strong into Clodsire at all. Both Chestnut and the Dunsparce don't have great matchup. On the other hand though, the Feraligatr from MEweedle also doesn't have a great matchup. So let's see what 23 EJB is going to do. He's going to try to catch a charge attack, and oh, he does try, but no, MEweedle doesn't fall for it. Goes for a Sludge Bomb regardless. Does the EJB shield this though? He does shield the Sludge Bomb. This would do way less damage than the Earthquake.
Oh, MEweedle really holding his nerve at this point in time here, not falling for the catch, being able to apply pressure and burn through his shield on EJB's side of things. The Feraligatr just going to be able to take these rollouts all day long. The drill run going to come through. It is going to be unshielded, but Feraligatr can take this.
It's quite fragile, but Dunsparce has a low attack, so yes, it can hang on indeed. The Shadow Claws are double resisted, however, so they don't add up on the Dunsparce either. I think EJB really wants to hang on to his Chestnut here, but if MEweedle can read that, he might not even throw a charge attack, or let's see how he's going to do this. Going for the drone immediately, actually. Is he going to shield this? You kind of have to at this point, right?
I think you have to. You want to be able to go for the Hydro Cannons, but no, drill run connects, gets the knockout. Now MEweedle forced to bring in this Clodsire.
Oh, and because we have a 50-second switch clock now, MEweedle able to swap out immediately. Does EJB shield this? You kind of have to. It's super effective, and he does put up the shield. He has to get to 2 charge stacks here, but is there enough time for the Chestnut to get there? You might want to even bait his superpower, but no. And now MEweedle is at the charge stack. He has 2 shields. Let's see what is going to happen here. MEweedle has to throw immediately, otherwise he loses charge stack priority to this Chestnut.
Yeah, after a few more fast attacks as well, the Frenzy Plant, I think, might even be able to get the knockout if the Clodsire is put into a precarious spot. So MEweedle using those shields very accurately here, but is it going to be able to be enough? Are you able to get the Sludge Bomb off?
Here is the big question. MEweedle's building up energy. You get the knockout here, but can you knock out the Dunsparce? Earthquake does less than half, and I believe Dunsparce is about at half HP, so this is going to get really close. Clodsire definitely is in drone range, and I think it is in Earthquake range. Here we go, Lou. Earthquake is being charged.
Let's see if it's going to be able to get the KO on this Dunsparce. It is bulky, but we know that Clodsire definitely has the capability to deal a huge amount of damage. The Earthquake comes through, gets the knockout. MEweedle takes game 1.
Wow, great play by MEweedle. I thought he had to shield that Feraligatr, but no. He put it all on, well, the number 1 Pokemon in the meta, the Clodsire, right? Everyone's thinking, wow, Chestnut's so good for MEweedle. At least, by everyone, I mean, at least me. No, thinking, how are you going to deal with this Chestnut? And MEweedle, he played like a very interesting ABB line. And an ABB line in this case is where he led strong into the Chestnut, and he had 2 Pokemon weak to Chestnut in the back. So I think if MEweedle didn't lead into that into the Chestnut, he would have swapped in either the Azumarill or the Feraligatr to try and bait it out. And then clean up with Clodsire.
I think you're right in the way that MEweedle controlled that entire match, even from the lead, like you said, getting the Clodsire out against the Chestnut, because Chestnut really was the Pokemon you had to fell in this match. Otherwise, EJB would have way too much momentum and could run through with that Chestnut. Calling it so perfectly there, and then again, really doubling down on making sure Clodsire could come through at the end, go for those charged attacks and just get so much damage on the board. I know there wasn't a Gastrodon, but I know it's cheering from the sidelines and it's doing very well as a supporter Pokemon right now. Do you think we're going to see similar Pokemon, or if you're AGB, for example, could you shake things up?
I think as MEweedle, and here again you see the accolades, all he has so many accolades to his name, right? Champion at Worlds 2022 in the senior division. EUIC champion 2024, EUIC at seniors 2022. Yes, Lou, I do think we're going to see Clodsire again, because I don't think the Pokemon that EJB has are that strong. Except this matchup, this is where this is the one Pokemon that's really strong into the Clodsire from MEweedle. But if you look at the other Pokemon, they all don't really like it. Try to catch an attack here, and let's see what EJB is going to do. Staying in, going for the Hydro Cannon. I think EJB might have an idea of what's in the back for MEweedle.
Yeah, momentum has switched with these leads. The Hydro Cannon is going to come through. Of course, the Azumarill can take this really, really well, but it doesn't want to take too many and put itself in a precarious spot with the Chestnut on the field. The Play Rough is ready to go. Now already, EJB forced to maybe potentially go for one of these shields and burn them earlier than in game 1. But no.
Interesting play here, letting the Play Rough go, doing super effective damage. I'm not sure if the Azumarill can double shield and bubble down because they are resistant, but EJB would otherwise definitely be able to pull some shields here. Taking some more bubbles, farming up some more energy, and also making sure that the Clodsire gets less farmed than EJB would want to.
Nice play here by the Chestnut, being able to farm up lots of energy and make it more formidable for when that Clodsire comes in, as well as getting rid of the Azumarill out of the way. Another Frenzy Plant. I mean, this is going to do about a quarter damage, so definitely still significant.
It does a really good chunk of damage here. Frenzy Plant, one of the most efficient attacks in the game. So now the Clodsire has a lot of energy, but we must remember there's still a Hydro Cannon stored. And oh, swapping into Dunsparce. And no, MEweedle swapped into his better matchup. But no, EJB wants to preserve the Dunsparce for the Clodsire. Interesting there, going for the Hydro Cannon, and MEweedle no shields immediately. This is resistant, but still it's like half HP of the Feraligatr.
Honestly, being the Shadow variant does weaken your defenses, and you can see how susceptible they are to these Hydro Cannons. I mean, which Feraligatr is going to come out on top? A shield comes down here for MEweedle.
How are you going to play this as MEweedle? Because this is looking very rough. Your Clodsire is quite low as well. You have 2 Hydro Cannon at this point. I think EJB is kind of... Oh, he is shielding here, though. Maybe going to double shield and try to Shadow Claw down the opposing Feraligatr to have the energy for the opposing Clodsire. Because Feraligatr wins charge attack against pretty much about everything in the meta.
I think MEweedle here just being able to apply a pressure to get rid of both those shields for EJB, so they're not there to be able to protect the Dunsparce in the back, does give him a little bit of momentum, but the Feraligator's not on the stage for long. It's now going to be the Clodsire returning. It does have the energy stacked up, and there's the switch!
Then the catching the less efficient Slush Bomb here on the Dunsparce instead of that potential Earthquake. Slush Bomb's still pretty efficient though, but it does make sure that EJB doesn't take an Earthquake there. Going for the Drill Run. I think at this point you can't really shield MEweedle because he knows his Hydro Cannon stored on the Feraligatr, and MEweedle letting the Drill Run go. Super effective. Doesn't take out just yet. Now how long is this gonna take? The rollouts are resistant, and 2 rollouts are enough to take out the Clodsire. EJB ties up the score to 1-1.
And I love that we got to see the benefit of the new switch timer as well, being able to allow those switches to come in a little bit earlier, allow EJB to bring that Dunsparce back in and gain the momentum right at the end of that match. If it was still the 60 seconds, it may have been a completely different ending.
And did you see how these opponents tried to reach each other, right? Because MEweedle was like, okay, well, my team was solid. I'm just going to run it back to back. If I don't lead into the Feraligatr, I'm probably pretty good here because the Clodsire can win Drapion, can win Azumarill, I'm not sure if it wins a 2-shot into Dragonite, but at least it wins most events. The Chestnut, good into that. Dunsparce can win that, right? It's only the Feraligatr in which MEweedle would lose the lead. And EJB was like, yeah, I know this guy. He's just going to run the same thing. He read it perfectly.
Well, the same way that MEweedle is really trying to lock down that opposing Chestnut, I feel like EGB is trying to lock down the opposing Clodsar. As soon as you get that off the field, a lot of his team have a bit more breathing room to maneuver. I have to say, though, again, the Chestnut applied so much pressure, even just being able to get up all of that energy and get big damage on the field with the Frenzy Plant is something MEweedle does still have to play around. For me, it's been very interesting how the shields have been utilized, because both our trainers seem to want to keep them in their back pocket towards the end of the game, and they're now maybe trying to apply pressure and force their opponent to use them earlier.
It's a tough decision, right? Because once you use your shield, it might change the decision tree. And here we go. And MEweedle not running the exact same team, but we do see the Clodsire lead, and it's into the Dunsparce. I'm not sure if EJB exactly likes this. He has the Feraligatr in the back, but he also has the Azumarill, which doesn't line up as well here.
Yeah, straight away just going to be able to get this draw run on the field. MEweedle obviously not going to be going for a shield here because we know Clodsire is going to be able to take it, and those shields want to be preserved for later on. Still does a significant chunk of damage, but that Earthquake is ready to go down into this Dunsparce.
Looking at the team from MEweedle, I think EJB might be just fine here. Oh, he's actually going to fight for switch advantage. This is interesting. And I'm not sure if MEweedle wants to switch out at some point, because if he's expecting the Chestnut in the back, he might want to switch out. But like I said, with Clodsire in the lead here, I think EJB knows that Azumarill in the back looks extremely fine.
It's a very slow and steady start for both our trainers here. The drill one's coming through and connecting, doing a big chunk of damage, but once again, Earthquake is going to come through. EJB in a position where very happy to take the damage on this one, preserve that shield towards the end game for something maybe like the Feraligatr in the back. Yeah,
let's see what MEweedle is going to do here, because I think if he wants to bait out the Chestnut, he's not going to. Because that's the only thing that could really threaten the Azumarill at this point, right? Drone's going to knock out, and luckily MEweedle has the Azumarill to take all the damage here, and he doesn't want the Araquanid on it, but look at that! In comes Araquanid, MEweedle's signature Pokemon, and I have no idea, Lou, how this matchup is gonna go. Araquanid is really slow to his charge attacks, but it's really bulky, and it can take all these Hydro... Actually, it does more than I thought it would.
Oh, it can take those Hydro Cannons all day long. The water typing really being beneficial here. You're right, though, it takes a long time to get to its charge attack here. Both of the shields in possession for MEweedle, but I don't know if you need it here.
Lets it go as well. You kind of have to throw your Bug Buzz pretty quickly here. Let's see, getting pretty low here. I'm not sure if you can get to a charge attack on the Dunsparce. Dunsparce deals super effective damage. Let's see, EJB is contemplating using a shield here. And he does actually! Oh, he's gonna be super annoying with this Feraligatr, but getting the defense drop is super unfortunate. Luckily though, we have a 50-second switch clock, so we can just get rid of it.
Yeah, but no shields coming through on MEweedle here, so the Hydro Cannon is going to be able to get the knockout on the Spider here, bringing the little Azumarill back into play.
Exactly, answered by the Dunsparce, clearing the debuff as well. MEweedle still has 2 shields. I think he's keeping them because he might still be expecting the Chestnut. You need 2 charge attacks for the Chestnut, but there is no Chestnut on EJB's side. We see the Azumarill. So the lower this Azumarill gets, the tougher it's going to get for MEweedle, even though he has 2 shields still.
Yes, of course, the bubbles coming through as well, stacking up, and we're going to be able to see this Ice Beam come through. It is enough to be able to get the knockout, though, so Feraligatr or the Azumarill on the opposing side could be coming in to face down. It's going to be a battle of the water types here, Martijn.
Exactly, well, unfortunately no Gastrodon, but Azumarill putting in a great show here. And because the Azumarill is so slow and the bubbles are resisted, you can hardly get a farm down here on the Azumarill. In comes another Hydro Cannon. You got to use your shields at some point, MEweedle.
Come on, there we go. Azumarill protected in this match. Going to be able to try and apply pressure with something like the Play Rough and get rid of this opposing Feraligatr. The farm down is going to be dicey, but we're going to see a switch. Azumarill versus Azumarill.
EJB tried catching an Ice Beam there on the Feraligatr. I think MEweedle may have just wanted to try and farm down the Feraligatr. Do keep in mind, I believe the Feraligatr is 1 or 2 Shadow Claw off another Hydro Cannon, which may be crucial for the end game, but MEweedle's Azumarill is slowly getting into Play Rough range. This is looking very rough for our EUIC champion, and he is shaking his head there. I think he sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah, he has no switch ability as well, with this being his last remaining Pokemon. The Play Rough is going to come through. MEweedle already shaking his head, knowing that this endgame is not ideal for the Azumarill. It's going to be able to at least get 1 more Play Rough off here into its opponent, but it's only a matter of a couple of bubbles to be popped for the opposing Azumarill here.
Exactly, and MEweedle knows that there's a Hydro Cannon, or almost a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr, going for the Ice Beam. EJB is going to take this match by 2-1.
Didn't even need the Chestnut in this match, just knowing that it's on the roster applied so much pressure to MEweedle, forced to have to prepare for it throughout that entire Game 3. I mean, you can see what he was trying to do, but EJB was the master of the mind games in that Game 3.
Absolutely. And not bringing the Dragonite too was interesting, right? I think Dragonite had a lot of play here, but EJB just kept reading that the Azumarill would come out every time from MEweedle as the 1 water type MEweedle had, with that coverage for the Chestnut that looks so good for EJB. And as you said, the mind games just really got on EJB's side. I think on both players' ends, right? Because MEweedle did go for that to adapt to the Araquanid to be a little bit stronger into the Chestnut.
It was nice seeing the Araquanid as well, but you're right, getting to that Bug Buzz took so much time, and that was time that MEweedle didn't have at that point. It just meant that the Araquanid wasn't able, particularly when the shield went up on the opposing side, all that momentum was lost straight away. I think potentially if Araquanid had been able to come in a little bit later, and then you know that Bug Buzz would have been able to connect, that could be exactly what Araquanid needed to be able to get victory.
And I want to point out another thing that you said. The players kept their shields for the very end. But in the third game, it was only MEweedle who did that.
Yeah.
EJB adapted right from the start, right? He went for the shield on the Dunsparce, on the Earthquake, and then even shielded the Feraligatr, even though it was so low HP, into the Araquanid. I didn't expect him to shield there, but he did. And that may have been key to keep pressuring that Azumarill from MEweedle.
I think as well because he knew that the Chestnut wasn't there, obviously. So he could kind of apply that pressure a little bit more. If we take a look at the replay straight out of the blocks here, it was a very slow and steady start compared to all the switches we saw in games 1 and 2. But the Clodsire just throwing down its ground type attacks and then retaliating with a ground type attack on the opposing side from the Dunsparce just meant that so much energy was being brought up but also released early on.
And here we see the catch from 23 EJB. The Slush Bomb doing a little bit less damage than an Earthquake. I'm not sure if it would have mattered a lot. There was a Hydro Cannon stored there on its Feraligatr as well. And here we see the end game where MEweedle saw the writing on the wall. Ice Beam coming through. Also here, the Feraligatr in the back from EJB, so crucial because it was so close to a charge stack that it kept pressuring MEweedle to keep his shields.
And because you can get to those Hydro Cannons so fast as well, even though they don't do a huge amount of damage, after about 3 of them, Azumarill's really on its last legs. And that's where, again, you can start applying pressure with those shields and burn through them. So I think both of our trainers really favoring the water types in there, and we definitely got to see a splash of action on the field. I wonder if, any of them are going to be able to go. Yeah, Gastrodon wasn't quite there, but he was in the back. That could also be a reason, Gastrodon and the water types. It's got a little bit of a reputation there from some of the other games, so maybe that's why it took a back seat for now.
Gastrodon was a little bit difficult to utilize in that matchup, I think, right? Yeah. With the Dragonite and the Chestnut, 2 Pokemon that are so good into Gastrodon, maybe it'll get another chance to shine. I know Zephyr, for example, has one, so there are more Gastrodon in the tournament. We might even see other Mud Slap Pokemon, such as one of my favorites, Shadow Marowak. If there isn't a Pokemon with how do I say this? High fast attack pressure, Charm, or Smackdown, then we now have Shadow Marowak with Mud Slap. Just keep your shields there, yeah.
I think you're right, though. In that particular matchup, I think Clodsire had it covered for kind of the ground type coverage, and being able to have that longevity on the field and keep charging up all the damage, I think, did make Clodsire the one that had to be selected out of the ground type Pokemon. I can say it with a heavy heart, but it is true.
I just love how it looks like, Blue. It just looks so derpy. It's like, right? I love it. And I think Out of Pocket at Baltimore even had the double Sire team, right? He had the Clodsire and the Quagsire. I loved it. And he said in his interview as well, it's like his favorite Pokemon, the Quagsire. And then imagine both Pokemon are good. Isn't that just wonderful?
I feel like they almost are confused why they're there. Like, they've joined the wrong queue and they're in the wrong venue and they're like, hi, yeah,
I'm just
pretend
here.
Everything's normal, cool, yeah, I did a battle, I did well, okay, yeah, we know what we're doing. And it's almost like that fake it till you make it vibe, but actually they've made it. Like, particularly the Clodsire is doing pretty well right now.
Clodsire was a Community Day Pokemon last year, November. It may be possible that it will be featured again during the December Community Day or weekend, and that will be a great opportunity for players to catch one. They're also spawning at the venue at regional championships all over the world. So if you're missing a Clodsire, you can get one there. And I believe that its legacy charge stack that it receives with a Community Day is Mega Horn. You don't really need that charge stack unless you really don't like Cresselia. If you're playing against Lurgan Rocket, maybe you want Mega Horn. But for everyone else, either Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge.
Yeah.
And also Earthquake.
I mean, maybe it's good to have one just, waiting in the wings in your box just to make sure in case ever you do need it and Cresselia's really getting you down, you want to be able to apply pressure. But speaking of pressure, I think it's time to hear from our trainer who actually did apply the pressure in that previous game, our winner of that last match, EJB.
Thank you, Martijn and Lou. Those were some really, really impressive games from 2 really impressive players. Now, I'm joined by the winner of that series, EJ. And EJ, you were up against a senior champion, a world champion, a recent regional champion, but you're no pushover yourself. We haven't seen you for a while. Tell me through your story.
Well, I qualified for all world championships so far. But I haven't played the game really since EYC last year, so I felt a bit rusty going into this tournament. but I feel confident in my picks, and it showed off. I'm 3-0. To see how far this can go.
And that was some really clean gameplay as well. You brought an interesting team there. Shadow Dragonite, I was really excited to see that this weekend. How did you feel about it?
So I used Shadow Dragonite at EOIC as well, and I just love it. It puts so much pressure onto the opponent. It hasn't come to a game yet, this tournament, but it's good sitting on a bench. It's a good bench sitter, bench warmer, so we'll see. Maybe it comes later on.
And which was, okay, in those games then specifically, I saw you use Shadow for Alligator a lot. Your Chestnut also had a lot of pressure against MEweedle's team. How are you feeling about using those two Pokemon?
So Shadow Gator is, in my opinion, the best Pokemon in the game at the moment. And before the tournament, I was debating between Chestnut and Chaperia. And I actually asked Pocket, Hot Pocket, yeah. I'll ask him what he thinks about the team, and he says, yeah, Superior drops so much over Chestnut, you should just bring that and just don't run into Wigglytuff and you're fine. So
it worked, didn't it?
It did work out pretty good.
And what are you feeling about the 50-second switch timer? Because I saw there that there was a catch on that Dunsparce that was just in time.
I think that saved me there, honestly. I feel good about the meta. I feel good about the switch timer change. It's amazing, honestly. Yeah. I feel good playing the game again.
Yeah, you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
That's really good to hear. And that was your winners round 3. How are you feeling going through to the rest of the tournament? Day 2, will we see you there?
I sure hope so. I mean, last time I was day 2 was Utrecht last year, and we know who won that because I paid extra. I lost against Inadequance there, and so
he asked you to let him win, right?
Exactly, yeah, like he always does, and so it worked out, and it will work out this weekend, and I sure hope I can make day 2.
Yeah, and you've got lots of friends here with you today.
Of course, yeah. I want to shout out my entire team. They are waiting somewhere here, but they probably don't pay attention to me because who am I? But shout out to Wasted Potential. Shout out to my friends and homies who are here with me.
I'm sure they're watching you on the screen out there, and I'm sure you're enjoying watching EJ here as well. EJ, those are some really good games. I'm really excited to see you hopefully get into day 2 and see how far can you improve on Utrecht?
I sure hope so. I mean, I made top 4 there, so improving would be one finals, I think, so we'll see.
Yeah, and you've been talking to Pocket like you said, so tell me your probability, chances of winning?
Let's say, what's this, 777%?
777%. EJ, those are some really fun games to watch. Maxwell's not out. MEweedle goes into the losers round. EJ carries on to winners round 4. Martijn and Lou, take it away with the next couple of games.
I didn't ask you to let me win, EJ. That is not true. Anyway, well played. Let's give him that. He did play well. He got top 4 in Utrecht indeed, and he's on his way to improve even, right? He's been successful in Germany before, won the Bochum Regional Championship 2023, so success is lurking.
Definitely a player to keep their eye on, and I think after that, comment, let's say, I think you need a little bit of cheering up. And I actually have something for you, because as you might notice, I kind of like Gastrodon. And every single time we talk with the commentators, everyone's like, yep, Lou and the East Sea Gastrodon. And Martijn is always like, West Coast is best coast. You prefer the pink monstrosity. But in order to make you feel welcome, on this Gastrodon desk, I actually have a little gift for you. So this is your very own little Gastrodon.
And I'll give you the one that you already gave me first. Yay!
But there is actually now officially a pink Gastrodon on the broadcast with you.
This makes me very happy. Now I want to see one win the tournament, actually.
Well, we have the amazing artwork we saw from the social posts, so I think it's only fitting that you now actually have a pink Gastrodon to have by your side.
Thank you so much, Lou. I appreciate that. One of the Gastrodon unfortunately got dropped to the loser bracket from Zzweilous, but we'll see the winner or the player who knocked down Zzweilous on stream soon. I believe that Aleandro versus Eevee is going to be our next matchup. And Aleandro, one of the Italian players, I think he has some interesting picks as well. I believe he has a Guzzlord.
Oh, that would be really cool to see. Again, Dark types really kind of rising up at the moment. You've also got, the Galarian Moltres. We've had Malamar come through. Really interesting to see how Dark types are on the rise. So I'd love to see a Guzzlord. That'd be pretty cool.
And Aleandro's just so happy always, right?
He's very positive person.
I love it when someone shows some emotion, right? He's come here to travel and compete, and he wants to win. He got a medal before Interin, and it was a great experience for Aleandro. He wants to repeat that. But of course, Eevee is also a very good player. I believe he got far in previous tournaments as well, so not going to be an easy opponent. Here we go on the left. He didn't bring the Guzzlord. It looks like he dropped it. He brought another dark type. It is the Malamar. We have double water in for Alligator and Toxa packs. We have the Diggersby, the Dunsparce, and the Cresselia. And on the right, oh, I love this one pick that I see there, Lou. And honestly, I'm not going to lie. If Aleandro had Gastrodon on here, Eevee would have been in trouble. I like the Ariados. It does have Trailblaze, which is a grass-type charge attack, but Shadow Typhlosion. Oh, Shadow Typhlosion. That Pokemon is so strong if you can give it all your shields. I think in this team from Aleandro, the Dunsparce might be iffy, but I feel like everything is playable. You even have Thunder Punch as coverage charge attack to deal super effective damage into the Toxapex. And you also pace equally fast as the Feraligatr, so on even energy, Typhlosion, the Fire-type Pokemon, can defeat the Water-type Pokemon, Feraligatr.
I mean, you were talking about kind of that fast attack pressure as well, and Typhlosion gets the Incinerate, right? So that already can deal so much damage out there on the board. But the alignment's going to be very, very tricky for it. Like you said, it needs the shields, it needs to have those protected. Otherwise, Pokemon like the Diggersby, Pokemon like the Feraligatr are just going to be able to steamroll through them thanks to their type advantage.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm curious to see how Aleandro is going to tackle this. The Malamar does look quite free on both sides, in my opinion. Cresselia has Moonblast, the Fairy-type coverage for Malamar, but one doesn't take out, and Psybeam Cut is triple resisted, so that's not going to deal a lot of damage to the Malamar. I think we might see a lot of that Pokemon on both sides here, and yeah, it's only the Ariados that can really threaten it, right? Because Lunch, even though Ariados as a Poison-type Pokemon takes super effective damage from the Cyrus, which is super effective on it, it has Lunch, a Bug-type charge attack, and it's double super effective on Malamar.
Does it take a while to get to it though, or
no? 5 Poison Sting. It's like you blink and it's there.
Brilliant. Okay, Ariados maybe is going to be able to get some vengeance then, being able to get some good Bug-type moves out on the field. I feel like Dugong's in a little bit of a dangerous spot. It probably is just going to take a little bit of a seat here, considering there aren't any, can't see any Dragon types, can't see any Grass types on Aleandro's side. So maybe Dugong can take a rest for this one here. But the most interesting thing I find about Aleandro's team is there is no Clodsire. You know, it's been a staple so far. I mean, it's like, you know, he didn't get the memo or something. But you do still have some of the key Pokemon in here. A lot of those bulkier choices, the Diggersby, and again, being able to have something like the ground type attack really nice into that Typhlosion.
No, you say that about Clodsire, but Eevee does that for Alligator. So it goes both ways, kind of.
Maybe they traded. They were like, we can only have one. I'll take this one. You take this one. That could be a way that they worked through it.
I also have confirmation on the second charge stack on the Cresselia. They generally all have Grass Knot for Water-type Pokemon. And then it's either Moonblast or Future Sight. It looks like Aleandro has Moonblast, so that does threaten that Malamar a little bit, but also makes the Clodsire from Eevee a little bit better. You talked about Dugong. I think Dugong actually does have good neutral play just because of its bulk and its ability to debuff the attack from the opponent. So that even makes Pokemon like Malamar and Cresselia still manageable matchups. You kind of need it for that Diggersby, because Diggersby looks pretty good into Eevee's team, right? I would say it's decent into the Ariados, it's good into the Typhlosion and the Dunsparce, good into the Clodsire. It's really only the Dugong and Malamar that cover it, but Dugong is so difficult to bring here.
It is difficult to bring, but I think actually make a really valid point, because there's no other Water-type Pokemon on Eevee's team, so you do need something that's going to apply some pressure to that opposing Diggersby, otherwise it's just going to be able to tank attacks all match long. Do you think the leads in this particular one are going to be momentum sweeping like we've seen previously, or is there a lot of neutral play that our trainers could go for here?
I think there's a lot of neutral play, and but the leads also might have a big role in this. Ariados can actually win the 2-shield scenario into Diggersby. Even though your Poison Sting is resisted, you have Trailblaze, which is not only super effective, but also buffs your attack the whole time. Here we go! Aleandro on the left, Eevee on the right. We have the Dunsparce into the Malamar. This is an interesting lead. I would say this is slightly in favor of Malamar because it has superpower and it gets there in only 5 seconds, so it charges really quickly. Let's see how both players are going to do this. You generally want to throw after the first superpower, but at that point Malamar's already at 2 superpowers, so let's see. Go for the foul play first, and Aleandro not shooting. That is a great call.
Yeah, no shields. Dunsparce still here with all the energy to boot. Going to be able to retaliate with the drill run here, but no shield on Eevee's side either, so Malamar's going to have to take this.
Yeah, and because he went for the foul play, Eevee, he was not at 2 charge stack just yet. Now he's at he's now at a superpower, and Duran is coming through. Dunsparce is making this much closer than it should be. Malamar generally is good because of that superpower, but Eevee hasn't even thrown one yet. Let's see what he's going to throw now. Is he? Oh! He catches! Oh no, he catches the this is a catch, but no, it's not the catch you want. It's super effective.
Oh no, okay. Ouch. Unfortunately, Diggersby going to have to be able to take this damage, but still, the catch nonetheless, a really nice play coming in. The Ariados, however, is going to be joining.
But look at how important this Diggersby would have been into this backline. Going for charge security on the Trailblaze here. You can't take the first Trailblaze here. I think as Aleandro, you kind of have to no-shield there. He's talking in himself and talking himself into the right choice, taking that Trailblaze, because the next one would have done way more damage, and now Eevee is going to ramp up this Spider. That can get really dangerous, because that Moonblast Cresselia in the back doesn't have a lot of play into this Spider at all.
Yes, being able to get the buff as well, making it a really formidable pressure here. The Bunny trying to farm down, but now having to force to go onto this charge attack. It is going to go unshielded, however, but Ariados has reasonable bulk, going to be able to take this, even though it's super effective.
Do you now buff your attack, or do you debuff the opponent with the lunge? Let's see. Going for the lunge on charge attack purity. Is Aleandro going to shield to get rid, or try to pull the last shield? Let's see what choice he's making, not talking to himself this time. And yes, he does shield this lunge. Does it knock out on 1 HP? A shield usually does 1 HP damage. Keep that in mind. But this Diggersby has a lot of HP. So Aleandro gets away there.
Yep, just able to hang on. The Diggersby is not down and out yet, forcing the shield to come through on Eevee's side. Now, if you're Aleandro, you have the option. Do you bring in this Cresselia or the Dunsparce here? The energy isn't quite ready for the charge attacks yet, but Ariados has got that ready to go with another lunge.
So tough if you let this go. Oh, he lets it go. It knocks out. Here's the problem, Lou, because the Cresselia come in, but you now get debuffed. This is super effective. You kind of have to shield this Aleandro. What are you hoping to see in the back? You have to hope for the Dugo. Let's see what Aleandro's going to do.
Going to be a shield coming through from Aleandro, wanting to make sure this Cresselia is nice and healthy because it has got a mountain to climb. The Dunsparce so healthy as well on Eevee's side is just going to have to be able to take these Moonblasts. However, there are no shields remaining for Eevee.
This matchup is so much better now for Dunsparce with that rollout buff. You kind of need a debuff as Aleandro as well on the Moonblast, but looks like he's not getting it. And you need it early on, because otherwise I think you lose this match. This is going to get really close though, but it looks like Aleandro has no catch left. Eevee still has a catch, but I'm not sure how necessary it's going to be. I still think that it really comes down to the Moonblast debuff, and Aleandro not waiting. He's going for it right away.
Straight away, trying to get as many of these out on the floor as possible to try and get the debuff in play to gain momentum back into this match. Moonblast is going to connect, but no drops.
Wow, and hanging on there. Is the next Moonblast gonna knock out there? That's gonna be the question. Duron charges really fast, and I don't think that the next Duron might knock out just yet. No, I don't think so. So it might come down to a catch here from Eevee. Let's see if he's able to make this catch. And oh, now going for the Duron now. Aleandro maybe predicted the catch. He's not going to knock out yet, but now you have to side cut down that Ariados as well. Let's see. This is gonna get so close, Lou.
Oh, only a couple more fast attacks to be able to get the knockout. I think one more rollout will be able to do it, but first of all, the Moonblast will come through.
Yeah, anyway, I started Moonblasting, and here it comes. It's going to knock out the Dunsparce. No, it doesn't. I think it hangs on to another Psycho Cut here, and one more rollout knocks out. They see me rolling. They take out the Cresselia, and here we go. Eevee taking the first win here.
Slow and steady can sometimes very much indeed win that race. The rollouts taking their time, but being able to get that damage on the board and get those charged attacks ready to go. Whew.
Wow, Ariados, right?
Yeah, Ariados was amazing in that match. The lunge pressure just forcing those shields to come through from Aleandro, masterful play.
Even in one of its worst matchup, the Diggersby, Ariados still really hang on there with that Trailblaze. I also think that the catch from Aleandro may not have really been to his advantage here, right? Because he took a super effective superpower. I think he was hoping to catch a foul play there on the Diggersby, and taking that damage there actually made it so difficult for him to take out the Ariados.
Well, it was a nice idea, but the execution maybe just wasn't as clean. You do not want to have to take one of those big super effective attacks. But the Diggersby still was able to hold its own, being able to, use its bulk to hang on, I think, on 1 HP right at the very end, but able to get one more charge attack through. Just meant that both these trainers were really looking to when those charge attacks were going to be utilized the most effectively. And then when we got to the end without the shields, it was just very much who can get them off the fastest.
And what if he had shielded the lunge on the Dunsparce near the end game? Then your Cresselia wouldn't get debuffed. And maybe you would have had a farm down on that Ariados with the super effective rollout. That may have been key as well for Aleandro. But of course, we see what's in the back. It's obvious for us. It's not obvious for them, right?
I think the Diggersby then needs to make sure that it's in a position where it's not going to take unnecessary damage so that it can apply pressure to that Ariados, because it was a really key piece in the puzzle for Eevee here. I think as well, considering that poison types really are on the rise, seeing the Ariados come through is a threat that maybe a lot of players haven't necessarily faced as much because it's not as common, but it's definitely something that I think is going to be picked up, having already seen it showcase here.
We saw it from, I believe it was from Howie, no, it was from Colin earlier. The only threat it really has is Fire-type Pokemon. And we saw Talonflame earlier. Talonflame is not on Aleandro's team, so Ariados is kind of free. I think we should always expect this from Eevee. Even into the Malamar, which has Psywave dealing super effective damage pretty hard. Lunge takes out Malamar in 1 charge attack. So Ariados, I think, is just really key into this matchup. If you lead the Ariados here, you basically, the only matchup you really lose in the lead is the Dunsparce. Even the Feraligatr is fine, because Ariados generally has a higher attack, which means you pace equally fast to the charge attack. And that means if you land your Trailblaze, super effect on the Feraligatr, you can Poison Sting down. If they shield, you just throw your next one and knock them out.
And those Poison Stings come through hard and fast as well. You don't need many of them to be able to get the lunge up or the Trailblaze as well. So depending if it's a Malamar or a Feraligatr, like you said, you can apply charge attack pressure very early on, and Ariados is out front and center.
Oh!
But the Dunsparce, you said this was bad, right?
It's exactly what I said. The worst thing you could face here. But Eevee has a very solid save switch into the Malamar, going in there right away. What do you do here as Aleandro? This is kind of tricky, right? Oh, now going into the Diggersby, which is very interesting. I think Aleandro might be thinking that his Diggersby can take his charge attacks quite comfortably. He definitely knows now how much a superpower would do.
Yes.
So he knows that range, taking the foul play first, which doesn't do a lot of damage.
Does considerably less than the fighting type attack did for sure. But Diggersby now able to actually start farming up some energy. It's going to be another foul play coming through here. So Aleandro not being baited into using up any of these shields, just going to be able to take another foul play.
Yeah, and he knows that he wasn't on the superpower range just yet. Very smart no-shield by Aleandro. I think he even would have preferred the superpower to hit him, because then this Malamar would have been debuffed. Scorcher Sense coming in, 30% chance to drop the attack, but not this time for Aleandro. And throwing right before the Fire Punch. Very good counting from Eevee here. But Lou, this makes such a good farm down for that Feraligatr. No! Looks like Aleandro is shielding!
Yep, shields the superpower on this time, and the debuff will come through as another charge attack from this Diggersby is ready.
He's throwing right away, wants to get rid of the Malamar. I think that Aleandro may have been able to farm this down, or even otherwise got more energy. The Ariados has a tough time farming this down, so I don't think that's happening either. Let's see if Aleandro's able to get to a Fire Punch. Yes, Eevee decides to charge up more energy instead, and go to shield us actually.
Yeah, I mean, you did say Ariados is really threatened by fire type, so the fire punch coming through would have been extremely damaging. But once again, this bunny is able to apply pressure with both of its charge attacks. It's just on such low HP. Can Ariados get the KO before it gets knocked out itself?
I'm curious to see if Eevee is going to decide to ramp up this Ariados here. Let's see. I believe that the Dunsparce did it have a Rock Slide? I believe Aleandro didn't throw any energy into... Yeah, they had a Rock Slide here. Now going for the launch. This is boosted, so going to do a little bit more damage, but Dunsparce is bulky, it can hang on it, and that's a Rock Slide for this Ariados.
Yes, and it has a lot of HP to play with at the moment, and those charge attacks ready, but the attack drop is going to come through, so a nice switch into Feraligatr here to apply some pressure. The Shadow Claws, of course, doing negligible damage, but the Hydro Cannon's ready to go.
Yeah, Aleandro was waiting there for a turn to make sure that the Rock Slide wouldn't get caught, but now the Feraligatr doesn't have a lot of places to go here. You don't win the zero shoot scenario here. Aleandro is going for the Hydro Cannon on perfect timing. Bellissimo play by Aleandro there. And letting the first Hydro go. I think that Eevee is now the next charge stack. And he has to throw it immediately, otherwise Aleandro can throw the Hydro Cannon. And it looks like Eevee does do that.
You need to use your shield here, I think, to be able to keep this Feraligatr in play. It's exactly what Aleandro is doing, because those Hydro Cannons, they are able to come through thick and fast and try and get rid of this Dunsparce.
Yeah, I think Aleandro just wants... Oh man, going for it. The alignment there. Rollout sneaks through. This might allow Eevee to get to another charge stack. I'm not sure. I think he's one off now. So let's see. Going to shield it up indeed. And he's one off. Going to knock this out. It's going to come down to the Dunsparce of Aleandro, which still has a Rock Slide. Keep that in mind. So as long as Aleandro doesn't take a charge stack from this Pokemon, he may be okay here. Let's see. In comes the Ariados. Does this knock out? Rock Slide is nerfed, but still super effective.
Yes, and of course there are no shields on Eevee's side either, so the Ariados is incredibly vulnerable. It is going to connect, not enough to get the knockout, but the super effective damage is going to hurt. There is, however, of course, the charge attack ready here too.
He's throwing the Trailblaze, buffing himself, but I think you need to go for the launch here to debuff the opposing Dunsparce, right? Because now the Dunsparce might be able to knock out the opposing Dunsparce. Let's see. I'm not sure. I think this might knock out here, Lou, or otherwise one more rollout. This is going to get super close.
Well, it has the energy ready, and because Lunge was not the charge attack move, it's going to be able to go with its full force. It doesn't get the knockout, however. Eevee's Dunsparce is able to go for some rollouts. Who's going to get the KO?
Oh my goodness, it's a tie! Wow! I think that if Aleandro didn't go for that Shadow Claw on the alignment into the Dunsparce, right? If you go for 3 Shadow Claw against 2 rollouts from a Dunsparce, another rollout sneaks through. And that gave Eevee the advantage, a little bit of advantage, maybe like a 1 HP advantage to win that battle there.
It was almost like a synchronized performance towards the end there, actually. The fact that they were completely in alignment, going down at the same time, what had done, I was about to say, Dunsparce kind of showdown towards the end there. Both players, however, I think made some really nice adjustments here. I think Aleandro making sure that the Diggersby this time didn't come in and kind of sacrifice damage. It was able to actually apply a lot of pressure to both the Ariados and the Malamar.
I really like the strategy from Eevee. Leading the area dose, it can only lose one matchup. And then a safe switch, Aleandro doesn't really have an answer to Malamar. I would say that the Feraligatr is the best Pokemon, but Feraligatr behind energy is not that great into Malamar. And Aleandro was very hesitant swapping into the Malamar, right? He swapped into Diggersby, which is not really a positive matchup there.
Yes, but the Diggersby as well, it took 2 foul plays first before the superpower. And I think that did give the Diggersby a little bit more breathing room. You saw Aleandro didn't go for the shields there, wasn't baited in. And I think you made a good observation about how if the superpower had come through early, yes, you maybe get rid of a shield, but then you're debuffed on Eevee's side, and that can leave you really vulnerable. So I think Aleandro was able to read that kind of board position really, really well in that game too.
I think so too. Eevee also had another win condition, right? At the very end, he went for the Trailblaze into the Dunsparce instead of the Lunge.
Yes.
I think they do about equal damage. It might be that Lunge does a little bit more because it's the same type of attack.
There wasn't a lot of HP remaining, I don't think. Either would have got the KO.
He needed to have Aleandro's Dunsparce do less damage instead of his own Ariados doing more damage. Because then Aleandro may not have knocked out the opposing Dunsparce, and perhaps Eevee then may have won the battle. I think there were win conditions for both trainers there. It's just these small, precise gameplay that may make the difference here. I think that I would not be surprised if we see the same strategy here from Eevee. Here we see it. Ariados lead into the Diggersby. I think this is not what he wants. Let's see. Do you see the Malamar? It's the same team from Eevee, but it looks like Aleandro did adapt. He is sick of Ariados. Both Diggersby and Dunsparce on the field. But remember, Ariados can win the 2 shield here.
It can indeed, but it looks like Aleandro is really going to try and squish bugs here on the stream. We're going to see the damage come through into the shield, so already an early shield burn here.
Interesting lunge here. Aleandro obviously not shielding, because if it was a Trailblaze, this is the Trailblaze that does the least amount of damage, so he's no shielding that. Interesting play. Now the Fire Punch will do less damage though, so he can't take that. This is a Charge Attack priority, which Ariados is always going to win. So this Trailblaze is going to buff the attack of the Ariados. But this won't threaten the Diggersby just yet. Aleandro knows. Not even into the red yet.
No, it does do a significant chunk, and I think the buff is going to be nice going forward, but you're going to be forced to go for a second shield here, and then the buff is kind of null and void.
I think so too. Are 2 Fire Punches going to knock out? I think they don't actually. This is kind of awkward for Aleandro, because the next one is reached on Charge Security again. Going for the Lunge now, and I like... This time I do like the Lunge, because now with Aleandro's shields, the Fire Punch will do less damage.
That's true, actually. The debuff's going to come through and stop that Fire Punch from being formidable, and actually stopping Diggersby in his tracks as it is KO'd. The Dunsparce comes through, and the rollout's going to be able to farm up lots of energy as well as dealing some super effective damage.
This is going to be a boosted Lunge. Going to do a significant chunk on the Dunsparce. Aleandro still not shielding. Keeping the shield for Cresselia. I wonder what he is expecting in the back. The Malamar is going to be difficult for the Cresselia because the Psycho Cut is triple resistant. In comes the Malamar. I think you have to throw a Drill first to get it into that range. Looks like Aleandro is keeping that energy, perhaps because his Dunsparce was debuffed, and now going for the Moonblast. This is super effective, but it won't knock out the Malamar just yet.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to reset that drop and bring Dunsparce in later with a lot of HP. We're going to see the Cresselia go for this Moonblast, of course, straight into a shield, but the Malamar is ready to retaliate with one of these powerful foul plays.
Exactly, foul play super effective. Aleandro finally putting up his first Protect Shield. There's still a Dunsparce from Eevee in the back, full HP as well, but where are you going to deploy the Dunsparce here? In comes the next foul play right before the next Moonblast. Very precise counting from Eevee here. Foul play again, shielded by Aleandro, and he's a really good shield because it's the attack that does the most damage.
Exactly, and making sure that as soon as that Moonblast came through, you're applying pressure with another foul play. Moonblast is going to come through into the unprotected Malamar here. Going to be able to do a significant amount of damage.
Go for the snipe! Oh, he catches the drill run. Eevee predicted the swapping from Aleandro there. What a play!
Absolutely masterful coming through. Look how little damage that does into the opposing Dunsparce. All that energy wasted on Aleandro's side.
Exactly. Another drill run coming in. I think there's still play for both players here. You need to get to a charge attack later on the Malamar, but also from Aleandro, he can gather energy here on this Dunsparce to get to another one on the Malamar later.
It's almost looking a little bit like the end game of that second match here. Both these Dunsparce just going for the rollouts, farming up some energy and throwing down these charged attacks, putting each other into a very vulnerable position. And I don't believe there's any shields left in the match at all.
I think it's looking very good for Aleandro right now. But remember, 50-second switch clock. So I think after the next drill run from Eevee, the timer will be up. In fact, it is already up. Psycho Cut coming through. You need to get to a Grass Knot before Eevee can get to a foul play here. That's Aleandro's only win condition. But Malamar charges so quickly nowadays.
Let's see if Cresselia is going to be able to do it. A couple of this damage coming through, but Malamar's already primed with that foul play. Super effective damage into the vulnerable Cresselia.
I totally forgot, Lou, that it had so much energy.
But it gets it so fast, right?
So fast, and Eevee wins the match by 2-0. What a gameplay from both trainers there. Wow, that was some really top-tier Ariados and Malamar gameplay from Eevee.
Ariados is amazing. I never thought I would be saying that, but then again, I never thought I'd be saying Gastrodon is awesome too. But I really do like the way that the Ariados in this particular situation applied so much pressure. It did force Aleandro to kind of then counter it in that third match, really trying to use all of the Pokemon utility to get it off the field, but Ariados was not messing around. It was very hard to fell.
I think so too. Ariados in the lead, just being so strong, being able to battle against every lead that Aleandro could throw at him, right? Only the Dunsparce was a threat, and if you then swap in the Malamar, Aleandro just didn't really have an answer. So a very high level read and strategy from Eevee there. And yeah, if you have those kind of plays, those are the kind of plays you need to become a champion.
Exactly, and I did like the foul play pressure that was going through that team, actually. Yes, you kind of had the superpower as well for the Diggersby, but honestly, that foul play applied a lot of pressure because it got charged up very, very fast. You could always throw two of those down, and then Diggerby's in a precarious spot. And obviously, Cresselia doesn't want to take the Dark-type attacks either. So I think actually seeing the Dark-type Pokemon come forward with that Malamar was really nice to see.
And the superpower coverage, right? We see here the catch from Aleandro, which was not exactly an optimal catch, but hey, Diggersby takes the damage here. Dunsparce would have been knocked out. And then in the final moments of this game where Eevee decided to go for that lunge late, sorry, the throwaways later, just barely getting that knockout there. Yeah, and here, as we see the drill run, look at that, just barely hanging on, and we got into a tie in this matchup. That was crazy.
It's not something you see every day, right? An actual tie coming through and the players then having to continue on and almost reset a little bit. And I always think when you're in those situations as well, the mentality of these trainers. Aleandro looked so strong, really reading into what Eevee was doing, but then by game 3, it was all Eevee in control of the match.
As we saw there with that swap, right? Just hard reading that Aleandro would swap right in and throw the drone with that Dunsparce, just reading him like a book, like a magazine. That's very high level play, and you know, you have to make those predictions, right? And as the opponent, maybe sometimes you have to predict, wait, my opponent is going to overthink this. I'm not going to do anything smart. I'm just staying in here. You may have noticed this in the Go Battle League as well when you're playing, right? Your opponent may overthink battles. Maybe it happened to you. It definitely happened to me sometimes. And it's kind of what we see here, right?
It's part of the learning journey, though, because although we play Pokemon, you're not just playing against the Pokemon on the field, you're playing against the player as well. And sometimes getting the advantage in that kind of mind game is what will get you the victory at the end. Even if maybe your plays aren't optimal, if you're able to get into your opponent's head, particularly with high pressure maybe in a game 3, then you're able to gain momentum that way. And it takes a lot of experience and skill to do so, but we have seen it time and time before.
It was kind of easy to put up pressure there, right? Because the Ariados was so good into that team with the Trailblaze and the Lunge, and then the Malamar with superpower. It was so difficult for Aleandro to overcome.
Exactly. Of course, as well, these trainers, we've seen some veterans so far, and a lot of our veterans have been, you know, previous competitors at the World Championships. So we're going to have a little bit of a break and leave you with some impressions of what Worlds is really like.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome and you won the day, striving for the top spot. No room for mistakes, yeah. You showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way. Memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best.
every single trainer. We give her respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally showed the world today. Legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came before.
Trainers, we are here live in Dortmund for the first EU regional competition of this 2025 Play Pokemon series. I am Amanda, also known as Lundberger, here alongside...
Tight. You may also know me as Inadequate. Yeah, it's great to have you here again, Amanda. It's been a while since we cussed together.
And it has been. It's really good to see. I'm excited to see these matches that are coming up. We've had some really thrilling ones that have gone on so far today. A lot of players are really bringing their A game. They want to really make a name for themselves at this first competition of the season.
It's like they want to win it. We saw some previous champions already, such as MEweedle and 23 EJB, which 23 EJB won into that exciting matchup. But here we have our next matchup already, Amanda. This is going to be a good one as well. On the left, Ampolini. On the right side, Nickname. I believe Nickname is the 2022 Bremen champion, and he has the double sire team as well that I talked about earlier. Out of Pocket ran it as well in Baltimore. It's the Quagsire and the Clodsire, the two most goofy Pokemon.
Yeah, their ground typing is similar, but yes, and they're also their facial expressions pretty similar, but their charge attacks are very different as Clodsire takes a while to charge up energy. Meanwhile, Quagsire just continually spamming away with its charge attacks. But on the other side, we see a pretty standard team that has been sort of developing in this new meta. I say standard, but there's only actually been 2 events. But we see that Shadow Alligator and the Clodsire on Ampolini's side, the 2 core Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers are building around this season.
Exactly, double water. I think you can always do very well if you want to run meta, right? Just to play it safe. Talonflame looks very interesting in this matchup. Now, what I find interesting about Quagsire, it has Aqua Tail as the water type coverage charge tech. And with Mudshot generating less energy now, you get there slower. But the second charge attack that Nickname has is Stone Edge. Amanda, have you ever had a Stone Edge hit your Talonflame?
Yeah, well, then I started wondering where my Talonflame
was. Well, it's gone. Exactly. So Quagsire, one of the few Pokemon on Nickname's team that can check that Talonflame reliably. I actually do think that it has a really good play here. You got to be careful of that Superior though, and also the Feraligator's Hydrocan just threatens it so hard. Nickname has some Pokemon that resist water, but Dugong doesn't do super well into Feraligator. It's really the Toxapex and the Mandibuzz that kind of have to deal with it for him.
What I'm thinking though, it's like with Nickname, with the Toxapex, is that Azumarill wants to be absolutely nowhere near it. We're happy to see how they want to play it because there is an Azumarill on Ampolini's side, not scared at all of the Toxapex, and it looks like it definitely has avoided the target, at least so far in this first start of the matchup. Clodsire versus Azumarill. Clodsire running the Sludge Bomb, which seems to be the popular pick here in Dortmund.
Have we even seen Stone Edge so far?
I don't think we have.
I don't think so, no. Sludge Bomb being the charge attack of preference so far, just to cover Azumarill a little bit harder, and Azumarill's just all over the place as well. This makes sure that Clodsire can break the core of Azumarill and Superior, and I think that's why most players opt for it that way. Azumarill has a pretty neutral matchup here, but generally Clodsire wins is because Poison Sting's adding up, but also the Sludge Bomb is super effective.
Yeah, not only are those Poison Stings adding up to having the bait potential, not even a bait against an Azumarill actually with the Sludge Bomb, forcing that first shield off of Ampolini because he knows his Azumarill is going to go down. He's one away from an Ice Beam. He wants to see if he can at least get shield parity or get that Clodsire off the field. Nickname more than content to be able to shield this because he knows he will outpace to the next.
Well, the problem that Nickname has, he has the Toxapex in the back, and the main target for the Toxapex is Azumarill, so he probably knows Toxapex in the back is not going to be that great.
Toxapex is one of the bulky Pokemon as well. It looks like Nickname has gone for a lot of bulk in this lineup there. He is going to be able to knock out that Azumarill, and he does have some energy left on the Clodsire. He might be able to throw at whatever comes in, and at least he'll get to dictate that alignment a little bit. But you're absolutely right. Dunsparce actually coming in, gonna have to take this Sludge Bomb. There's only one shield remaining. Ampolini wants to keep that a little bit for later. Gonna go ahead and take the Sludge Bomb on the Dunsparce, and we're gonna see it does a decent amount of energy. And the problem is, he's got to throw a charge deck. His rollouts aren't gonna do anything.
He's got to roll a long way if he wants to farm it all the way down. Looks like finally has to throw a charge deck. Nickname letting it go, content with switch advantage and the damage he dealt into the Dunsparce. Let's see what Nickname's going to bring in here. If he's predicting Clodsire in the back, he might bring the Toxapex here. If he's not predicting that, he brings in the Quagsire. Let's see, brings in the Toxapex. I think Nickname knows it might be Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is Drill Run is super effective against this, but Toxapex just has so much bulk behind its name, not even bothering up to shield up the first one. As you can see, doesn't even knock it down to the yellow, and meanwhile just gonna go ahead, get a lot of energy, forcing that swap on Ampolini's side to the Clodsire, now met by the Quagsire. We talked about the spam, here it comes, Aqua Tail already ready, but Sludge Bomb is gonna be thrown just at the same time. Wow, still going at charge attack priority, even though they both threw at a little bit off count.
Yeah, going for the Sludge Bomb bait. I think Earthquake won't threaten this just as yet, so I'm not sure if Nickname is going to shield this. I mean, I love this. It's the goofy Pokemon battle, and it looks like he is no shielding the Sludge Bomb. This is resistant.
It's going ahead, taking it to the chin, basically, still in the green. Just continuing to charge up energy one more time. Ampolini going for yet another one, but I think if Nickname's counting, he recognizes he's still not at that heavier hitting attack. Content to let this one go as well.
And Quagsire just hanging on, throwing the mud shots now, going to swing it still into the Clodsire. Is Ampolini going to shield this? Nickname has another one stored though, so it's kind of rough. And no, he lets the Clodsire go. It's all in the hands of the Dunsparce now, but Dunsparce doesn't do super great here as well. And he's going for the hard-hitting Stone Edge, going to try and knock out this Dunsparce. But no, Ampolini refuses to let it go, going to shield it up.
Even though Rollout did get a buff, it doesn't do much against these ground-type Pokemon. And a combination play by Nickname, our Bramian champion here, to be able to at least get this Dunsparce low. I think it might be enough to knock it out and secure him game number one.
Wow, the Sludge Wave goes all over the Dunsparce, knocks it out. Nickname taking the first game against Ampolini. Amanda, I want to point something out about this matchup that I didn't do before, by the way. In the previous match, we had Aleandro versus Eevee, and that was a player from Italy versus a player from Poland. Here we have Ampolini on the left, a player from Italy, also a player from Poland. So this is very interesting, right? Let's see if Ampolini can avenge Aleandro here, but looks like that's going to be a tough task because Nickname, he's in the lead right now, and the Quagsire just put in so much work, right? And I just want to talk about the call as well that he made. He brought Toxapex into Dunsparce, even though Toxapex generally doesn't have a great matchup there.
Especially when Dunsparce has some energy, right?
Exactly, right? He was expecting the Clodsire in the back, brought the Toxapex in. Because he saw the Azumarill lead, there had to be hard Toxapex in the back. Otherwise, you can never come back from that as Ampolini.
Now, you were talking about some fun facts between Italy and Poland. I also heard a fun fact that Nickname said himself to Ampolini backstage. He said his in-game name was actually the standard name that was given to him when he first opened up the game, and he meant to change it at one point, but he never did. And then he just became well known within the circuit because he's been around PvP since almost the very beginning, the conception of it. And so now he's just content to keep his name as Nickname 29585.
That's a great nickname. Yeah, that's how we know him now. So can't go back now. How are these players going to adapt here? I think as Ampolini, you kind of want to answer that Clodsire a little bit better because the Clodsire from Nickname just put in such a dent into the team of Ampolini, right? It was so good into the Azumarill, and then the Dunsparce kind of struggled to take it out. In fact, when the Azumarill was gone from Ampolini, there was no fast attack pressure to take down the opposing Clodsire, because Poison Sting from Clodsire is also resisted on opposing Clodsire.
Yeah, I think that even though that Dunsparce did a lot of work, it was kind of risky on Ampolini's side to come into that Clodsire after the Azumarill was taken out. Game number one. We're about to see a really bad matchup for that Toxapex. It was hoping for the Azumarill. He didn't get it. Clodsire in, and a forced swap out into the Dugong.
Oh, this is so rough for Nickname. One of the very few actual hard counts to that Dugong, because Superior is kind of iffy there. But this one is pretty good, the Dunsparce. Even though, so this is what's really interesting about Dunsparce, right? Rollout has been buffed significantly, but Rock Slide has been nerfed. It still makes it a very good matchup for the Dunsparce here, despite getting debuffed by the Icy Winds.
Yeah, Icy Wind was guaranteeing to debuff every single time, so even though that is super effective, you can see that the Nickname choosing not to even shield that up, but another one is already coming through, and Nickname has to decide, does he want to use the shields? Does he want to try to win this mid-game matchup? We have to also remember, they have a 50-second timer now, so as you can see, if you're looking on the side of Nickname, it's almost already up. Maybe we're going to see some fast swapping out to see if he can preserve this Dugong for later, or if he's content to let it go. He's double debuffed this Dunsparce. It's going to be a race.
Can he get the farm? Can he get the farm with the rollout? He needs one more Icy Wind, and no, he gets out with so much energy on the Dunsparce. You gotta come in with the Toxapex, but the Toxapex doesn't even get that much energy here. This is so rough for Nickname.
Yeah, coming in with the Toxapex, we saw earlier the Drill Run did not do that much, and this one is double debuffed as well, so it's just tickling the Toxapex. In comes the Clodsire. You can see Nickname desperately clicking here, but it does put him at a little bit of a disadvantage. This Clodsire does have energy already coming into the Superior, however. This is not over.
This is kind of interesting, right? The Superior doesn't really have a lot of place to go. There's two Poison-type Pokemon here, but I guess Ampolini is like, well, I guess I have to place my Pokemon somewhere, so I guess this is where I'll put the Superior. Letting this go. I like this call from Nickname simply because the Earthquake will do way more damage than the Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, I think they're playing a little bit of a good cop, bad cop here right now, saying, okay, Superior's just going to go in, try to get as much energy as possible off, trying to get off as much damage to this Clodsire, and meanwhile the Clodsire in the back on Ampolini's side is really going to start making effects. Not only does he have 2 shields for it, he's got some energy, he's got full health, and he's about to say if he will take the bait here. This is a baiting Sludge Bomb. 2 shields left remaining. Barely
no shield, no! Oh, this is devastating for Nickname. That did no damage and gets in the Earthquake, though. He's going for salvation.
He's trying everything in the book here. There's still energy left on the Clodsire, and Nickname has 2 shields remaining on 2 very bulky Pokemon. He has got 1 shield on his side. He's not going to use it on the Toxapex, I don't think, at this moment. He's hoping he's going to be able to get to an attack. He's not there.
Going for the Earthquake. This will knock out. Looks like... I don't know if you saw when Nickname was snapping, but he is going for it. Sludge Wave going into the Clodsire chat. Don't ever do this. It just does not do damage. Here comes a Sludge Wave. And it does nothing on the Clodsire.
It does put a bit of a smile on the face of Ampolini as he recognizes that this game is pretty much done and dusted in his favor, saying, oh, you're going to give me a poison-type attack? Well, here's one right back at you here, Toxapex. It is more energy efficient, but as you can see, not able to knock out.
It goes for another one.
There's 2 trainers getting the first shield. You gotta use it at some point here. Sludge Bomb coming through, a bait attack, getting that first shield off of Ampolini's side, almost up to an Earthquake on his side here. Gonna go ahead and throw it. I think this is endgame, Martijn.
Finally getting a poison type attack shielded on the Clodsire. That is a big win for Nickname, but he did win the battle. So back to the drawing board. Ampolini ties up the score to 1-1.
As a reminder to people, we are on the winner side of the bracket, and this tournament has not just started. So though these trainers have maybe had a little bit of fun in that last round, this next one is really for all the marbles here, because this is a best of 3. Winner of the next round will go on to winners round 5, which is the semifinals.
That will be a very good place to be. I mean, I want to point out how that match actually went, because Nickname safe swapped the Dugong, and it was answered relatively late by the Dunsparce from Ampolini. And while Dunsparce does have a positive matchup there, Dugong can actually flip the 1 and the 2 shield if it starts shooting the first attacks. But the problem for Nickname was, there was his own answer to Clodsire was his own Clodsire.
Right.
So he couldn't really use shields, because if Ampolini's Clodsire had a shield advantage, it just wins the match. And that kind of changed the dynamic of the team. I think Nickname probably knows he can win the switch advantage there, but he just wasn't in the position to afford to use shields there.
Right, sometimes you have to decide, do I want to go for that switch advantage? Do I want to go for a shield advantage? Sometimes people even opt for neither, but going for an energy advantage. It's all up for play, and as you saw in this, though there was some fun attacks that were being thrown at each other, we did get to see that 50-second switch timer in action so many times, because as the two trainers kept moving around, they had energy stored on all their different Pokemon, were able to throw many charge attacks throughout that series.
And I just want to point one more time for everyone watching from home, do not throw poison type attacks into Clodsire. They are double resisted. Only do it if you're baiting, but they need to be successful. We also saw a failed bait there, unfortunately, from Nickname. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but he was behind a shield, right? So it was kind of difficult already in that place, and just a call by Ampolini.
But what a call by Ampolini,
exactly.
Right? You have two shields, and I think at that point you're thinking, okay, even if it's a bait, it's safer to shield this in case it's not. I don't want to be put in a bad position, but recognizing that and just taking that courage to not press the shield button really put him in the driver's seat.
Exactly. I think we saw something like 3 poison type charge attacks on the Clodsire, by the way. Here we go! This is a pretty positive lead for Nickname. Malamar into Dunsparce from Ampolini. Now, this is kind of rough for Ampolini. He can't really swap out because Clodsire generally does have a great matchup here. I think you may be able to win the one shield or get close to it at least. But here, going for the foul play on charge attack purity. I think Ampolini might be happy with the charge attack purity, but he no-shields this. That's pretty smart because Superpower wouldn't knock out just yet.
Not knock out, and it would also lower the defenses of that Malamar as well. But unfortunately for him, it was that foul play bait going for that drill run, which is not going to be doing as much damage because of that. And Malamar does win charge attack priority. It's at an attack here, going for yet another. I mean, at this range, it would be enough. Yeah. And now Ampolini is forced to shield because he has a lot of energy on that Dunsparce and doesn't want to let it go to waste.
Interesting, because I think if you threw the drill on versus Ampolini, you may have been in charge of the decision tree that Nickname would have to take, right? He would be the one forced to use his shield first. Looks like Nickname is putting up the shield anyway, probably trying to go for switch advantage here. He doesn't want... Oh man, if we look at the backlines, by the way, it's the goofy backline from Nickname. And if we look at the backline from Ampolini, yeah, you kind of want switch advantages. Either play, but it looks like Ampolini is the first one to let it go.
Gonna go ahead and let the superpower go through. The Malamar will be debuffed, but he at least gets to dictate what is coming into this matchup. And you have to see Ampolini kind of wondering himself. He knows that maybe there's a potential of a Quagsire, and he wants to kind of trap it, but he's revealed that it's gonna be that Superior, and now the Quagsire just gets to completely avoid it.
That's exactly what Quagsire wants. Now, one more interesting thing about this, by the way, Superpower and Foul Play, when both are neutral, deal the exact same damage. Superpower is generally more efficient, but Foul Play has the same type of attack bonus. Anyway, here we go.
When it's that low, I guess a Nickname just going for a nice amount of damage before going down and not allowing too much farm for that Superior. Going ahead, swapping out now into his own Clodsire, met by the all smiles here on the field from the Quagsire as it first releases its Aqua Tail.
Chat, I want to know from you, who's your favorite Pokemon on the battlefield here? Is it the derpy Clodsire or the derpy Quagsire? They're both... it looks like it tickles, but I think that kind of hurt the Clodsire.
Definitely did, and one of my favorite things about both of these Pokemon is their expressions when they let off their attack. And that does a decent chunk of damage to the Quagsire. Quagsire already at another Aqua Tail. Gonna go ahead, I love this play, right at charge attack priority, knowing that he's forcing Ampolini to make a decision. Do I want to throw my attack or let the Clodsire go? Clodsire goes down, and Superior comes in, has a great matchup against the Quagsire, but an Aqua Tail is ready!
Yeah, this does do a lot of damage. I think as Ampolini, you cannot afford to shield, but do you have the time and an energy to get to as many Frenzy Plants as you can into the opposing Clodsire from Nickname? This is getting really close. Even the Poison Sting damage is going to add up. I don't think that this Clodsire is in Frenzy Plant range. That's about 40%.
Yeah, at this point, even though the Aqua Tail did not do that much, it was enough to put that Superior down into the red. And now with the Poison Sting buff, I think we might see an aggressive farm down at this point. Next one coming through here, no Protect Shields remaining, but it's not going to be enough to knock out the Clodsire. Clodsire has so much energy, but I think he's just going to go for a full farm down.
Maybe he deserves an Earthquake. No, he doesn't this time. Well, looks like Nickname wins the matchup by 2-1. What a great play from Nickname there, except in game 2 where he threw poison type attacks into the Clodsire. As a joke. He knew he had lost at that point.
I think so. He was just going for the X. But the funniest part of that was that he shielded so he could get the energy to be able to throw the Sludge Wave, recognizing the position that he was in. But even still, the position that he is in right now is sitting pretty still on the winner's side of the bracket. Nickname again was our Bremen regional champion a couple seasons ago. He is a well-known competitor and well on his way here in Dortmund.
He knows when to have fun and when to be serious, right? He was serious in that decisive game number 3 and won that game quite convincingly. Winning the lead there with the Malamar and then making sure that the Quagsire is not on the superior. That's one Pokemon that Quagsire really doesn't want to see, a grass-type Pokemon.
Absolutely, and I have to wonder, he is friends and teammates with Out of Pocket, who is a really good player in the US, ended up being in the top finals, who also ran a Quagsire team, so potentially, you know, maybe they had some team building, some discussions about it. Is Quagsire going to be back in the meta? Because it sure looks like it here, as you see that Aqua Tail going through, and now this combination play securing that game number 1 for Nickname.
Yeah, Sludge Wave, such an efficient attack from Nickname, going for the combo play here, taking out the Dunsparce from Ampolini, where he made the prediction that there would be Clotsire in the back and had the perfect alignment there. And here in game number 2, getting the perfect farm down on that Dugong, and then going for the Sludge Bomb call here. Ampolini making a great call, and at that point, Nickname kind of knew that it was over there. Catching the Earthquake, which is a great showcase of skill, but it didn't really matter at that point. After this, I think he shielded the Toxapex to go for the Sludge Wave on the opposing Clotsire.
I think that's exactly what happened. They was not able to take game number 2. Ampolini snatching it away from him, but this end game just proved too much for that superior to overcome, being able to poison Sting down. Nickname taking that series and staying on the winner's side of the bracket.
Clotsire has adapted so much in this new meta. In the previous meta, it used to run Mudshot as the the ground type fast attack, sorry, and then Stone Edge and Earthquake as coverage. There was no Chestnut really to wall it, right? And now it has become a viable poison type attacker with that Poison Sting. And another Pokemon that really does that well is Drapion, except that Drapion doesn't really need Sludge Bomb, while Clotsire kind of does if it wants to do better into Superior and Azumarill.
I think that the Drapion was something that it was on my caster predictions of a Pokemon that we were going to see quite often. I was really impressed with it when I first was watching the Championship Series, but I haven't actually seen as much of it so far, but what I have seen so much of is that Sludge Bomb on Clodsire. I was not expecting it. I even think I said at the beginning of the broadcast that most players are tending to lean towards Stone Edge, but it doesn't appear that is a case at all here in Dortmund. All the Clodsires are running Sludge Bomb.
Who's Talonflame? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
They don't need to cover
fear. They're not fearing. They apparently haven't heard that bird is the word. They're just opting to go for the Azumarill instead, and to be honest, they're finding their targets.
Right, the Azumarill is super common. Mandibuzz a little bit less common, right? So you don't need Stone Edge as much, and even with Sludge Bomb, you still have really good play. So I guess that's kind of where the choice shifted to, because I believe in Baltimore we saw slightly more Stone Edge than Sludge Bomb.
I believe so.
Yeah, as far as I can remember. And now it's like only Sludge Bomb. It's like the European players have united and discussed, yeah, no one's running Stone Edge, guys. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Or disqualified. No, they don't get disqualified.
We've come to a consensus here. It is Sludge Bomb all the way. It looks like it has been stamped and approved for sure in Dortmund so far.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anyone here that is running Stone Edge, let us know, because I mean, they're kicked off the committee, I guess.
I think it might also be a thing that's more for the Go Battle League nowadays, where your movesets are closed, right? And by that I mean your opponent doesn't know or see them. Here at the championships, you actually have team sheets that you exchange on which the Pokemon team and the movesets are shown. So you always know that your opponent is running Sludge Bomb. But in the Go Battle League, yeah, you might want to shield that Talonflame, of course.
Anything goes, right? That was old season as well. I remember Status Stan using a Mew, and a lot of times people, Jonkus, who's also here, was using a Mew, and he was running a very interesting attacks of Flame Charge and Wild Charge, but it was not expected, right? I mean, this was not what people would typically run. Mew can learn basically everything, so if it's open team sheets, it's just a different style of play.
Exactly. That's what really differs between the Go Battle League and the Show 6 meta. But it has been great to see all of this, though, especially that switch clock coming up. It really opens up the play where you just want to stay in for alignment and your opponent is stuck in the matchup and has to get farmed down. And now with the 10 seconds less, your opponent might be able to switch out faster, or you might be able to switch out faster of a bad matchup, gather energy elsewhere. And that's what we've been seeing all over the place. But in this matchup, I felt like it was a little bit like we had before, right? You really want to stay in the matchup and make sure that your Quagsire is not on the superior.
I mean, that's the harder part. If there's something that so hard punishes your Pokemon, even though the timer has been reduced by 10 seconds, you still maybe don't want to take that risk and get caught into such a bad matchup that you have no coming back from. And I think that was maybe the reason why they didn't have such dynamic play in that particular matchup. We're going to hop right into the next battle here. We're still in winners round 4, but we're in the different bracket. This is Wolfpack versus Kazim. And are you looking? There is that Galarian Moltres on Kazim's side.
Galarian Moltres, that is an interesting pick, and I think it actually looks kind of decent into Wolfpack's team. We see a Gastrodon. Lou, where are you? I don't see Lou, but there's a Gastrodon. She would love to see it. It's going to be tough to use into the Galarian Moltres, though, and the Superior, which are two very hard answers. But into the Dugong, the Feraligatr, the Dunsparce, and especially the Clodsire, Gastrodon would have a lot of play here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of play. There's some interesting team compositions by both of these trainers, not things that we have seen actually so much coming on. Kazim here is a well-known player. He's was a Worlds qualifier, and I'm very interested to see how he will be able to pilot the Galarian Moltres. As a reminder, this is the first season that this Pokemon is eligible to be played. Last season, Carbink was just being allowed, and we didn't actually see as much Carbink play as I thought we were going to. But so far, now that the Galarian birds have been allowed, they're everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I want to point something else out here, Amanda. We saw the teams earlier. Both have Clodsire. Guess which charge deck they're both running?
Well, are you going to prove me wrong? And now, are they both running Stone Edge?
Yes! No, they're not. They're not. They're running
Okay, of course.
Got her!
They are.
Got her! Yeah, Stone Edge actually might prove pretty useful for the Galarian Moltres of Kazim, right? So, yeah, I don't know. And also into the Dugong. Dugong actually loses the 0 and the 1 shields to Clodsire if it has Stone Edge. But without Stone Edge, the Dugong is a formidable answer to Clodsire. So we might see some of that come out from Kazim here.
Yeah, looks like both of these trainers are figuring out the phones a little bit here. They know that they need the phones to battle, but not quite sure
Yeah.
which phone belongs to which trainer. Both of these trainers are very, very good. Again, reminder, winner's side of the bracket, round 4, and both of these trainers obviously want to go on the winner's side of the bracket. Looking at the team compositions, is there anything that's standing out? I'm really liking this Shadow Dragonite.
The Dragonite is okay. I think you really fear the Dugong here.
Of course, right?
You don't have Stone Edge on Clodsire, so that's already one weak Pokemon there. The Alolan Sandslash from Wolfpack has Power Snow as the fast attack, so it doesn't do as well into the Dugong either. I believe Cresselia is not as great in the 2 shields. I mean, Cresselia generally is decent, but Dugong can make it annoying by debuffing. Azumarill so-so, Gastrodon neutral, Dragonite is... You don't want Dragonite on Dugong, let's not do that. So I think Dugong is kind of tricky to bring. Dragonite's tricky to bring because Dugong is always coming out.
Yeah, so I think Dugong is definitely going to be one of the Pokemon for Kazim, especially because Dugongs are running Icy Wind, so it's going to debuff their opponent no matter what. So even if Kazim chose to use it like Nickname did in that safe swap position, even if he doesn't win that alignment that he's looking for, he's going to be able to at least punish the Pokemon and lower their attack.
I think so too. Alolan Sandslash is an interesting pick. Wadash also had it on his winning team from Baltimore. So I'm curious to see if we're gonna see that coming out. Wolfpack might bring it if he's expecting the Galarian Moltres, the Clodsire and the Superior. Yeah, these are two trainers. I think Wolfpack got to top 4 in Liu 2023. And ever since, he hasn't gotten to many top cuts yet. And Kazim, save for Kazim, yeah, I don't think he has a medal to his name just yet. But he is known in the community to be an extremely good player. So I have high expectations from both players. And we're going to get a very high quality battle here as well.
Yeah, I know that Kazim in the past has really been popularizing Whimsicott. I was kind of expecting to see it on his team, but no.
I would not do it in the Clodsire meta.
No Whimsicott in a Clodsire meta. One thing I also want to point out about the Clodsire and the fact that Wolfpack is running a regular Alolan Sandslash rather than a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and that is because it has a little bit more bulk to it, and it is able to comfortably tank an Earthquake from a Clodsire, which a Shadow Alolan Sandslash would not be able to do.
Right, so if you are an Alolan Sandslash fan, and mind joke, listen, you might want to run that non-Shadow one. Here we go, Wolfpack on the left, Kazim on the right. We have the Galarian Moltres into the Shadow Dragonite!
Shadow Dragonite not fearing that Dugong at all, in the lead here. We're taken to the skies for round number 1, but I mean, we've seen this before. Galarian Moltres paces quite quickly, not as quick as the Dragonite's going to get there. And if Wolfpack's counting, actually swapping out into an Azumarill and met by a Feraligatr, which is not the hardest of counters, to be honest.
I think this is exactly what Wolfpack wants, right? He doesn't want his Alolan Sandslash on this Feraligatr, so that might be pretty good for Wolfpack at this point. Did you see, Dragonite is known for high fast attack pressure, but that Galarian Molt, almost said Yveltal, the Galarian Moltres with Sucker Punches hit so hard. We saw a shield there from Kazim. He really wants to push for switch advantage, but the thing is, if you get shields down as Wolfpack, that Dragonite can hit anything hard. It has superpower for Dugong as well.
Yeah, that is the problem. I mean, we've seen this a little bit earlier as well. Even though the Hydro Cannons aren't going to be that effective, the Shadow Claws add up, and the pacing of Azumarill is just so much slower than the Feraligatr. Going for an extra Shadow Claw instead of going for that charge attack priority here, it looks like Kazim is comfortable to let this go down, putting it desperately into the red, but he's going to have to throw it again. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. He's got 2 Hydro Cannons, able to come out with it, but we didn't even throw it.
One Dragon Breath might knock it out, and oh no! The Feraligatr goes down. All that energy is gone.
All that energy wasted, and will be able to at least align up the Dugong, but look how much health is still on this Dragonite, and look how much energy coming in instead actually with the Galarian Moltres, forcing the shield off of Wolfpack because he recognizes that this would be enough to knock him out of the skies. And I think we might try to see a combination play, but ready all with the Dragon Claw, going to be able to throw this. The Kazim is comfortable to let this go down, but this is going to do so much damage to the Galarian Moltres, and now a quick swap out by both trainers!
The simultaneous switch there, and I know Shadow alone who just loses this. I actually have no idea about the non-Shadow. Chat, we're learning here today. Come join us for learning. I don't know who wins this. We're about to find out today.
Education. It's not going to be hitting as hard because the Shadow damage is 20% more, but it is going to be able to comfortably tank things a little bit better. We do know if it can take an Earthquake, it definitely can take at least 1 Drill Run, but Wolfpack recognizes that this is going to be a race. He wants to be able to keep this Alolan Sandslash as healthy as possible, already at a Drill Run of his own, and 1 Protect Shield left on Kazim's side. Comfortable to let this one go.
I don't know if he should be comfortable with that, because it's still the Dragonite. Even though it takes double super effective damage from the Ice Shards, it might still be able to get to a Dragon Claw, I think, honestly.
No Protect Shields remaining. When we're talking about learning, let's all find out together as this Drill Run connects with the Alolan Sandslash, just knocks it down to the yellow, and now the Alolan Sandslash is still ahead on energy.
Oh!
Catching the ground type attack onto the flying type Pokemon, giving an advantage to Kazim here at this point.
The full undercharge, getting 1 more Power Snow. That might be the only thing Wolfpack can do here. This is gonna get so close. He's getting to the Ice Punch. This is double resistant. Dugong would hang on, but I think he can get Dragon Breath down, putting out the Protect Shield. What are you gonna do now? I don't think you can Ice Shard down this Alolan Sandslash. You have to throw into the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, the problem is...
Wait, can you Ice Shard down?
Maybe he's thinking he's going to. Throwing this now, going for the Ice with no Protect Shields remaining. The Dragonite will fall from the skies. This is still a race. The Alolan Sandslash is so low. Will he be able to get to an attack? Will the Dugong get there first? Will the Ice Shard damage be enough?
Oh, it knocks out, and Kazim wins the first battle. What an incredible catch by Kazim, showcasing incredible gameplay. Man, at some point Kazim was just looking at the crowd like, what's going on? I'm like, look at your screen, man. Look at the plays you make. Those were insane. And you know how he did it, Amanda? Some players try to time their catch perfectly with the fast attack duration of the opponent.
Sure.
So, what Kazim did here, he waited 1 turn before throwing his fast attack. Most players do 1 fast attack and then wait a turn. But he did the opposite, and Wolfpack fell for it. Catching the Drill Run on the Galarian Moltres. What a phenomenal play from Kazim there.
That matchup was truly like a rubber band, right? At some points you thought that it was heavily favoring Wolfpack, and at other points it seemed to stretch in the opposite direction where Kazim was pulling and controlling the game. I think a big turning point that maybe for a player that had less, well, not knowledge, but less experience than Kazim, maybe would have been very discouraged is when his Feraligatr went down with 2 Hydro Cannons loaded.
Right.
But he was able to come back from that, claw his way back up, and snatch victory basically from the jaws of defeat. Dugong really MVP for Kazim in that game number 1.
That was such a crucial point as well, right? Kazim looked so bad in that spot there where he lost about 80 energy, I think. He lost 2 Hydro Cannon, and it was so tough for him to come back. But he did it. He did it.
He did it. He took game number 1, and that was such a close matchup and a really fun one to watch. I think the big problem is no one knows, right? You said it yourself, a quite experienced player. Not sure how much damage this is going to do to the Lowland Sand Slash. We don't know if the Ice Shards would be enough or if he had to throw an attack, but I think Wolfpack got a little desperate at the end, realizing, oh no, he can Ice Shard down. I have to try to do something.
Double resisted, right? I think Dugong would have won the even shields there, but it just was difficult with that Dragonite still lurking around, because I think despite the double super effective Ice Shards, it still had a little bit of leftover energy and some HP to get to a Dragon, so that catch was absolutely crucial. Kazim, it was not easy to use a shield there.
No, and I think that both of those trainers really played very, very well. I think that Wolfpack being able to negate that energy with that Dragon Breath damage was a lot, but Kazim at the end, like you talked about, instead of waiting a turn after throwing a fast attack, doing it one before, just completely flipped that game on its head. We're going into game number 2, and it looks like Dugong has found its target in the Shadow Dragonite. We're going to see a quick swap out by Wolfpack here. It looks like going for one Dragon Breath and now going into the Azumarill.
Trying to be as efficient as possible with that Dragonite. He knows he loses a turn anyway, being answered by the Feraligatr, but with energy up, I think Azumarill might be able to... It definitely takes a 0 shield. I'm not sure about the 1 shield. Kazim shaking his head a little bit. Is this the correct play? That the Azumarill's looking difficult, right? He has the Galarian Moltres in the back, so you can't really answer that either there.
Yeah, there is energy on the Feraligatr, but the Hydro Cannon's a water-type attack into a water and fairy-type Pokemon is not really ideal. I can end up taking it if there is some sort of an energy advantage, but at this point the Azumarill is looking pretty good, already at another attack at the same time. Wolfpack going for yet another bubble before throwing his own.
Switch advantage could be so important here, Amanda, because we see the Galarian Moltres and the Cresselia in the back going for the layer off. I think the Ice Beam would have also knocked out, but Wolfpack just making sure he has no more Feraligatr on the screen. Letting it go! Kazim lets switch advantage go! Is that going to be a turning point in the game?
Or is he just trying to get a ton of damage, not damage, as you can see these Ice Shards are going to be doing damage, but a lot of energy here and going to farming down at this point, throwing right before that Play Rough is loaded and ready, maybe knocking out this Azumarill, but at least lowering its attack if this isn't going to be enough. Azumarill falls, and now Kazim has kind of lost that switch advantage and also that Dragonite onto the Dugong that he was hoping for.
I don't like this at all for Kazim. Oh my goodness! He does it again, chat! He does it again! He catches a Grass Knot! This could have been a super effective Moonblast!
And what a risk not even bothering to shield, but recognizing, yes, I managed to do it once, I'm going to do it again. Look how much damage this Dragonite is taking, but he's going to go ahead and throw this Dragon Claw right beforehand. There's still 2 shields left remaining, but the Dugong did so much work game number 1, and Kazim is content to be able to take that, now throw. The problem here is like the Dragonite without any energy left isn't really want to be against the Dugong. He lets it go!
Yeah, in comes the Cresselia. 1 Psycho Cut down. You don't see it a lot, the double resistance Psycho taking down Galarian Moltres, but there's so much energy. Amanda, you don't see this every day, but I think Dugong might be able to take this. It's going to debuff this Cresselia into the ground. Yeah,
the big problem for Cresselia is there's no Pokemon to swap out to at this point to clear this debuff. It's the only one, even though there's 2 shields remaining. It is now double debuff, and guess what? Kazim's got shields as well. I think at this point he's comfortable to shield this up, just continue to debuff, and let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Grass Knot blocking the, putting the protective shield for the first Grass Knot coming through, and that makes sense because it will do more damage, and I think you might as well shield this one too because you're going to get more debuffs in as Icy Wind here. This is where Icy Wind is really handy for Dugong, just debuffing all the way and having the same type of attack bonus on it as well. You know, Dugong has Icy Wind and Duran. You know which other charge tech it also has, but it's rarely used? It's Liquidation. You know, we sometimes forget Dugong is also a Water-type Pokemon.
That's right. It's not something that is typically ever used at this point. Definitely not in the play Pokemon circuit. A Grass Knot is ready, but it is triple debuffed at this point. No Protect Shields remaining. Education purposes. Let's see how much damage is...
Nothing!
Nothing. So super effective. No Protect Shields going for that heavier hitting Drill Run, and I think this is a... maybe close to good games here for Wolfpack.
Yeah, Duron not the same type of attack bonus, but does a little bit more damage. No, Cresselia not going down just yet. Not being able to get to the next Grass Knot. And Kazim takes his matchup by 2-0.
2-0s with some fantastic catches in game 1 and game number 2 to secure that victory for him. Kazim shaking his head, all smiles as he's managing to go on the winner's side of the bracket. as a reminder, Wolfpack will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. His run is not over yet. We may have potential to see gameplay from him later on today or perhaps even tomorrow if he makes it into day 2.
I would like to see that. Wolfpack is a pretty good player, and so is Kazim. Kazim is moving on to the next round.
Kazim has been playing out of his mind with a lot of really good catches. Also, the Galarian Moltres, we saw it a couple times in Baltimore. I'm hoping we see more of it in Dortmund as well, especially in the hands of a trainer as well kept as Kazim.
Exactly. Do you have a Galarian Moltres?
So, I have 2 Galarian Moltres that are below 1500 CP. Mine actually powers up to 1499.
Wow.
I just haven't, I haven't done it yet.
Are you ever going to compete with him?
We'll see, guys.
Let's take a look at the highlights of the matchup that we had earlier between Kazim and Wolfpack. The Feraligatr, many players always using the shields of Feraligatr. Kazim doesn't, and in comes the Dragonite here. One Dragon Breath takes it out. Kazim not being able to preserve all that energy, and it looks so dire for him. And here being able to catch that turn at the very end. He needed to make this catch because the Alolan Sanchez would get to another attack, plus the Dragonite may have been also able to. So that was super necessary to win, to clutch up that game number 1.
Yeah, not only that, it was able to get some extra damage in, but that was the point where the tides really turned in favor of Kazim. Game number 2, the Dugong found the Dragonite in the lead, was able to take it out in the end game here, but this is still in the game number 1. Dugong just did so much work for Kazim in this series. Catching, we talked about it a couple times, that grass knot onto the Moltres.
That could have been a Moonblast as well, which would do a significant chunk on the Galarian Moltres. Not as bulky as the other Dark Flying type, which is Mandibuzz. Crazy play. He had the lead, he kind of had the switch, but he let the switch go, and he still managed to win it. And I think the catch was kind of the reason, because that allowed to have the Dugong so much energy for the end game, right? He could have also played the 2 shields without making that catch, but why do you need to?
Yeah, I mean, the hard part for Wolfpack in that was, okay, I know that this is Ancient Power is enough to knock out my Dragonite. My Dragonite has no play into the Dugong, but at the same point, that Dugong had so much energy, and not being able to clear the debuffs on the Cresselia just was too costly for Wolfpack in the end. He was really stuck between a rock and an Ancient Power in a hard place.
So tough, right? And sometimes you forget how bulky Galarian Moltres is, to be honest. It actually is bulkier than like a Sableye, so it can hang on to some damage, right? I've played some Galarian Zapdos myself, and that is not comparable. It's really, really fragile. Also doesn't do that well into the Cresselia, by the way, or Dragonite. But yeah,
I know that you've actually done some, simulations, some trainings. Tell me about, does Shadow Zapdos or Shadow Articuno really have much play, do you think, in this Show 6 Pick 3 format? Or is Shadow Moltres the one that trainers should really be focusing on?
I mean Galarian.
Galarian, I'm sorry, yes, Galarian.
So
thank you.
I think Galarian Articuno, not really. It has Psycho Cut as the fast attack, and it's just inferior to like Malama, which is the prime psychic type attacker right now, right? With Psywave being a very good attack. And then Future Sight also has been nerfed. I think that was more meant for Cresselia, but it was also collateral damage for Articuno, Galarian Articuno. So I don't think that Pokemon is going to be super good. On top of that, Galarian Zapdos with that fighting plus flying type is very unique, but counter also has been nerfed.
Right.
You know which Pokemon I do like as a fighting and flying type Pokemon? Hawlucha.
Hawlucha?
I used it in the local tournament. Unfortunately, I didn't face Totector Triptondo this time, but
well,
actually I did. Triptondo kind of defeated me. I don't want to admit, but
I mean, Hawlucha is a regional Pokemon that is not found in this EU region. But do you know what is found in this EU region?
Tell me.
A lot of really good trainers. We have this video to showcase how the trainers did in preparation for Worlds, specifically from this region. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome trainers to the 2025 Pokémon Go Championship Series, where we are broadcasting live battles from the best players around the world. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the story of the 2024 season in Europe. The 2024 season was the first time players would qualify for the World Championships using championship points. It was the season of consistency. The season started off fresh with the new meta. Different Pokémon were now more viable and made an impact right from the start. Zzweilous won in Barcelona with the Pelipper, Galaxica Bolton won in Lille with Superior, and Patoman won in Gdansk with a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Almost halfway through the season, Colin 6 won the Stuttgart Regional Championship. Little did he know that his success there was only the start of it. He managed to reach the grand finals in Dortmund and then proceeded to win the final tournament in Europe, the special event in Bologna. He went to the World Championships as the #1 player on the European leaderboards. But Colin was not the only Titan from Europe to compete in Hawaii. The Europe International Championship is the largest and most anticipated tournament in Europe, and it was won by the 2022 Senior World Champion MEweedle. Despite having a rough start, he put his stamp on the 2024 season with his victory. MEweedle was not the only player with an impressive run at the EUIC, however. Polasha reached top 4 with her spicy signature Pokémon Shadow Magnezone. It made such an impression all over the world that the first LATAM tournament after this was won with the Shadow Magnezone. And when everyone thought the trick was now revealed, Polasha won in Stockholm with the same Pokémon. From here it was clear that Magnezone was coming to the World Championships. All of these impressive performances and storylines eventually led up to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. These household names made it to Day 2, but only few made it to the top cut. Lurgan Rocket, PvP David and Inadequence all made it to top 8, and the latter even to the grand finals. In the 2025 season, about 50 competitors from Europe can make it to the World Championships, this time taking place in Anaheim. It will be a fantastic and competitive season to look forward to, and if you're looking to compete as well, make sure to check out pokemon.com/compete to find out more and join the action.
Here we are again, trainers. I hope that video got you just as excited as we are for the battles coming up in Dortmund here. We have many top battlers from Europe still coming up. I believe our next matchup are two familiar names we've seen before, Zzweilous and Nickname. So those are the two trainers coming up soon. And then we have way more trainers, right? I believe Colin is also still in tournament. We saw him earlier with that Aria dose. A lot of action still to come.
Yeah, I think he called it the MVP of the round, and it's so good that just the actual, thought of it was enough to scare off the Talonflame off the field. Colin securing a victory earlier on, but Zzweilous and Nickname are two trainers that are, I believe, on the winner side of the bracket, and they're very far in the tournament. So this means whoever will end up winning this should either be in the winners finals or already on to day number 2.
Exactly, and day 2, I think for me, as a competitor often, day 2 is already a big success.
Absolutely.
Right? It means that you may be top cut. Top cut means prizes. Top 4, medal. And maybe
in top 1, accolades, the glory of winning the first EU Regional
the in-game shirt.
You do get an in-game shirt as well. I wouldn't know. I have not. I've not competed. I've not competed. Otherwise, I clearly have that in-game shirt.
Yes. Well, you did. I did see you defeat Farid yesterday at the rehearsal. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to brag, and then I felt kind of bad for him.
And you let him win. I saw that.
Let him win the second one, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the matchup's coming up soon. I'm really curious to see if later on in the day we might see some different Clodsire. We've seen Slush Bomb going all the way, right? And I also find both the Dark type and the Dragon type meta interesting. What do you think is the best Dragon so far?
So I've actually noticed that it's been on the uptick for sure, and that is Arctibax. The real question is, do you prefer it with Avalanche, which is a little bit heavier hitting, or do you prefer it with Icy Wind, which gives that guaranteed debuff on your opponent? I did notice that in the matchup that we saw earlier for Jonkus and XXL Cactus, XXL Cactus was running Icy Wind, and it was not enough to knock out the Azumarill in the end, while I do believe that Avalanche would have been. So in an endgame scenario, perhaps Avalanche turns out to be better, while Icy Wind might be better in a mid-game type matchup.
What would you run on your Arctibax?
I think I would probably go for Avalanche.
Okay.
What about you?
I have no idea. I don't have an Arctibax.
You don't even have an Arctibax built up.
Just yet. Here's the thing about Arctibax, right? It's the Dragon-type Pokemon that is not weak to Ice. That is main niche. But the problem is, Ice only offers Ice resistance.
Right.
And it gives you other weaknesses or makes like fire neutral. Here we have our battlers. It's the group final of Group A. On the left, Nickname. On the right, Zzweilous.
So whoever wins this matchup will be guaranteed to go into day number 2. We were talking about Ice. No Arctibax to be found on either team, but there is that Dugong from Nickname's side. We saw him playing it earlier. How do you respond to the different team compositions that are being brought? Zzweilous has really relied on his Malamar play earlier on. I'm very interested to see if he will continue to play that against Nickname's team, if it has the same targets that he had earlier.
Yeah, the goofy Pokemon look quite good from Nickname in the Quagsire and the Clodsire. But I don't know, you don't want, just like previously, and it's obvious, right? You don't want your Quagsire on Superior, so it's kind of always a risk. But do you bring Superior into a team with Toxapex, Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, and Mandibuzz? Kinda scary. Mandibuzz is one of the prime answers, along with Azumarill, to Malamar as well. So I feel like Nickname really has some good threats to Zzweilous' team. And I think on Zzweilous, the one Pokemon that may be the most neutral here is that Talonflame. Even having some play into the Quagsire, if he can manage like an energy advantage on the Talonflame.
Yeah, that is the big thing with Talonflame. Talonflame really kind of relies on having a little bit of an energy advantage, being the Incinerate is the only 5-turn attack in the game. It really needs to get, ramped up to be able to first throw its attacks. Sometimes it just doesn't have enough time to do so because in the meantime, there's so many fast attacks are going through from the other side, and it also gives a much easier catching potential to catch the charge attacks of the Talonflame on different Pokemon.
I think so too. I don't know what these players both want to use though. The Talonflame is what I expect from Zzweilous here, but what do you use on Nickname's side? I feel like Zzweilous also has everything covered so well, right? Like the Mandibuzz covers the Malamar so well, but do you bring Mandibuzz into a team with Talonflame, which is kind of neutral, but I would say in favor of Talonflame just because of solid damage. But Azumarill and Dunsparce, you don't want to have it there, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the Toxapex on Nickname's team. I think that it looks like a pretty strong Pokemon to bring into Zzweilous. Tell me your thoughts. And I see you're kind of shaking your head back and forth. You really don't like that Clodsire matchup. You don't like the Malamar as much either. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it kind of, what I really, really like about Toxapex, hard checks a Grass plus Azumarill core, which opens up a lot of play and strategy for what you lead and what you safe switch, or what you think your opponent might not lead at all. That's the way I like to see Toxapex here. But man, Clodsire, Malamar is actually it's very close in the zero shields. I believe that Toxapex can win it actually. And Talonflame is actually very iffy as well, because it will be able to get to 2 charge stacks in the zero shield scenario. Talonflame not using any shields, it can get to 2 charge stacks into Toxapex. That means it can get to a Fly and a Brave Bird, and those hit pretty hard. So yeah, Toxapex has play. Here we go anyway. Nickname on the left, Zzweilous on the right, Quagsire into Malamar.
And both of these Pokemon end up going a little bit quickly to their charge attacks, but Malamar is going to be able to get a little bit harder damage. You can see how much damage the fast attacks alone are already doing to that Quagsire. Throwing at the same time here, going for the heavier hitting superpower, which will deep up the attack and defenses here. And it looks like no shield from Nickname's side, and the Quagsire is desperately low, swapping out into the Dunsparce. I hear you humming over here.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a deliberate throw by Nickname on the Aqua Tail, or if he just wants to chip it, right? Because he doesn't really have a lot of answers to the Dunsparce here. He's bringing in the Clodsire, which takes super effective damage. Zzweilous thinks, oh, this is pretty good for my Azumarill. Little does he know, an absolute threat awaits in the back.
Yeah, what is lurking in the back? Bulky Pokemon on Nickname's side. We've seen him rely on this a couple times earlier in his matchup, where it has the bulk of both Toxapex and Clodsire to be able to comfortably take charge attacks that are even still super effective. But as you can see, Clodsire is still in the green, even though a Drill Run has already connected. The next one coming through, this will knock it down to the yellow, but I don't know if we can see. The Dunsparce definitely can't do an aggressive farm down. The Clodsire, on the other hand, maybe wants to shield and just get a ton of energy, and it looks like that's exactly Nickname throwing at the very last second.
I think that if Zzweilous has an idea that what it could be in the back, he may bring in his Azumarill into this Clodsire, even knowing he will get to attack. No, he doesn't. Can he get the full farm down here? He needs the full farm down. Oh, it doesn't get to the Sludge Bomb. This might be crucial, because the Quagsire from Nickname is low. He still has some energy though. But man, if the Malamar is this healthy into Toxapex, I think they might actually be play. Look, he knows. Zzweilous, I think he knows. Shooting up this Aqua Tail, otherwise he might get Poison Jab down.
And now he's going to be able to fast attack down, but no, Toxapex immediately swapping in, and I think if you're a Zzweilous, you're very content at this moment, forcing Nickname to use the shields here. And now at this point, the foul plays are not going to be able to connect, but Toxapex has a long road ahead. It needs to get through these super effective fast attacks. It needs to block up, get this Malamar out of the way so it can find its target in the back. Another foul play coming through, and I think that if you're Nickname, you're kind of forced to shield up at some point here. He doesn't, he lets this one go through.
Oh, shield there, maybe a chance for that little Azumarill in the back. Go for the next foul play. Do we shield this as Nickname? He may have lost track of energy here, but yeah, he's keeping this on the field here. Azumarill actually not looking too bad anymore for Zzweilous here. Going for the brine. Do you shield this? You can get a few more side waves in if you want to as Zzweilous, but I think that the Toxapex is really close to Charge Attack. Looks like he does shield up. He needs more damage. More damage. Go, 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 go. And there comes another brine. This will knock out the Malamar, but now it's no longer a threat to that Azumarill. Amanda, look at how much this work the Malamar's put in.
2 shielded Malamar against the Toxapex has put in so much work that the Azumarill barely has time to see it. This is Azumarill's hardest counter. This is the reason people are bringing Toxapex. Unfortunately for Nickname, it was just too little, too late on that front. Ice Beam already loaded, and Ice Beam will connect. Zzweilous will take game number 1.
Zzweilous putting this match on ice. Ice Beam coming through and taking the 1-0 score here. That looked so bad for him. When there was double poison in the back, and you know there's double poison in the back.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do with that Azumarill? I think that the farm down from the Malamar on the Clotsire barely not getting to the Sludge Bomb was super crucial in that matchup.
And in case people were wondering why Nickname swapped out, I actually think that was the correct play because the Quagsire was so low that at that range, it would have just been completely fast attack down already, giving way more energy to that Malamar than it already had. So, I mean, I think Nickname was really up against the wall at that last moment. Unfortunately for him, it didn't find that target in the Azumarill because let me tell you, shields down, Toxapex does not care about the Azumarill. Unfortunately, just had too little in the tank to be able to take it away.
Toxapex is so bulky, right? But it just needs to be a little bit in a better spot there. Malamar just has been so good there in a game 1 for Zzweilous. You may need to bring the Mandibuzz on Nickname side, but man, if it's on Azumarill, you don't want that either. That's about as bad as Toxapex on Azumarill, honestly.
Yeah, well, at this point, however, there was an Azumarill, there was a Toxapex. At one point, they were both in the back, but they rarely had a chance, almost like ships in the night, not even being able to see each other. This really is a turning point in the game, right? I mean, if there's 6 Pokemon, you can only bring 3 to the field. There's some strategy behind which Pokemon you want to bring. Do you think Zzweilous is going to be too scared to bring the Azumarill now that he knows that the Nickname is not afraid to bring the Toxapex? Or do you think Nickname's going to be completely just too shy to bring that Toxapex anymore, seeing how Malamar did so well against it?
I think that Zzweilous might actually be tempted to bring the Azumarill again, knowing that Nickname may have to bring the Mandibuzz to check the Malamar, because Malamar went wild in that battle, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Chad, I want to hear from you. Who are you supporting? Nickname on the left or Zzweilous on the right? We may also see some Malamar from Nickname himself, by the way. I don't think it looks too bad in this matchup.
No, I think it looks pretty neutral overall. We've talked about how it can double shield through an Azumarill and even still take that matchup, which is just wild to me. Throwing foul plays and superpower. I mean, those are attacks that the Azumarill usually fears. But it's just being able to do that side wave damage, that extra fast attack damage, puts Azumarill in a bad position. And again, Azumarill's pacing is quite slow, which is one of the disadvantages to using that Pokemon.
Here we go, game number 2. We have Toxapex into Azumarill. Oh no, Zzweilous, this is not where you want to be. But he's getting out into Malamar. Oh, going into his own. This gets interesting now because he had the Mandibuzz in the back. And I think Nickname knows. Look at him. I think he knows he wants to bring in the Mandibuzz here.
Yeah, the problem is that there's a little bit of energy advantage on Zzweilous' Malamar, and also he kind of needs this mid-game matchup because he wants that Toxapex on the Azumarill. I wouldn't be surprised to see both shields from both trainers, but with an energy advantage, it's going to be difficult. Zzweilous definitely shields up that first one because he's already at the next attack, but so is Nickname. Will he want to expend his shield here? I think we're going to see it. Yes, first shield coming through, and now it is a race.
Amanda, Zzweilous just flips this. Right, he's up in energy in the mirror here, and both attacks deal similar damage. Going for the superpower now. I think Nickname kind of needs to catch up in energy here, and this might be his way to. But 2 attacks won't. Oh, they will knock out, but let's see what's... Oh, catching on the Mandibuzz! And I think Zzweilous now a little bit surprised. Why did you not bring this in here before? Now he can align his Azumarill here, and this is so rough. Oh, I like this play, building up energy because the snarl damage doesn't add up as much. Now you can bring in Azumarill, and the catch on the aerial ace. Zzweilous saying, I can do what you can do.
Then To be fair, the Aerial Ace is what you want to be throwing at the Azumarill anyway, but as you can see, Azumarill just does not care. It's not very effective, and since both of these are 3-turn attacks, it's going to be a little bit of a similar pacing overall, going for yet another Aerial Ace, but as we saw how little that first one did, Mandibuzz against Azumarill is just in such a hard spot. These 50-second timers are going to prove a little bit different, because if you look, even though this will connect, the timer on Nickname's side is up at this point. Will he want to swap into that Malamar to try to change things? Or is he going straight for the Toxapex because he knows his switch timers are at least a little bit misaligned here?
I like this play from Nickname. You gotta get out. You have to do something. Dunsparce are actually not the worst matchup for that Toxapex because rollout is neutral. Drill Run is super effective, however. I believe that Dunsparce does win every even shield scenario, and this might actually, the Ice Beam actually may put Toxapex into 2 drill range with the rollouts.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb gonna go through. Zzweilous not bothering to shield up the Dunsparce here. It brings it down to about half health, but is already at the Drill Run. It is super effective, but we have talked about how bulky Toxapex is. It's definitely not gonna be threatening a knockout, and at this point, you have to kind of wonder, okay, where is my shield going to be used most effectively? And I think Nickname is thinking it might be on that Malamar. Already at another Drill Run. Does he want to let the Toxapex go?
He outpaced the Toxapex, just barely forcing Nickname to put up a Protect Shield here. What do you do here as Nickname, and where do you put up the shield as Zzweilous? You need to gather as much energy as possible. Brine is a very weak attack, but it might almost knock out the Dunsparce at this point. Zzweilous putting up the Protect Shield though. There's a catch available, going into the Malamar, and he has the Foul Play to take out the Dunsparce. Is this a waste of the shield now?
The shield is gone, and now it looks like the Dunsparce is also gone off the field, but there is no energy left on the Malamar. Malamar is coming against now the Azumarill. It's not a great matchup. The only good matchup that the Nickname has against it is really that Toxapex, which is so low. He wants to give a little bit of chip damage and hoping those side waves are continuing to add up. And this, again, we're talking about the pacing here. This Malamar is coming in at so much energy, and it's going to be able to throw right before him. Zzweilous is counting, and you know he is.
Oh no, not Superpower. This costs less energy, and now you have another attack for the next Pokemon coming in. I think Nickname is very close to that Brine, going into the Mandibuzz, and taking another Superpower. Now Nickname has energy all over the place, but I don't know who is going to win this. This Azumarill doesn't have much energy. I don't think it has any energy at all because it threw. I think
wow.
has this.
This is going to be so close. Nickname just needs a couple more to be able to get to it. He has to throw the Brine, but this might not be enough against the Azumarill because Azumarill's water typing.
Yeah, this does do a lot of damage. He farmed up energy against the Mandibuzz earlier. Now going for the Play Rough, and for the second time in this set, Azumarill takes down the Toxapex.
Wow, Azumarill Toxapex counter confirmed? Question mark? Oh, poor Nickname at this point, playing very well. Unfortunately for him, not being able to get to that Sludge Wave at the end really ended up proving costly, but great awareness by him, remembering where that Azumarill was at in energy and throwing the Brine Rider. That he knew that was his only potential play to be able to possibly win that last matchup.
It was a little bit of an unfortunate matchup there for Nickname because he meant to swap in the Mandibuzz into the Malamar. That's, I think, why he brought it as well. But then the way he danced around with his energy, storing energy on 3 Pokemon, that's as many Pokemon as you can bring into battle. And he almost actually got away with it. He almost got away with it. He swapped his Malamar into the opposing Malamar, and that basically meant that Zzweilous, it was easy for him to flip switch advantage. Right?
Yeah, he had an energy advantage already, and he knew that he wanted that Azumarill nowhere near the Toxapex. Not only that, I mean, Nickname wanted his Mandibuzz nowhere near the Azumarill. The perfect opportunity to bring it in would have been against that Malamar to either take superpowers, which is then going to lower the attack and defense of the opposing Malamar, or take foul plays, which Mandibuzz doesn't care at all to be taking. So, unfortunate for Nickname, a small misclick on his part, but honestly,
the way he almost came back though, the way he almost came back was crazy. But Zzweilous also making meticulous play, right? I believe he was about top 16 at the last World Championship, so that shows that Zzweilous is just such a good player. Building up in the very end game, we may see it soon in the replay that he went to 2 superpower there, knowing that he could just barely get there and have an attack loaded for the next Pokemon of Nickname coming in because he had energy all over the place. He needed to.
And not only that, making it so it was so low that it didn't get enough farm for the Toxapex to be able to get up to a sludge wave was really, really great plays. Game number 2 here, looking at this. Game number 1 ended basically the same way as game number 2. Azumarill just taking out the Toxapex. Unfortunate for nickname. Timer almost up with this. I mean,
that's the switching.
Yeah, that's how much these two trainers were switching between each other between these battles. Congratulations to Zzweilous continuing on to day number 2. Nickname will be knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket, but he may continue on his journey. And I just want to capitalize on something that you've said many times that I do listen to you, Martijn, here and there. You say, it's not about not making any mistakes, right? You just have to make less mistakes than your opponent did. And Zzweilous really was in the driver's seat from the beginning there. I think if Nickname had clicked on the Mandibuzz, it could have been a completely different game. Unfortunately for him, of course, you only have a couple seconds. You forget which Pokemon is in which slot, and things like this can happen.
Quick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Quick. I mean, the turns are half a second.
Yeah, there's pressure on stage, right? Everyone's watching, and some thrive of it, some like it. But for some, it might be tough. Yeah. And I think that Nickname did a phenomenal job. And Nickname, don't get me wrong, I don't think Nickname was nervous like at all, because he's been on stream a lot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
he's won a championship before.
Yep.
He knows he is good. Yeah, Zzweilous, it's just a tough opponent to face, right? And Zzweilous will be moving on to day 2.
Yeah, and I have to highlight, different Pokemon. We've started this kind of topic of conversation of MVP, your most valuable Pokemon. I think for Zzweilous so far this tournament, at least from the matches that I have seen, it's definitely going to be that Malamar in my opinion.
Do you think it's the revelation of this tournament?
It's either that or Sludge Bomb Clodsire, right?
So spicy.
Well, you didn't say spicy. Come on.
Yeah, I think Malamar has been really good. In Baltimore, it was Cresselia that really rose up, right? And I think here Malamar has just been putting up such a show. We may see it increase in top usage as well, and I would really like to see more of that in day 2 as well. We have one in day 2 for sure now.
Yep.
And yeah, we're just going to go through all the winners rounds now to see who can make it to that top cut.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Make sure that you're following along with the bracket. Let us know who you are cheering for. There's so many, not only big names, I'm using in quotes, that we gave people to look out for at the beginning, like Colin 6, like Zzweilous, but there are also some newcomers that have definitely been making waves and making it farther on in the tournaments, and that's what we're really liking to see.
Exactly. Well, I really like this plush here, man. That's been with us the whole time. How about we show you a video of this? But don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to have Kazim versus Eevee right after.
Gastrodon, then Gastrodon.
We're Team Gastrodon over here.
Hello Pokemon trainers. The Pokemon Go meta is always evolving, allowing new Pokemon to join trainers in their exciting tournament battles. For some Pokemon, the journey to meta viability is a test of patience and determination. So today, I'm going to tell you the story of the rise to the top for the best Pokemon I know, Gastrodon. In the 2024 season, Gastrodon dreamt of being in the top usage stats for Pokemon Go, but unfortunately wasn't ready for the spotlight on center stage. Our friendly Sea-Slug had to wait on the sidelines, watching other water ground type Pokemon such as Swampert, Quagsire and Whiscash each having an opportunity to shine across the season. Inspired by these performances and determined to one day be the very best, Gastrodon trained hard and found its way into topics of conversation while gaining some supporters along the way. It started making a splash and may have appeared in some prediction lists, but sadly, it wasn't making any waves on the tournament floor just yet. As time went by, there were concerns about whether or not it would ever be good enough to compete with the veteran Pokemon of the meta, and it had to watch as other Pokemon advanced in their viability, such as Clodsire or Annihilate. But Gastrodon never lost sight of its goals, and was motivated to prove the doubters wrong. There were of course some who believed that it was possible. Champions of the season also gave encouragement to Gastrodon by providing wisdom on where it needed to improve in order to catch the attention of seasoned battlers. This wise advice gave hope to Gastrodon, and as the 2024 season concluded with the spectacular Pokémon World Championships, Gastrodon watched with amazement and was renewed with the dream to one day be able to battle amongst these world competitors. And it just so happened that after a year of waiting, Gastrodon's moment finally arrived. The 2025 season update introduced new move changes, resulting in an opportunity for Gastrodon to prove itself and break into the meta. As part of the Maxed Out season update, Mudslap received a buff that saw it become one of the strongest fast attacks in Pokemon Go, with Gastrodon arguably benefiting from it the most. With immense fast attack pressure and very few flying type Pokemon in the meta to resist the damage, Gastrodon can use Mudslap to force its way through a number of key matchups, notably including the ever-present Clodsire. With a low-cost charge attack in Body Slam, paired with the high-damage Earth Power, Gastrodon has finally achieved its goal of overtaking the likes of Whiscash, Quagsire and Swampert, and is now widely regarded as the premium water and ground-type Pokemon in the competitive game. But if you want to keep it safe, then Gastrodon needs to stay indoors and avoid touching grass, as this Pokemon type can deal devastating damage. But if you avoid grass-type Pokemon, then victory and success could be yours. Who knows what success Gastrodon might achieve in the 2025 season, but its story of perseverance and patience is a lesson we can all learn from. If you believe in yourself, then there's no limit to what you can achieve. Good luck, trainers, and Gastrodon in your future battles.
Welcome back, trainers. We actually are going to need to give Lou a moment there. Lou, there are a lot of emotions flowing, I can see. Gastrodon is meta. Tell me how you're feeling.
Honestly, I just can't believe it's real, and I'm really choked up behind this desk. It's beautiful to be able to tell a storyline like that as well, because anyone who's watched me on the Go broadcast before know I talk about Gastrodon a lot. And that's kind of just because it's my favorite Pokemon, and I've been willing for it to be meta one day, and a lot of people said, you know, give up on this dream, it's never gonna happen, like, we get you like Gastrodon, we get it, but like, move on already. And then it went to Baltimore, it came third.
It came higher than I did.
One beat you, I remember. Even it felled the great Tomahawk. And then now it's here again. And I'm just so proud of my little boy and so proud of his dream. And there is a lesson in that, right?
I am genuinely so happy for you. This is not the first time that Lou and I have been behind the caster desk together.
It is not, actually.
The last time I was actually still a player, and you were interviewing me in Warsaw in 2022. And I remember sat there with you, and you were asking me, you were like, Fareed, is Gastrodon ever going to be good? And I said, wait, just wait. One day, it might be. And we found that day.
Patience is a virtue. And thanks to that, you know, amazing advice and wisdom you gave me, I actually have a little Gastrodon for you as well. Because we're spreading all the Gastrodon joy here in Dortmund.
Thank you so much, Lou. This is Blue Gastrodon. Is this the East Sea or is this the West Sea
This
version?
is the East Coast.
This is the East Coast,
East
okay?
Coast.
So Americans, if you're in chat, this is the one that you get. And anyone that's in Europe, you're going to have to trade if you want one of these blue boys.
Exactly. They're the best ones. They're the best ones. Martine got a different one. But it really is quite spooky, actually, when we look back at that. Because this is our first time commentating behind the desk together. But back in Warsaw, it was my first time, I think, ever commentating Pokemon Go.
Oh, wow.
And so I was definitely, you know, a little rabbit in the headlights, a little bit like we've seen Diggersby a couple of times on this broadcast. But actually now being able to see kind of the journey that we've both been on and that Gastrodon has been on, it makes an amazing way to kick off the 2025 season.
I'm really excited. I'm really excited to be up here with you. I'm really excited to see more Gastrodon play. Now, we saw Gastrodon on the top usage. Are you expecting to see Gastrodon tomorrow in the top cut as well?
I would love to. In Baltimore, it was, I think, number 8th in day 1 usage and then wasn't there on the graphic for day 2. I'm really hoping Dortmund can be the reverse, where it wasn't necessarily in the top here, but it might be able to break through into day 2. I don't see any on our next match, however, but I see some very interesting choices. That Ariados, we saw Eevee pilot it earlier to perfection. I wonder if it's going to give Kazim a few troubles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see this Galarian Moltres. It is a Pokemon that has emerged onto the scene in this season where it's now become eligible, and as I've said earlier, there is an event coming up where shiny Galarian Moltres and the other Galarian legendary birds will be available too. I would really, really recommend playing that event because these Pokemon are so cool to watch. You know I love cool Pokemon, right?
You do.
Galarian Moltres, it's very much one of those.
You kind of like the dark types as well. Galarian Moltres, Pangoro, like there's a list of them out there. There's also a few Rogue Malamars out there, but not in... Oh no, there is. Eevee's got one as well. So the dark types are front and center here for this matchup.
And you know what's going to be really interesting, right? If we have a look at what the usage was in Baltimore, Malamar was, I think, the 7th most picked Pokemon at that event. But the top 8 did not feature a single one from memory.
Yep, in day 2, it wasn't there on the Baltimore graphic at all.
Yeah.
There were, again, things like the Galarian Moltres that really rose into fruition a little bit, along with the bulky boys, as I keep calling them, you know, the Clodsire, the Azumarill, Dunsparce, Cresselia, they're always there just taking loads of attacks. But having a little look here, the one thing I like on Eevee's side is you do have that really nice balance of defensive but offensive pressure as well. I mean, that's Typhlosion. That's something that can be very formidable.
That Shadow Typhlosion could do devastating damage to all of Kazim's team. There's nothing that resists both of its attacks there. There's no Dragon-type Pokemon available. But again, this Malamar is going to have a really interesting play, right? And we've seen that Zzweilous has made it into the top cut. He has a Malamar. Already, there is a Malamar in day 2 of Dortmund. Eevee will be looking to be the second player that also makes that. But Galarian Moltres double resists this Psy-Wave damage. And that's something that Eevee's going to have to think about.
Yes, you want to make sure your alignment is key there and you're not being forced in with that switch timer, trying to be reset, just going for really weak, fast attacks. But let's jump into this match, get the action going for another group finals here. It's going to be the Clodsire versus the Typhlosion. That's not happy to see.
There is that Shadow Typhlosion, but actually this isn't a terrible matchup for Shadow Typhlosion. If it can land a Blast Burn, the Incinerate damage does so much that it will take the Clodsire down. The question is, do you bait a Thunder Punch?
Oh, well, there's going to be a shield straight away here for Eevee, not wanting to take any unnecessary ground type damage, but instead it would have been the Sludge Bomb coming through from this Clodsire, so no damage on the field. But look at the energy being got up by the Typhlosion.
It is the bait. This is a massive call. Kazim is pretty good with his bait. Will he shield it? Will he not? He calls it! This is incredible play from Kazim. This is the caliber of players that we are dealing with here in the group finals.
Reading the book that Eevee is writing here, it's going to be another Sludge Bomb coming through from this Clodsire, but once again, a shield being burnt on this Shadow Typhlosion. Lots of investment going down, possibly trying to get that Blast Burn primed and ready to go. Yes, that's what's been locked in.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. The Shadow Typhlosion is this time going to throw a Blast Burn. Ooh. Kazim lets it go through, but honestly, I think Clodsire has done pretty well. That Shadow Typhlosion is now shields down.
I quite like this as well, because having the shield ready for your Feraligatr gives it a lot more flexibility on the field, so it's good that they're still in play. We're going to see the Typhlosion go again here for the electric charge attack here. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dunsparce doesn't need a shield, but it has gone for one.
Kazim has his head in his hands. He didn't really want to shield a Thunder Punch, and we are seeing how fast Shadow Typhlosion is able to bring in energy. The Malamar comes in, Kazim insta-responds with a Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, being able to go for these Shadow Claws as well, just farming up some energy. But first of all, it's going to be the Malamar that's able to move here with the foul play. It is going to be shielded on Kazim's side.
Yeah, I think that this is really smart from Kazim. He knows that Feraligatr with energy could potentially sweep, so he wants to protect it as much as possible. He throws the Hydro Cannon just before that Malamar reaches the superpower.
And these Hydro Cannons really stack up as well, really fast to charge up, and you can just be relentless, particularly when you get a solid KO. Look at that damage.
That was big damage. Even Kazim was a little bit surprised. I think that was quite close. Eevee really wanted to hang on there, and now Dunsparce is in a bit of a tricky position.
It's the extra oomph you get from being a Shadow variant, I guess, but now you bring in the bulky Dunsparce here, just going for these roll out slow and steady as another Hydro Cannon is primed.
This is the thing, Shadow Feraligatr, although the Shadow Claws are resisted, Hydro Cannon is putting it straight into the yellow, and we know that one more Hydro Cannon is going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and the drill run coming through. We actually have seen this a lot in Dortmund so far, a lot of Dunsparce versus Dunsparce just chipping away at each other. With shields down as well, these charge attacks will be connecting.
This is going to be interesting now for Kazim, because although that Shadow Feraligatr has a lot of energy, if that Typhlosion reaches the Thunder Punch, it will win charge attack priority in the endgame.
And having the Thunder Punch connecting down into the water type is not something the Feraligatr will want to be taking at all. Just another drill run coming through here. Is it going to be enough to get the KO though?
I don't think it will be. Dunsparce is reasonably bulky and doesn't hit that hard, so it will have to keep going. This is exactly what we're talking about, but Kazim has got this perfectly. He has the attack ready. Shadow Typhlosion is not going to hang on by any means. Kazim is in the driver's seat now.
Absolutely taken down by this Dunsparce as the opposing one comes back in, throws some more rollouts here and there, but we know of course that the Feraligatr on Kazim's side is ready and waiting in the wings to take him through in victory in this game one.
Kazim played that really, really well. That Thunder Punch call in the leads, that is game-changing, right? If you let a Blast Burn through there, you're all but done, right? The Typhlosion would then incinerate you down and potentially sweep the rest of your backline. What a massive decision for Kazim, and it has given him game number one.
But that was really the opportunity that Eevee had there to kind of play that mind game. Do you want to go for the Blast Burn and try and gain some very swift momentum early on in the set? But Kazim, calm, cool, and collected, making those reads absolutely perfectly. Fantastic way of play to be able to lock in that match. Going into game two, however, the Typhlosion, I love to see it. Do you think it's still coming in game two?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Eevee, he has played so many games already today. He's got the backwards cap. He's there to bully some players, and Shadow Typhlosion was his way of doing it. he now is a little bit rattled. That Thunder Punch call was big, and he needs to now rethink, I'm against a different caliber of player now. I've knocked out some top tier players, but these are the crucial games where those kinds of decisions dictate who wins.
And Eevee lost the shields very early on. I understand with your shadow Pokemon, they are a little bit frailer, so you want to make sure you're protecting them, so kind of in the trade-off, they can deal big damage. But Kazim, I think, being able to preserve the shields for a little bit later on did give more longevity, more flexibility to Pokemon like the Dunsparce, and left Eevee being a bit more vulnerable as that match played out.
Yeah. Now, Kazim doesn't have Stone Edge on the Clodsire, which gives Ariados a little bit more play into that Clodsire. And we also saw that Kazim had brought the Shadow Feraligatr. And Ariados and Shadow Feraligatr have very similar attack stats, where charge attack priority can go either way. I'm interested, will Eevee lean into his Ariados at all?
I mean, the Ariados as well has the potential to, you know, do some debuffing with something like the Lunge, so that can be a nice way to kind of slow down the pace of your opponent, as well as if it's running something like the Trailblazer, can get that boost, and then you can start being the offensive pressure. So I think Ariados definitely has some play. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see it make that adjustment to apply a little bit more pressure. It's just whether you, I guess, can call where the shields are going to be correctly.
Yeah, that's right. And now, there aren't fighters on either side.
That's
right?
true.
There's no fighting type Pokemon. So Dunsparce, arguably, is a pretty good safe swap. Will those players use it again here?
Oh, love to see this adjustment, though. The Dugong's here on the field, facing down against the Clodsire.
And there are Dunsparce available for both players. Kazim didn't win the lead that he wanted, and so he goes into the Shadow Feraligatr, who's actually saving that Dunsparce.
Yep, just going for these Shadow Claws, racking up a lot of energy, but energy charged on both sides of the field. Dugong here able to go first.
So the thing here is, Shadow Feraligatr, when shields are down, is not particularly strong against Dugong. So he's using it because he knows his Dunsparce has a better matchup. Now, Eevee knows that both attacks from Shadow Feraligatr are resisted by Dugong. He doesn't need to give it away right now, and so he's staying in. He's taking that Feraligatr. Look how low it is already.
Exactly, and these Icy Winds with the debuffs as well is going to be very detrimental to the pressure Feraligatr can apply. But these Hydro Cannons are coming thick and fast, but you're right, Eevee doesn't need to waste a shield in this situation.
This is really smart from Eevee, I think, because that Malamar in the back has a lot of play into Clodsire and can land super effective superpowers against the Dunsparce as well. So he is okay letting his Dugong go down to the Feraligatr if it needs to.
It's almost stalling for time here, just allowing the Feraligatr to get whittled away while you get your Malamar in the back. Feraligatr's actually gone. Dugong was able to fell it.
And so in comes the Dunsparce. He now is using this Dunsparce as a safe swap of sorts. So I am really liking this strategy from Eevee.
Yes, exactly. And once again, Dunsparce versus Dunsparce, another drill run just going to come through. And this is where the pace of the game really slows down. Just trying to get some damage on as those clocks reset.
And I think that this is a good position now for Eevee because that Malamar not only is going to be up against the Clodsire, it also will have shield advantage.
Yes, and that can really give you that kind of end game momentum that you need. Another drill run just coming through. Dunsparce being able to take these so well. But look at the energy. It's all going to go down here on Eevee's side. Both shields still remaining on Kazim's side as well. That could give him so much protection towards the end game.
Oh, because he doesn't want to give it shielded, so there's going to go even shields into the end game, and honestly, that's still very, very good for Malamar.
Yes, because Malamar can apply a lot of pressure, use those fast attacks to be able to get something like the super power up or even that foul play. We're going to see, again, another one of these drill runs. Nothing untoward here happening with Dunsparce at all.
Yeah, I think that this is smart from Kazim. He doesn't want to give any advantage in the back. Dunsparce mirror, it's not quite the Lickitung mirror of old, but this does take a while to get through.
It's definitely familiar, I can tell you that much. And I like the Malamar gets in here, farms up a little bit of energy, and we actually do see the swap come through here.
Now, this is interesting. Oh, he does make it. He makes the Icy Wind. This is huge. And finally, that burst shield goes up, and this is the shield advantage that we're talking about now. Malamar, is it not only against a debuffed Clodsire, it's also got shield advantage. This is going to be tough for Kazim.
Yes, Dugong was in only for a brief amount of time, but it was poignant. Now the Malamar that had a little bit of energy there comes back in. Still no shields coming through from Eevee, though.
Let's see how much this Sludge Bomb does. Doesn't even take it into the yellow. Malamar, it's not like the bulkiest Pokemon, but it's not the squishiest Pokemon either. And these foul plays, they are going to come fast. The Psy Waves are also doing a ton of damage. You can see Clodsire's health going down. Every half second it goes down.
Yeah, the fast attack's actually putting in a lot of work thanks to being super effective. And the energy regeneration coming through on this Malamar is formidable. Clodsire, yes, it can have these sludge bombs, but look at the shields on Eevee's side. You've got one more in your back pocket for later.
Now let's remember that Kazim still has an attack loaded on his Dunsparce. And
yeah, there it is. It comes in, but we're going to see, first of all, the foul play come through. You have to use the shield because you want to use that charge attack on Dunsparce.
You know what was really good there? The reaction times from Eevee to recognize that that Dunsparce was coming in, and he threw to take that last shield because he knows that Kazim wants to throw this drill run.
Yes, and exactly that's what's going to happen. A last second shield coming in, though, to preserve the Malamar in play, the last remaining Pokemon for Eevee here.
And now Sludge Bomb this time is not debuffed. Lou, is this going to be enough?
Let's have a look. It's going to be close, I can tell you that much. Sludge Bomb comes through, it just hangs on a slither of HP.
And Kazim takes it! What a win for Kazim! He has played that incredibly to get around that Malamar that looks so oppressive to win 2-0. Eevee can't quite believe it. I don't know if I can either.
This is why Clodsire is king. It is #1 in the meta for a reason. That endgame, the Malamar with the shields up, looked so strong, but Clodsire able to endure, able to hang on. Congratulations, Kazim.
That Clodsire, I know it's based on a blobfish, but that is one of the thickest Pokemon I have seen. Surviving so much damage from that Malamar, taking on the world, it felt like. Kazim is through into day 2. He makes his top cut here in Dortmund.
What an amazing match. Kazim really showing the master of play it took to be so calm throughout that game. And we even said it in the first match. He was in control, called every single move correctly, was in Eevee's head the whole way through. And then actually throughout the whole set by the end of it, you could see that he never wavered once.
It was really, really special to watch. I thought that Eevee was in the driver's seat the whole way. I know you probably thought that Eevee was in the driver's seat the whole way. Kazim goes, hold up. I know what I'm doing.
I mean, maybe you don't need both shields when you are a Clodsire, because it's almost like you are a pseudo-shield a bit, so Clodsire's got this in the end, and that's exactly what came through. If it had been a different Pokemon, maybe Malamar would have been victorious.
Yeah, I really like the way that Kazim managed his energy there, right?
Yeah.
He took that Dunsparce drill run, he took it away. Let's take a look. This is the moment. This is the big call from Kazim. I heard the crowd in the background gasp, because that is a massive decision.
This set the tone, right? Straight away at the beginning of the set, making the right call here, not falling for the bait. Fantastic play by Kazim, and being able to foul that Typhlosion as well, that had so much blast burn pressure, really did just make him be so strong in that match.
I really like the composure.
Yeah.
The composure that Kazim has shown throughout this series has been really a real testament to how far he has come. He is such a top Go Battle League player. He is so regularly high up on those leaderboards, often in the top 10. And he said to me before, he said, play Pokemon Show 6. It's not quite worked out for me yet. Maybe this is his weekend. I can't wait to watch and find out.
And I really like the way, to be honest, he pivots his Pokemon in and out of play. Having that Dunsparce for kind of the slow and steady moments, just making sure that you're ticking away on that timer, maybe making sure that for Alligators in the back with those shields preserved, it's able to then come through and get that damage on the board. So actually knowing exactly what each Pokemon in the team needed to be able to shine in their own individual right, is just testament to him as a player. So congratulations, Kazim. One to watch for sure.
And Dugong as well, right?
Dugong was interesting, yeah.
Dugong is tricky. If you lose lead against a Dugong, it was debuffing all over the place. It's very bulky as well, and he doesn't have Stone Edge on his Clodsire, right? So he doesn't have that easy damage output that Clodsire, especially in Baltimore, was having access to. Dunsparce put in a pretty good shift for Kazim here. And I really think that if you are good with your energy management, and your catches and your switches, Dunsparce could be one to watch.
But I think you're right as well. Clodsire in Baltimore was Stone Edge all the way. We saw it all the time.
Except mine.
Except yours, okay. You're the exception. Maybe you're the trendsetter, bringing it over here to Europe. But I guess Mandibuzz was a threat. That's why, Stone Edge was around. But Mandibuzz had a very underwhelming performance. We are seeing a rise in a lot of the grass types here in Azumarill. But actually being able to see the Clodsire come in, and then knowing that you have Dunsparce that has the rollout, that's a little bit of rock type coverage, you kind of see the balance and synergy between these teams and why they're so successful.
I really like Sludge Bomb on Clodsire. Remember, it is slightly cheaper as well than Stone Edge, so it's faster to get to. As you say, we're seeing so many Azumarill, we're seeing these grass types. There are quite a lot of grass.
Yeah, Superior.
Which is incredible, because last season, grass was almost nowhere to be seen.
Well, it was Lickitung, right? That was your grass type Pokemon, basically.
Cresselia and Lickitung were used as pseudo grass types, right? They had grass type coverage without the negative drawbacks sometimes of grass type weaknesses, the defensive profile of grass.
Then you don't get that extra damage out there on the field as well with the same type attack bonus. But having the grass type attacks is always really nice when there are so many water types on the field. And actually, Martine and I were commentating a match earlier that had, I think, 4 or 5 water types in one team.
Yeah, Maxwell's team, MEweedle. Yeah, I know.
So many water types, so making sure that you have some kind of grass coverage is key.
Yeah, and Chestnut is a really good example.
It's on the rise, yeah.
Wadaj obviously won Baltimore with a Chestnut, and if Chestnut is winning a regional event, that's a pretty exciting time to play Pokemon Go PvP.
Particularly when it's something a little bit off the wall or unique that people maybe haven't thought of or been able to tap into. And we were kind of talking about this earlier, where there are a lot of Pokemon that are outstanding, but the skill level needed to be able to pilot them successfully can be the challenge.
I think it's a really exciting time for players to use different Pokemon. I would say no Pokemon at the moment are inherently bad. There are no such thing as bad Pokemon, right? but trainers are using Pokemon that aren't necessarily strong into the meta, but they're using them in ways that catches a lot of players out. And that's really, really fun to watch.
I think as well in a fresh meta, there's so many new combinations, people are trying new things, testing new things, and almost when you prepare for the tournament, it's almost like you can't prepare for everything, because anything can be thrown your way, and the way that our players are piloting, going either very defensive or very offensive, and then switching things up, you have to be prepared for the unexpected, and that can be quite a stressful thing as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like Malamar, for example. Yeah. Malamar is a tricky Pokemon to play around. Well, there are often where I'm looking at building a team, and there are like templates that you can roughly stick to give yourself a safe team, and Malamar is actually a tricky Pokemon to put into any of those template roles. It's a very flexible Pokemon, and what that also means is that it's a very difficult Pokemon sometimes to manage. And we didn't see the Galarian Moltres that resists the Psywave damage. Kazim actually played very neutrally into that Malamar, and he showed that Shadow Feraligatr Hydro Cannon damage, wow, that hit hard.
Honestly, the water type damage has always been very consistent. We've seen it on Swampert before as well, being able to deal so much consistent, fast charge attack water damage, and that's exactly what Feraligatr is able to do now as well. And even if it's not super effective, even if it's going to something like a Azumarill, it still stacks up over time, particularly if the Pokemon that's locked onto the field as that switch timer is resetting can't do anything back to you. Feraligatr's time to shine.
Yeah, it really is. And I was actually going to pick Kazim as one of my caster fantasy picks.
But you didn't.
Last second, right? Last second I didn't, because I thought to myself, do you know what? I don't want to put any more pressure on him. I know that already with Show 6, he goes, I really just want to sit down and focus. And I thought, okay, hands up, I will let you focus. But I'm really excited to see how well he does this weekend.
Oh, definitely. And being able to come through in a winner's group as well and have such a commanding day one, day two is definitely going to be a spicy one. It's going to be good.
It makes a big difference, right? As soon as you drop down into that loser's bracket, you have to play a lot more games, and that can be really difficult. But what a game we have next.
These are two names that if you were tuning into the broadcast in the 2024 season, you will recognize. Lurgan Rocket and Maximilian. I mean, where do we even start with these trainers? I love that Lurgan still has the Talonflame.
Do you know what I love? I love that Maxi has lent into that Toxapex Diggersby core, similar to the one that I ran in Baltimore, similar to the one that we have seen have some success already this weekend. I cannot wait to see how Maxi gets on with it.
So break it down for us. Why is this such a good core at the moment in the meta?
If you were to have a think, how many Pokemon have play into both Toxapex and Diggersby, right? So Diggersby, let's say you're weak to your grass, you're weak to water, you're weak to fighting. Toxapex, poison coverage for those grasses. It resists water, it resists fighting. Both of them together with an absolutely massive stat product. They are so bulky. The way that I used them in Baltimore was effectively as additional shields. I knew that I can swap them into something and sponge all the damage in the world.
That makes a lot of sense. And if we take a look at Lurgan Rocket's team as well, one interesting choice is the Goodra. Because at the minute in the meta, Goodra's only main threats, I would say, would be like Azumarill or the Alolan Sandslash. And I don't see either of those on Maxi's team. So do you think Goodra has a place in this matchup?
I'm really interested to see how Goodra lines up against the Arctibax. We've seen a lot of Arctibax play already. Now, Dragon Breath into Dragon Breath, Goodra is slightly bulkier, but Arctibax has a much higher attack stat. And Goodra generally runs Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch. All right, and that's what we're expecting to see from Lurgan here. What that means is that Maxi can allow Dragon Breath damage on a different Pokemon, let's say onto his Toxapex, and then hard swap his Arctibax, which would be able to sponge both Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch very, very easily.
That's true, just absorb up all those charge attacks and maybe try and dodge around some of the fast attacks that have been utilized here. Lurgan, again, that Talonflame. It has been such a core Pokemon for him in previous seasons, and Maxi is also bringing one at the moment. I think a lot of the times with Talonflame, because you don't need necessarily your fire charged attack, because there aren't that many flying resists at the moment. So a lot of the Talonflames are running kind of double flying charge attacks, right?
Yes, that's right. Now, we talked briefly about that Toxapex Diggersby core, and obviously Lurgan has, he doesn't have a Malamar, but Malamar is a Pokemon that would have some play into it. Maxi, on the other hand, does have a Malamar. Malamar into an Azumarill. I don't know if you know how this plays out, but actually, in the two-shield scenario, because Psywave is doing so much damage and generates energy so quickly, Malamar can actually flip that matchup.
See, this is something I've been hearing all weekend long, is this concept of the two-shield matchups being so dominant at the moment. Because we have so many bulky Pokemon in the meta at the moment, preserving those shields for those key Pokemon that maybe do need the extra kind of cushioning from a lot of the damage, that is what is swaying the momentum in these matches, because a lot of the bulkier ones can just kind of wall out each other. But in these two-shield matchups, they are critical to be able to enable an endgame. Otherwise, it's almost like the story has been written for you before it's even begun.
Yeah, and Maxi will need to be aware of this Cresselia, because if we look at this Cresselia, it has play into into Toxapex, it has play into Arctobax, into Diggersby. Moonblast super effective against Malamar, and Grassnot super effective against Shadow for Alligator. So does Maxi think to himself, well, Talonflame is a very dominant matchup against Cresselia. Will I need to lean into it, or am I worried about Goodra, Azumarill, Dunsparce?
I'd worry about the Cresselia, to be honest. The Moonblast coverage is really, really strong. Again, if you have something like the Grassnot, that's something that the Feraligatr isn't going to appreciate, as well as it just being incredibly bulky. Could possibly be a good switch in for Lurgan to be able to reset that timer and then bring a Pokemon that's charged up with lots of energy in the back. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cresselia. I'd be rooting for it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Malamar lead. That's maybe what I'm thinking could be good, because even if you're into a bad matchup like Azumarill, as we say, you've still got the 2 shields there, and the option to go in and out.
Oh, there we are.
There is the Malamar, as predicted.
Oh my goodness, here we are. Goodra versus Malamar straight out the blocks here in this winners round 3 match.
Now look at the backlines already. I think a lot of us will be seeing a Toxapex and an Azumarill and think Lurgan really needs the alignment, otherwise it's going to be in trouble. Maxi first to throw an attack. Foul play comes through. Lurgan's not letting Goodra go that easily.
Yep, shield straight away out the blocks. And look how much that Dragon Breath damage has done to the opposing Malamar here. Already taking it down into the yellow as all this juicy energy is farmed up for the Goodra.
Now, Malamar paces very, very quickly to those superpowers, but Goodra also paces quickly to Aqua Tail. Maxi's going to let this Aqua Tail go. The Malamar just holds on, and it will reach that superpower which it throws.
I like this.
Look how much health is left.
Yeah, it's only on a slither. Lurgan laughing, I think, acknowledging that fact as well, and going for a shield here. And that's what Maxi needed here to burn through one of these critical shields.
Now, Goodra has a good play into the backline. Thunder Punch is super effective, but Toxapex has one of the highest defense stats in the game.
Well, here comes the Thunder Punch through, lots of energy. I think it's only going to take a couple more Dragon Breaths to actually get to a second Thunder Punch here for the Goodra. Going to be unshielded, though. Toxapex bulky in its own right, as you've said, able to take that like a champ.
This is going to be interesting. The Azumarill is going to be able to dodge the Toxapex, but a 2-shield for Alligator, Lou, we've seen this. It can do devastating amounts of work, no matter what it's against.
Yes, that's the trade-off, though. You have to use your shields on it, but it can deal so much damage, particularly being the Shadow Variant. I think it only took 1 Shadow Claw there to fell the Goodra, and now Lurgan has a choice to make. It's going to be the Azumarill.
Now, the fact that Lurgan took a moment of pause shows that he knows that this is going to be a little bit tricky to get through.
Almost needs a second to gather his thoughts and put a plan of action in place. As we're going to see this Hydro Cannon come through, we know it's not going to do too much, but because it's so fast to charge up, a couple more of these will be perilous for the Azumarill.
That's right, Hydro Cannon is a really efficient attack. It gets same type attack bonus with the Shadow for Alligator. As you said, the Shadow damage is also doing more. The Shadow Claws are racking up. This Azumarill is going down way quicker than Lurgan wants it to.
Yes, I think another one is going to completely finish it off, but Azumarill is going to try and have a match of its own here. Going to be going for the play rough, forcing finally a shield to come through from Maxi. But this is what we said. Use your shields on the Feraligatr, preserve it to be so pressurized with these Shadow Claws and these Hydro Cannons.
This is really, really nice from Maxi. He goes for the charge attack priority, maximizing the amount of Shadow Claw energy generation so that he can go into the Cresselia matchup as favorably as possible.
Really love to see this. The Feraligatr shows no sign of holding back right now. The Shadow Claw is dealing this super effective damage, whittling away at the Cresselia. Yes, it is going to be able to get to a Grassnot, but the Hydro Cannon gets there first.
Now, will Maxi switch into the Toxapex? He knows that the Cresselia is at a Grassnot. The Feraligatr has a lot of energy. He might not want to lose it, or he might say, do you know what? I'm going to force you to throw. He actually reaches another Hydro Cannon. Do you know what I've just noticed?
Tell me.
There is Future Sight on that Cresselia.
Yes, there's not a Moonblast here, so Future Sight is something the Toxapex doesn't necessarily want to switch into, particularly if you're keeping your counts in track. You know that both of them were ready here, but
Lurgan preserving the energy in his thumbs. He knows he's going to need those tappers for game 2. Maxi takes game number 1. Shadow for Alligator again. EJ said he felt it was the best Pokemon in the meta. Maxi's proving him to be right.
Oh, such a commanding win there for the Feraligatr. I mean, Lurgan Rocket definitely is one of these players who can adjust and come back. And I've just noticed as well, the little Goodra plushie on the desk there, really kind of a symbol of one of the key pieces of his puzzle. And we saw it do incredibly well in this match with those kind of Dragon Breaths coming through. But I think the issue was he had to put both shields onto that Pokemon. That left the rest of his team incredibly vulnerable, particularly the Azumarill, to that opposing Feraligatr. And Maxi just had the momentum to be able to hold on.
It was really interesting. And people have asked me, they go, what do you think of Goodra as a Dragon type in this meta? And one of the reservations that I've got is that in a zero shield scenario, Goodra's not particularly strong. But when you do give it shields, it can, you know, Dragon Breath through a lot of matchups. The problem was, as we saw, Lurgan was relying on the bulk of Azumarill and Cresselia to make up for his lack of shields. Shadow for Alligator, just so potent. But I really think, Lou, we need to talk about Future Sight Cresselia here, because the Future Sight got a nerf in the last Go Battle League update.
But I think as well, considering the fact that a lot of the Cresselia run Moonblast, again, a move that something like the Toxapex wouldn't have minded switching into there at the end, but knowing that there is the Future Sight on there makes it a little bit more of a hesitation for a player like Maxi. Why do you think exactly that Future Sight is on there? Is it because of the rise of poison types in the meta right now?
I think that Future Sight is a really intelligent play if the way that you want to use your Cresselia is as a better core breaker into the into the poison types and into the water types. So if we look at that Clodsire for Alligator core, for example, if we look at that Diggersby and Toxapex core, Toxapex, as you mentioned, Future Sight still does a lot of damage. Even though it was nerfed, it now has the same parameters as an Earthquake or as a Hurricane. It's still a hard-hitting attack. Exactly, and not only that, right? Future Sight gives Cresselia a lot more play into Talonflame, and that is why we aren't seeing that Talonflame from Maxi. It's no longer the dominant matchup that we thought it might be.
So when we were talking about Cresselia before, we now almost feel even more confident is it a great pick into Maxi's team, considering that there's the Talonflame in play there too.
The difference is that Maxi can now lean into Malamar a lot more. There's no Moonblast, right? And Future Sight, I actually asked this question to Amanda, and I'll ask it to you as well. Psychic type damage to a Malamar, what level of resistance are we talking here, Lou?
Isn't it 3?
That's right, it is triple resisted.
Oh my goodness.
Psychic resist Psychic, Dark double resist Psychic. That stacks up. Malamar triple resist that Future Sight. I would love to see a catch. I don't think Logan's ever going to let that happen. But Malamar, very, very likely to come again for Maxi because of that information we now all have.
And in case you weren't here last season, a little bit of an insight into the accolades of these two players, both veterans of top cuts, left, right, and center, but both of them trying to go for the #1 spot here in Dortmund. It's going to be the Malamar versus the Dunsparce here. Dunsparce does not want to take a superpower here, and it's ready to go from the Malamar.
So Maxi might let one drill run come through first before throwing his first superpower. Actually, he's going to go straight for the superpower, and I wouldn't be surprised here if Malamar switches out. I'd be interested to see if it stays in. It should survive a drill run regardless, right? Malamar isn't that squishy, and it should hang on. He actually gets to the next superpower as well. This will do slightly less damage because of the first debuff.
Exactly, but it's still definitely going to be a threat, but then the threat really is on that Malamar, taking 2 debuffs to its defense. It's going to want to get out of there before the drill run comes through, and the Feraligatr joins!
And he makes that catch. Feraligatr comes in to take the drill run, so it's not going to land on that double debuff Malamar. Feraligatr's fine, okay? Feraligatr's still got all of this Shadow Claw pressure, and it will reach an Ice Beam before this Goodra reaches Thunder Punch.
Fantastic play here. Yes, the Feraligatr takes some damage, but the key thing is your Malamar is now preserved in the back with those debuffs being able to be reset. Once again, we're going to see the offense go on here. The Ice Beam into the Dragon is not going to connect thanks to another shield coming through from Logan. Already 2 shields down early on in this game too.
And so the question is, do you come in with Malamar to try and take out this Goodra quickly, or do you come in with Toxapex to sponge all the damage and keep those shields for that Malamar in the endgame?
This is what I love though about the way Max has played this. He's got options, he's got decisions to make. The Goodra, however, is still going for these Dragon Breaths, farming up lots and lots of energy, and it's going to be the Aqua Tail coming through. No shield here on the Malamar.
Now, Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch do the exact same amount of damage. Aqua Tail is cheaper, so it's the more efficient attack, and it goes for the C charge attack priority, the CAP. Maxi reaches the superpower. It should take out this Goodra.
Okay, lots of damage coming across the field here. Able to hang on just a little bit, so the Goodra can retaliate with an Aqua Tail. Is Maxi going to have to go for a shield? No. Says, I'm happy to let the Malamar go here. Oh, it doesn't even go.
Well, did he undercharge that?
Oh. I was looking at the drop, so I wasn't sure how much the calculations would be, but it's now going to be the battle of the poison types here on the field.
This is right, and Clodsire usually has such a dominant matchup into Toxapex, but let's not forget, there are 2 shields for Maxi, and this will mean that Toxapex, if they stay in like this, should be able to take the advantage, but Dunsparce still has health and energy in the back for Logan, so it is by no means over.
And Clodsire is still very absorbent of these attacks. It's able to take a lot of the water-type damage that the Toxapex is able to throw its way. But as you can see, it's doing very, very little in retaliation with these Sludge Bombs. An Earthquake, however, would be a game-changer.
Maxi is laughing because he no-shielded that resisted Sludge Bomb. Logan's smiling too. He does get the shield now, but that is pretty big for Maxi to call no Earthquake there from Logan.
Very, very bold play. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it the second time, did go for the shield, but I think that was a wise call here. You've got shields to spare if you're Maxi, and once again, able to come through with the Brine connecting into this Clodsire. I think after a few more fast attacks, another Brine's going to finish it off.
And you can see how much Brine is going to do. Brine, one more, should take out the Clodsire. Yeah. Logan might go for a catch. Maxi, he's a high-quality player. He can't afford to let that happen. I mean, there it is!
Oh, I was going to say, Logan has the switch ability, but the low HP on both of those Pokemon leave them in a very frail position. He's thinking hard, though. Which one would you bring in here?
I need to remember how much energy that Dunsparce has. I think it has a drill run there. Okay, so it can land a drill run. Toxapex, my goodness, Toxapex is bulky. So this drill run will get nowhere near to taking it out. Maxi just has to be very smart now about his energy management. He cannot let the Dunsparce get to another one.
And it's going to get to one now after this rollout here. Instead, the Toxapex is able to get the edge. Lurgan not happy about that at all.
Lurgan did not throw the drill run because he was expecting Maxi to go for a catch. So that was a 50-50 decision there, and now Maxi reaches that next brine. Maxi takes game number 2, and he beats Lurgan Rocket here in Dortmund.
Maxi, unwavering form, able to be in control of this match the whole way through, throwing Lurgan onto the other side of that coin toss. Like you said, the 50-50 was not in his favor, but Maximilian, oh, what an amazing match. Congratulations.
That was really, really impressive. Now, we're going to give Maxi the benefit of the doubt here, right?
Okay.
And we're going to say that he knew that Dunsparce was at another drill run, but he called that Lurgan wouldn't throw on alignment.
So he was almost doing the mind game.
And that's actually, I've had that before. I remember playing against Satistan last year in Liverpool, and it was a very similar situation where you start to predict a catch. And at this level, you know that these players are able to catch at any moment, and you really can't afford to let that happen. We saw that Maxi did not allow Lurgan to catch. Lurgan didn't want the same to happen to him, but Maxi stayed in.
So it's like this instinct at the end of the day. You know, it's not only about the Pokemon on the field, but it's about the instinct of the driver of the team as well, making sure that you're making those reads and predictions correctly. I mean, Lurgan's also a player who gets very much into the heads of his opponents. So it was very interesting to see almost the game reversed on him a little bit.
Yes, that's right. But there was a little bit of a moment right at the beginning of the game where Lurgan felt that his rollout from Dunsparce wasn't quite going through in the way that he expected it to. So they are having a conversation with the judges now. And Lurgan has an opportunity potentially to recompose himself if there is a decision in his favor to reapproach those games.
And that's what our amazing judges are for. We're very blessed to have a fantastic staff team here at the Dortmund Regionals here kicking things off for the European circuit. So I know they're all working hard and enjoying their tournament experience as well. I mean, one thing I've really seen so far across Dortmund is there is this consistency between a lot of Pokemon like the Clodsire and things, but Malamar has come out completely from the right field and just completely stolen the show. I
am learning so much about Malamar, about the way that these different players are playing it. Everyone is actually playing it ever so slightly differently. The timing of their superpowers are coming differently, right?
Yeah.
So what we've seen before is a Malamar allow a drill run from the Dunsparce before going for their superpowers. Maxi played that slightly differently. He actually opted for the double superpower and then caught that drill run onto the Shadow for Alligator. And this flexibility, this opportunity to play it in so many different ways is, I think, really exciting.
And what I really like seeing is particularly the way that Malamar plays with the switch timer, because sometimes if you're against the Dunsparce, it's got to be so tempting to go for that superpower straight away. But if you're locked in and you're debuffed, those drill runs are going to start hurting through. So what I like is actually seeing the hesitation in our players being like, here's a couple of foul plays, just going to whittle away at the HP, but now my switch timer is ready, I can superpower and get out of here and reset. And that is where I see a lot of the players making those very calculated decisions and getting victory with it.
Extremely calculated, because you've also got to think about where is the most efficient output of my damage. Is the foul play worth throwing now? Am I debuffed? Should I be banking it and throwing it when it's not debuffed later? And we've seen so much movement. The benefit of the 50-second timer is that players have so much better access for that movement. I'm really, really enjoying the dynamism of these games. I keep saying it, the 50-second switch timer, one of the best updates we've had to Pokemon Go PvP.
It's definitely something fresh, something new for our players to get their heads around. But there's also a lot of maths, I've got to say. I've been brushing up on my math skills while trying to play a little bit of PvP, because not only have you got to, make sure those seconds are being counted as well, you've got to keep track of your timer, your opponent's timer, but also those counts. And we've seen that in this match as well. Both our trainers really making sure they're counting up when they're getting to their charge attacks to predict those catches like you've mentioned. But it is intense, and it all does come with experience.
And it's really interesting as well, the different ways that players approach counting, okay? So I'm a very methodical, theoretical player, and I work a lot with the numbers.
Okay.
There are lots of players that don't. And Colin 6 is an example of a player who says, he goes, I roughly know my counts, but a lot of it is gut feeling. And he's one of the best players in Europe. So maybe counting just isn't for you, and that's absolutely fine.
It's good to know that maybe there's a chance then for someone like me who's like, oh God, I can't remember what's happening, oh no. But oh well, at least, the gut instinct of Colin 6 could be inspirational.
That's right, and there's so much gut instinct also when you're playing against someone that you know, right? Maxi and Lurgan, they are staples in the PvP scene. They know how each other play, and sometimes you have to make a decision that isn't necessarily objectively the optimal decision, but in the moment you just have a feeling. And Maxi had that feeling. Maxi, it's been confirmed, will go through into the next round. There is no rematch. Here Maxi with that Shadow for Alligator, landing the Hydro Cannon on the Cresselia. Lurgan, he knows what's coming.
Yeah, this was our opener in Game 1. As we went into Game 2, we could see the Malamar really have its time to shine. That superpower doing so much damage with this switch of the Feraligatr taking the ground type attack attack instead of the Malamar. Maxi constantly in control, preserving his Pokemon to perfection.
I'm really happy to see Maxi doing well. He is a player that has had so much potential and success over the years, but maybe in the Play Pokemon season scene hasn't quite got to the heights that we all know that he can get to.
Yes, I know some tournaments haven't necessarily gone his way, but I also vividly remember a match, it was Amanda and I were commentating, between yourself and Maxi, and it was a very adorable match indeed. But again, just going testament to his skills. He is a veteran of the competition.
That's right. That was back in Barcelona this time last year.
It was a long time ago.
First event of the season, and I remember Maxi played the same team 3 times in a row, and this is the gut feeling we're talking about, right? Yeah. I sat across from him, and I remember looking at him, and I thought, you're going to play the exact same team. So I'm not going to change mine either. And that was back in a meta where it was a little bit more alignment based. It wasn't a 50-second switch timer back then, and there wasn't much that Maxi could do. But here, we are seeing that Maxi is able to use that Malamar so flexibly. Not just Maxi, right? Zzweilous also made day 2 with the Malamar. We saw Colin earlier today using Malamar as well.
It's a standout, it really is.
Wow, wow. If you've got a Malamar, especially a shiny one, because they are beautiful, then make sure to evolve it, learn its matchups, because it is an exciting Pokemon in this meta.
It definitely is. It's been the star of the show for me so far. Not only has it been very good in the matches, but like you said already, it's making its day 2 lock-ins already. Very, very cool to see. And I like the way as well, it kind of touches back to what we were talking about with you and Maxi here, where you were saying that sometimes you need to know the player to be able to read them correctly. You know if they're going to be a risk taker, or if maybe in a certain archetype what their strategy would be. And that's something you can use to your advantage. It's not just the team sheets you have access to these days.
That's right. There is so much prediction involved in Pokemon Go, especially the higher you get, you need to be in your opponent's mind. Now, we have made some predictions as casters earlier this weekend, and we have got an update for you now on how our predictions are going so far this weekend.
Okay, I'm going to start off with mine, because I just want to say something here. The very first match of the day was Jonkus, victorious. Amazing. Second match of the day, Colin 6, victorious, amazing. Unfortunately, Zeffy faced Jonkus in the losers bracket. So already my rankings here were a little bit doomed to fail, but Colin 6 still riding high for me here. I'm hoping he's going to go all the way.
Now, I was in a bit of a tricky situation because Maxwell, EJ, they are both champions in their own right, but they ended up playing against each other. So Maxwell went down to the losers bracket. Eevee actually took EJ down earlier as well today, and so EJ was also down in the losers bracket. I'll need to update myself as to how they're both going on, because I cannot wait to see. I think that if they keep winning, they could end up playing each other again. And Zzweilous, I think she is a great, great player. She went up against Nezabethan, who had a Pangoro, and I'm sorry, but Pangoro's just really good, you know? It's really hard to use, and if you've got a Pangoro, I would love to see some gameplay. Make sure to post on socials if you've got a Pangoro. If you've got a shiny one, all the better, because we love shiny Pokemon.
I love how we've just totally overlooked the fact that Martine is currently winning with all 3 still in the race.
That is, I mean...
Are we going to comment any further?
I think Martine has enough accolades to his name, and he doesn't need any other today.
Yeah, maybe trying to go one better than runner-up here and get the #1 spot here in the player draft, though.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got some really interesting players still in as well that aren't in our fantasy picks. There are so many players that have such high caliber, high quality plays, interesting Pokemon, interesting teams, and interesting play styles.
Yes, and MEweedle as well, rocking a Gastrodon in this particular tournament as well. No wonder that he's still undefeated on your roster. Not undefeated, but still here in your roster. I mean, definitely a firm favorite, you know, having been a world champion, international champion, so many accolades there. I really like the list that we've got going on. Zzweilous, I think, is definitely one of these trainers who obviously won Barcelona the first event last year and is already on a tear to be able to win the first event of 2025.
I like that we've got these little rankings, right? If you look closely, you can see the little numbers. So Maxwell there, on this sheet, he is the highest current ranked European player in place #2. And obviously, bear in mind that none of these players have played a regional yet.
Place #1?
Place #1? I don't know. I've heard he's very handsome and funny, though.
Oh, yeah, some guy, Tomahawk, right?
Yeah. But #2, right? #2, bear in mind he's not played a single regional. That's impressive, okay?
Yes,
because this is just from locals. And that means if any of these players win, they will overtake #1. Right? They will go straight to the top, and that will put them in such good stead going into the rest of the season. We've got so many events this season. If you can get high on the leaderboard in the regionals now, that's pretty good.
It definitely is a good way to kick off your season, right? Like, particularly if you are trying to make that run towards the World Championships in Anaheim later in the summer, then being able to have a good start at the beginning of the season gives you that confidence boost. It makes you want to watch maybe someone that then at your locals people are like, oh no, I don't want to play against this person. And it does give you that little bit of extra oomph going forward, particularly as we don't really know what's going to happen throughout the season fully with like meta developments and changes. If this is your moment right now and you love the current meta, then you want to make sure you make the most of it.
That is right, and that is the goal of this season for so many of these players. Anaheim, California, next season's World Championships are going to be so exciting. We've got the new system, right? Here in Europe, it's the top 50 players will go through, but that is excluding the players that auto-qualify by either winning an event or, in Martine's case, second in the World Championships. He will be there in Anaheim, California, and you can be too. Come to these events, get championship points, play your locals as well. You've got up to 4 cups and 4 challenges that you can have as your best finish limit. Are you playing any locals?
I will be indeed. I haven't yet, but I definitely will be. Once, I take a little break from the casting desk to get out on the tournament floor, then I'll definitely be checking out some locals in my area.
I can't wait to see you there. Look, I don't think we've actually ever played in Pokemon Go PvP.
I don't think we have actually. We've done a few free practice matches here and there, but I have one trophy, I will say, from Pokemon Go. It was a Professor Cup where I came in 4th place, so I have a little trophy.
Check you out. We'd like to see Lou competing at a regional one day, right?
We're not going to say how many people were competing in that Professor Cup, but I came 4th, which is good. But speaking of things that came better than 4th, came 3rd place in Barcelona. Gastrodon has one formidable opponent, grass types. And one of the best grass types in the meta at the moment is Superior. So maybe we should check out what it's all about.
Let's have a look at Superior now. Superior is a very bulky Pokemon. I remember it rose to some prominence last season when LNDS Harjeff used it to win an event in the LATAM region. It's got access to Frenzy Plant, one of the best attacks in the game. It's a Community Day move, and also Aerial Ace, which gives it some coverage to those Pokemon that resist grass.
Was it Galaxa Bolton as well who had a Superior?
He actually ran Leaf Tornado, do you remember?
Yes,
I think that was that in Lille last year. He ran Leaf Tornado. And Leaf Tornado is a very interesting option. It has a 50% chance to double debuff your opponent's attack. It's interesting to see whether players will opt for Aerial Ace or Leaf Tornado. I think at the moment, I would probably lean towards Aerial Ace, particularly if you go up against Pokemon like Chestnut. That Aerial Ace, double super effective, does a lot of damage.
And there aren't too many flying resists I get at the moment, so just being able to have that kind of neutral damage out there, or hit the Chestnuts, or hit the Pangoros from time to time as well, it does give you a little bit of flexibility. I like how it says here as well that Superior has returned to the competitive season to hunt down the common Feraligatr, but not Gastrodon.
No, not Gastrodon.
It's going to be nice to Gastrodon.
Absolutely. Superior goes, look, I know it's not a fair matchup. I need to pick on someone my own size, so I'll leave Gastrodon alone for a bit. But what Superior is able to do is against any of those Clodsire that aren't running Sludge Bomb, Superior actually does pretty well. It resists Earthquake. It doesn't resist both attacks like Chestnut does, right? Yeah. Chestnut resists both Stone Edge and Earthquake, but even just resisting Earthquake gives Superior a lot of play into Feraligatr, Azumarill, into Clodsire. Even it's like tough against Toxapex, but Frenzy Plants do so much damage.
Yes.
Even against Cresselia, right? Superior outpaces it and does really, really well. So I'm excited to see whether Superior is the grass type of choice here this weekend.
I mean, we've seen how much damage a Frenzy Plant can indeed do to something like a Clodsire, and it's definitely something that if you can get that charged up nice and quick, like a lot of these Pokemon can at the moment, then it's just something that can stop Clodsire from being so disruptive in a match.
Now, before we move on from Superior, here's one lesson for you, okay?
Okay, I'm taking notes.
Frenzy Plant is so good of an attack that even if the Pokemon you're up against resists Frenzy Plant, there are many situations where it's still better to throw Frenzy Plant than to throw Aerial Ace. So one example, Mandibuzz, okay? Mandibuzz resists Frenzy Plant, and it is neutral against Aerial Ace. But Frenzy Plant is so powerful that you are still better off throwing Frenzy Plant. So that's a lesson for you. If you're using your Superior, most of the time, Frenzy, 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 Frenzy.
Top tips from Tomahawk here on the desk. And actually, that's really surprising to think that the grass type that's resisted will deal more damage just because of the power that it has. And it's not like it takes forever to charge up either.
No, and you can learn like these little tips and tricks. They can make a massive difference. There's another example, right?
Okay.
So Diggersby, as we know, runs Fire Punch and Scorching Sands. Fire Punch. Now, we haven't seen many Alolan Sandslash yet this weekend, but Fire Punch, double super effective against Alolan Sandslash. But Scorching Sands, right? Even though it's single super effective, still does more. Now, it's not the more efficient move to throw, but if you can only throw one attack, Scorching Sands will do more damage. And it's these little things, these players have all learnt it. They know. And so you are seeing these situations where they're throwing attacks that to us or to you at home, you might think, oh, that was an interesting choice. But a lot of the time, there are lots of thoughts behind them.
I seem to remember as well when Scorching Sands first got unleashed, actually you brought it to an event, the very next one that you could attend. But I'm looking forward to this one as well. Tonton Boutis, a previous international champion, someone who always brings something a little bit spicy to the match. I think the spice this time is going to be that Galarian Moltres, one of the newer Pokemon we're seeing.
But do you know what's very interesting here, right? Not just that Galarian Moltres, but the partnership between Galarian Moltres and Shadow Quagsire, right? What type is Shadow Quagsire weak to? There's only one.
Grass.
Exactly. What does Galarian Moltres resist?
Oh, I see the synergy
here.
Oh.
And now Shadow Quagsire, lots of people stopped using after the Mud Shot rework. But it still has a ton of play because Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail and Stone Edge gives Quagsire a lot of opportunity. Generally, I'm expecting to see Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, right? And water and rock damage look like they can do quite a lot here.
Well, I think that's where if Tonton's really keeping an eye on the timer and making sure that you can make those critical catches, it can give him a lot of momentum. But if we look across on Slowking's side of the field here, I don't see a dominant grass type. It's really only potentially going to be that Cresselia with the grass knot that you have to contend with.
That's right. Cresselia is very, very strong into Shadow Quagsire, but Cresselia also, it's a Psychic-type Pokemon. And Tonton has a Pokemon that's pretty strong against the Psychic-type Pokemon. And all of a sudden, again, that Galarian Moltres plus Shadow Quagsire core could be a key to success here for Tonton.
Well, that's where the Sucker Punch comes through as well, because since Counter took a little bit of a nerf, you know, it was the premium fast attack in play, but now Moltres has that Sucker Punch. Not a lot of Pokemon have access to it, and like you said, it can apply so much Dark-type pressure into that Psychic-type Cresselia. Having a deeper dive at the teams here, is anything interesting catching your eye?
I think what's going to be interesting is this Guzzlord actually on the side of Slowking, because when you're looking at these attacks available for Tonton, Guzzlord has a lot of play, right? Guzzlord isn't actually walled by anything. Cresselia can one-shot it with Moonblast, but Cresselia takes super effective from the recently buffed Brutal Swing. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of Guzzlord here for Slowking.
And you've got that Dragon Tail pressure as well, and you only need a couple of those to get the Dragon Claw or the Brutal Swing charged up. But again, interesting thing, Cresselia, once again, running Future Sight.
Do you know what resists both Psychic and Grass?
Do tell.
It's that Galarian Moltres.
Of course it is.
And that is going to be a dominant matchup. So actually, Slowking needs to be really careful here. If that Cresselia gets locked into Galarian Moltres could potentially Sucker Punch a lot of the way down.
This is where we can really see the alignment coming into key here. Whatever our trainers are going to lead with, they need to make sure they're going to get the upper hand straight away, or else you're going to be on that back foot, hoping that that timer is going to be able to tick down before you can gain momentum back. I love how Tonton has the little Dragonair again, one of his signature Pokemon. We've seen him run the Shadow variant in previous formats, but not today, though.
Yeah, that little Dragonair plushie, it's very cute. It's not quite a Gastrodon or 7, right?
No, but it does complement aesthetically.
Yeah, aesthetically, it is very, very nice, but there are Shadow for Alligator on both sides. So do you know what's interesting? I don't know if you've had this already, right? Have we had a charge attack priority situation Shadow for Alligator mirror?
Not in the mirror, no. I've not seen it as thus far.
Because that can be pretty key, right? Now, a lot of Shadow for Alligator are choosing to run Hydro Cannon with Ice Beam. Both attacks resisted by Water type, but the Shadow for Alligator's Hydro Cannon does so much damage that with the Shadow Claws, that charge attack priority could be key.
And particularly if you're down against something like the Guzzlord here, just being able to have access to something like the Ice Beam does give you a little bit of breathing room, but I really worry how you're going to be able to get through that opposing Guzzlord if you don't have the utility. Tonton, however, does still have Moonblast on the Cresselia, correct? It was on the Cresselia on Slowking's side, that is the Psychic one. Okay, so at least you still have that in your back pocket.
Yeah, so Slowking's Future Sight Cresselia has better play into Tonton's Clodsire, but much worse play into the Galarian Moltres. So there will be mind games at play for both of these players, and these are both very, very good players. Tonton, I think, needs no introduction. He's won an international championship. He was there. He was actually the first game on stream at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. But Slowking, he has also got a fair few top players that, you know, scalps under his belt because he's got all the way to this winners round 3, and Tonton is next for him.
At the end of the day, it's a new season, a new meta. New names can indeed emerge victorious here and get themselves on the roster of history here in the Pokemon Regional Championships. I'm going to be really intrigued to see what the leads are going to be coming out here, because I don't know if you really want to go on your offensive, or do you want to maybe try and have something bulky at the beginning, try and absorb a lot of charge attack damage here, and just try and gain some momentum.
How do you like to play, Lou? Do you like to go for bulky Pokemon, or do you like the hard-hitting, fast-paced? Because I like
I'm
Pangoro,
offensive,
right?
definitely.
Yeah, I go
like
for
to
Shadow
hit hard and
Drapion, Pangoro. I want to go in really, really quick, cause some damage, use this switch timer to get back out. But there are also so many bulky Pokemon that the playstyle opportunities here, it's really interesting.
One Pokemon I used to always use that was a little bit of a conundrum for me was the Altaria, because I really liked the very fast Dragon Breath stacking up, but then it took so long to get to the charge attacks. It just felt a little bit of a catch-22, but I did still love to be able to apply a lot of pressure out the blocks. And Lantern was one of my favorite Pokemon to be able to play with as well. But it's not here anymore. There are water types galore, but no Lantern.
Yeah, that's right. Lantern, Altaria, Annihilate, all Pokemon of an era long gone. And yes, they might come back one day, but today is not that day. Shadow Quagsire is still around for Tonton Battus. I'm excited to see if he gets this lined up against Clodsire. That's not going to be fun for the blobby fish.
No, it definitely is not. I mean, Quagsire as well, using those mud shots can just get lots of energy up. And the Aqua Tail, we've seen just how consistent water-type damage can be on the field. It's raining in the backdrop here of our match. So let's see if water is indeed going to be brought to the field. It's Dunsparce versus the Galarian Moltres. I love to see this Tomahawk.
What a beautiful Pokemon, but it's not the matchup it wants to be up against. Rollout does a lot of damage now, but Tonton is staying in. He's got a Clodsire and his own Dunsparce in the back. Is he going to let a Rock Slide go through? No, he's going for a catch, and he makes it. That is a brilliant catch. Now, remember, Rock Slide got adjusted, okay? It doesn't do anywhere near the damage that it used to. So this is a really, really nice play from Tonton.
And definitely not when it goes into the Dunsparce as opposed to the flying Galarian Moltres. Both the Dunsparces here just farming up lots of energy, just kind of slowing down the pace of play and getting some damage out of the board as that switch timer is being reset.
So this is what's really interesting about the new switch timer. Every single time you throw a charge attack, the chip and dip strategy is no longer the same as it once was because you are allowing your opponent to reset their clock in the meantime.
Yes, we're going to see just another drill run come through here once again. Time is really ticking through here. It's going to be the Feraligatr joining the fray, however, but first, it is going to have to take one of these drill runs. No shields coming through from Slowking, wants to keep these preserved.
Feraligatr should be absolutely fine here. The Shadow Claws aren't going to do a lot, but the Hydro Cannon puts so much pressure on the shields of Tonton.
Just trying to wash away this Dunsparce from the field here. As the first Hydro Cannon comes out, it is unshielded here. Tonton preserving it for something like the Galarian Moltres in the back. So we know Clodsire doesn't necessarily need them for the rest of the match here as the Moltres does come back in. These Sucker Punches, look how much damage they're doing.
Yeah, that's right. Sucker Punch, it is the clone of what Counter used to be, but it's a Dark-type attack. And Galarian Moltres, as a Dark-type Pokemon, also resists Shadow Claw. So as long as you're shielding up this Hydro Cannon, let's remember what we've said earlier today. Not many Pokemon in the meta resist Flying-type damage. Brave Bird is possibly one of the best Flying-type charge attacks in the game. Slowking needs to make a decision for the shield here because Brave Bird will otherwise do a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a heavy-hitting move for sure. But first of all, the Galarian Moltres is going to come into play here, going to get its charge attack down.
Now he calls the Ancient Power. Dunsparce is bulky. He actually lets it go and now comes in with the Guzzlord. Guzzlord is resisting Sucker Punch and Tonton goes for another Ancient Power. This time it is a bait.
Yes, and of course Slowking going to go for the shield here, actually going to drop those down, so there's only one left as this match goes through.
He gets the shield. Is he going to reach the Brave Bird? He does. Okay, so this is now a huge decision. Slowking surely shields. Yes, he does. This Brave Bird otherwise would do massive damage. That Guzzlord now has a lot of energy to work with.
Yes, another shield comes through there, however, but it is definitely in a safe spot when it was against that Galarian Moltres. Now we're going to see it down against this Clodsire. Both very bulky Pokemon, not going to be dealing super effective damage to each other here.
No, that's right. Now, Brutal Swing, it doesn't do the amount of damage that it used to do last season. It is quicker to get to, so Slowking will be able to spam out. Tonton has to make a decision. Do you go for one Earthquake and try and Poison Sting down, or do you recognize that potentially 2 Sludge Bombs are more effective?
Let's have a look. One Sludge Bomb is locked and ready to go here on Tonton's side. It is going to be released into the unprotected Guzzlord here. Doesn't have any shields left to give it any flexibility, but it's going to be able to take this really, really well. It's just whether it's going to be able to take a second one. Is Clodsire going to get there?
So the Brutal Swing's going to land. It's not going to be enough, but the Dragon Tails are doing a lot of damage. Let's remember, Slowking has access to that Dunsparce pivot, and Galarian Moltres isn't going to be taking rollouts. So Tonton needs to be really smart. Here it comes. It has an attack already. Tonton, he puts his hand to his head. The shield is here. He needs to now Poison Sting this down and land it on the Guzzlord. I think he should be okay, Lou.
Yes, well, the fast attacks are going to get rid of the Dunsparce, and then you have the potential to get rid of this Guzzlord. Doesn't have a lot of HP remaining, and the charge attack is there for the Clodsire.
There it is. Tonton Battus, ex-EUIC champion, lands this Earthquake, takes game number 1 against Slowking.
I love that one moment, though, where he's like, oops, how is this going? Okay, am I maybe in a bad spot? Nah, I've got Clodsire. I'm never going to be in a bad spot.
Was that oops in a French accent, Lou?
It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be.
Oops. No, Tonton, he was in control the whole time. He was just reminding himself, calculating his no, I have played this perfectly. I am comfortable here, despite leading Galarian Moltres into a Dunsparce. And this is what I keep trying to say, right? It is no longer a situation of win lead, win game. There is so much movement, so much flexibility, and Tonton Battus has shown that to perfection.
Yes, even if the leads don't come out particularly ideal, you have that flexibility, particularly with the switch timer not being as long as it was before, that potentially you can stall it out and then reposition and gain that momentum back. But the alignment really is key.
Yes, and for those of you who are wondering, okay, why are we choosing to run Galarian Moltres over Mandibuzz? Everyone said at the beginning of the season, Mandibuzz looks so good.
Gonna be the best.
It's so high up in the rankings, Mandibuzz. And then Speediest Chief made a very solid point in Baltimore of calling Mandibuzz a fraud. And what do you think, Galarian Moltres or Mandibuzz in your mind?
I personally like the Galarian Moltres. It's really, really cool design-wise. Great to see.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
It really is. But also, I just love this idea of Sucker Punch, because the whole time I've ever known Pokemon Go, having those really powerful fast attacks does make a Pokemon in the spotlight. We've seen it with Counter on Medicham, for example. We've seen it with the Shadow Claw on multiple Pokemon. And the fact that we now have this new one in the fray that not many other Pokemon get to utilize, I think does give it such a unique moment. Mandibuzz, dare I say, it's a little bit basic.
Yeah, and not only that also, so Mandibuzz is a little bit slow, right? Yes, it's very bulky, but actually, because it's no longer able to lock itself into matchups in a 60-second switch timer, it actually doesn't have the same presence that it used to have. Now that we're in a 50-second switch timer, Sucker Punch, right? It is the old counter parameters. Sucker Punch is so good, and Galarian Moltres is the best user of it. Chat, if you know any other Sucker Punch users in the Great League, let me know in chat. Are you aware of which other Pokemon have access to Sucker Punch? But by being able to reach a Brave Bird, potentially land it, even not getting a shield, and then switching out into a 50-second switch timer, I think Galarian Moltres is really, really flexible.
The Brave Bird hits really, really hard, and also it's one of these moves that, because there aren't a lot of flying resists at the moment, you generally are going to be able to chunk away at a Pokemon. If you're able to get a lot of pressure onto those grass types as well, maybe help out Pokemon like, for example, the Quagsire or the Feraligatr, who don't want to take these grass type attacks, it does allow you to exert that pressure and maybe support your partner Pokemon from not having to deal with the grass type threats that they do not want to face.
That's right. Now, Galarian Moltres, we mentioned it briefly before, but it is going to be released as a shiny. I'm hoping to see shinies, but for now, it's the black and red version up against the black and yellow Guzzlord.
Going to be the dark types battling it out here in the leads. Just going to be going for these Dragon Tails and the Sucker Punches, but look, the Dragon Tails are actually stacking up.
Ooh, okay, so we've gone for a bait here. This is the Ancient Power. Now, Slowking is going to shield the potential Brave Bird because he knows how much damage it would do. Tonton, that bait has worked perfectly. Does he stay in?
Nope, not for long.
He makes that catch. Now, Tonton wants this to be a Sludge Bomb, but actually Slowking baited, so Brutal Swing is the correct attack to throw. It could have been an insane catch if it were the Sludge Bomb. Shadow Feraligatr comes in. Can Clodsire put some pressure back onto it?
Yeah, Clodsire once again just being able to go through here, but the Feraligatr with these Hydro Cannons, even though it is the Shadow variant, the Clodsire can take this direct to the face. It's amazing the bulk of this Pokemon.
It is very, very impressive. Now, I wasn't sure for a moment if Tonton was going to commit to a 2-shield Clodsire to take out the Feraligatr, because let's bear in mind, Slowking has already used one of his shields. He doesn't want to use the second one, so he is going to preserve the Shadow Feraligatr. It will be able to Shadow Claw down, and it won't be able to reach an Ice Beam against Moltres, but it won't need to, right? We're already in Hydro Cannon territory, so Galarian Moltres is going to shield up and Sucker Punch this Gator down.
Yeah, exactly. Hydro Cannon coming through into the shield of Tonton, but of course the Galarian Moltres doesn't mind that, just can go for these Sucker Punches and get redemption here for the Clodsire. If you're Slowking now, you can bring in this Guzzlord, and we're just going to see the leads play out once again.
Tonton does! Okay, he has been counting. He recognizes that they're not at the Sludge Bomb yet. He is able to tank this Brutal Swing very, very easily and then come in with his Dunsparce, preserving the energy on that Galarian Moltres.
Whether he's doing the maths or just going on instinct, it was a perfect play there. Now you have the Dunsparce that isn't going to worry about taking this damage at all from the opposing Guzzlord. The Brutal Swing, negligible damage.
And Dunsparce now in for Slowking as well. We've got that Dunsparce mirror again, Lou.
Oh, time to take a nap, I'd say, when these two are on the field. We know exactly how the game is going to be played. Rollouts coming through, drill runs coming through, and then it comes down to which moment the players will pick to switch things up.
I think one of the key things with Dunsparce, right, is tracking the energy. It's 4 rollouts to the first attack, 3 to the second, and that repeats. And you need to make sure that you know which cycle your opponent's Dunsparce is on. Are they on the 4 cycle? Are they on the 3 cycle? You don't want to catch at the wrong time, because if you try and catch the wrong attack, that could be trouble.
And particularly if they switch out with all this energy stored as well. That's something you got to bear in mind for later in the match when they can come back in and just devastate with a Rock Slide or a Drill Run.
Okay, so Slowking is now... Okay, this is an interesting play, right? He's throwing the Rock Slide because he knows that it would be enough to take out the Dunsparce anyway, but also, if Tonton were to switch in and try and catch on the Galarian Moltres, it would do super effective and take that out too.
Nice, just covering all the angles, and the Galarian Moltres is here on the field, but it doesn't look like it's going to be there for long. Dragon Tail takes it down. It's going to be one game apiece here.
That is huge. Guzzlord says, you may be a legendary bird, but I am an Ultra Beast. It takes down the Galarian Moltres. Tonton 1, Slowking 1.
Love to see this. Both these Pokemon so unique in their designs as well, and just being so critical. Out in the leads, getting some damage on the field, but towards the end there, the Dragon Tails are what really, really impressed me. Don't get me wrong, we've spoken about Sucker Punch a lot here on this Galarian Moltres, but the Dragon Tails were chipping away so consistently.
Yeah, it is really nice. As I said earlier, the Guzzlord now running 3-way type coverage, okay? That Sludge Bomb giving it an ability to hit Fairy-type Pokemon in particular, but also any Pokemon that are resisting the Dragon and or the dark damage. Slowking, he actually baited, do you remember? So Tonton thought, I'm going to catch this Sludge Bomb onto my Clodsire, and it was a brutal swing bait. So that was really, really good for Slowking, and it would have been much less good if it were a Sludge Bomb.
I mean, even with the switch, at least that way you're not going to be going through one of your precious shields, being able to bring that Clodsire in to take, relatively speaking, whatever the opposition was going to be throwing its way there. But it would have been great if it was the Sludge Bomb. That would have been such a hype moment.
It would have been. And now, I've mentioned Shinies a couple of times. I'm gonna mention them again, Lou, because Guzzlord, beautiful shiny.
Oh, it is. I do actually have one.
Do you?
I do indeed. I remember when there were all the Ultra Beasts, not so long ago actually, running around. I was out in the city catching everything, and it was a shiny Guzzlord and something else. Oh, shiny Buzzwole. That's
Listen,
what I got
guys,
as well.
if you have a shiny Guzzlord, especially if you've got one available to trade, come and find me, because honestly, I love that shiny. I love so many shiny Pokemon, but Guzzlord is probably one of the best. And I think I really do like Dark-type Pokemon, right? So I have a soft spot for them, yeah.
Yeah.
Guzzlord, Galarian Moltres, I want to see them shiny. The next events we cast, we want to see them shiny, don't we?
Yes, I mean, did you like Sableye as well when it was running around the meta?
I do like Sableye. Shiny Shadow Sableye.
Another Dark type.
Beautiful.
Who'd have thought it, Tomahawk?
Guzzlord in again here for Slowking, this time against the Dunsparce, the Galarian Moltres, preserved in the back. Uh-oh, there's a Cresselia deck there.
Oh, the Cresselia is going to be really spicy here, but it isn't running that Moonblast though, so it's going to have a difficult time against the Galarian Moltres if that's how the alignment falls. It is going to be the Drill Run coming through here from the Dunsparce. Guzzlord going to be able to take this easily. No need to go for a shield on Slowking's side.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup between two reasonably bulky but slow-hitting Pokemon. Brutal Swing coming through now for Slowking. It's not going to do a ton of damage, but it will keep chipping away at the Dunsparce.
Yep, Dunsparce in a bit of a precarious situation here, but it's got so much energy stacked up that it's still going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. Slowking thinking, do you want to go for a shield here? Yes, preserve this Guzzlord, not be able to apply more pressure with these Dragon Tails, chip away at the opposing Dunsparce a little bit more, and actually both charge attacks are now primed and ready to go. Able to go for that Brutal Swing just before the Dunsparce could get its charge attacks ready.
Yeah, that's right. Now the Guzzlord still has health, it still has energy. Tonton will need to have a think, what do I bring in here? Because Sucker Punch is going to be difficult, so he goes for the Clodsire instead. You can't Poison Sting down, so you're going to have to take some damage and throw a Sludge Bomb.
Hey, if in doubt, bring in the Clodsire. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a successful move for you here. Like you said, the fast attack's not going to be able to do too much, but then the charge attack's coming through, not doing too much in retaliation. Now it's going to be this Dunsparce coming in. Again, rollouts, not anything to really be concerned about, but the Drill Runs are going to start hurting the Clodsire.
I mean, this is so nice for Tonton to get that Dunsparce out now. Galarian Moltres protected. Tonton knows that he has a Galarian Moltres. Slowking begging that he doesn't. And Clodsire, it resists the rollouts. So even though the Drill Runs are doing super effective, it's not like Dunsparce is able to farm it down easily.
I feel like I'm in on a secret here, knowing that Galarian Moltres is in the back and Slowking is none the wiser at this point. Once again, Clodsire, the Dunsparce, just going to be going down into each other. And one of the Precious Seals has been used now on Tonton's side.
Yeah, that's the thing. Chat, you can see what's in the back. We can see what's in the back, but these players have no idea. They have to really, really predict. And Tonton has made such a good call here. He has not allowed his opponent to believe that there is a Galarian Moltres. So when it appears, I'm going to be interested to see Slowking's face.
Yeah, Clodsire here just going to be able to hang on, go for a couple more of these fast attacks, and I think the switch timers are ready to go as well. Going to be coming through though.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Slowking again went for the Rock Slide just in case there was a catch, but Tonton was going to let it go regardless. Slowking smirks. He goes, oh no, my 5-head play wasn't quite so.
Yep, Clodsire is not to be phased. Look at its face. It cannot be tricked. It's going to go here for the Earthquake, going to be able to remove this Dunsparce finally from the field. And look, we're getting ready. The Galarian Moltres is here, but instead of the Cresselia, it jumps out, replaces it himself with the Guzzlord.
And this is now very, very tricky for Slowking and very, very dominant for that gorgeous legendary Galarian bird.
Oh, it really is indeed beautiful, and particularly when it's shielded and protected behind the last shield on Tonton's side, however. But the Galarian Moltres is ready. It's got that ancient power. There are no protect shields remaining on Slowking's side, and the Guzzlord is at very low HP.
Galarian Moltres, it undercharges the ancient power so it can get an extra sucker punch in, but it's not going to need it because look at the sucker punch damage. Have you ever seen anything do this much fast attack damage to a Cresselia?
Oh, at least it's a shiny Cresselia, though. You have been asking for one of those, but it's going to have a tough time out here on the battlefield. Yes, it can go for a Grass Knot, but Galarian Moltres laughs in the face of that damage.
Yeah, Grass Knot is resisted by Galarian Moltres. Psycho Cut is almost giving Galarian Moltres extra health. Let's see this brave bird come through now. He throws on charge attack priority. Shiny Cresselia, you are bulky, but you are not bulky enough.
Let's just see how much this does. Tonton is smiling, knowing the Brave Bird will connect, and fell the Cresselia in an instant. Tonton Batiste is able to win this winners round 3.
I love that from Tonton. That is a huge, huge victory with the Galarian Moltres. We've seen it do well in Baltimore. We are seeing it do well here in Dortmund, and he goes through to the next round.
Absolutely incredible play. He's someone who is so calm, collected, and consistent in his battling. Even a couple of moments, though, his hand went to his forehead and he's like, oops, I do not know what's happening here. Am I maybe in a bit of a dicey spot? And then every single time he brought in Clodsire and it was like, yeah, no, I'm fine. All is good. I have Clodsire. And it was just a really beautifully played set.
I really like the way that you can use these hard-hitting Pokemon and then pairing them with this bulk. And he did that quite, because he used the Clodsire, he used the Dunsparce. Yes. He shifted the way around in which he wanted them. And he got the alignment that he needed for that game number 3. And he preserved his Pokemon so well so that Galarian Moltres could sweep. And I know it was the Cresselia in the back, right? But the way that Tonton had played, he probably would have won regardless of what was in the back.
I was thinking that actually, the Galarian Moltres was in such a prime position as well, and I love the way he played the game, keeping it in at the end, almost like this little secret, baiting out what was happening. I think as soon as you saw the Rock Slide come through from the Dunsparce as well, you kind of knew, oh, he knows that there is a Galarian Moltres in the back, and he hasn't got the ticket needed to be able to deal damage against it.
And these catches, Lou, this is what we're talking about. The 50-second switch timer, giving the players so much flexibility to move in and out. Tonton using that to perfection. He isn't going to let himself get caught. He preserved, right? Look at this. Patient. I'm not going to throw the Sludge Bomb. I'm going to shield this, and I'm going to farm down and throw an Earthquake onto that Guzzlord.
Yes, and it was great to be able to see the way he was navigating around this Guzzlord as well, a Pokemon that does take a long time to be able to whittle away at, but the Galarian Moltres held its own, particularly with a little bit of backup from this Clodsire as well. The Earthquakes were able to hit really, really hard once you had particularly got rid of the shields on Slowking's side, leaving all of his Pokemon a little bit more vulnerable to Tonton's amazing team.
Now, one thing that we did see there, and I don't know if all of you noticed this, but there was a charge attack priority event between the Galarian Moltres and the Guzzlord. Now, ordinarily, Galarian Moltres would win that. But if you build a Guzzlord that has a higher attack stat, Guzzlord can overtake the Galarian Moltres. So what that suggested to me is that Galarian Moltres for Tonton has a relatively low attack stat.
Okay.
And that the Slowking's Guzzlord has a slightly higher attack stat. And so that's interesting because if you make decisions based on charge attack priority and they don't go your way, that can change a game.
And that's where the information, particularly in a best of 3, is so important. If you're able to kind of make these calculations about the HP or the way that these Pokemon have been trained by their trainers, that's information that you can actually utilize to be able to win a set. Even if you lose that first game, using that information and applying it correctly to the rest of the set can be a way to victory.
It really, really can be. But Tonton was the victor there. He will go through into the next round with that Galarian Moltres. I want to see more Galarian Moltres. And do you know what we haven't seen enough of recently, especially whilst you and I are on cast?
Angoro?
Or Gastrodon.
I mean, I think we've got enough here to get us started at least. Maybe this is like, I don't know, summoning or inspiring Gastrodon players. I mean,
I don't know if you guys probably can't see, but we actually have Gastrodon everywhere. And we've got my Pangoro. I only need the one, right? So yeah. Gastrodon and Pangoro, please come on to stream soon. We need you.
Can you imagine if that actually was a combination we got to commentate? Yeah. It would be amazing. It would be insane.
Yeah, I want it. I want it. Where's the stream runner? Get a Pangoro.
I mean, I know Gastrodon is out there in the field. I don't actually know exactly how many people have brought it to Dortmund. I know, unfortunately, it is a little bit in the losers bracket at the minute, but it's still there.
That is right.
The dream is still alive for little Gastrodon.
There is one risk, both with Gastrodon and with Pangoro. They are both Pokemon that are double weak to types. To Grass for you, to Fairy for me. Super effective attacks can do a lot of damage. We have a video for you on super effective attacks coming up now.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back to the Gastrodon Show. We are mud-slapping and earth-powering our way into your guys' hearts. We're here for the whole tournament.
Come on, guys. We talked about this. You got to let Amanda have a moment.
We can't take you guys anywhere.
Can't be
Sorry about
trusted.
that, guys. Let's just give them a moment. I mean, Gastrodon has definitely made an appearance. And, okay, we'll at least, okay. He commits me. We can put him back up there.
We can have some of them as the stars of the show. And I mean, they definitely have been making a splash in the meta since they got that lovely move update. But Amanda, it is so exciting to be able to commentate with yourself once again.
I'm looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to it all day. How much have you been loving the play of this new max out meta? There's been so many new Pokemon that have been viable that we've seen on screen, and I'm so excited to see how these next rounds are going because we've already crowned some of the winners who will be going into day 2 from the top pods. But now we're going to see how we're doing in the bottom pods here. We have Maximilian P back up on stage versus Jamie McElwain.
And I think this has been the story of this weekend for me so far, is the fact that we have a lot of very consistent combinations, things like the Feraligatr, things like the Malamar as well coming into fruition, but there are still some really interesting choices coming forward. The Toxapex is on the rise, particularly when you look at the meta from Baltimore to Dortmund, and guess what, Amanda? We've got a Toxapex apiece here in this particular matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of bulk on the side of Maximilian P. I was looking at his team a little bit earlier when he was playing against Lurgan Rocket. He's running a very similar strategy to what our co-host Tomahawk was doing in Baltimore with that Toxapex and Diggersby just really adding a lot of bulk. But what has really surprised me so far here in Dortmund is how many of those Malamars that we have been seeing. The Psywaves has been literally making waves here.
It certainly has, and making good use of the switch timer as well. I think making sure that, you can go for those superpowers just before, you don't have to take those debuffs, you can switch in and out, and it's just timed to perfection, allowing Malamar to be a very widespread offensive threat with things like the dark typing and the fighting typing.
Yeah, absolutely true. Jamie McElwain, he is a trainer who kind of got a name for himself in the middle of last season. He actually performed really well at Worlds, and I've liked what he's been saying lately. He's been very humble, saying, okay, I was never expecting to get as far as I did. Now I'm just seeing how far I can take it, and it looks like he's taking it into the group semifinals here against Maximilian P. Going ahead, we're seeing that Shadow Feraligatr against the Malamar in the lead. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out.
Look at these Psywaves, though. They are doing so much damage to this Shadow Feraligatr. I know it gets a defense drop from being a Shadow variant, but these fast attacks are hitting hard. Speaking of things that come through fast, though, of course, Hydro Cannon gets charged up and ready here.
Going ahead and just charging up a ton of extra energy on Maximilian's side, almost at 2 foul plays, but going for that superpower and getting that first shield off of Jamie. This is big because there's another one already loaded up. Will he choose to use going for that safe swap, absorbing all of this energy onto the Toxapex. There's nowhere to go for the Shadow Feraligatr. I think he might dip out.
This is what Toxapex loves to do, though, just be able to switch in and take up all of these attacks while getting some good energy stocked up as well. The Feraligatr comes out, though, has some good energy stored up for later as the roll-outing Dunsparce is able to come take center stage, wanting to get some drill runs down on the board.
That's right. It's a roll out, but this Dunsparce has rolled into the game. It's going to take this Sludge Wave. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage and already has a drill run stored. We've seen it quite a few times. It is a super effective attack, but Toxapex just has so much bulk behind its name that, yeah, Maximilian choosing not even to shield this up, knowing that he might even still be able to get to another attack in this play. Look at this super effective in the red and forcing Jamie to go for the double attacks.
This is the thing, though, all the energy is being thrown on this Dunsparce, so it's going to be a little lackluster when something comes in from the back on Maxi's side, and it is indeed going to be that Malamar that has so much energy charged up and ready.
Going ahead, and if you're counting, and you know Maximilian is, he's going to throw right beforehand, for hopefully going for that charge attack priority, knowing that it would win it. And Jamie looks like he does not want to use his last shield. There's so much energy on the Dunsparce, but it's going to go down.
Yes, it's going to be able to drop that energy just to enable a Pokemon switch in from the back, and he's taking his time thinking about whether it's going to be the Feraligatr, and it is, and it's got the energy that we saw stored up from last time, forcing the shield to come through from Maxi.
Yeah, the first Hydro Cannon didn't hit on the Toxapex, but Jamie says that's okay, I'll store another one up for later, getting the last shield before now coming in with the Arctipex. Arctipex is part Dragon, but also part Ice, and this superpower is going to do a decent chunk. Jamie knows this as well. He wants to go ahead and preserve as much health and energy as possible, getting that last Protect Shield on both sides, but another superpower is already loaded.
This really is the last hurrah for the Malamar, though, because we know it's taking all these drops as well. Doesn't have a lot of HP remaining, but 2 superpowers put in, 1 into a shield, so much damage onto the Arctipex when it was finally able to connect, and now we're just going to see these Dragon-type charge attacks come back, though, but Maxi is vulnerable, no more shields.
No more shields, and this is super effective. Look how much damage that does, but the Dragon Breath is enough to take it out. It's going to be a race. This Feraligatr is energy dry. Looks like it's about to be a little bit health dry, too, as Maximilian P taking game number 1.
Oh my goodness. I know we talk a lot about the fast attacks that can deal a lot of damage, but I am a massive fan of this Dragon Breath. It hits fast. Yes, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it stacks up and up and up and up. And just being able to get that little bit of damage in an endgame situation can actually enable it to be the fast attack that sweeps.
One of the things that I find so crazy about this meta is, like, if you would have told me 3 months ago that Arctibex would be on 2 of the teams in the winners semifinals, I would be like, okay, that's really interesting. Are you sure that you are looking at the right game? I mean, it was used last season here and there, but a lot of people considered it spice back then. There hasn't really been that many updates to it. It's just, it's becoming meta because all these new Pokemon are viable. Now that Counter is doing a little bit less damage, now that, now Karate Chop is a new fighting attack,
yes.
You're not seeing quite as many fighters, which leaves things that are, Ice type or normal type Pokemon to kind of take the field more often.
And I think there's always been dragon types in the meta of Pokemon Go, whether it's, Dragonite or Altaria, for example, as well. So Artifact has kind of found its niche in this fresh new maxed out meta as well. I think a lot of trainers as well opting to maybe decide on their ice type charged attack, whether they want to go for those kind of debuffs with Icy Wind, for example, or even pack a heavier punch with Avalanche, does give trainers a bit more flexibility depending on what gap in their team is needed. Do they need maybe the potential for debuffs to kind of slow and steady pace out with their bulky Pokemon, or do they just need to get damage and knockouts?
I know we've probably discussed it with our other co-casters, but I haven't discussed it with you, Lou. Do you have a preference for Icy Wind or Avalanche personally if you were to be running Arctibex?
I love the Avalanche because I really like being able to get that additional damage on there. Yes, having the drops is really, really nice, but I'm not someone who's technical enough of a player for those calculations. I just like to get the damage down. But we even did see that in the very first match today with Jonkus being able to get the victory with that variant. If we dive a little deeper into these teams, though, it is indeed as well the Avalanche play here from Maxi, a like-minded individual there.
And also you'll notice Talonflame this season is running 2 flying attacks. I don't know if we'll see the Talonflame on the field. It might be stuck on the bench for this moment. Toxapex in the lead against the Malamar. Now we've seen how much his fast attack pressure really does to one of the bulkiest Pokemon, already just chipping away. And before, I think that we're going to see a throw. Right? No, look, both of them going up for maximum amount of energy. And surprisingly, Jamie is throwing first on the Toxapex before the Malamar even throws its first charge attack.
And this is similar to what I was saying about Dragon Breath. The Psy Waves, they're fast, they hit hard, and look how much damage it is doing. Over 50% of that Toxapex was done to the fast attack alone. Now Malamar switches up the pace and goes for these charge attacks.
And Malamar still in the green, which is kind of an interesting thing. Looks like trying to catch your Arctibex coming in, but 2 superpowers, count them, are already loaded. First one's going through, kind of forcing a shield off of Jamie. And now it's Maxi's turn to decide, does he want to go double superpower like he did the game before? Looks like he does. He can still swap out, Lou.
I think I've seen this movie before, but the ending's a little different. Both shields this time going down on the Arctibex, making sure superpower does not connect once. But of course, Malamar getting those drops, you have to make a switch for Maxi here.
Yeah, going ahead and going for that Dragon Claw. I mean, I think that the big thing is, obviously, you can't go for the Avalanche against a Toxapex, but you can see how little damage this actually does. We did talk about how oppressive Dragon Breath damage is, and we're really going to see it shine here. And the Toxapex is forced to go up to basically 100 energy, but not before another Dragon Claw is coming through.
It looks so cute, but it's so ferocious as well. The Dragonflaw able to come down, chip away at this opposing Toxapex, but Toxapex has so much energy. Yes, it's going to be able to go for some damage now, but after a couple more fast attacks, it's going to have a second charge attack primed.
Yeah, no Protect Shields remaining, but that's okay. The Toxapex has taken out the Arctibex. Arctibex did its job, and in comes the Dunsparce just to continue to get a ton of energy here. Wants to throw beforehand. No, I think he was worried that the move was going to get caught there, but going for that charge attack, which is definitely enough to take out the Toxapex at this range.
I quite like this throw from Maxi as well. Let it go down so you get the free switch in from a Pokemon in the back, and you can start farming down against this opposing Dunsparce here. Diggersby not going to worry too much about what the Dunsparce can throw its way.
Yeah, Dunsparce is going to get kind of hard countered here by this Diggersby. Diggersby running that quick attack, and then we'll see if he wants to stay in and gain up a little bit of energy. The big problem is he just doesn't have a lot of energy in the tank here on this Toxapex in the back. Will he be able to get to a move? Looks like no, the Psy Wave goes through beforehand. Looks like Maximilian P is once again in the driver's seat here as superpower, a super effective move against his normal type Pokemon, maybe enough to take out a Dunsparce at this range.
The superstar Malamar able to finally find its alignment here and get the superpower to connect and get the knockout. Maximilian in fine, outstanding form here at the Regional Championships. Congratulations.
Now, this is fun things that we have seen against Maximilian P. He's been well known within this circuit, but did you know I was actually discussing with him and Lurgan Rocket backstage? the matchup that they had was the first time they've ever played against each other in a
Really?
6 pick 3 format, and that's including grassroots tournaments. If you think about how long these players have been in this whole competitive field, it's really a crazy thought to be thinking.
And particularly when you think about how Pokemon Go has grown so amazingly over the past couple of seasons, and these two have been veterans for a very long time, even when maybe the circuit was a little bit smaller. The fact they've never actually faced, that's incredible, but they have now, and we know in the battle between Rocket and Maximilian, Maximilian came out on top.
There's a lot of interesting dynamics that can be made in these types of tournaments. For instance, earlier on in the tournament, Colin 6 ended up knocking Howie down to the loser side of the bracket very early on in the tournament. However, Howie got his grudge match. He had his redemption arc against Colin 6 and was able to knock him out when he was in the loser side of the bracket. So Colin 6, one of our players to watch, someone in your draft. Unfortunately, the last one has fallen for Lou, but that is okay because there's still plenty more really good players who are still in the tournament.
I had a strong start in this players draft, let's be honest. I had a really nice opening, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. And at the end of the day, maybe I'm channeling all my energy into Gastrodon this weekend instead. But this replay, Amanda, I mean, it was amazing to be able to see the fast attacks from both the Malamar, from the Arctibax, even from this Feraligatr as well, really stacking up, and that's what was impressive in this set to me.
Absolutely. I think a lot of times both of these trainers were playing very aggressively. Sometimes people are afraid to use that superpower because it does end up lowering your attack and defense, and maybe you don't want to be in the position to have that happen to you. But as you can see, Maximilian used superpower so many times within those two series that it was like really almost a masterclass of when to be able to swap out, how much energy you need to be able to store, and when to let that Malamar go.
Yeah, I mean, Malamar has really been the key so far in Dortmund. I think I was really prepared, obviously, for Clodsire and for Alligator, but Malamar has actually really crept up to be one of these staples, and although it has some reasonable bulk, it's definitely not, you know, its key factor. It's not like a Clodsire, for example. So the fact that it's able to hold its own in such a bulky defensive meta, I think really is kind of tantamount to its success.
You know, it's from that you mentioned Clodsire and Feraligatr, right? Because, I mean, I think all trainers knew from the beginning, these were the Pokemon that they were probably going to have to face. They needed to learn how to counter it, how they wanted to go around it. Some people chose like really risky strategies like a Pangoro, but some people, in fact a lot of people, have been choosing to use those Malamars. Also, we've been seeing those Arctibaxes. It's one of those Pokemon that can, I mean, do a lot of damage with that Dragon Breath and really threaten the Clodsire with the Avalanche, and also just do that raw damage with the Dragon Claws.
And this is what I love about an early meta, because things are still being shaped, new trends are kind of emerging, and when we looked at Baltimore, we kind of were saying coming into Dortmund, poison types are on the rise, right? So poison types have risen up. We've got like the Ariados, for example, we've got Toxapex coming forward, but that also in turn means that if you're going to maybe try and do a meta call, something like the Psychic types are going to start rising up as well. But then of course if the Psychic types are rising up, then you need your Dark types to come forward, and this is where we're kind of having these moves and counter moves coming through, where Malamar's on the rise, but then Galarian Moltres coming through, even the Guzzlord. It really is coming down to a really open meta at the moment for different Pokemon types.
I mean, just as a reminder, this is the very first event for Europe for this season, so this is the first time that a lot of these trainers have even got to kind of test out different strategies, test out the different Pokemon that they've been trying maybe in the Go Battle League or against friends in preparation for this tournament. I talked to Dinoski out in the crowd because I was saying, hey, you were on my draft pick. Like, he was just like, you know, I just didn't have as much time as I would have liked to train with these Pokemon, and I'm not sure I've found my playstyle yet with these certain ones. So I think sometimes, you know, it just takes one specific Pokemon to kind of lock in around, and some people really get it from the beginning, and some people are saying, okay, you know, I need a moment or two to adjust.
I think we see this across all the different Pokemon games that we have throughout regional championships. Whenever there's, you know, a new meta change, Pokemon unlocked, or Dex unleashed, for example, in the Pokemon TCG, there's some trainers who just work so well on innovation. They can immediately look at all the different pieces and go, I'll take some of that, I'll take some of that, and just be so kind of intuitive with these teams. And then there are other trainers who are like, just give me a meta, a couple of weeks, give me some time, and then they are just a force to be reckoned with because they've cracked the code.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of people who have cracked the code, Maximilian P definitely seems to be one of those people. We have him with an interview with an Adequance down on the floor.
Thank you, Amanda, Lou. And here with the winner of our previous matchup, it is Maximilian. Maximilian, what a phenomenal match you had against Jamie McElwain. Can you walk us through your matchup there?
Well, the first thing I immediately saw was Malamar was very strong versus him. It seemed pretty safe. It seems pretty safe against most teams that don't have a fairy, especially Azu or a Dark. So I felt very comfortable bringing it and knowing that the shield pressure it would have against the Arctibax that I knew would come almost every game versus me. Obviously, I know Jamie very well, and I'm actually rooming with him this time out in Dortmund. So I actually didn't know what team he eventually locked in, but I'm glad he locked in this one that was soft to Malamar in the end.
Did you know each other's teams beforehand?
He knew my one. I didn't 100% remember his one. I couldn't remember if he had Clodsire in there or something, I don't know.
And he still wants to room with you after this battle?
I think so. We could find him out there somewhere, maybe. I hope so.
Maxi, you're 8-0 right now in battles. That is crazy. What has been the most valuable Pokemon for you so far?
I think the most popular most consistent mon that I've used is probably a boring thing for everyone, but it is the Toxapex that I've used in almost every game. Those sets against Jamie was actually the first time I'd run Arctobax this tournament. Malamar's been clutch. I've used it in every matchup, not necessarily every game, but every matchup. Gator's done its thing. Yeah, everyone's pulled in their work. I would say that Pex has been the most consistent thing I've used, along with Gator and Malamar, though.
Maxi, if you use all the Pokemon on your team, it probably means you have a pretty good team. Why do you feel like Arctobax has been the least valuable Pokemon on your team so far?
It's not quite the least. It's just been the fact that everybody either has Azu or Dunsparce on their team. I'm okay bringing it against people who have one of those things, but not if they have both, which is what most of my opponents have had so far, which is why you didn't see me run it against Lurgan so much, when it looks pretty good, aside from most of the other things.
That's very fair. Maxi, I want to wish you the best of luck for the next matchup. You'll be playing the winners finals next, I believe. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out?
So many people to give a shout out to. Firstly, obviously to Jamie, my housemate and my last opponent. To Mato Gale, we scrimmed a lot and he beat the hell out of me running this team. So I felt like I could almost take on most things with it. Best of luck to him in Joinville later. And of course to my boys that traveled with me, Josh and Brad, who's competing in VGC, to my friends in the Emperors, of course, and of course to family and friends.
That's a whole lot of people, Maxi. Glad to hear you have that many support. Maxi, thank you. Good luck on your next round. And we're going back to Amanda and Lou.
Thank you for those insights, Maxi, and we hope that you have somewhere to sleep tonight and that Jamie's feeling a little bit of being a gracious loser. Again, this was the winner side of the bracket, so we might see more of Jamie later as he continues his losers bracket run pretty far in this tournament.
Very much so, and I mean, the community here in Pokemon Go really is outstanding. I have to be honest, I feel like I would not have got away with so much Gastrodon talking if it wasn't for the community being so accepting. And Amanda, you have to listen to me waffle on about it a lot, so as I have done with my other co-casters, I have a little Gastrodon for you as well. Yes, because you are part of Team Gastrodon here on the Saturday at Dortmund.
Absolutely. I don't know if anyone has noticed, I think we actually follow the assignment the best of doing a little bit of a nod to Gastrodon within our wardrobe. So I'm glad that we had this opportunity. Thank you so much. This will definitely be traveling with me, and I hope to see more of it in the tournament as well.
Well, I hope it brings you some luck, and I hope all the trainers out there are having good luck today here as well in Dortmund, those still in the competition. And we have got an incredible match coming forward here. Two trainers, one who I have seen come so close to getting #1 spots at regionals, a Mind Joke, and I'm sure this tournament is going to be the same as all the others. He's going to get really, really close, and then the question, in 2025, is he going to go all the way?
Will he be able to make it? A Mind Joke is one of those staple names across Europe, one of the key players that last season when championships points were awarded the consistency and the high-level plays that he's often been able to make. But he's facing a competitor who doesn't have much experience against, because Javier V20 is coming in from Peru to be able to play this tournament. And as a reminder for people, no matter what region you are from, if you win the tournament, if you win a regional or special event, you are automatically qualified for Worlds. So at the very least, he may go home with some championship points, but at the very most, he could already end up with a Worlds qualification.
That would be incredible. To be able to get that locked in so early in the season as well would be such a confidence boost. And with an amazing team as well. Chestnut on there, a Pokemon that's already been a regional winning Pokemon, paired up with some very interesting faces. It's the Ariados. Oh, the color synergy is beautiful against the Toxapex here.
We got a shiny Ariados at that, and it looks like they're just matching each other here in fast attacks, but the charge attacks are going to pace a little bit quicker on the Ariados side. And not only that, this Trailblaze is going to boost the energy, boost the power of the Ariados here, and it looks like it doesn't do that much, but keep an eye on it, Lou, because I think it's going to start powering up even more.
It's not about the damage, it's about that secondary effect. And Mindjoke really starting things off with a kick here, being able to get this Ariados in a formidable spot, particularly when it doesn't worry too much about what this opposing Toxapex can throw at it. It's locked and ready with another one of these Trailblazers, going to get a second buff.
Trailblaze coming through, still no shield on Javier's side, content to let this go through because, again, the bulk of the Toxapex is really a lot. But look at this, an interesting counter swap by a Mindjoke here, coming in with the Shadow for Alligator. He might have to end up shielding it. It looks like he does, but this is a bait with that Brian, and we'll have to see how Javier actually wants to respond to this. Coming in now with the Shadow Drapion, but this is a fully loaded and energy Shadow for Alligator. I'm not sure if this is actually a hard counter.
This is going to start applying some shield pressure on Javier for sure. One shield already down in the face of this Hydra Cannon. But as you said, Amanda, a second one is ready. So the Feraligatr can once again ask Javier, are you going to go for a shield? Not on this occasion, however. It is going to have to take the full brunt of a Shadow Hydra Cannon.
And this does a lot of damage. As you can see, knocks it down so low, but there is already a charge attack being loaded and being charged up here. Does Mindjoke want to use both shields? And he wants to use that. He doesn't want that crunch to go through. Will he get the debuff? No, he doesn't. And it looks like from this range, he might be able to completely Shadow Claw down, not before the small parting gift of the Aquatail.
Yeah, Aquatail coming through, not going to be as formidable as something like the Crunch, but definitely was able to get there in the nick of time to give the Drapion one last hurrah before it is felled from the Shadow Claw.
Yeah, we always say chip damage is chip damage, right? So it's like at
still
least
damage.
Any sort of meaningful damage is good. But speaking of meaningful damage, have you seen a Malamar against a Dunsparce, especially when there's a shield left in play, Lou? Because I have a feeling we might see this coming up at this point. Malamar's Psy Waves have been doing a lot of nice damage in the fast attacks, but not only that, 2 superpowers almost loaded. He wants to go for that foul play because he doesn't want to debuff himself at the beginning, but there's no protect shields on a Mindjoke side.
Funnily enough, this is a matchup we have seen time and time again here in Dortmund, and you're right, wanting to make sure these foul plays come through so the debuff doesn't come into effect quite yet, but at least the pressure is always there. Going to be going for a shield on Javier's side, wanting to make sure that the Malamar has the potential to go for one of these powerful superpowers and put this Dunsparce in check.
Yeah, going ahead, just charging up a little bit of extra energy. He's throwing right beforehand, and I like this play, opting to go for the little bit more energy foul play, but he, again, Javier doesn't want to debuff himself at all. He wants to be able to throw at whatever is coming in because there's still a pretty healthy Ariados in the back and that for Alligator, which could be potentially used as a sacrificial swap.
And you can see as well Javier hovering over the switch button, and it is going to be the Toxapex coming in. Once again, you're not going to take any super effective damage at all. It is resisted these fast attacks as it can go for a Brian in retaliation.
Brian is going to be able to connect. The real question is, will it be enough? No, the Ariados holds on there. It's already at attack of his own here. Going for the lunge this time. Lunge is a guaranteed debuff of the opponent's attack. And so it looks like it's not only going to be able to knock out, it's not very effective, but the Malamar is able to Psy Wave down, but the Hydro Cannon is loaded.
It was in the back, ready and waiting for Alligator, going to come through and sweep on the last remaining Pokemon on Javier's side. There's a reason for Alligator is up there in the top usage. It just takes a moment to pause and then gets the knockout. A Mindjoke takes game 1.
Look how close that matchup was, Lou. That came down to a charge attack priority. I think Javier recognizing that he wouldn't be able to hit it. That superpower definitely would have been enough, but a Mindjoke saving that for later really proved crucial for him in the end. Energy management was big in that game. Lots of switches because of this very new 50-second timer.
And I think that's the thing to consider. A lot of these trainers, particularly veterans of the competition, will almost be kind of inherently used to the 60-second timer, and that's where their counts will be. So they've had to adjust coming into this, and a Mindjoke playing around it so perfectly, already showing that he's adjusted to the current meta. Having that for Alligator primed in the back was perfection. I have to say, though, I love the way Javier was able to play around that, bringing in the Toxapex that kind of was like, I'm not really bothered right now. I'm just going to sit here on the field, absorb up all your energy you want to throw my way, and protect my partners a bit. I think just the issue was that a Mindjoke had that energy preservation, like you said.
There's so many teams that have been opting to run Toxapex, and honestly, I think it's just because it has such good matchups against the Feraligatr, and especially against Azumarill, right? So, I mean, these are some Pokemon that you know are definitely going to be in the meta, and it's almost like daring your opponent to bring it. But in that case as well, you have to wonder, do they need shields at certain times? I think a lot of times people rely on how bulky that Pokemon is, knowing, oh, well, it can take this attack, well, this can take this attack. But sooner or later, you saw it got whittled down, and even a lunge was enough to take it out.
And Javier as well is no stranger to being able to take champion titles. In 2024 was the Mexico City Special Event Champion, as well as having lots of top finishes here. I think the most notable one there for me is LAIC top 8. What a prestigious finish.
Yeah, Javier is definitely someone to keep your eye on, especially in the LATAM community. But he is up again on the field with that Shadow Drapion, one of the strong picks that benefits from that Poison Sting buff. And at this point, we'll have to see who wants to go first. It looks like it is going to be that lunge on the side of the Aleandro and no shield on Javier's side.
Both the Poison Bugs out front to stage at the moment. The lunge coming through, going to be able to debuff that opposing Drapion before it can go for this charge attack. So no need to shield. You know that it's going to be relatively well taken anyway, but even more after the debuff.
Not only this, the Crunch has potential to debuff. It doesn't get it, and the Mind Joke doesn't even wait around to see if it would. Swapping aggressively into that Shadow for Alligator here, but now forced to take a charge attack. Last time he double shielded up that Shadow for Alligator. Looks like Javier took a note of that and goes for that Aqua Tail bait instead of going for the actual big move. This could allow him to get a Crunch. No. A Mind Joke wants to get this Drapion off the field.
For Alligator, just too fast here, able to go for its charge attack first, but the shield come through on Javier's side, maybe allowing the Drapion to be able to go for this Crunch again. We saw how much damage it did previously. The For Alligator is going to potentially need to go for its second shield. Yes, it does, to keep it in the game.
This actually was the big point for him last time. No defense drop either, which is huge, but now Hydro Cannons, 2 of them being stored before that first superpower is even loaded. No Protect Shields. I think we might have to see a very aggressive swap out if that switch timer is up for Mind Joke, or he might end up having to take a superpower. Looks like, yep, it's already there. The Hydro Cannon, next Hydro Cannon coming through as a Javier opts to go for that Psywave fast attack instead.
It's fast as furious as for Alligator. These Hydro Cannons are coming through thick and fast. Yes, the Psywaves are stacking up, but you need to make sure you're getting the KOs on for Alligator before it can get the knockouts in return. Going to be another foul play coming through here. Will it get the knockout?
Looks like this will be able to knock out, and now at this point, is there too much health left to farm down with a rollout or with the Poison Stings? I think it might actually be too much, and you probably don't want to bring the Ariados back in with those fast attacks. So in comes the Dunsparce, but Dunsparce unprotected with the superpower loaded is not what a Mind Joke wants to see.
This is the alignment that the Malamar has been waiting for. Superpower connects, super effective damage, and the timer was in perfect play to switch out and reset that debuff.
Not only that, there is a Fire Punch loaded on this Diggersby. Diggersby smiling away. It doesn't care at all here, as it's going to be able to unleash this onto the Bug-type Pokemon. Almost goes down here, and now it's just Dunsparce against the world.
Dunsparce can do many things, but I'm not sure it can take down all 3 remaining Pokemon on Javier's side, particularly when one of them is this Diggersby that can just sit and take attacks all day long.
Yeah, I think at this point, with no Protect Shields remaining, with that charge attack coming through, looks like Javier has tied up the series here in the group semifinals, and we'll have to see who will win this next decisive game number 3.
I mean, that was just so commanding from Javier coming out and taking that game 2 with a stormacious victory. I think for me, the key moment was actually that Crunch coming through. I kind of forgot it was Crunch, thought it was foul play for a second, and then I was like, whoa, that damage. Really showing how formidable the Drapion can be, particularly when it is that Shadow variant as well, being able to hit even harder. That did give him so much momentum and footage in this game.
A lot of times, people, especially in a more blind format, you have to wonder if that Drapion is going to be running Sludge Bomb or if it's going to be running Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail does seem to be the preferred secondary moveset, especially because of all these Clodsires that are around, and just to have a quicker spammy bait, especially because Poison Sting recently got buffed as a fast attack. It can do a lot more damage than it did in the past.
That's very true, and it's interesting seeing a lot of these different Pokemon kind of rise up in the current new meta. I want to have a little closer look at a Mind Joke's Clodsire here, because Clodsire could potentially have a little bit of play into obviously Pokemon like the Toxapex and into that opposing Drapion as well. You just have to avoid maybe a few other little choices, but I think Clodsire is such a solid pick for a Mind Joke. I would like to see it come back in here for him.
I mean, honestly, Clodsire is top of the meta for a reason. We've seen it be able to tank a lot of charge attacks. It has a lot of bulk to its name. And look at, speaking of a lot of things to their name, go ahead and check out those accolades for a Mind Joke. We talked about how he never actually has been able to secure that top place finish, but look how close he came so many times. We're going to go ahead and hop into that decisive game number 3. We have a good lead here for a Mind Joke with the Ariados against the Azumarill, immediately swapping into the Malamar, and it looks like it's going to try to go for that lunge first. This will debuff the Malamar for the whole time that it's in here. It's also super effective, so Javier has to shield it up.
Yeah, this would do so much damage, and Javier doesn't have the switchability anymore, having had to get that Azumarill out of there. It does get debuffed. The Psywave still coming through, but are underwhelming into this bulky Azumarill.
Yeah, the problem with Azumarill at this point is just the the slow pacing that it will take to get to its charge attacks, but having these foul plays be debuffed, having the side waves not do as much damage, definitely is advantageous for Zzweilous here. A Mind Joke definitely content to bring it into this point. Just charge up a ton of energy before throwing the play rough. Looks like he threw it right before that foul play was loaded, forcing Javier to make this double shield call, which just means all the shields are gone in the mid matchup, and he still might not end up winning that mid-match game.
It's such an investment on this Malimar, really putting all your eggs in the basket, that it will be able to be victorious. It's got a lot of energy stored up in the back, though, so we'll have to see later on if it has been worth those shields preservation. It is going to be the play rough coming through. Of course, Toxapex is very happy to take that. It's one of the reasons it's such a good switch in here in play.
Yeah, and poor Zzweilous just stuck in it, waiting for that timer to go up, saying, okay, I threw something, come on, tag team me in here for Alligator. For Alligator going ahead, coming in, getting a little bit of energy. Last time was a bait. He just loves to shield up this shadow for Alligator here because it usually needs it, but once again going for a bait, just getting a ton of energy on a Mind Jokes for Alligator's side here, throwing that first Hydro Cannon on the Toxapex.
You just don't want to take the risk and then suddenly get Javier right back in the game if you were to take a Sludge Wave there. Of course, for Alligator can go for a Hydro Cannon. This is something Toxapex can easily take, but it's got both charge attacks ready again. It's gone. Oh, no, it's actually the for Alligator is able to go first here.
Yeah, Shadow for Alligator going to be able to throw this Hydro Cannon. It's not going to be enough to knock it out, but it does get it very low. Meanwhile, this is going to be yet another bait on Javier's side. Mind Joke wasn't able to call it last time. He is always double protecting this Shadow for Alligator, wants to keep it nice and healthy, but I love this. Look how quickly both of them recognized that the timers were up, swapping out, and this Malimar has a ton of energy.
Such self-awareness of the field and those timers in play. The Malimar in such a prime position to get so much damage off the board. Even the foul play, although it's not going to do too much to the opposing Zzweilous, it is so dwindled down at this range that it's going to be able to put it down to a few more side waves, but not before Zzweilous has one last save.
I like this recognition by a Mind Joke. He wasn't sure if another ball would have been knocked out by a side wave, so he wasn't going to go for that play rough, opting to just get damage off rather than being knocked out with an Ice Beam loaded. Malimar still has so much energy on its side, forcing that Shadow for Alligator to come back in, and he is able to Shadow Claw down before that superpower goes off, which is huge. A Zzweilous in the back, but there's also that Ariados, and there's still that Shadow for Alligator that he's got to get through, and I don't think he'll be able to bubble down.
Yeah, and Shadow for Alligator as well, able to get these Hydro Cannons up so quick. There goes the first one. I think two more with these Shadow Claws stacked up as well are going to be able to deal with the Zzweilous, but Zzweilous also has these charge attacks to dwindle away at the opposing for Alligator. The being the Shadow variant is going to take that additional damage.
I think an Ice Beam definitely would be enough at this point, but Javier, he wants to store up as much energy as possible. He wants to be able to throw an Ice Beam at the Ariados because that is going to be really nice damage. The question will be, will he be able to get to it, and will it be enough? Because I think it is still in the green at this point, and it looks like he's going to be able to get to it, going one over and now throwing. This is about half health.
Let's see how much damage this is going to do. Is it going to be enough to be able to get the KO, or can Ariadas get some redemption here? It is going to take it down into the red, and now these bubbles doing negligible damage as Ariados can retaliate with a Trailblaze.
Not only is he going to be able to knock it out with his Trailblaze, he's going to be boosted, and there's a little bit of health left on the Toxapex. They're both going to the same type of damage, but will it be enough? Both of these trainers, he reaches a Trailblaze just in time, just before getting knocked out, loading up all these bubbles, but at this stage, connecting with that low health Toxapex, it looks like a Mind Joke has taken the group semifinals.
Oh my goodness, looking at those fast attacks, it looks like Javier was going to be able to do it, but a Mind Joke just a little bit quicker to the charge attack, able to secure the knockout. I'm on the edge of my seat, quite literally. A Mind Joke, a sigh of relief, well deserved. Oh my goodness, Amanda.
These two trainers, they have been playing very well, and I mean, all of those matches, first one coming down to a charge attack priority, second matchup, it looked like it was pretty much Diggersby being able to take on two of a Mind Joke's Pokemon, but game three, a Mind Joke just really buckled down. That came down to the wire, that came down to fast attack damage, and just being able to get to that charge attack right in time.
Again, energy preservation was so key throughout this entire set. You said it in game one as well, making sure that for Alligator had all the energy in the back, enabled the Mind Joke to get that victory in that first match. And then at the end of this epic game three thriller of a set, making sure that that energy was got right at the end, that the counts were aligned so that you could get the final damage roll on the field. Absolutely sublime.
You know what is so funny to me is like a Mind Joke is really well known for his Alolan Sand Slash play, right?
Yeah.
And there's I mean, like Dinoski's known for his Guzzlord play, Arceus, Aurelius, Lurgan Rocket, they're known for Cresselia and Talonflame plays. But where was it? Where was it on the field here for him?
Because
it
is out
meta.
There. Like, I have seen some out there in the meta, and
right?
you know, we've even seen some non-shadow variants of this Alolan Sandslash as well out there. But maybe that was a 2024 thing.
Okay.
Who knows? It can still be his favorite Pokemon. It can still be his mascot by his side. But maybe a mind joke shaking things up a little bit for 2025.
Looks like he is definitely going ahead. He's trying to make a name for himself this season. I know in the past, if you've had a chance to talk with him, he knows that he's a good player, but he hasn't been able to secure that finish that he wanted to. One of the very first years of our championship series, it was one of the seasons where it was only first and second place who got Worlds invites, and then it would cascade down to third place. If you always looked, he was either third or fourth, but always not quite at that cutoff point. I think he's hoping this season, okay, I have something to prove.
So close almost every single time. There was literally a series of back-to-back regionals where he was always on that stage, kind of the celebration podium at the end, but just wasn't enough to be able to get the world's invites or the #1 spot. But already staking a claim to be able to try and do that here in Dortmund. And although there is no Alolan Sandslash by his side, maybe the Gyarados is the new thing. I don't know.
We'll have to see. I mean, the really fun thing about this, especially because it's the first tournament of the year, is we might see some very different gameplay of the same people. They might bring a completely different team to the next tournament. But if you can continue to do well tournament after tournament, you are going to be rewarded. As a reminder, our championship point system is a little bit different in this year. The top 50 trainers in Europe are going to be qualified for Worlds, besides the people who have run either a regional or special event or got the top 4 in international championships.
Exactly, so a few new things to contend with, but a few more options possibly to be able to try and get all the way to the World Championships in Anaheim this year. I mean, I remember when the World Championships were last in Anaheim, it was such a phenomenal experience. I remember the food trucks at the venue as well did the best food. Ooh. Every single trainer was so happy when the lunch hour was called so they can go and enjoy. And also Anaheim, pretty cool place to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of trainers, especially the ones who are watching Pokemon Go, failed to remember how long this series has been going on for the other games. Lou had a chance to be there for the video game. Mm-hmm. You sounded kind of like an old woman, in my day when we were in Anaheim.
It was, I can't actually remember exactly which year it was. I always get confused between 2017, 18, and 19.
Did you have to walk uphill both ways to the the tournament center?
I can't remember. I just remember there was Nashville, there was Anaheim, there was Washington, and I always forget which order those World Championships happened in. But they were all incredible events, and I love the fact as well that not only do we have Anaheim, but we know that San Francisco's incoming as well.
Huge, right?
That was actually when we really go back into my old vintage era. My first ever World Championships was the San Francisco one in 2016, so I remember that year.
Yeah, I think that there's so many things to play for. I mean, it's not only that you want to win, although let's face it, everyone who's competing, they want to win, they want to have those titles, but it's really how many people that they've met in these tournaments. You hear, we were talking with the Tomahawk earlier on, where he said, I love going to Baltimore because I actually got to meet a lot of different people there that I've known their names of. Maybe I got to meet them at Worlds, and it's just like a reconnection as well. Speaking of reconnections, these are two trainers who have definitely played each other a time or two. We have Tonton Batuz, our 2023 EUIC champion, up against Maximilian P, who I don't believe has dropped a game yet. 8-0.
Wow, I honestly love seeing this storyboard come to fruition. Maximilian played so dominantly on stream earlier, as did Tonton Batuz, being in such calm, collected composure. We once again have this Malamar coming through on Maximilian's side that we've seen him pilot so well. We also heard in the interview he had with Inadequance the Artifacts, although it has still been very useful on his team, probably hasn't been the main key player, but something like the Ice-type moves are certainly going to be beneficial into an opposing Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, absolutely true. There's so many different Pokemon on this team. This team actually looks really similar to Out of Pockets and Arrow's team that was used in Baltimore, Galarian Moltres, with the combination of the Quagsire. Quagsire was something that, because Mudshot got a little bit of a nerf, I think a lot of people weren't expecting to see that many of that or as many Whiscash. No Whiscash to be found, but there are actually still quite a few Quagsire that have been making their way into Dortmund.
Yeah, Quagsire and Clodsire together, I think they look very similar in their reaction as being here at this event. And there's actually both of them, obviously, on Tonton's team. If we dive a little bit deeper into Maxi's team, once again, we've got these Malamars and the Toxapex as we talked about. But I want to talk a bit about the Talonflame, because Incinerate being one of these very pressurized fast attacks, but then double flying on the charge attacks.
Yeah, I think a lot of trainers have recognized that though there is, you know, some grass in the meta, what really is more threatening is having those two flying type attacks, a fly, which is a little bit less energy, and a brave bird, which does a lot of heavy hitting damage. However, it does lower your own defense as well. So a lot of trainers will use what we call a brave bird and dip and just get out of that matchup because they don't want their Talonflame to go down. Let's take a closer look at Tonton's team. We saw him playing a little bit earlier against Slowking. Slowking's Cresselia was on Future Sight rather than Moonblast, which Tonton's is on. And I have a feeling with shields down with that Galarian Moltres on Tonton's side, I think Slowking was probably wishing that he had Moonblast instead.
Exactly. Moonblast, I suppose, more of the staple that we see on the Cresselia as well, giving nice coverage for a lot of the dark types that are rising up at the moment to counter a lot of the Pokemon out there. But the key thing for me is this Moltres, you know, being able to have so much pressure with the Sucker Punch and then having good flexibility. The Brave Bird, like you've mentioned, can do so much damage. We've seen almost the same kind of strategy with the Superpower on the Malamar, kind of dish it out and then get into the back and reset those drops a little bit. And I want to see if the Galarian Moltres is going to be able to Brave Bird and get that damage in this match.
One thing that Maximilian said, yes, Toxapex has been his MVP, but he has really utilized basically all of his Pokemon so far in this tournament. I wonder if Tonton was paying attention, because one thing that Toxapex really doesn't want to see is that Clodsire. But not only is there a Clodsire, there's also that Quagsire on the other team. So, I mean, I think there's some choices on Tonton's side of what he wants to play. Looks like we are jumping right into these matches. This is, once again, is the group final, so whoever wins is guaranteed to go on to day number 2. And we have the Arctipex against the Dunsparce, and an immediate swap out by Maxi, coming into the Shadow for Alligator, but now to be met in the skies by that Galarian Moltres.
Look at these Sucker Punches absolutely steamrolling through this Shadow for Alligator. It is going to be able to go for a Hydro Cannon, but Tonton says not today. We're going to set a shield up.
Yeah, first one is not going to touch that bird in the sky. Meanwhile, just charging up a little bit more energy here, going for, it looks like letting the Tonton get up, or Tonton is going ahead and letting this next Hydro Cannon go through. I think he's probably going to go for at least another Sucker Punch before throwing his attack. Look how much damage that does, but not enough to take it out. Sucker Punches alone have already taken out this Shadow for Alligator.
That is a full farm down with the Shadow. Oh my goodness, I can't even get over this. That's incredible. Sucker Punch, so formidable. And now all the energy that is on this Galarian Moltres is going to be detrimental for this Artibax. The Ancient Power coming through. Maxi's surely got a shield, but no.
Not shielding up the first one here, and guess what? There's already another one loaded. It looks like he's going for this heavier hitting Brave Bird. You can see on Tonton's face, he's already not sure, but it does get that shield. And now it looks like the Galarian Moltres will go out of the sky, but it did so much work.
Oh, it put in so much effort in this particular match. The Malamar now able to come in and kind of go, okay, I got fast attacks on my own moves here too. Going to be able to go for these sideways, but the Feraligatr getting so much energy, so many Hydro Cannons primed here. It is, of course, going to be the foul play coming through, but Tonton still has that shield.
Yeah, shield now goes up because that Shadow for Alligator wants to be able to keep a little bit of this. Keep in mind, Maximilian did switch into this Malamar, so Tonton recognizes that there's an Arctipex in the back against his Dunsparce, which was the lead and very significant for him. 2 Hydro Cannons being loaded. There's just so little health left on this Malamar. No shield by Maximilian here. I think he's just going for an aggressive farm down with the Arctipex. But guess what? Switch timer is already up.
Yeah, and that Dunsparce able to go for these rollouts. The Artibax is not going to appreciate this at all. And with the bulk that this Dunsparce has as well, it's just going to be able to outmaneuver this opposing Artibax.
Yeah, one more rollout, and I think the next one is going to be loaded here. Looks like he will throw Maximilian. No shields left, no shields in play. Drill Run about to connect with the Artibax, and Tonton, I think, takes that first game of Maximilian P.
I think it was Galarian Moltres that took that game, you know, almost single-handedly. I'm still not over that. The Sucker Punch absolutely farming down the Shadow for Alligator. Yes, you had to invest some shields, but also, you know, from Tonton's side, he knew that he was able to take one of those Hydro Cannons, giving a little bit more flexibility into the match. I think from Maxi's side, it's a little bit back to the drawing board for this one.
I tell you what, I mean, like, since we haven't seen so many Galarian Moltres so far, I wasn't even sure how much damage that would end up doing. We do know that Shadows obviously do that 20% more. Tonton obviously knew, though, right? I mean, he knew that he could shield one, let the other one go, and completely farm down, because you didn't even see him wavering. You didn't see him, debating, oh, should I try to throw this, or is he going to get to something else? So obviously, he's played that out before, maybe even in this tournament against someone else.
I feel like the Artifax on Maxi's side, if it can get to those avalanches, then it can apply a lot of pressure to that Galarian Moltres. But you just have to wonder, is the trade-off going to be worth it with how much damage Sucker Punch is able to deal out? Of course, the Feraligatr, like you said, you get the buff from being a Shadow variant, but you also have your defenses weakened too, making you a little bit more susceptible to some of those big hits like the Sucker Punch. But I think Artifax could potentially be the key here.
Yeah, I think Artifax definitely had a lot of play. Unfortunately for Maxi, it just had basically the worst alignment that it could have at the beginning. Well thought out by Tonton, though, in the lead, recognizing that he most likely is going to bring that Artifax and just countering it from the get-go.
And I like the play with the Dunsparce as well, making sure it was in the back to be able to deal with that Artifax in the end game. So even if, you know, shields had been invested up onto the Artifax, Dunsparce was going to stop it in its tracks. Oh, look at this, though. It is the Galarian Moltres versus the Artifax. Can this little dragon get redemption for its trainer?
Looks like these Dragon Breaths are doing basically the same amount of the Sucker Punches, saying, okay, I saw how much damage you did in the lead. I think I want to do the same here. Going for this Dragon Claw bait and getting that first shield off the Galarian Moltres. This is quite big for Maximilian P, because this means it goes before the Ancient Power can even go through. So he has a choice if he wants to let his own Artifax go, or if he wants to stay in this matchup and do a little more damage. Looks like he's going to stay in, Lou.
Yeah, wants to keep it in line here. Going to be able to go for some more Dragon Breaths and just farm down against this opposing Galarian Moltres here. Once again, going to be able to go here for the Dragon move. And this is where Galarian Moltres leaves itself vulnerable. Says the Dragon Claw can connect. It's okay. I want to be able to switch out now, bring that Dunsparce in to ruin your day.
Oh, well, speaking of a day being ruined, I think this Diggersby has something to say in the matter. Tonton Batu's using that Dunsparce as his safe swap, and Maximilian P saying, I don't think it's so safe. Now, go ahead, throw this drill run, see how much this does. Meanwhile, Scorching Sands is about to be thrown.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of ground-type charge attacks, I think, being thrown across the field at the moment while the switch timers reset. Scorching Sands, really nice move, though, coming through. I love the animation on this one, as Dunsparce can retaliate with a drill run of its own.
Drill run will be able to connect. We did see how little that first one did, but it is definitely the attack that Tonton wants to be throwing, because those rock slides would not be doing that much to this ground-type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just continuing to charge away on Maximilian's side. He's basically got almost 100 energy. Going to go ahead, content to let one more drill run go through at this point, and the switch timers are up. I wonder if he's going to try to go for a catch here. No, it looks like both of these trainers are going to go for that charge attack.
Yep, they're going to wait it out at this moment, try and get some more damage on the field with these charged up energy boosted Pokemon. The Scorching Sands comes through and connects, but it is able to hang on. Going to see the switch come through with the Feraligatr instead.
Feraligatr is now against it, but guess what? There's still another Scorching Sands loaded. Tonton knows it. Not only this, Shadow Claw damage will not be doing that much at all to this normal type Pokemon. So not only that, the attack has fallen from the Scorching Sands. It's getting worse and worse for the Shadow Feraligatr. Wants to get this Diggersby off the field.
I like the way it took a couple of extra Shadow Claws, though, getting a little bit more damage here before the Diggersby was able to wreak its charge attacks to try and get some more energy on the board. But that drop just so detrimental. Hydro Cannon coming through, but is it going to be enough?
It should be enough. I mean, Artifax is pretty low at this point. Even though it's not very effective, it does do the job. But now Malamar has a shield advantage and is starting to get ready to go to town here. Looks like, I think Maximilian recognized, okay, the Feraligatr is already ahead on energy. I'm going to let him throw first. Look at this, a no shield by Maximilian P. This is going to do a nice chunk of damage, but there's still so many Pokemon left on the field, and Maxi just does not want to get caught, which is exactly what happens.
Tonton switching in the Dunsparce here on 1 HP, able to eat up all this energy that Malamar had primed and ready for the Feraligatr. Instead, both the Pokemon on Tonton's side. I want to know where the energy's at, though. They've got such low HP, but Ancient Power's ready.
Wow, this is incredible plays by Tonton here, pulling every trick out of the book. He needs that last shield off of Maximilian P, and throwing that only down, he got the attack boost, and will he be able to farm down? He has been able to farm down. This was crucial for Maxi here, being able to get to this superpower in time, taking out the Shadow Feraligatr and taking a game off of Tonton Batus.
So many twists and turns in this endgame, but Maximilian able to even the score in this group finals. One more game away from finding out which trainer will advance into day 2 and which one's going to be dropped to the loser's bracket.
So there are so many charge attacks on the field there that people might not have noticed during that actual game that maybe have changed the outcome in completely different ways. Scorching Sands has a potential to debuff your opponent's attack. It did do that. Not only Ancient Power has a sliver of a chance of basically boosting your attack and defense, and that happened at the end. It still happened on both trainers' sides. So it's just always fun to see how potential chance and RNG can affect matchups, because this is what people are taking into consideration when they're building their teams.
Yes, we're being spoiled for viewership here, being able to see all of these kind of buffs and debuffs come into fruition. I mean, one of the things I loved in this particular match as well is in the first game, we saw the way Tonton was able to completely farm down with the Sucker Punch into the Feraligatr. And it was a little bit like in this game too. Maxi was like, okay, I see what you do here. I can farm down your Feraligatr with my Psy Waves coming through from my Pokemon, and I think that was a really nice kind of adjustment, almost playing Tonton in his own game, but not getting too greedy with it, because I feel like the Malamar didn't actually have the same, I suppose, potential that the Galarian Moltres had to be able to go all the way. It did have to go into some of those charge attacks and made sure it had shield preservation. So Maxi was very clever with the way he played that.
Yeah, that was a really close matchup and could have gone to either trainer. You saw how focused both of these trainers are. They definitely want to win. This is the group finals, which means whoever wins this is guaranteed to go into the next day, while the other trainer doesn't necessarily get kicked out of the tournament, but they definitely will have to see some more matches. Everyone take a deep breath. We're getting ready. We got that Feraligatr against the Malamar on the field.
Or Feraligatr on Tonton's side wants to get a little bit of revenge here. Just going to be seeing the Psy Waves come through, but as well, the Shadow Claws stacking up here. Lots of energy being stored up. Which one's going to go first is the Hydro Cannon, but there's the switch. Maxi calling it perfectly.
What a catch by Maxi, recognizing that the Feraligatr is basically at 100 energy. Going to go ahead and throw a Hydro Cannon and just wants to absorb it all onto this Toxapex. And neither one of these attacks from the Feraligatr is going to be doing that much damage. Tonton patient as ever, charging up a little bit of extra energy. He's got a Hydro Cannon and a half before swapping into his Dunsparce.
I like that because it could be very useful towards the end game here to have that energy stored up. Dunsparce is going to be able to take the Sludge Wave. Does still do a significant chunk of damage, however, but the drill runs are going to apply so much pressure, particularly as Maxi's timer has not reset yet, so you do not want to have to take these super effective attacks.
Yeah, this drill run will go through. It will not be enough to knock out, but guess what? Tonton already has another one loaded, and meanwhile, the still Toxapex is one away, throwing right before he gets to it. I like this play by Tonton Batus, getting that Toxapex off the field and still having a little bit of energy to boot on the Dunsparce.
And I like the shield preservation here as well, because you do have Pokemon like the Arctibax. They're a little bit more frail in the back, and your Malamar that's just so formidable here with these fast attacks. The Psy Wave's almost going to be able to pick up this opposing Dunsparce, but I think Foul Play is going to get there first.
I like what Maxi did there. He was basically at 100 energy, but he wanted to still throw right before the Dunsparce got in to maintain that he had so much energy. This superpower would do a nice amount of damage, forcing Tonton to shield, but I believe the switch timers are misaligned. In comes the Arctibax here, and we'll have to see how Tonton wants to respond. There's 2 shields left on the field for Maxi.
This is possibly what the Arctibax needs in order to deal with this opposing Galarian Moltres. The Dragon Breaths are stacking up. You have 1 shield, so you don't have to worry about the Ancient Power. You can even not have to worry about the second one. But before a third one comes through, can you get the damage with the Avalanche? What are the shields like on Tonton's side?
Tonton has 1 shield left, I
Possibly
believe, as
one.
well. We'll have to see if he wants to use it at some point here. Hydro Cannon coming through onto the Arctibax, not very effective. Just continuing to charge away, but guess what, Maxi? This next Hydro Cannon's coming through. Do you want to use your shield here? It looks like you have to do it because he wants to keep as much energy and health on this Pokemon as possible. Now he will be able to farm down and come out with so much energy to spare, but there's still a shield on Tonton's side.
This is the thing, the Feraligatr came in and wasted Arctibax's time, allowing the Galarian Moltres to come back in and enjoy this moment. It is, however, going to be the Dragon Claw, but it is shielded.
The shield is gone. There's an Avalanche loaded, but Maximilian goes down with it, and it looks like the Sucker Punching continuing to go away. The superpower is reached, but the real question is, Lou, is this enough? We haven't seen this game play out enough times to know if this is going to be able to knock the Moltres from the sky.
It is not enough, and particularly with the debuff here, the Sucker Punch is going to be able to come in, the Ancient Power going to be able to come in, and Tonton Bahis and this amazing Galarian Moltres are going to be advancing to day 2.
Oh, and not only that, as you can see at the very end, style points at Tonton at the end, attack and defense boost, going on to day number 2 with a very interesting team composition. He's back and ready to go.
Oh my goodness, what a commanding victory here. Game 1 was an absolute landslide in Tonton's favor. And although Maximilian, I think, played incredibly well to bring that back, almost taking a few, different alignment positions with his Malamar, it was really Tonton's set there. Just the Galarian Moltres was too formidable.
You know what I find incredibly funny about this is Tonton Batus is a trainer who is well known for playing Spice and off-meta Pokemon. But if Galarian Moltres is not Spice technically, if this is actually meta, he may have an advantage over a lot of people who aren't used to playing Pokemon that they haven't seen so often.
That's the thing. Galarian Moltres, I think when we saw it in Baltimore, it was a little bit spicy, a little bit interesting, but it is becoming a bit more mainstream. Obviously, because it's a little bit rarer, maybe not all players have access to it, and it's certainly not necessarily the most optimized. But if we take a look at the replay, you can certainly see why it is so good. The Dunsparce as well, providing that bulk, but just the constant offensive pressure with these really fast drill runs as well, just kept Maxi constantly on the back foot.
Yeah, Maximilian fought hard, and in the end, this proved so vital for him being able to farm down here to be able to throw the superpower at the Feraligatr, gave him that game number 2. All these games came down to the wire, but game 3 was really where it was at for these two trainers. Before this point, Maximilian was 8-0. Tonton not only was able to knock him down to the loser bracket, he took those first 2 games off of him here. And what you called style.
Yeah, I mean, being able to get those boosts as well. I mean, definitely he's been taking care of his Pokemon in the game as well, but they're really wanting to make sure they have that extra special style points on the broadcast for their trainer. I mean, they're going to make sure they need to get some rest ahead of day 2 so that Tonton can try and go all the way to become our regional champion here.
I know that Tonton in the past meta, he was saying that he was a little bit disappointed in himself in his team building. He said he couldn't quite get a footing in the previous meta. He did compete at Worlds. He was Worlds qualified. Looks like he's well on his way this season as well. Being a day 2 competitor is already a nice accolade for the beginning of the season.
But I think you make a good point that Tonton's actually well known for using maybe more, unique Pokemon, let's say. And he's come up with a relatively standardish team, even though we didn't see the Clodsire in that match, it was on the bench, for example. And so maybe someone who is so used to dealing with unique Pokemon, but still having such a core foundational understanding of the meta and the good stuffs, let's say, when you then come into a tournament where people are trying new things, but maybe just don't have that innate skill the same way he does, he's just able to read through those matches, and it could be why he's doing so well very early on in a meta as well, even if his team is meta rather than more unique.
Yeah, I mean, what is meta right now? I mean, this is a whole conversation that we could be having because, again, if you would tell me that Guzzlord would be meta, if Artifax is meta, if Galarian Moltres is meta, Toxapex, I would be like, okay, that's cute.
That's the thing, but then again, once upon a time, I was like, Gastrodon will be meta, and that was a dream that also became a reality.
Actually, I mean, I'm keeping this because otherwise I'll forget it on the desk, and it's mine. It's mine.
That is your little baby Gastrodon, and I actually believe some of the trainers earlier, obviously in the venue, between some of the matches, everyone's, catching Pokemon in the community or doing kind of raids together as well, and I believe it was actually Zzweilous caught a shiny Shellos while he was waiting for one of his stream games, which I absolutely love to hear.
There are so many different things going on at the venue. We have venue-specific regional stops, so I think a lot of people are always asking, like, oh, can you send me a gift?
Please send me a gift.
But not only that, the lures are up. There are so many different Pokemon that are viable this season that are spawning at the events. I keep trying to get a good Vullaby because I want a good Mandibuzz for this season, but not only that, we have Inkes. We still have Lickitungs. I don't know if they've gotten the message. They're still hanging around. But yeah, a lot of cool Pokemon to catch here. Not only that, people are raiding together. Raid lobbies are getting filled so quickly. They're trying to get those Shadow Raikus. They're also trying to get those shiny Zacians.
There's a lot of them out there today. I've seen everybody like kind of shouting across the room as well, being like, hey, there's another one, let's all go catch them. So very interesting to see the community coming through here as well as the competitive side.
I mean, speaking of the community and the competition, we both had the chance to be in Honolulu at Worlds, and it was such an amazing experience to see all of the different competitors, to see the different games and how everyone came together.
I think it's time to have a little refresh of all that.
I think you're right.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Nothing really compares to Pokemon Worlds. It is such a unique event experience, whether you're there as a competitor, a spectator, just a general Pokemon fan. It's one of these memories you just can't describe. It's phenomenal.
I know, I was watching that little reel and I was just like smiling ear to ear as I sing all the different players that we've gotten to know throughout last year's championship season and how well that they did to be able to get to that spot. And I think that is just a good reminder overall, because that is what players are playing for this season as well. They're playing for their chance to compete at the World Competition in Anaheim, California.
I mean, particularly when you're in the privileged position we get to be behind this desk as well. You get a front row seat to a lot of the history being made. And of course, Pokemon Go is one of our newer games. Only has had a couple of years running through the World Championships. So it is such an elusive spot. And the fact that we're able to crown new champions every year is just amazing.
So far, yeah, every single year that we've had, not only have they been different champions, they've been from different regions of the world as well. Our very first regional or world champion was Dancing Rob, and he is from Germany, which is actually where we're at here, Dortmund, Germany. I don't think that's where he actually got his title, but it's really cool that he was able to get that. Not only that, the year after that, it was from the US, it's Axon. And then now we have Yakai from the, the Asian region. So it's, I mean, it could be anyone's game next year.
Yes, and Yokai was so incredible in that match, so dominant in the grand finals. But speaking of finals, we have another group final here for you in Dortmund. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. It's a mind joke back once again with this Ariados that I'm now saying is his new signature partner Pokemon, until he picks another one at least, against Stone Collection, a trainer we were able to feature a lot during the 2024 season, and now we see here already on a tear in Dortmund.
Yeah, Stone Collection is a staple name within this community, especially here in Germany, as well as this is where he is from. So he has maybe what we would call a home turf advantage against a mind joke. Very interested to see the movesets that is going to be on his Pokemon. Malamar has just been really, honestly, side-waving its way through this tournament, but there are already some other Pokemon that are really starting to stand out, and I see them on Stone Collection's team as well, including that Shadow Dropion, Azumarill, which are everywhere. And then, of course, that core of Clodsire and Shadow for Alligator.
Yes, some really tried and tested combinations already early on in this meta, whether it was Baltimore or whether it's Dortmund. We're seeing a lot of these cool Pokemon come forward. As a refresher for you guys, if you were not here in 2024, a Mind Joke has done so well to get multiple top cut finishes, top 4, top 4, top 8, top 4, but waiting still for that finals to be added to this roster.
Yeah, he definitely wants to be able to prove himself the victor, and it looks like he is well on his way, but to do so, he is going to have to make his way through this stone wall of Stone Collection. Look at the accolades to this man's name as well. World's top 16. He was the last chance qualifiers in London to be able to compete in the World Championships. He was in EUIC top 16 and also Liverpool top 8.
Again, both these trainers, they know what it takes to get all the way to that championship stage, but they haven't been able to get the title yet. And they're going to be so hungry to claim that victory here to kick things off in 2025.
I think a lot of people are well known with these names, but it's so interesting to see newcomers come up and be able to topple the throne of some of these giants. We do have these two people. They have definitely played against each other in the past. They know each other's playstyles, but they don't know anything about how they want to play out this new meta. These are whole new Pokemon. This is a completely different time than they played last season.
And I'm really eyeing up the Ariados on a Mind Joke side here. Being able to have good flexibility with Lunge and Trailblaze as well applies a lot of pressure into Stone Collection's team. That Lunge can be very formidable into something like the Malamar, for example.
Malamar is going to be definitely played, I think, because it does have a lot of play overall. But it does need to be wary of certain Pokemon. Ariados takes the field. This is not what it wants to see in the lead. And actually, Malamar on the bench for this first game here, swapping into the Shadow for Alligator. An interesting pick. We saw a Mind Joke really lean on it in the last series that we watched, double shielding it every single time. But using it as this swap at this point, those Hydro Cannons are going to be the thing that's hitting the Dunsparce, as those Shadow Claws are not going to be doing much.
Yeah, this is the trade-up for Alligator. You have to use your shields to preserve it, but it can hit hard with these Hydro Cannons. Not going to hit hard with the Shadow Claws, however, going into this normal type, so the fast attack damage is going to be minimal, and as you can see, one shield already down. But the Dunsparce is being whittled away.
Dunsparce going for another rollout here. The rollout buff is sort of helpful in this scenario, doing way more damage than those Shadow Claws are. But Stone Collection is forced to use a shield because he has a lot of energy on the Dunsparce here. Wants to be able to throw. I like this good timing here. He threw one rollout before throwing the drill run. Didn't want to get any extra attacks. Sneaking through. And drill run will connect this time, and not quite enough to take it out. But will he be able to get to another Hydro Cannon right in time?
Only just able to go through, and forces that shield to come through from Stone Collection as well. For Alligator, definitely putting in some work and pressure onto this opposing Dunsparce, but are going to be able to be felled by one more rollout.
Yeah, at this point, though, I mean, I think it's still the fact that Stone Collection stayed in with the Dunsparce against the Feraligatr was maybe an indication to a Mind Joke that Feraligatr was pretty important in the backline there. I think Clodsire is very happy to see that Pokemon get off of the field, and now in comes the Shadow Feraligatr on the Stone Collection side, but now will be met with the Ariados that we saw at the beginning.
Yeah, and a Mind Goat burns that second and final shield in this particular game 1, but it is going to be in the potential now to go for something like this Trailblaze. The Feraligatr is not going to appreciate that, and Stone Collection has already burned through the shields here as well. Not only will this deal some really decent damage, but it will also get the buff to the Ariados.
Yeah, going ahead doing a lot of damage. Attack has risen. Hydro Cannon is almost loaded, not able to get to it in time because of this buff. And now, I think at this point, a Mind Joke still has a pretty content to be able to throw another Trailblaze, once again boosting his attack, and this next one will do more damage to that Clodsire.
This is the thing, one Trailblaze by itself isn't really that monumental into the Clodsire, but with the buffs constantly coming through, the fact that it's not worrying about the fast attacks Clodsire is sending its way means that Clodsire has to watch out. Another one's going to come through. This will be the third buff.
This is going to be big. You can see that though the first ones didn't do much damage, this is already now down into the yellow, forcing Stone Collection to throw an attack at the Ariados here. I like this play by Stone because he did want to get as much energy as possible onto the Clodsire to be able to throw in the back. He does have a Sludge Bomb already almost loaded, and a catch by Stone Collection, quickly getting that Ice Beam onto the Dunsparce. And though there is a lot of health left on the Azumarill, as you can see, there's a Sludge Bomb basically already loaded on the Clodsire. It's gonna be a race.
Really nice play here by Stone Collection, manipulating all of this energy use on the Azumarill, but the Sludge Bomb is gonna come through. This has really been the shift we've seen from the Stone Edge to the Sludge Bomb in the Clodsire because of Azumarill, but can it get to another Ice Beam? Yes, it can.
The catch was good, but Mind Joke says it's not enough, as this Ice Beam will connect with the Clodsire, taking it off of the field, and a Mind Joke takes game number 1 against Stone Collection in the group finals.
You can see the sigh of relief a Mind Joke had at the end of that. It certainly got a bit dicey with the way that Stone Collection was able to pivot his Pokemon in and out, but ultimately, once again, we saw it come down to who was able to get those charge attacks quicker, where the energy regeneration had been put.
I have to go ahead and issue an apology. At the very beginning of this tournament, I said most people would be running Stone Edge on their Clodsire. We have not seen a Stone Edge Clodsire at all this entire tournament. I think most of them opting for rather taking damage onto those Azumarills rather than the Flyers, which we actually haven't seen as many of.
I mean, the main Flyer that I've seen Talonflame in teams, but I have not seen them being brought to matches. It's the same a little bit where, you know, Mandibuzz has fallen off, Talonflame is still there but not being utilized. The main Flyer at the minute, the best bird, let's say, has been the Galarian Moltres. So possibly something like the Stone Edge would be really good for countering against it, but with the rarity of that Pokemon generally, I feel like having the Sludge Bomb is a better tech on the Clodsire right now.
Definitely, it can pace a little bit quicker. I mean, at the same point, it can definitely hit a little bit harder against the Azumarill. I mean, what was I thinking, guys? I mean, I think maybe a lot of people expected them because they knew that Clodsire was going to be number 1, and I believe in Baltimore, most of the Pokemon were running that Stone Edge. However, here in Dortmund, they're just doing it a little different.
Definitely shaking things up, and that's where it's always nice to see as a meta develops where the trends are kind of running, whether it's in NA or EU or LATAM, for example, where all these different regions are building their own individual unique metagames. I would definitely say that Malamar has been the superstar so far for Europe. And I mean, taking a look going into this next game, we saw a lot towards the end game of, you know, Pokemon making sure that they were coming in with all of that energy, but Dunsparce still plays such a role, being able to just stay on the field, be so kind of obnoxious where you can't get rid of it, and these rollouts started really rolling up.
Yeah, you got it. Nailed it
right?
there, Lou. I think, yeah, absolutely. For Stone Collection side, Dunsparce just looks so good. It does a lot of damage to certain Pokemon, and not only that, it can hit back at least neutrally against things. So while it may not be the superstar Pokemon, it is so reliable that I think we're going to see it on his team definitely in this game as well.
I'd almost wonder if the Cresselia, if there wasn't something like the Malamar there, whether the Cresselia had a little bit of play, but it's not to be. It's going to be the Dunsparce versus Dunsparce. A tale as old as time here in Dortmund as they just start farming up loads of energy, getting some damage on the board, and maybe starting to think through their plays. Very even matchups here. Both have Shadow Feraligatr in the back. There's just that third Pokemon that's shaking around.
Yeah, a wing and tail as old as time, as these Dunsparces are pretty much mirrors of each other. It will come down to who wins that charge attack priority, and it looks like it is a Mind Jokes one. So this is something that they will probably take into consideration. Stone Collection, however, just going ahead, throwing that drill run, and we'll have to see if it will change the way he wants to play this matchup a little bit later. Maybe we'll see a catch at some point. I guess he's opting to throw a little bit earlier, wants to get that damage off beforehand, knowing that he would lose that charge attack priority anyway.
Yes, drill runs just being able to come through here, start maybe just trying to remove the Dunsparce from play, so it's not something you have to contend with as the match goes on here, but also critically where your shield preservations are going to come into the play as well. Another drill run coming through. Both of these Dunsparces now in the red and both shields intact on both trainers. Are they going to be letting them go? Yes, Stone Collection says I need my shield more than I need you, Dunsparce.
Dunsparce will be going down, but look at that energy and health left on the Dunsparce. And I think a Mind Joke knew it as well. It's like, I'm not letting this Dunsparce get farmed down by anything. Immediate swap out. You know, we saw Amir in the lead, Lou. Now we're about to see Amir in the mid game as the two Shadow Feraligatrs take the field.
Is it a game of Pokemon or a game of smoke and mirrors here as we're seeing the Shadow Pokemon battle it down against each other? Honestly, we're just going to be able to see so many Hydro Cannons come through, but now the shields are coming into fruition as well.
We've seen it before. A Mind Joke is not afraid to double shield that Feraligatr. They're pretty much on even footing because they basically simultaneously swapped here, but it looks like he's content to let this go down. It will be not quite enough to take it out, but he is at another Hydro Cannon. I don't know if Stone Collection has trained up his Feraligatr to be the same. Looks like he doesn't even want to take that risk. Using the shield there, he's going to farm down, come out with some energy in the back.
Is the trade-off going to be worth it, though? You were able to force the shields to come through on Stone Collection. There's no more of those to utilize, and you preserved one on your side. Is it going to be what a Mind Joke needs to be able to take this set?
Looks like Clodsire is coming in, but he's coming into a fully loaded Azumarill. 2 Ice Beams with the bubble damage at the end is usually enough to do it, but I don't know if if the Clodsire comes in completely healthy, if it will still turn out the same. Meanwhile, Sludge Bomb already loaded. This is going to be the most impactful damage, so I think this is a correct shield by a Mind Joke at this point because he wants to make sure to keep that Azumarill healthy, and the Sludge Bomb would be the hardest hitting attack.
And having that shield in your back pocket certainly has paid off dividends here, being able to keep the Azumarill in play and go for that second Ice Beam here. Like you said, 2 Ice Beams and a little bit of bubble damage here should be enough to get this Clodsire.
Clodsire is going to be at an attack. Looks like trying to go for an aggressive swap here and a roll out down. Don't even know if it's possible, but the Dunsparce is shaking his head saying, no, can't do it. Forced to throw this drill run, and it will be enough to knock out the Clodsire, but will there be enough energy in the tank? There's almost 2 Hydro Cannons loaded on the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, the tides have turned here. The Hydro Cannons are primed and ready to go, but there's so much energy the Dunsparce needed, but it got to the drill run.
This is the advantage of this normal typing of Dunsparce here. Shadow Claw's not doing enough, not able to fast tack down. Drill run will connect, and a Mind Joke goes into day number 2.
There were so many Hydro Cannons just there, but Feraligatr wasn't able to get the edge. It was Dunsparce. Dunsparce was able to come through. Congratulations to Mind Joke.
Dunsparce is one of those Pokemon, like I think, we were talking about how good it was on Stone Collection side. It's just a Pokemon that is there for its team. It's a great support if you think about it. It's not really always going to be the one that does the most damage, but it is going to slowly chip away. And it might be that Pokemon that you're like, okay, I don't want to shield the damage from this, but it ends up that small chip amount of damage was enough to be able to really make the impactful moments.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It's the kind of licky tongue mirrors back in the day, and now is the Dunsparce mirrors that are happening, where they're just able to sit, take each other's attacks, and then just start steamrolling through with a couple of these charged attack damage. But I mean, what an incredible endgame we've had in all of these matches here with the set between these 2 titans of Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this tournament is really, really fun to watch. The first one for EU, already so many Day 2 competitors have been kind of, announced, but there's still so much more gameplay going on from people who we haven't even had a chance to see on stream yet. Look at the games that have been going on so far. Look at some of these, like you called them, Lou, titans of this game, being able to play against each other in this group finals here. Mind Joke, really, he's come out this season, it seems, with a passion to be able to win.
It's almost like that grind never quite getting to the finals. Now 2025 looks to be his season. So much damage coming through from this Dunsparce here, as the poor Feraligatr will be felled by the little bug on the ground. I mean, you have to say, Feraligatr, Clodsire, these are two amazing Pokemon in the meta at the moment. But then you also have these other Pokemon like Dunsparce that are just able to kind of go, hey, don't forget about me as well. I know I'm not like the prettiest Pokemon, but I'm bulky and I'm powerful when I want to be.
It's got a lot of potential. Everyone has been saying it's not being wasted here in Dortmund. That is for sure. Dunsparce is definitely here to stay. But being here to stay, we're definitely going to be here all weekend. I'm really glad that we got to have the Gastrodon show, but alas, all good things must come to an end at some point or another.
That is true. All good things eventually do run their course, I suppose. But the battles are still going on for the rest of today.
And that's even better.
Yeah, we haven't quite finished up on the Saturday, and then Sunday we'll have all of our amazing top cut players. It's going to be incredible. I always love seeing when the competition starts getting whittled down, particularly in a double elimination bracket, right? Absolutely. You kind of have your two chances, as it were, but then by the time you get through to the next day, that grind starts again. The winners want to make sure that they stay undefeated, and the ones in the losers bracket have to really have that Cinderella story run back to get all the way to the finals.
I mean, speaking of Cinderella stories, we talked about it a little bit before. Our first ever champion, Dancing Rob, he was knocked down to the losers bracket at Worlds. He came back, he reset the bracket, and he became our first ever Worlds champion. If you don't know it already, it's a tale as old as time. Play the movie.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Regional Championship in Dortmund. We've had our winners finals now, and 4 players have gone to day 2 there. We've had in Group A, Zzweilous. We've had in Group B, Kazim. In Group C, Tonton. And in Group D, we just had a mind joke. My name is Martin. You may also know me as Inadequate, and I'm joined by Tom Alkukemia, also known as Farid, the biggest Skarmory lover in the world. How are you doing, Farid?
I'm pretty good. Martin is obsessed with me. He's mentioned Skarmory how many times today? But Skarmory's not here. We have some incredible players here instead. And we're now going to dip down into the losers bracket and see how those players are getting on. They are not able to drop another game, otherwise they are out of this event.
That's a lot of pressure. Who's going to be the next matchup? We're going to have them right here on the left from Peru, Javier, and on the right we have Potato Bear.
Potato!
Look at that team, Sableye, Dragonite, and Chestnut. Pretty spicy on the side of Potato Bear. On the left side we have that Malamar and Shadow Drapion, 2 Dark-type Pokemon from Javier.
And we've got both Chestnuts here, so this is going to be quite interesting. You don't often see a Chestnut mirror match in the Play Pokemon circuit, but I'm really liking the look of Shadow Dragonite. And is this going to be a purified Sableye?
Yeah, that's interesting indeed, because Power Gem has been buffed now, and it could be better, right? If you have Rock-type coverage for, like, Dugong, for example. But here we go, straight into game number 1, Azumarill into Sableye.
There is that purified Sableye. Power Gem has received a buff. It is a lot cheaper than it was last season, and Sableye is staying in here against that Azumarill.
Farid, it's purified, but it has Power Gem trying to catch on the Dugong. Javier doesn't fall for it, going for the play rough. And what do you bring in after that? You have the Malamar with superpower, but you also have the Toxapex that can resist all the ice damage.
That's right. So Potato Bear didn't want the Sableye to take the damage from the Azumarill, so he comes in with that Dugong. He is happy to now start debuffing this Malamar, reduce the impact of that Psywave damage.
And now I think that the superpower won't be enough to knock out this Dugong. The Psywave will add up, however, and I think Potato Bear is a little bit pressured here. Does this knock out? What do you think?
I don't know if this is going to quite be enough. Superpower is super effective. Dugong has debuffed it. I could be close.
Here we go, superpower coming through, Dugong hands on! Potato Bear has the attack here. Now that the Malamar is debuffed, this drone is going to do so much more damage.
That is massive for Potato Bear, getting to land this drill run. Malamar will hold on and be able to Psywave down, but the Sableye comes back in straight away before Malamar can reach an attack.
Wow, that's a big play from Potato Bear. In comes the Azumarill again, and the Purified Sableye going for that Power Gem. I'm not exactly sure how much this is going to do, or how this matchup even goes, because the Power Gem, it still does less than return, but you do get there quicker.
That is right. Power Gem has been adjusted, so it's similar to what Dig was like for Gligar last season, but it doesn't have same type attack bonus from the Sableye. Purified Sableye has a little bit more bulk, and maybe that's what Potato Bear's going for here. Not having a return, but Power Gem for bulk and coverage.
Wow, Power Gem actually coming in really handy there, right? It's 50 energy, and return used to be, I believe, 70. let's see. Javier does shield it up. He doesn't want his stock specs aligned to that Sableye. Let's see what Potato Bear is going to do. His timer's not up yet. Going for the next power gem. And Javier has only one shield remaining. Are you going to use it here?
This is what's really, really impressive about the Sableye. Not many players have brought Sableye this weekend, but it is holding its own against the Fairy type here. Goes for the catch, doesn't quite make it. Javier gets the extra farm down. Probably not what Potato Bear was looking for.
Oh man, going for the Ice Beam. Interesting. I think Javier is hoping to get 2 attacks here. Let's see if he can do it. Potato Bear not shielding. The Ice Beam would do less than the play rough.
I think that this is really smart from Javier, because if it goes no shielded, the Ice Beam is going to be able to be reached by that Azumarill later in the game.
Yeah, going for the Frenzy Plant. This is going to do neutral damage, just about 40%, but I think Toxapex hangs on quite easily here.
Toxapex so bulky. It will poison jab down this Chestnut before it can reach another attack. Toxapex now has energy. It doesn't need shields. It's so bulky. Throws the Brine into the Sableye. It goes shielded.
Yeah, Brine doesn't do a lot of damage, but at this point, as Potato Bear, you want to preserve as much health as possible. Remember, there's also still, I believe, about 4 bubbles on it. Azumarill, it's very close to an Ice Beam as well. So the clock is ticking here for both players. Going for the Brine here. I don't think this knocks out yet. What do you think?
I think Potato Bear is basically thinking, I need to take as much poison jab damage as possible on the Sableye and try and reach 2 foul plays. Throw now, but he's not going to be able to get to that second foul play, and Azumarill should be able to close the game for Javier. Yeah. If the foul play even takes this Toxapex out.
Toxapex is so bulky. And look at that, it even hangs on. It hangs on at Potato Bear. Or Javier wins game number 1 here.
That is what happens when you have real bulk. It doesn't matter that that Sableye was purified. Toxapex and Azumarill together, absolutely massive for Javier.
Wow, that was an incredible game there. We saw the Chestnut for Potato Bear just not really having the play that it's wanted into that Toxapex, right? And do you think Toxapex is good into Potato Bear's team?
Let's have a look at this. Toxapex obviously doesn't have a great matchup into Clodsire. It is pretty good into Dugong. It's absolutely dominant into Azumarill. Honestly, Martin, I've not really played out the Sableye matchup. I still think Toxapex has it in its favor just because it is so bulky, but you are resisting those poison jabs from Sableye.
I think this is the first time we've seen a Sableye on this stage.
It's true, and we really don't get to see a Power Gem purified Sableye very often, so this is definitely a first. But we are quite far into this tournament, so it's clearly been doing the job for Potato Bear.
Do you think that we'll see the Dragonite from Potato Bear come out?
I think that Shadow Dragonite has a lot of play here. It has a lot of opportunity. If it can avoid that Azumarill, it can cause big damage. Like, it resists Chestnut's attacks. It can put in a lot of pressure against the Diggersby too. So what do you think?
Toxapex, right? Even in the Toxapex, even though the jabs add up, so do your Dragon Breath, and Dragonite gets to the Dragon Claw very quickly. So I do like Dragonite, but maybe Javier was really predicting it, and that's why Potato Bear was afraid to bring it, right? You really don't want to have it aligned to an Azumarill, because Azumarill will wall all the energy from the Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think Javier brought any of those Pokemon that are particularly weak to Shadow Dragonite in Diggersby and in Chestnut. Question is, do we get to see that Drapion? Because I really like Shadow Drapion in this meta.
Of course you do.
I like my Dark types, I like my Shadows. Javier, please, use the Shadow Drapion.
We haven't seen any Pangoro anymore, have we?
I know. These players, they've not backed. Although, we haven't really seen many Shadow Machamp either. That's quite interesting.
True. Yeah, I think the fighting meta is just a little bit down at the moment, right? We did see Machamp succeed in Baltimore, but not so much here just yet. In fact, we actually do have 2 fighting-type Pokemon, but they don't output the damage as consistently, as Chestnut mostly relies on Vine Whip as the fast attack, Grass-type, and Frenzy Plant, also Grass-type charge attack.
See, this is really interesting because I do think there was an element of conversation in Baltimore about what is the best fighter going into the meta, and here in Dortmund, we're really not seeing many. We have seen quite a few Chestnut, but as you say, it's not a pure fighter in that sense. It doesn't have fighting fast attack coverage, but it does have access to superpower, but so does Malamar, for example. So is Malamar the fighting coverage you need? Is that all you need?
Right. It's actually interesting that fighting type coverage is important, but the defensive typing itself may not be, such as, like we said, Machamp and Pangoro, right? Look at all these Fuecoco, by the way.
So we've commented before on the number of Gastrodon plushies that Lou has brought here this weekend, but I see 1 or 2 Fuecoco on the side there of Potato Bear.
Yeah, the score is in front of it, but a lot of Potato. I think he said he had like 20 Fuecoco on him. That is a lot of Fuecoco. I don't know if that's going to help him in this matchup. He's 1-0 down right now, Potato Bear. Let's see. I believe both trains are ready. Here we go. Game 2, Javier with the Azumarill into the Sableye from Potato Bear.
Again, we see this matchup, but this time Potato Bear has shifted out that Chestnut and gone for a shiny Clodsire.
Interesting. Tried to catch again on the Dougal, not able to. Javier is sharp, bringing in the Malamar immediately this time. Last time he threw a player off.
See, this is interesting from Potato Bear. He does switch out quite quickly into that Dugong before the Azumarill reaches the play rough. So he is okay bringing out this Malamar now. Clodsire will now get to avoid that Malamar. And if his Clodsire has Sludge Bomb, it actually has a beneficial matchup against Chestnut in the back. So we'll find out what moveset Potato Bear has opted for.
It's going to look pretty rough for Potato Bear so far, but no shielding the foul play here, which doesn't do that much damage. Can you get to the Super Power 40 Ice to it? And yes, you can. I think this might actually knock out.
I think so, and I really like this adjustment from Javier. He didn't throw the play rough like he did last time. He recognized that last time Dugong survived, so instead he goes for a foul play and a Super Power. Potato Bear forced into a shield.
Going for the Ice Wind. This will definitely knock out the Malamar, and Javier is going for the shield advantage. He doesn't really care about switch, and I think that makes sense because the Azumarill with energy would still be good into 2 of the counters into Azumarill that Potato Bear has, which would be either Clodsire or Chestnut.
You know what I've just realized about Sablei's moveset? What resists both Dark and Rock?
You'll have to... No, it's Pangoro.
It's Chestnut.
It's Chestnut, you're right.
Chestnut can sponge all of that Sableye damage.
Oh, he doesn't. You're right, he doesn't really care. Good call by you. You don't make a lot of good calls, but there you go. He is right. Chestnut will resist everything from that Sableye as in charge attacks. So I think Javier is just fine here. And now he has the Clodsire on Azumarill. Clodsire with that poison type damage output will have super effective damage on both Azumarill and Chestnut. But I think all Javier needs to do is get rid of this Clodsire.
I'm really liking the way that Javier is basically using his Azumarill to take down this Clodsire and then presumably relying on that Chestnut. But honestly, both Azumarill and Chestnut have a lot of play into that Sableye in the back.
That's very smart from Javier, making that prediction, shooting up this Sludge Bomb. He needs to make sure that he can get rid of this Clodsire, see what he's going to do next. Going for the Ice Beam, and look at how late he's throwing, right? He's making sure that Potato Bear doesn't catch because he keeps swapping all over the place.
Now, let's remember, Javier is a regional champion. He knows what he's doing, and he is playing really, really well here. Will he survive this Sludge Bomb? How does Azumarill? Does it hang on?
I think it will barely hang on, but I'm not sure about the poison sting after. It's going to get very close. Sludge Bomb coming through.
There it is. He's not going to wait. He's going to go straight into that Chestnut. Question is, can Chestnut reach a Frenzy Plant before the Sludge Bomb is reached? I don't know if it will.
He tried to make the catch unsuccessfully. However, is able to throw that charge attack, but I think this only gives Javier the opportunity to farm up more energy.
Javier could go for a double here. Look how little that foul play does. He needs to make sure he times his attacks correctly. He does. He throws on on charge attack priority, but the Sableye wins it.
This is going to get really close now, right? He's one off another Frenzy Plant. However, yeah, I think you're going to hang on to the Poison Sting, however. Can you just actually knock out?
It's going to be really close. Yeah. Frenzy Plant is a brilliant attack. We've got the normal Sableye, not the Shadow. It does hang on. But actually, that's perfect for Javier, because now he's already at this Frenzy Plant, and he's going to take out the shiny Clodsire. That is superbly played from Javier V20.
Javier taking it here against Potato Bear, Latom. And he's going to the next round in the loser's bracket.
That is huge. What a win for Javier V20, but it's okay. Potato Bear played really, really well. We like the style that he played. I really like seeing that Sableye. And, you know, what he doesn't have in victories, he makes up for in plushies.
Yeah, I think Javier also really liked that Sableye. With 2 ounces, basically, right? With the Azumarill and the Chestnut, making that hard prediction that Potato Bear would really count on the Sableye, maybe overestimating a little bit how safe it would be. Because the upside of having Return is that there are fewer Pokemon that resist the combination of Ghost, Dark, and Normal, but it takes 1 Fighting type Pokemon to resist both Dark and Rock.
That is right, and Chestnut there for both players was very, very interesting. I'm excited to see, is Chestnut a Pokemon that you think is strong in the meta, or is it a case of only very good players, like Wadaj, for example, can take Chestnut to real success?
I mean, it just won a tournament, so I would think that it can be pretty good. One of the things that I really like about Chestnut, it's like a grass-type Pokemon that has coverage into Pokemon like Alolan Sandslash, right? Alolan Sandslash, yeah, it just eats grass-type.
We've not seen many Alolan Sandslash this weekend, though. That's quite surprising. I was expecting to see a lot more.
Even from a Mind Joke. Even a Mind Joke didn't bring it. Let's take a look at the highlights of the previous match that we had here from Javier versus Potato Bear. That was a really good game where we saw a lot of Sableye from Potato Bear. Here we see this Sableye just barely hanging on 1 HP, but the Toxapex so bulky, it's also going to hang on.
It really, really shows. That defense stat from that Toxapex is massive, and it makes a big difference. Poison Jab is resisted by Sableye, but that does not make any difference here. And then the Chestnut lands. Sableye does hang on, but doesn't have any energy to use. Chestnut reaches another Frenzy Plant, and that is the second game for Javier V20.
Do you think Chestnut was the MVP here for Javier?
I think Javier was the MVP for Javier. He played those matches really, really intelligently. He adjusted so intelligently into the Potato Bed Dugong safe swap, right? You noticed the Azumarill didn't throw the play rough that time because in the first game, after throwing the superpower on Malamar, Dugong held on. So Javier went, do you know what? My play rough will be more useful later. And I'll come in with Malamar now, foul play superpower. That shield pressure was really, really key, I thought.
And he also just didn't need switch advantage. In the second game, he adapted. He changed Toxapex to the Chestnut, making sure that if he leads into the Sableye, it has nowhere to go. In that regard, Javier is just in control of that match. Even though Clodsire in the back was a problem on paper, not so much when you have 2 versus 1.
That's right. In terms of somewhere to go, where do you think Sableye's place is in this meta? Do you think there are options for it, or would you veer against it, Martijn?
It's a little bit tough to use. You know that I'm a big Giratina fan, and one of the things that really holds me from using Giratina is Dunsparce. Dunsparce is all over the place, and I think that's also the problem that Sableye kind of has. Now, Sableye is better, of course, into Pokemon like Feraligatr. But then there's also fighters, as we just saw, and that's just not.
But you do also like Wigglytuff quite a lot. You said it's your favorite Pokemon other than Skarmory. Yes.
Yeah.
And Wigglytuff has a very good matchup into Sableye, so you would encourage people to bring Sableye against you.
Yeah, I would actually really like that. Wigglytuff is a great Pokemon, but there is a lot of Clodsire, and that's kind of rough for it. Yeah, maybe I'll bring Wigglytuff though, and I'm just telling everyone now, you should, you know, not be prepared for Wigglytuff at all.
Yeah, Wigglytuff we've not seen so much. It was another Pokemon that was buffed into this meta, but the way that the meta has shifted with so many poison-type Pokemon, Clodsire, Toxapex, even Shadow Drapion now, fairies have really plummeted. We've seen a couple of Azumarill and not many others.
Where is Charm? Where are all the charming Pokemon? There are no charming Pokemon.
There are no charming Pokemon, only charming players. So Wigglytuff, not your day. Sableye, not this time, right? But Chestnut, I'm watching, Chestnut. I'm watching.
Farid, what I also want to talk about is the travel award for the International Championships. Javier is from Peru. That means that the points he gains here are for the leaderboards within LATAM. The top 4 of the leaderboards of a continent or region, they get a travel award for the next International Championship. So all the points gathered right now, up until the LASC and including the LASC, count for the EYC travel award. So if Javier does really well here, he basically is a step ahead of most of the Latin American players. He will also be competing in Lima, in Peru, next week even already.
I'm really excited to see players traveling across the world, competing in different events. I know actually, you know, here's a little hint, Arceus Aurelius, he's currently on holiday in South America, and he said, hey, you know, if I stumble across a regional while I'm here, why not? And as you say, it does count towards the leaderboard in your respective region. Obviously, the Baltimore points that I accumulated, they count for the European leaderboards, and so, I don't know, do you have any plans to go across to NA anytime soon?
I will be in Toronto. I'll be there.
He'll be there.
There has to be, look, you let Nighttime Clash get away with it. There has to be one time that a European takes the regional back.
Yeah, well, thankfully Zzweilous might also be going, so that might come to fruition.
Are you not? You're also coming, no?
I will consider Toronto, you know?
Yeah, Nighttime Clash had an incredible victory at the time, and the Europeans are a little bit on toes about it, but...
Yes.
Regardless, though, it wasn't a great achievement. And I really, as you said, also, I like that international competition. Now,
we've got Europeans cooking, and there is a lot of cooking on screen because I see a Shadow Feraligatr, a Shadow Drapion, and a Shadow Machamp. There it is!
It's the fighter! There it is finally. And also on the other side, we also talked about we hardly saw any Alolan Sandslash. There it is on the right side, on MW22's side as well. And Farid, why is he not having a Shadow Alolan Sandslash?
Now this is a really interesting question. I think a lot of players, when they've seen Sandslash historically over the last couple of years, have automatically assumed that the Shadow is better.
More damage.
It does more damage, and because there was counter around, you didn't really need it. You were going to go down to counter anyway, right? Counter's no longer in the meta. And actually, the normal Sandslash, a Alolan Sandslash, can put in a ton of work and tank an attack. And the real key one is it tanks an Earthquake from Clodsire. And that makes a massive difference.
No.
So, yeah, the fact that you can tank an Earthquake, still reach a ton of attacks, me personally, I'd be leaning towards the non-Shadow variant.
I think so too. I think you're completely right that you just don't go down a shield immediately if someone were to say switch that Clodsire and you were to answer with your Alolan Sandslash. just not needing to be the first one shielding really affects the decision tree. Let's take a look at the movesets that we have here.
Yeah, and of course, Clodsai did get a buff to that Poison Sting fast attack, but Steel double resists poison. And that means even after landing an Earthquake, Clodsire is not going to be Poison Sting down that Alolan Sandslash. But we've also got some more poison coverage from that Shadow Drapion, which has access to Crunch and Aqua Tail, and it's that kind of spam that I think is going to make this game exciting.
I think it's the Pokemon that has benefited the most of it. Also, look at Rock Slide, by the way, from Machamp. No Stone Edge, no payback. It just gets to those attacks a little bit quicker and I think helps into the Talonflame.
This is really, really interesting. So many players are going for the legacy attack Stone Edge on Shadow Machamp because it is more efficient and it does more damage after a Rock Slide nerf. But Rock Slide is still quicker. It is a much cheaper attack, and perhaps these players are going to think, this changes the way that Machamp plays. I'm excited to see, does this affect the Shadow Machamp matchups?
Is Machamp good into this team? What do you think? I see Clodsire and Azumarill, kind of tough, right?
It is tough. Shadow Machamp has positive matchups, of course, into Sandslash, and it will win charge attack priority against a Feraligatr and a Chestnut as well. But Cross Chop isn't going to be enough to take them out, whilst Frenzy Plant and Hydro Cannon will be the other way around. So it will require a bit of energy management. There will be moving. I'm excited to see. Will we see some catches, Martijn? If you had to guess right now, how many catches are we going to see in Game 1?
3.
3? All right, I'll go with 2.
Okay.
Chat, let us know how many catches do you reckon in Game 1 will we see? Let's get into it right now.
Here we go. We have the Dunsparce. On the left and on the right, we have the Chestnut. This is a terrible lead.
This is a brilliant lead for MW22. Let's remember, MW22 is the player that knocked out Colin 6.
Oh, but look at this. He swaps into Feraligatr. He has no answer for the Chestnut.
This is
Hydro Cannon.
A decision. Chestnut is going to be able to take this Hydro Cannon very, very comfortably. Grass resists water. Chestnut is going to stay in, and perhaps that's part of the thinking here. The Feraligatr is going to take that Chestnut reasonably low, and Dunsparce now will have a much better matchup into that Chestnut, right? Look, the Superpower's gone in. It's not the Frenzy Plant.
Oh, and the catch on the
There's one!
There's one. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is actually pretty okay for Feraligatr. We'll be able to get to another Hydro Cannon, but I think after that...
Can you bubble down from here? It's going to be... I mean, you're going to have to commit to, right?
You can, but I think at the time also, the clock will be up. In fact, the clock should be up now, so if Argi wants to switch out, he will be able to.
This is going to be interesting. What decisions do you make? It was such a bold play, right? Bringing a Feraligatr into a Chestnut, but the Feraligatr has a lot of energy. It didn't bank an attack there, but we're going into a Dunsparce now that can sponge this Azumarill damage.
And on top of that, the Chestnut took a lot of damage that it might almost be threatened. Look at it. The Chestnut on the right, in the back, is in the red, so it will almost be threatened by that Drill Run. Everything the Dunsparce has is resisted, but if the Pokemon is low, it might be able to take it out.
Yes, and we've got a Clodsire in the back as well against an Alolan Sandslash. So this is where the normal Alolan Sandslash could show off how bulky it is compared to the Shadow variant.
Going for stacking up 2 Durons here, one going through on that Azumarill. Let's see how this is going to go. I think MW still has a shield advantage here. And in comes... Oh, going for the Rock Slide. This will do much less damage than the Duron. In fact, I think that the Chestnut will hang on here. And I believe it also has a Frenzy Plant stored.
I mean, this again is an interesting decision. Drill Run does a lot more damage than Rock Slide does. Now, the Chestnut, it was able to tank the Hydro Cannon comfortably. Look how much damage those Shadow Claws have also done. Chestnut is so low now, it lands that Superpower. It's not really going to allow for any farm down from the Clodsire, but look, we've got the Alolan Sandslash with the shield advantage.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. I think you need a catch here. That will be the second of the game. And trying to catch gets to the Hydro Cannon, however, so not the worst scenario, I guess. You need to get this attack off. And now, as Arki, you need to land the Earthquake. But it is a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I hope for Arki.
Sludge Bomb bait here? I don't know if you do, because an Earthquake isn't enough anyway.
That'd be a cruel play. That'd be a really cruel play. Go for the Drone. This will do a little bit more damage than the Ice Punch.
Yeah, Drill Run is the more efficient attack. Even though it doesn't have same type attack bonus, it is a very, very powerful attack.
He's going for it. He is going for it. The Sludge Bomb. And he shields the double resistant Sludge Bomb.
But even if this Clodsire reaches that Earthquake, will Sandslash be able to hold on? I think it might be pretty close at this point.
Oh, man. Oh, but did he hit the Earthquake? I'm not sure if he did, actually.
MW22 is back-to-back Ice Punch. This could be enough for him.
It has to be the charge security for Araki if he wants to have a chance, but I think he didn't step it. I think that Araki waited because he was afraid that MW22 would catch on that chestnut, but no, he just went for the back-to-back Ice Punch here, and that will seal up this game. The first one goes to MW22.
That is a big win there, and he's got his team go rocket jacket on, right? He goes, I don't need the shadows. I can. You've got all the shadows on your team. I have a couple, and Shadow for Alligator, one is enough for me in that game. Normal Alolan Sound Slash closes us out. MW22, 1 up.
Do you think they would have knocked out that Earthquake?
I think it would have been very close. I think it probably would have.
With the Shadow Claw damage, perhaps, on the Feraligatr? It may have.
Yeah, that Shadow Claw from Shadow for Alligator made a lot of difference. I think it probably would have.
Chat, what do you think? Let us know. Are we right or wrong?
I understand. For the record, I understand why he didn't throw it. Because if you throw on the alignment like that and get it caught on the chestnut,
that's over.
Not only is it game over, that means I was correct with 2 catches, right? So he doesn't want to let that happen.
Of course. We were both wrong. Okay,
we were both wrong. I was closest. But MW22, he just plays consistently. He plays in such a composed way. And as I said, he had some real success last season as well. He beat Colin. He knocked him out of a regional event last season, and he is trying to do the same here in Dortmund this weekend and try and cement his place into day number 2.
Yeah. Araki did. I think, honestly, though, Araki played a really good game. He led the Dunsparce into the chestnut and had the Feraligatr as a safe switch. Look at how close that game actually got if he did land that Earthquake. Right? That was actually very impressive to get back here.
I think there are lots of situations, right, where you can play ABA weak, but if you have a strategy...
What is ABA?
So the ABA was the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr into a chestnut lead, right? And that means that you've got a Pokemon in the lead and in the back that are both weak to an opponent's potential lead. And do you know what? I have seen it before. I remember playing, actually in the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, I was playing a Shadow Poliwrath, and my opponent played 3 Pokemon weak to Shadow Poliwrath.
So
and that caught me off. That was that's AAA week to Shadow Poliwrath, right?
AAA?
That's the AAA strategy.
Or the BBB?
I think I would go with AAA. Let's not confuse it too much. But the point is that my opponent actually used 1.5 of his Pokemon to take down the Shadow Poliwrath, and then his remaining 1.5 Pokemon were actually really strong into my backline. So these kinds of strategies, let's see if these players can use them here this weekend.
Oh, here we go. We have the Shadow Feraligatr from Araki into the Clodsire from MW22. That's a pretty good lead for Araki, but do remember, Clodsire can win the one-shoot here, and it looks like MW22 not just swapping out just yet, perhaps trying to look for a catch. Trying to catch the Aruken on the Azumarill, not able to. In the back is the opposing Clodsire from Araki. And
this was a really strong lead for Araki, wasn't it? Because you bring in the Azumarill, but actually, as we've all seen, Shadow for Alligator with shields up, very strong into an Azumarill. Yeah. Araki goes, do you know what? I'm running Sludge Bomb for a reason on Clodsire, so let's go show that off instead.
And in fact, he's also not really that weak into the Clodsire, right? He also still has that Dunsparce that can fight back at least. If you can put 2 shields on the Feraligatr and Dunsparce as its support, I think you might just be fine with letting Switch go here if it comes to that, but I don't know. This will get... Oh, both players didn't throw an attack just yet. I think now the Sludge Bomb will knock out.
MW22 recognized that. He goes, I'm probably going to shield anyway, so I'm happy to go over an Ice Beam, and I will throw on the next time instead.
Interesting. Going for the Ice Beam now. See if Araki wants to match shields here. It's going to be interesting.
Would you let this go?
I think I would. Like, energy
I would probably let this go, yeah.
So cool, right? I like energy.
This could end up being a battle of Feraligatr in the back, and honestly, does MW22 think, do you know what, I'm fine here. I'm going to one-shield my Shadow Feraligatr and full farm this down.
I think so too, but Sludge Bomb would still do a lot. You know what I would love to see? A catch.
I want to see a catch.
There's no way he's going to do it. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Oh, he catches the Sludge Bomb!
We didn't make a prediction, but there's no way we could have predicted that. This basically gives Clodsire health. That is awesome from MW22.
Wow, what a play. Plus all the energy you have on your Feraligatr, that's going to come in very handy. In fact, I think that this Sludge Bomb damage may actually put this Clodsire almost in 2 turn plus farm down range for that Feraligatr.
You are predicting very far ahead here, but at least we've got this 50-second switch time, so MW22 might not be too concerned about that, right? Because he can come back out.
But do you want to? Then you have to take all the energy on your Feraligatr. I think MW22 made a really good play, but it's still kind of tough to take the energy from both Feraligatrs on each other.
Let's have a look here. If 2 drill runs are enough, then MW22 will need to use his Feraligatr energy. He'll really want to be holding on. It's going to be really close.
They're going to knock out. I think that might knock out. I think that... Oh, he tried to catch on his own Feraligatr, not being able to barely. He was stuck in the animation, I think. Going for the drone. Does this knock out? It does knock out, and now there's only Feraligatr remaining from NW22, but Araki also has energy on that Feraligatr, letting the first attack go. It won't knock out yet, but this is gonna do so much damage.
It's the Gator Mirror. Charge attack priority, is that going to become an issue? Let's have a look. Okay, this is big information for these players. So Araki knows that he is winning charge attack priority. If this goes to a game 3, that's massive information.
That makes it so much easier to lead the Feraligatr in the next game. He does have 2 Hydro Cannon, but Araki still has 2 more Pokemon in the back. They don't have a lot of HP, but the Dunsparce does take a lot of damage from those Shadow Claw. And, oh, this doesn't even knock out. Yeah, you just Shadow Claw down, and Araki ties up the score to 1-1.
Wow, look at that. Even after that Sludge Bomb catch, Araki managed his energy so well. He does take it to a game number 3, and as you say, he now has information that could mean Shadow Feraligatr lead is strong for him. Does MW22 adjust and think, hold on a minute, my opponent keeps playing weak to a Chestnut lead. Shall I just bring it again?
Yeah, the Chestnut was super valuable in game number 1, but I think in game number 2 was a little bit iffier to bring. You know what I would like to see? The Machamp. I know it's going to be tough to bring into a team with Clodsire and Azumarill, and both Pokemon have come out a lot, right? But if you can make that right call, if you can have it on the Feraligatr, on the Drapion, or even on the Alolan Sandslash, Machamp could really punch a hole in the team.
I want to see Shadow Drapion, you know. I think that you can safe swap Shadow Drapion here and honestly put a lot of pressure onto anything. Even though that Chestnut resists the Crunch and the Aqua Tail, those Poison Stings add up, and Shadow damage as well.
But from which player?
From Araki, sorry. Yeah, Araki Shadow Drapion. That's the one I want to see, because otherwise, look how much pressure the Chestnut from MW22 is putting on Araki's team, right?
It could be a really good safe switch, right? Maybe not in an Alolan Sandslash, but...
And we've not seen many Mandibuzz, and honestly, Araki's not really bringing it here, understandably, and maybe that's why, right?
Is it understandably? Clodsire without Stone Edge, Feraligatr, Drapion. Those are not the worst matchups. The Chestnut, double weak to flying.
But it does resist the dark.
It makes Aerial Ace look good.
It does make Aerial Ace look good. Aerial Ace typically not a very efficient charge attack. So, what do you reckon? Would you bring Mandibuzz into this game 3?
It's going to be tough. I think I would call either Drapion or Machamp. If I were to make a change here, I would like to see what these trainers are going to bring here in decisive game number 3. We have the Clodsire into the Chestnut. This is a great lead for Araki.
This is brilliant from Araki. He played ABA weak to Chestnut twice in a row and then goes, now I'll play my answer to Chestnut.
Yeah, not only 1, but he has 2. He also has the Drapion in the back. Going to take this Sludge Bomb or shield it.
MW22 is actually playing ABA weak to this Clodsire, so he's staying in here.
Yeah, I mean, Azumarill still has a little bit more play. He's going to go for 2 Frenzy Plants here. Does it knock out?
2 Frenzy Plants, I think, would take out the Clodsire. So Araki's probably going to shield one of them, would you think? Or actually,
that actually might barely not knock out here. If Araki wants to keep that Clodsire for whatever's in the bag, he might shield this, and he doesn't.
He backs himself to hang on, and he does. Clodsire's able to take down, and it's going to hit an Earthquake against this Shadow Feraligatr. He needs to shield this. MW22 does recognize that he's at Earthquake energy, protects the Shadow Feraligatr, and gets a little bit of farm down.
Yeah, the Feraligatr doesn't really have a lot of places to go, though, with that shield disadvantage, because both Pokemon resist the Shadow Claw. Going into the Drapion, probably just a little bit quicker, maybe expecting the Azumarill in the back regardless. Making the catch on the Crunch. This is resisted, but Farid, tell us about this matchup here.
So Shadow Drapion with shields actually does pretty well into an Azumarill. Azumarill is slow to charge to its attacks. He gets the defense drop as well. Look at this Poison Sting damage. This is not Poison Jab, this is Poison Sting. Honestly, I probably would have stayed in a little bit longer.
It really stinks, the damage.
It really does. Dunsparce is now going to be used as a sponge by Araki to take this play rough, and Shadow Drapion with energy, he's hoping can take out the Feraligatr in the endgame.
Dunsparce is basically here just to support that Drapion, just taking and soaking energy. And I think just building up Dunsparce could be really valuable, because since the Feraligatr is quite fragile, it can't take the energy even from the Dunsparce quite well. Going for the Ice Beam on Charge Attack priority. However, Dunsparce wins this and will take out the Azumarill if it's not shielded.
That's right, and you can't Shadow Claw down a Dunsparce, so you will need to see a Hydro Cannon from this Shadow Feraligatr. It has plenty of energy, he can afford to charge up more, and he is doing it really, really well, maximizing how much Shadow Claw energy he's able to generate before throwing this Hydro Cannon.
It looks like Araki's deciding to close up with that Drapion. He still has 2 shields to him, and so much energy as well, going for the Charge Attack priority. Feraligatr wins this, but I think this Feraligatr is in crunch range.
Very much so, and Araki has 2 shields. Shadow Drapion could close this out for Araki and flip the games versus MW22. Will this crunch land? He's letting it go. He's calling a bait. That was
bait.
his only win
That's
con,
his win
right?
condition, but it's a crunch. Argi is not fooling around. The Spaniard knocks down MW22, and he goes.
Really well played from Arigi. And so, if you're wondering why did MW22 not shield there, he thought to himself, look, this Drapion is going to reach more than enough attacks against me anyway. The only chance that I have of winning this game is if my opponent tries to bait with an Aqua Tail and I let it through. And I understand that. He recognized what his only win condition was. Arigi didn't go for the bait. He went for the crunch, lands it, takes this series.
In the loser brackets, you cannot make mistakes anymore. If you make a mistake, you're out. So we see the best of the best being pressured to get further here, and they're not making mistakes, right? If he baited the Aqua Tail, I think he could have lost that battle.
Really?
But he didn't do that.
Yeah, he really could have. And this is what's interesting, right? We saw 2 games where Arigi played so weak to the Chestnut lead, and he got exactly what he wanted in Game 3, where MW22 went, okay, I'll lead the Chestnut. You really want me to? I will. He goes, gotcha.
Gotcha.
You know, that Sludge Bomb from that Clodsire did so much damage to Chestnut. It put so much pressure onto Azumarill as well. And the Earthquake, he managed to get a shield off for Alligator. So, you know, MW22 was kind of stuck when he saw that lead.
I think it was a great set, honestly, right? The Chestnut just looked so close in that 0 shield scenario, but the Clodsire came out with a full attack. Let's take a look at the highlights here. From game number 1, we saw MW22 build up to 2 superpower and then catch the next Hydro Cannon on the Azumarill, soaking up all this damage here after he realized, wait, I need to keep my Chestnut for the Dunsparce that he led into first.
Yeah, and there was so much movement in these games. We didn't see as many catches maybe as we wanted to, but the players did try, and here it is. We haven't seen many Alolan Sandslash. This is the non-Shadow variant. It takes out that Clodsire in that game number 1.
Yeah, and making another catch. This was such a filthy catch from MW22. Catching the double resistant Slush Bomb on that Clodsire. For Alligator really was key for both trainers there with the energy, but Arigi tied up the score there, and then the Drapion, the big adjustment here to take on the Feraligatr in the back.
I really like Shadow Drapion. It's definitely, if I were playing this weekend, I think I'd be building around Shadow Drapion. What would you be doing? What would you be bringing this weekend, Martijn?
Skarmory. I mean, Machamp probably. I like Machamp.
Shadow Machamp?
Yeah, I think Machamp could be really that kind of Pokemon. If you cover it well, if you cover like the Azumarill well, you cover other threats, right, like the Clodsire. What breaks Clodsire and Azumarill? That's something you kind of need to make Machamp work. And I think a Pokemon like Cresselia would go really well with that.
Yes, I really like the idea of that as well. Shadow Machamp, it can also be shiny. Do you have a shiny Shadow Machamp, Martijn?
I actually do.
You do?
I actually do. And it actually has pretty optimal stats for the Great League.
I want to see it. I want to see Martijn at a regional with that shiny Shadow Machamp.
It has like a lower attack, a higher defense, and a higher HP, so I can get more power-ups in. And then the Machamp, just a little bit better, can hang on to a little bit more damage. It's already so fragile, right? Why not make it a little bit more bulky?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do the complete opposite. I go, do you know what? If you're fragile, be fragile. And I'll run as high attack as I can. Yeah, Martijn obviously did very well in Worlds, and for that reason, he is one of the best players sat at this caster desk. But Pangoro is the fighter of choice, and I would really encourage Pangoro.
Where are the Pangoro?
Here's the only Pangoro you need. Look, if I were playing this weekend, I would have brought Pangoro.
I'll admit, Pangoro looks really cool.
It does look pretty cool. Bear Pokemon are cool, right?
So how did you make Pangoro work at Baltimore then?
I think what was really exciting for me with Pangoro is that not many players know its matchups that well. I think they were used to Night Slash from Annihilate, right? But Pangoro not only reaches Night Slash a lot quicker, it also gets same type attack bonus because it's a dark type, and it has a much higher attack stat. And so those Night Slashes were putting on a ton of pressure. And I noticed people were saying, oh, you're getting shield from these Night Slash baits. And I'm like, to be honest, these aren't even really baits. These Night Slashes hit hard.
I thought you were just addicted to Night Slash boost, to be honest, because you miss Annihilate. We have our next matchup here, and this is going to be a really good one. We have on the left Aspashelto, and on the right we have again Javier from Peru.
These really are some top players. I honestly cannot put any prediction on how these games will go. But Martijn, Shadow Typhlosion there on the left. Are you rooting for Aspashelto here?
I love Shadow Typhlosion. I'm not sure if it's going to have as much play here. It's actually not that great into Drapion because Drapion paces so quickly to those Aqua Tail, and Shadow Typhlosion cannot take any damage at all. And yeah,
Martijn, what's that on the screen?
What is that? That's a Cloudbird. It's the Altaria.
Something must be wrong with this graphic. I can see an Altaria in 2024. Wow. Aspashelto, I'm listening, okay? What are you cooking here?
Well, I think Altaria actually has interesting matchups, right? I don't think it's the worst in many of these Pokemon simply because of its typing and its bulk. For example, if that Diggersby doesn't pack Hyper Beam, it kind of just shuts it down. On top of that, with the bulk, I think it can still fight back well into Pokemon like Drapion and Malamar. But because Sky Attack now takes more energy to get to, Altaria is really slow.
Yeah, that is right. I think Shadow Drapion is going to put in work here. Shadow Drapion will have play into Altaria. It has Aqua Tail for Clodsire. Typhlosion doesn't want to take an Aqua Tail. Crunch versus the Cresselia, and we've seen what the Poison Stings can do both versus Azumarill, but also versus that Superior as well. So Shadow Drapion, I'd be bringing this every game.
Yeah, perhaps. It doesn't really do that bad into Diggersby as well, but it's not really great into Toxapex and Azumarill, which I do expect actually to come out. I would also think that the Clodsire from Aspashelto is likely coming out, right? It's the one Pokemon that can deal with both Toxapex and Azumarill. I don't think we'll see the Chestnut, though.
I would be leaning, if it were me, for Javier, I'd be leaning into Malamar and Shadow Drapion. And as you say, I think Aspashelto Clodsire makes sense. I'm interested to see, is he going to use this Altaria? We know that it has such a dominant matchup into Diggersby and into Chestnut. I'm not 100% sure. Can you Dragon Breath through a Shadow Drapion? It's going to be pretty close, right?
I think so, actually. I think so. Just the raw damage that you have from Dragon Breath can go through. You probably don't even come to 3 charge attacks because it's that slow to getting to the Sky Attack. But yeah, I'm not sure what to think of Altaria. I do like that Malamar indeed from Javier's side. It's just so neutral. It doesn't really have like hard targets, right? It just has a lot of neutral play. Like even Clodsire in the zero shield scenario is really close.
Okay, make a prediction right now. What's Javier going to lead?
Javier is going to lead the Drapion, has the Malamar in the back, and the third Pokemon is the Azumarill.
Okay, well I'll guess Malamar lead with Shadow Drapion in the back and maybe an Azumarill.
So the same.
Well, you said Drapion lead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but the same Pokemon.
Same Pokemon. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I agree that those look good for Javier. What about Aspashelto? I think I would bring that Altaria, you know? Altaria and that Clodsire. I think I'd lean into those.
I don't know. If you're expecting Azumarill, Altaria is probably so scary to bring, right? You definitely have to lean into the Clodsire. Maybe if you can get like a shield advantage or energy advantage for the Typhlosion, it can put in work.
I'd love to see that Shadow Typhlosion put in work.
If there's only one water type on the side of Javier in that match in the team of 3, then Typhlosion has probably only one Pokemon to really avoid.
Shadow Typhlosion, it could do big damage here, but honestly, if I had to guess, I think Malamar is going to show just why this weekend we've seen so much of it and how much success it's been having.
Yeah, it has been the revelation of this tournament, but we're going to have these two players battle it out first and see if Javier with his Malamar can even go through here, because Aspashelto is known to be one of the best grassroots players there is in the world, and he has made it to, I believe, top 4 at Warsaw before. So, you know, he also has accolades to his name. He knows how to play the game. We're in losers round 7. We're already so far and so deep into the tournament right now.
It's crazy that you can see games like this. These are such high quality players. I've seen Aspashelto so high up on the Go Battle League leaderboard. Martijn, I actually saw that you're on the Go Battle League leaderboard as well. How are you getting on?
I got there by accident. Let's take a look at game number 1. Aspashelto into Javier. We have that Altaria into the Azumarill.
Oh my goodness.
Terrible for Aspashelto. This is not bellissimo.
We do see Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Malamar as we predicted. Not in the order that we predicted, but Javier gets the lead that he's looking for. Clodsire comes in, but it has Stone Edge, which means that actually this is an advantageous matchup for the Azumarill.
Yeah, I believe that the more shields there are used, the better Clodsire becomes, just because the Poison Sting damage adding up. And here we go, in comes that Malamar. Now you can go for the Earthquake that hits pretty hard, but Malamar can hang on pretty well here. It's not that fragile.
And I think he might commit to this Psywave the entire way down.
That'd be pretty cool.
You know, you can one shield and Psywave before Clodsire can reach 2 more attacks.
Looks like he is not going for that. Going to throw the Foul Play here. Make sure to get rid of the Clodsire here. Clodsire is bulky, but the Foul Play should barely be enough to knock out here. And then Altaria comes back in, but the energy is going to go into Azumarill. Now here's what I do like about this. You can take this energy regardless, because an Ice Beam or player from Azumarill just does way and way more.
Yeah, that's right. Javier didn't want to give up a shield, so he did take out that Clodsire early and still reaches a Foul Play against this Altaria. This Altaria, on the other hand, that's a lot of Dragon Breath damage and a lot of energy generated.
Yeah, let's see what Javier brings in here. I don't think he brings in the Drapion here. If we look at the back lines, it's going to look very tough for Aspashelto. Is he going to try to make a catch? No, going for the Sky Attack first to deal some damage. Now, Sky Attack now costs more energy, it also deals a little bit more damage.
That is right. Sky Attack is slightly more damage than it used to be before, but the Shadow Drapion comes in here to punish this superior swap.
It does so well into this matchup. You resist all the grass type damage output, and you can take this area ace, which is generally not very strong of an attack, and it's also not the same type attack bonus, so Drapion just hangs on really well here, while dealing back super effective poison type damage and being able to get to these crunches.
I'm really liking Shadow Drapion. We saw it in the last series, we're seeing it here. It is showing just how potent it is. Aerial Ace is going to come through. This is a bait, but it does get the shield from Javier.
And I think at this point you kind of have to put in your shields as Aspashelto, right? The problem for Aspashelto is, even if you can catch an attack or just get damage in here, at some point you're even getting into Ice Beam range, allowing Javier's Azumarill to have play later as well if it comes to that.
A shield goes up. Now, let's remember, Frenzy Plant is still a brilliant attack. It is resisted, but, oh, we've gone for a charge attack priority. Shadow Drapion does win this, so it will land the Aqua Tail because it recognizes that Frenzy Plant is about to come through.
Wait, this is interesting, right? Because now I think Javier doesn't want to use the shield. He lets it go, wants to clean up with that Azumarill. At this point, Javier only needs 2 Ice Beam to do this, right?
The Superior is not going to be easy to take out. You will have to throw an Ice Beam. You're not going to be able to bubble this down.
But how are you going to do this? I think Javier, he didn't even bother to look for a catch because he only needs 2 attacks regardless.
Yeah, that's right. Javier banks a little bit more energy onto the Azumarill. The Azumarill's now very, very close to another Ice Beam. It has the shield advantage. Javier is going to close this out. Azumarill shows, I'm still the king.
Wow, it's been around for so long, Azumarill, and it's going to take Javier to a 1-0 score here against Aspashelto. What a fantastic play with that Drapion. Aspashelto had a rough lead there with that Altaria into the Azumarill. We both had our predictions wrong, didn't we?
Well, we
got
guessed
close.
the 3 Pokemon, right?
We guessed the 3 Pokemon.
Azumarill, Malamar, and Shadow Drapion. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in any order for Javier in game number 2 as well. They are so flexible here.
They are really flexible, I agree. I'm not surprised we didn't see the Diggersby. Even though it is one of the better counters that Javier has for that Clodsire of Aspashelto, I think he just trusts into his more flexible Pokemon. Even Drapion with that Aqua Tail can just be so obnoxious for Clodsire, who takes like twice as long to get to an Earthquake.
And you saw what happened there with the Altaria, right? It reached its first Sky Attack, but because Sky Attack costs a lot more energy now in this new meta, it never reached a second attack. And that's quite difficult for a Pokemon that is that bulky. You know, it's not hitting that hard. It's not hitting that fast. So that's the reason we're not seeing many Altarian, and that might be the reason that Javier has an advantage going into game number 2.
The Pokemon we've seen more often actually in the same typing is the Shadow Dragonite. And I think that Aspashelto was like, well, I already have a Shadow Typhlosion. I think I need a little bit more bulk. And on top of that, Altaria can at least hit the Azumarill back, right? Because Dragonites...
I mean, if it were me, I'd probably run Shadow Dragonite with this team. You've got a lot of bulk with Cress, with Azu, with Clod, and with Superior. I wouldn't have minded seeing a Shadow Dragonite here.
Yeah, that may have been useful. I don't think it would have done anything against that Azumarill though, but it could pressure the picks from Javier a little bit more. I think, though, if you have a Dragonite, wouldn't Diggersby become a little bit better just because of the quick attack damage?
Perhaps a little bit, but maybe you want to bait out that Diggersby so that Superior can punish, because Azumarill is obviously weak to Superior. We actually saw that Superior, you know, the Frenzy Plants still do a lot of damage. It did a big chunk to that Shadow Drapion. But Malamar, the Psy-Wave damage on that Clodsire, that's been the story of this weekend for me, Martijn.
There's just been so few Pokemon that can resist the entire moveset of the Malamar, and we see it in the lead from Javier into the Superior from Aspashelto. Farid, who wins this matchup?
This is very, very interesting because Superior is very bulky, and Malamar will probably opt for either a Superpower and dip, or it just has to go for a foul play first.
Let's see what they're going to do here. Go for the Frenzy Plant. I don't think you shield the first one, just to make sure that you can perhaps Superpower later and debuff your stats afterwards.
It's really interesting because Javier is running double poison in the back, but he has chosen to stay in with the Malamar here. And that's quite surprising. To me, I would have maybe expected a Shadow Drapion safe swap.
You know what's also interesting? No Azumarill. The Altaria from Aspashelto looks kind of good in the back here. Going for the Charge Attack priority, which Malamar wins. And let's see what Aspashelto is going to do. This Malamar is in a nice farm down range, but it looks like Aspashelto wants to fight for switch advantage here.
Now, presumably, Javier is going to no-shield this Malamar. He's going to keep those shields for later and rely on his poison types in the back. Would you come in here with Toxapex or with Shadow Drapion?
I think Drapion just gets a little bit more farm down here, right? But I don't know if Aspashelto accepts that and might just swap out. And he does swap into the Klotzai, into the Toxapex. In comes the Drapion. I'm not sure how this is going to look like because Altaria is very neutral into the Toxapex later.
You know what? I'm backing Javier with this. If I had to put a guess, I think Toxapex into Altaria. After that Sky Attack nerf, I think Toxapex will hold on. And these Aqua Tails, they are coming fast. We've gone for a Stone Edge bait from Aspashelto. It does get the shield from Javier.
Honestly, I think this would still do a lot of damage. Drapion is a little bit fragile. And yeah, if there wasn't an Earthquake, it would actually take out the Drapion in one single attack. Going for the Aqua Tail now. He has 2 Aqua Tail at this point already.
That's right, and these Aqua Tails both together will take out this Klotzai if they go unshielded. So this is really smartly played from Javier.
They just come out so fast. Charge attack priority again. Does Aspashelto shield this? This is a full Klotzai and he needs to get that attack off. But Javier is just way faster with that Aqua Tail, right?
This is really difficult now for Aspashelto because after this Earthquake goes shielded, it's a lot of energy still to go to reach your next one, by which point Javier will have farmed up so much on his Shadow Drapion.
I think you're right here, Farid. Let's see how Javier is going to do this. Look at that. Zoom, zoom, and he's already at the Aqua Tail. He's so quick and making the catch on the Altaria. This is resisted. Aspashelto is not done yet. He wants to keep that Pokemon around, and hopefully his Altaria and the energy on the Klotzai can come through for him later.
Let's see, do you bank an Aqua Tail and then go into Toxapex? He's back to Crunch, okay? So he's got a lot of energy on that Shadow Drapion, and then Toxapex is going to take all of this damage. Super high defense on the Toxapex. Sludge Wave has been reached.
And this is tough for Aspashelto because all his Pokemon on the current team lose Charge Attack priority to that Drapion. So that's kind of rough, right? You kind of have to have energy on 2 Pokemon here and then force the Drapion to throw into that and knock it out with another.
I mean,
that's gonna be tough.
Again, we're seeing this is the issue with the Sky Attack, right? You're now so far away from another one, you're just about to reach it, and it does make it, but do you think that this is going to be enough? I don't think it matters, because Javier can still Poison Sting down.
I think so too. This might not even be better for Aspashelto, to be honest. Doesn't even knock out. Altaria is still hanging in there, but there's the Drapion. You only need 2 Charge Attacks at this point. I don't think the Superior has a lot of energy.
You do a Peekaboo catch onto the Superior?
I think that's your only player, but this Drapion is 2 Poison Sting off another attack already. Let's see what he's going to do here. Oh, not able to make that catch here. In comes the Aqua Tail. I'm not sure if this knocks out, actually.
The Klotzai has a Stone Edge banked, right?
I think it's 1 off. Let's see. It is 1 off. Charge attack priority on the Aqua Tail here. Drapion still hanging on, but
Superior.
It might still get to an attack.
Frenzy. This is close to Frenzy Plant range. This isn't over.
Let's see. In comes Superior again. Does it feint to 2?
It goes down to the Poison Sting. Javier V20 takes out that game in beautiful fashion. That was close, Martijn. I was on the edge of my seat.
Javier from Peru. He takes it for Latom and is going to day 2. Very well done. Wow, what a match we had there. Aspashelto getting so far. He had a pretty rough matchup, I feel like. The Altaria looking so good on paper, but just so slow.
3 out of 3 knockouts for Shadow Drapion. That's why that's the Pokemon that I'm backing this weekend. I would love to see how far Shadow Drapion can go. And also Malamar, the pressure from Malamar there. He stayed in, he relied with the shields on the Shadow Drapion, and both of them together. Really, really well played, Javier.
I mean, they're both top usage for a reason. Why? We saw in the top meta usage earlier, both Malamar and Shadow Drapion were on there. So makes a lot of sense that we...
Did Malamar make top usage this weekend? It definitely did in Baltimore.
Yeah, it did in Baltimore for sure. Maybe it was almost top 12, but Drapion was definitely there with 20% usage.
I think you're definitely going to see Malamar on the day 2 top usage.
Yeah,
that's for
absolutely.
Sure, I think the way, let's have a look at this replay really, really quickly. So this Azumarill reaching the Ice Beam onto that Superior. It has a shield, Javier V20, closing out with Azumarill and then dropping it for game number 2. Even though Aspashelto continue to use that Altaria, Javier V20 goes, I don't even need Azumarill. I can see Shadow Drapion taking this all the way. Look at this energy management.
And the catch too, by the way. Aspashelto predicting exactly when Javier will throw that charge attack. Well, it was going to be right before the Stone Edge. Aspashelto just adapting and catching that Aqua Tail there, but it was not enough. Getting to the Aqua Tail on the Klotzai, and then the Superior was 1 Vine Whip off an Aerial Ace, but it needed the Frenzy Plant at this point, I think, to knock out this Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, Javier V20 recognizing even after that catch onto the Altaria, he goes, I'm going to need more energy for the end game. Let me go get it now, and then I'll sponge all the rest of the damage on the Toxapex. It was very meticulous, really, really well played. That's the level of play you get at this stage of the tournament.
It's so deep into the losers rounds, right? So makes sense. Now, these are very, very valuable points for Javier. He is from Latin America, and he takes all the championship points he gets from your competition in Europe to Latin America. And now he's a step ahead of many of his competition in the race for that Travel Award, because he will be competing next week as well in Lima at the special event. And then he can just ramp up more and more championship points to get to that EYC Travel Award.
That's right. So for anyone that doesn't have auto qualification, which Martijn already does, comes second place in the World Championships. Everyone else, you're competing for your top 50 spots here in Europe. So all of these points make a massive difference. But as Martijn says, the points go across the region. So these points are hugely valuable for Javier. And honestly, I think he's going to be pretty chuffed getting into day 2.
I think so too. Now, that's a lot about Javier. How about we hear from him himself how he feels about this matchup? Take it away.
The day might be winding down in Dortmund, but there's still been some very hype matches that we have just seen. I'm here with Javier V20, and I gotta ask you, what are you doing on this side of the world?
Hey Amanda, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Actually, I've been almost a whole month in Europe.
Okay.
I came to visit my brother, that he's actually with me over there. He finished his MBA like this month, so we made like a family trip and took the chance to come here to Dortmund.
Oh, that's really cool. So you saw that there was a regional competition and you wanted to test your mettle against some of the European trainers.
Yeah,
it looks like you're doing really well.
Yeah, I'm happy for what I achieved so far. So,
yeah. How are you feeling about this max out meta? It's a lot different than what we've had in the past. Is there anything that's standing out to you?
Yeah, I really like it. I think we all needed a refresh. And yeah, the meta like changed a lot. The timer is also good. So yeah, I'm feeling really comfortable with Malamar, for example, in my team.
Yeah. Now, if you guys were watching, you may have noticed that the most popular Pokemon, Clodsire, was nowhere to be found on your team. Why did you decide to not build one when you knew that it was probably going to be everywhere, right?
Yeah, because I think it got, like you say, just too meta, so maybe it had too many checks, too many counters. So I tried Toxapex instead. I saw that in Baltimore, so it worked really well. So yeah, I tried it and it's doing good.
Okay, well, I mean, I think you're doing really well. You are on the loser side of the bracket, but it looks like you're doing extremely, well in this competition. This season is a little bit different because no matter what region you're from, if you get first place at a regional or special event, you're automatically qualified for Worlds. It might be a longer run for you on the loser side, but how confident are you feeling about your chances here in Dortmund?
So I'm feeling well. I think if I come this far, I can do it all, so I will give my best and take one spot to Latam.
Yeah. Very last question I have for you. Now, Joinsville is actually the same time as this event going on. That is going to be in the Latin American community. How do you think that the meta is going to be different? And I mean, any predictions for what we're going to be seeing later in the day?
Yeah, I think it will be a bit different. Like, I went down a lot of practice tournament, and usually in Latam, people play different things. But yeah, I think, of course, a lot of Clodsire and Feraligatr on Joinville, but let's see how it goes.
Well, thank you so much for your time, for your little bit of your insights of how you've been team building. Wish you the best of luck in the rest. We're going to kick it on over to the rest so we can, see some more tournament play.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Amanda and Javier. And it's honestly, I'm really rooting for him. He's such a humble player, but also such an adorable smile. Like, he knows how good he is. He is pushing these players into the ground here in Europe, and he backs himself to take it all the way. I'm not going to hold my hands against him.
It would be something if not only a North American takes a European title, but also a South American.
Honestly, I'm here for it. I'm loving seeing all of these players from across the world, seeing what they're cooking up, seeing their different play styles and the different Pokemon they're bringing. And we've got some more Pokemon coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to see more Malamar. I have a prediction for it. Next battle is going to have at least one Clodsire.
Yeah? Have you seen the teams already? I haven't.
Not yet. Here we go.
Right, let's check.
The teams. Oh! We have one Clodsire and a Charger Bug.
Oh my goodness, Martijn. Not just a Charger Bug. That Pokemon.
Champ?
There's a Shadow Gligar. Wait, that is the one Pokemon that Clodsire thought it was finally free from seeing. Clodsire was around all of last season, but not really used because Shadow Gligar was so strong in that meta. And TheReef 18, he's gone, do you know what? I don't mind Wing Attack's been nerfed. I don't mind Dig's been nerfed. Shadow Gligar's pretty good against Clodsire. Bring it, baby.
Is this the anti-Feraligatr Clodside core?
Oh, this is going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shadow Gligar and Charjabug. I'm actually quite excited to see how they get on.
I think so too. This is going to be a very interesting match. Machamp with that Rock Slide again. Yeah, we saw Argi play earlier out of a really tough matchup where he led weak into a Chestnut and still made it back 2-2-1. So he is locked in and very much ready to get to that day 2. But he first has to defeat TheReef, who has been making a very good run in that losers bracket as well.
Yeah, TheReef there. So we've got double Shadow Machamp here. We were talking earlier about whether or not there are fighters of choice. We've not seen fighters on all of the teams here this weekend, and it just shows that flexibility in team building. Some players are going for fighting types, some players aren't. I really want to see a Shadow Machamp mirror, do you?
I don't know, it's such a punishing mirror, honestly, because the person winning Charge Attack Priority wins that. Look at the Gligar, by the way, with Fury Cutter as the fast attack. We do see the Machamp here with Stone Edge instead of Rock Slide and Sand Slash with Shadow Claw instead of Power Snow.
Fury Cutter is really interesting. So let's remember, Wing Attack did receive an energy nerf in the last Go Battle League update, but Fury Cutter as a bug type attack is double super effective against Malamar. So here, if TheReef is expecting to see Malamar, Fury Cutter could be pretty good against it.
I think so too. This is a very, very unique team. And again, I just like Gligar and Charjabug as the anti-Clodsire Feraligatr core, right? And his opponent does happen to have that, so maybe TheReef can make a good call and actually do something with that. But the Charjabug energy is just useless into Clodsire though, if it were to get a line to that.
Yeah, that's right. But honestly, there's something about bringing back those Pokemon that are no longer meta that there's a part of me that wants to see them achieve some success, you know?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of Gligar in the past few months. I can't believe it's actually back here and making it all the way to lose round 7 as well. Don't forget that.
Honestly, TheReef here, that Shadow Machamp could put a lot of pressure onto a Regi's team. It has a lot of play into Dunsparce. If you get any kind of energy lead against in the mirror, then you're fine. Shadow Drapion, let's remember that Crunch is resisted by fighting, and the cross drops, they come so quickly. Even Mandibuzz, right? It's a flying type, but it uses dark type attacks primarily, and Shadow Machamp has access to Stone Edge.
Farid, this also goes the other way around. Because Gligar's Fury Cutter, it doesn't do a lot of damage on Machamp. Machamp gets really quick to those Rock Slides. I'm not saying it will win that, but I would not be surprised if it gets really close. And same with the Charjabug. Yes, your Karate Chop is resisted, but you get so quickly to the Rock Slides that will do so much damage. So I think Machamp has play on both sides. Might be a little bit risky. I'm really hoping to see the antagonist, Gligar.
Yeah, the antagonist Gligar is there. It is ready. It is wanting to show the world that it is not out of the picture entirely. I'm really interested to see how it plays in this meta. I don't think many of us have seen it with Fury Cutter at all, even last season. So this is going to be a really interesting display.
I feel like Shadow Claw might even be necessary on TheReef's team, right? Because he doesn't have a lot of Azumarill coverage, and he needs to do something to scare it away a little bit. Because he has Gligar, incredibly weak into Azumarill with that Fury Cutter fast attack. Machamp not great into it, so kind of rough. The Feraligatr so-so, and with Shadow Claw, the Alolan Sand Slash is much better into Azumarill. He only really otherwise has is a Charjabug.
Yeah, it's going to be some big decisions. We've got fairly hard meta here on the left, and a lot of spice here on the right. And the question is your spice anti-meta enough? Because there are lots of conversations, right? You know, so it's all good and well being a spicy team, but that only really matters if it works. And if it doesn't matter, and if it doesn't work, then it's not so much spice, it's just bad.
I mean, at this point, we can say that works, right? This loses round 7 already. Here we go, game number 1, Argi versus TheReef. Here we go, we have the Feraligatr into the Gligar, there it is!
There we have it. Fury Cutter is going to charge quickly, but Hydro Cannon is all but going to take out Shadow Gligar in one shot. Let's see how TheReef plays this. He must have played this matchup quite a lot of times.
Ooh, not attempting to catch that just yet. Arki going for that Hydro Cannon immediately, probably thinking this is unpredictable, so I'm gonna do it on this timing. And TheReef has to put in a shield, otherwise the Hydro Cannon would take it out immediately there. And I feel like you kind of want to stay in here as Arki, because the Drapion doesn't really want to see the Gligar when it's at full health.
And it's difficult, right? Because even if you were to make a catch onto your own Shadow for Alligator, Hydro Cannon just does a ton of damage.
Yeah, exactly. Gligar has some really cool resistances according to one of my co-cast, Home Slice Henry, but it's not gonna have a good time here. You're gonna have to catch an attack at some point if you want to get rid of this for Alligator. Otherwise, it's gonna have come out with like half HP here.
Yeah, that's right. Will Aregi give it his second shield up? He's making a very late decision. He actually lets this go, and it survives. So look at this.
Oh, he makes the catch!
He does make the catch!
This is so much, though.
I think it's a little bit frustrating for TheReef. He really would have liked to see the Fury Cutter go through so that the Shadow for Alligator didn't make this Hydro Cannon, because, wow, that's already done a lot, and that was resisted.
That's a lot of damage. Areki loses the switch advantage, but he does have a shield advantage, so that's really nice. Dunsparce is just bulkier here than Drapion and can take these Hydro Cannon. I think Areki is not really looking to use shields just yet, and maybe keep it for that Drapion to clean up.
Shadow A-Slash in the back. Even if you soft lose this, if you can get some energy advantage, you could put some pressure on here. I think it's going to be tricky. It's going to be really tricky for TheReef, so he's going to need very, very sensible energy management.
I think so too, but so does Areki, right? He has, I mean, there's no shield anymore on TheReef's side. How are you going to get back to that? I think that you can still take a Rock Slide.
Are we going to see a catch?
He
He
does
a little bit early.
Here comes the Drapion. This is not an answer, though. But it's so fast. It's just so fast. Look at that. Zoom. It's already the Aqua Tail.
And Gligar very much is in Aqua Tail. He's no-shielded the dig. This is going to do heavy damage.
Wait, that almost knocks out. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That is local.
But let's bear in mind that Dunsparce still has a lot of energy, right?
It does, but it needs to get the 2 attacks here, as does this Alolan Sandslash. How close is it? I think that Alolan Sandslash might actually have a really good chance here.
So Alolan Sandslash, the Drill Run's not going to be enough. It's going to reach 2 attacks. If 2 attacks are enough to take out this Dunsparce, then TheReef could flip this.
You need to get to the Drill Run, though. Areki needs to be 2 off here for TheReef to have a chance, but I'm not sure if Drill Run is even going to be enough here. Areki putting up the correct shield here on the Drill Run.
This is the Shadow, remember? This is the Shadow.
He needs to get to his own Drill Run, and oh no, it doesn't look like TheReef gets there. Areki takes game number 1 here.
But honestly, Martijn, that was pretty close, wasn't it?
That was
that
great.
Dig landing on that Shadow Drapion, it has been nerfed now. It would have taken it out last season, but it still did a ton of damage.
Right, because I believe Dig has been changed now, right?
Dig has
takes more energy and does deal a little bit less damage.
Dig is no longer the move it once was, and that's why we don't see Gligar much anymore. But TheReef didn't, you know, he didn't make that as painful as we thought a Shadow Gligar might be in this meta.
Honestly, did he know that the Shadow Drapion would live the Dig from there? Like, that's not a matchup you play every day.
That really isn't. Aregi, actually, I mean, maybe he knows a lot more than we do, because he was like, hey, my Shadow Drapion
He got far for a reason.
Yeah, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's like, my Shadow Drapion will hang on and I'll get to the Aqua Tail, and he closed it out with the Dunsparce.
If the Drapion didn't hang on, I think TheReef would have had it, because then it had to get to... I think that the Gligar wasn't even in Rock Slide range just yet.
Yeah, it was close, but Dunsparce showing why it is meta. It was able to hold on to all of the charge attacks thrown its way, and the Drill Run, the Rock Slides, they just have such great coverage with that bulk, with that normal typing. Dunsparce it's pretty good now, isn't it, Martijn?
I wonder how good it is into that Gligar and why TheReef felt so confident using it. I think that the Feraligatr is pretty much the only thing it really doesn't want to see, and probably the Mandibus isn't that great of a matchup either. So yeah, where do you place that Gligar? If you have an energy advantage, maybe you can defeat the Feraligatr because you pace equally fast to the Aerial Ace as Feraligatr paces to the Hydro Cannon.
I think TheReef has also learned, right, from that first game that Shadow Feraligatr, it held on. When that Aerial Ace landed, it held on and it reached that Hydro Cannon. And that's quite important information, because if it didn't reach that last Hydro Cannon, that game would have gone so differently. So TheReef needs to look at it, adapt, and I'm interested to see what changes he makes going into game number 2.
Reed, I've been learning all day here, honestly. These are matchups I have not played yet before, and it's really crazy to see. It looks like the players are nodding to each other. Perhaps they're ready for the next battle. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're gonna bring. I like that Alolan Sandslash from TheReef there, just because of Shadow Claw being less bad in some of its worst matchups. Actually, I'm not too sure about that, right? Because of Dunsparce. Dunsparce is really threatening if you have Shadow Claw.
That's right. But let's remember, right? He went for the Drill Run, then the Ice Punch. If he'd gone the other way around, he could have closed out that game.
Perhaps.
It's the Shadow Gligar again, this time into the Shadow Drapion, but the Shadow Drapion Aqua Tails will come so much quicker than Drill Run will.
Oh, swaps out instead, and now is on an energy defense. This allows Araki to throw the Crunch before the Hydro Cannon from the Reef.
Crunch is going to do a ton of damage. No. Shadow Drapion with an advantage looks really good, but there is a Shadow Machamp in the back, so let's see.
Whoa, it's almost gone.
Oh my goodness, that is massive damage from the Crunch.
You even get to 2 attacks here. You might not be able to get to 2 attacks here, actually.
This is really well played from Aregi. He lands the Crunch, the chip and dip, but not just that. The Crunch does huge amounts of damage, and the Dunsparce is now roll-outing down.
Oh, and he doesn't get there. This is so good for Aregi. He has, I believe he has an attack loaded right now, and the Gligar, even though it's full HP, I'm not sure. Yeah, look at that. He already has a Rock Slide going into the Machamp, however. Getting a lot of energy. I don't hate this play per se.
I feel like I might have gone into the Shadow Gligar there, to be honest. Rock Slide isn't as effective. Drill Run is doing a lot more damage, but also against the Shadow. He's gone for a very early attempt at a catch. It's not going to quite make it, but the Dunsparce is going to throw against the Shadow Gligar here. These Rock Slides, they won't do a lot, but they will still chip.
Interesting, because where do you really want to use your shields as the Reef? He used one shield on the Machamp right now, and Araki is just chilling. He's just throwing another attack. No, going for the Charge Attack Purity. Very good counting from the Reef there. Let's see if Araki wants to get off this attack. It looks like he doesn't. Perhaps just being fine with the Aqua Tail from the Drapion and the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr here to keep shields for those Pokemon. But they are very fragile. And the Machamp has a little bit of energy here.
Gone for the Aerial Ace bait. This is quite a big decision because Dig would be enough to take out the Shadow Drapion. Aregi has to make a decision. He shields. That is a big shield. This could change the game, Martin.
I think if he didn't shield, that would have been very tough. Oh, and going for the Charge Attack Purity. I don't think this knocks out them, but it does do a lot of damage. It will put Drapion straight into the red.
It will. I think Shadow Drapion should hang on. It does. It's got the Aqua Tail there banked. It possibly could reach another one.
I don't know. I think it will reach one into the Feraligatr. Aqua Tail does quite a good amount of damage, but I think that the Feraligatr is also just going to Shadow Claw this down. It all comes down to the Gligar now. Can it outpace to another attack? And I think you need a Dig here because the area is definitely not going to knock out.
I think Aragi's in a very comfortable position here because I think that Shadow Drapion will reach an Aqua Tail even though this goes shielded.
Yeah, let's see. I believe he's forced Shadow Claw off another Hydro Cannon. Can you get to that Hydro Cannon here? There's not a lot of energy, but I think he's just fast enough to get to the Dig here. And I think this knocks out the Feraligatr.
This should knock out the Drapion. I think is one Poison Sting away from an Aqua Tail. The question is, will Fury Cutter be enough to take out the Shadow Drapion? Could get close.
Can he get there? Oh, and he gets to the Aqua Tail. Araki and Shadow Drapion will advance to day 2.
Shadow Drapion showing the world that it is top meta. It hit the top usage. Araki has got into day 2 with it. Martine, Shadow Drapion. It's the meta for the Scorpion.
What a crazy run from Araki, right? I believe he lost quite early on. I will look it up as we speak, actually. But getting there with the Shadow Drapion, I think Shadow Drapion and Malamar both have been the revelation here in Dortmund.
Yeah, those Dark types coming into this meta, it's a low fairy usage. We've said this. And these Dark types are really profiting. But also, that Shadow Feraligatr. We have seen so many Shadow Feraligatr. You know, going back to EJ earlier when he played against MEweedle, he said, Shadow Feraligatr, best Pokemon in the meta. And there were so many moments in these games that we're going to need to go back over because Shadow Feraligatr, Shadow Drapion, they were menacing.
We saw that also from Elite in Baltimore, right? A strategy that he used that I like to call just double shield the Gator and you'll be fine. He used that so many times. Let's take a look at the highlights of this game here. In game number 1, we saw Araki with that drill run from the Dunsparce, just barely getting there before the drill run from the Alolan Sand from the Reef and taking game number 1 there.
Yeah, that Alolan Sand Slash, it was so close to its next charge attack, doesn't quite make it. And here, the Dig is going to land from the Shadow Gligar, but Shadow Drapion, its energy generation, insane.
It gets to the Aqua Tail so fast, just before the last Fury Cutter would knock out. And yeah, like I said, Araki with a really good run. I just looked up, he got knocked down by Tonton to the loser bracket, but then he had 3 consecutive wins
Big. Yeah, and you're no stranger to a loser's bracket run, right? Utrecht last year, you were just wiping out the competition in that loser's bracket, and maybe Areki's taking inspiration from you.
I think, you know, who's even more interesting to look at for that? 23 EJB, because he actually played in Bochum, which is not too far from here in Dortmund. He actually won all the way from the loser's bracket after, I believe, losing round 2 on day 1.
Wow.
And then swept it all the way onto the grand finals. Fun fact, EJB is also still in.
Yes, he is.
Maybe the scariest player around right now.
He's in the loser's bracket and he goes, do you know what? I've been here before and I am very comfortable.
Maybe he's just better. Maybe he's just a really good loser.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I think at this level, there are a lot of mind games at play, and part of the strategy is being able to outmind and outthink your opponent. And if EJ knows, right, he goes, I know that if I lose one more match, I'm out. But I know that if you lose one more match, you're out. And I can deal with it better than you can. And that is part of the mentality that these players need to go in with.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of EJB, a good friend as well, a good friend in the community, and
he's qualified for all of the World Championships so far, and he wants his 4th in a row.
He did. He has yet to make a really good run at the World Championships, though. In 2022, it was just barely at the very last moment, at the last chance qualifier, right? Right before London there, and yeah, it's just really impressive to qualify for every single one and also have a few medals to your name.
He does have quite a few medals to his name. He is regarded as one of the top players. He was actually in the fantasy draft. He was one of my picks. How have your picks been doing so far?
Well, we just saw Javier. He went through.
He did.
I had Zzweilous in the winner's bracket, and I had Jamie McElwain. I think he barely didn't make it.
It was close, though. I think you've done pretty well in that fantasy. You had a good eye for these players, and these players have had a good eye for the Pokemon. They are very different from what we've seen in Baltimore. We've seen some of the same, but some real new entrants, the Malamar and the Shadow Drapion, that we keep harping on about. But honestly, they are exciting. I hope you're as excited as we are to see these Pokemon. Let us know in the chat, Shadow Drapion or Malamar, which is your favorite this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing that I really noticed in a difference, which I kind of find that I've seen in reverse now. Last season in Europe, we saw Talonflame all over the place. I think that in Baltimore, especially on day 1, we saw so much Talonflame there. We haven't seen as much lately here, have we?
We haven't, and Shadow Drapion has such a strong matchup into Talonflame that I can understand it, right? We've seen a lot of Azumarill. Even though Clodsire is shifting to Sludge Bomb, Talonflame maybe doesn't have the potency that we thought it might.
I think so too. And we also saw Typhlosion, but which Pokemon do you think is the better Incinerate user?
Better Incinerate user right now. Do you know what? I still like Talonflame, and I still like Talonflame because I like the Brave Bird potential that goes roughly unresisted, right? Not many things resist that Brave Bird damage. Shadow Typhlosion, to me, it just sucks a few too many shields away that I would rather preserve for something like Drapion, for something like Shadow for Alligator.
Yeah, the thing about Typhlosion is you're also more prone to the ground types, right? Especially Diggersby. That's what I struggled with a previous team of myself. Because Diggersby became a problem, I didn't have a Pokemon like Talonflame. Talonflame just checks that a little bit better. And the same with like Gastrodon. Unfortunately for Lou, we haven't seen a lot of that. We haven't seen much Mudslap at all, have we?
We really haven't seen much Mudslap in the Great League. We've seen Mudslap in the Master League, Rhyperior, but Gastrodon this meta, it's maybe not making the impact this weekend that Lou would have wanted.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a video coming up now, how to tags. This is going to be an interesting one because it's a lot of information that many players don't know about, so make sure you stay tuned, and then we can't wait to see you afterwards.
Trainer, my name is Adelian, and I'm here to give you some guidance on tags in Pokemon Go. I'm hoping you will find it useful when organizing your Pokemon in the game. You can use tags to group up Pokemon such as for the different leagues for battling. For example, you can create a tag for Great League to group up Pokemon that perform well in battle when the combat power is restricted to below or equal to 1,500. You can do the same for Ultra League by creating an Ultra League tag and then adding Pokemon that often perform well where combat power is restricted to below or equal to 2,500. And finally, you can make a tag for Master League where you can group up the very powerful Pokemon that perform well when there is no restrictions to combat power. These are the 3 most common leagues in the Go Battle League, so these tags will be very useful to gauge the Pokemon you have available at a glance for each league. There are other tags that some trainers may find useful to utilize, aside from Great, Ultra, and Master League. On rare occasions, the Go Battle League has a Little Cup available for Pokemon under a combat power of 500. This might be another useful tag to consider grouping certain Pokemon for. It's not just about battling though, as you can have tags for saving Pokemon you want to trade for those coveted XL candies. Why not consider grouping up all your duplicate shiny Pokemon to offer for trading when you bump into your next lucky friend? Or consider having your team of 6 Pokemon for a Play Pokemon tournament ready to go in one tag. The possibilities for tags in Pokemon Go are endless. They can be very useful organizational tools for arranging all your Pokemon and selecting the right Pokemon for the right situation. Try creating some tags that work for you and see how you get on in your Pokemon Go journey.
Well, Pokemon trainers, it has certainly been a treat here at the Regional Championships in Dortmund to kick off the European season here for 2025. I mean, there have been so many epic Pokemon battles that we've been able to feature today. I want to know your highlights. Amanda, I'm going to start with you because you got the Gastrodon, so you're special.
Ah, yes. Well, I think the highlight has really honestly been how many different Pokemon that we've seen in the meta, right? So, I mean, since this is a new max-out meta, a lot of people have had a chance to pilot some new Pokemon, maybe some of their choice favorite picks. Malamar made huge Psywaves on day 1, and I'm really excited to see how it will go day 2.
Unbelievable, you and your puns. Anyway, I'm also impressed by Malamar from Zzweilous. The way he piloted that Pokemon was crazy. No one seemed to be able to stop him. So I'm really excited to what he has to bring. He won the first event of the season last season. Let's see if he can do it again.
I think for me, my highlight and play of the day was Colin with the Incinerate catch onto his Clodsire. To take the damage onto his Clodsire, come back in with that Shadow for Alligator and win the game. Wow, sensational.
Would I be really boring if I also said that Malamar was kind of my highlight? Because I didn't expect to see that come through. Obviously Gastrodon, but I think I've said that enough times. I've won the tally on that at the minute. But honestly, I really think seeing the fact that we've had so many Pokemon like Dunsparce and Clodsire come through, Malamar was a little bit of a fresh surprise. And I really, really enjoyed seeing that Pokemon in the meta, as well as all the different Toxapex, but the poison types coming up. What do you think?
So many poison types in this meta. And I think that that's exactly what is dissuading fairies. And Malamar really benefits from that. Martin, when I were talking, we're saying Azumarill is the only fairy that we're really seeing, and Malamar is fine into Azumarill, so I don't know. I think Malamar can go all the way.
There's just no Wigglytuff to cover it anymore.
It's having a rest, a well-earned rest. But you're right, other than Azumarill, there aren't really many other fairy-type Pokemon. Even Cresselia hasn't always been running Moonblast, has it, Amanda?
No, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier. I think a lot of Cresselias have opted to run Future Sight instead, especially against Clodsire, as it has a better matchup. Unfortunately, with some Galarian Moltres flying around, no shields, I was stuck in a kind of a hard position at one point. I think that Cresselia still has some choices to make, if it wants to go back to Moonblast or if it will remain on Future Sight for future competitions.
And I think as well, one of the cool things I've seen this weekend in particular is a lot of the veterans really staking a claim early on in the season. Even trainers like a Mindjoke dropped his trusty Alolan Sandslash. Is Ariados maybe going to be his new signature Pokemon?
The thing is, and I think the thing that's really exciting for me, is that the 50-second switch timer is allowing these top players to really take advantage of their high skill floors, right? They are being able to show that they can switch in, switch out. Their energy management has been insane. And to see so many familiar names, that to me says high skill gameplay.
I think myself and Paula have been giving Alessio such a hard time with that Alolan Sandslash. By Alessio, I mean a Mindjoke, by the way. So yeah, maybe that's why. And Ariados can just thrive really well right now, especially since Tomahawk UK's his favorite Pokemon Skarmory is kind of out of the meta. Ariados is really good right now.
It definitely is a little bit of a showstopper, and a Mindjoke, one of those names we will be seeing tomorrow as well. Let's take a look at actually the matches that will be featured in day 2, so you can get a little bit more familiar with what is coming up on the broadcast for day 2 of the competition. Amanda, do you want to talk us through some of this?
Yeah, so this is going to be the losers finals group. So these are trainers who we didn't actually get to see them play. They're actually on the loser side, which means in a double elimination tournament, they only have this one shot. I know a lot of the winner side, we see a lot of hype matches, but this is where the blood, sweat, and tears go down. We see a lot of these trainers end up making it very far, only to be knocked down to this loser side. We're going to see the redemption arc of them tomorrow.
Exactly, and of course tomorrow the broadcast will start at 9:30 local time. So we will be here ready for action. The trainers and the Pokemon will also be here ready to find out who will be the first regional champion on the European side of things. Because this is only the first event that we have down here in Europe. We have so many other events that will be happening across the rest of the season. Not only do we have regionals, we have special events, we have international championships, and we have the amazing world championships as well. I mean, Martijn, that's the best of the best, right?
It is going to be the best of the best. We saw Howie earlier on there, EJB. Howie lost to Colin earlier on the day, then got him back later. EJB swept Bochum in 2023. There's going to be a lot of good names, and Javier might even take it all for Latam here in Europe.
We've said that the goal for all of these players, Anaheim, California, August 2025. These players want to be there, we want to be there supporting them, and you need to be watching them too.
It's the international championships as well that are so prestigious. We've got the LAIC Latin America International Championships really not too far away, just in November, then coming across to London in February this time. It's a little bit of a different calendar date for the European International Championships, and of course New Orleans in June as well for NAIC. I mean, these events are incredible. Amanda, you've been to a bunch of them as well. Which one's your favorite?
Oh, wow, you can't do that to me. You can't put me on the spot there. I will say they all have their different merits, and all of them are incredibly fun to watch. You're going to want to make sure that you're following all the socials and the channels to make sure that you're catching all the live action. How dare you, Lou?
I'm sorry, I had to put you on the spot, but that was such a diplomatic answer, and you're quite right. We need to make sure that you're following, you know, everything to be able to keep up to date with the action, because the Twitch schedule over the next couple of weeks is really exciting as well. It's not just about the competitive play. There's so many other exciting things that you can catch up with. I mean, Halloween is also only a few weeks away, so Pokeween Thrills and Chills will be happening on Tuesday. And then I'm going to throw it back to you, Amanda, for the international section there.
Yeah.
He tells me he loves his cartoons as well. His favorite cartoon Pokemon, Wigglytuff. Not here this weekend, but he's been thinking about it all day. Will we see Fairy dominance tomorrow? I'm excited to see. I think Zzweilous is probably going to go all the way with the Malamar, though. What do you reckon?
I would think so, too. The only Pokemon to stop it is that Azumarill. There's some Mandibuzz, but Azumarill doesn't even do that well into it. So who's there to stop Malamar?
We'll find out, I assume. I mean, Malamar's everywhere. Maybe it could be another Malamar versus Malamar, and we'll have to see which will become victorious. Obviously, you guys at home have been engaging with the broadcast as well, engaging with social media and following the channels to stay up to date on all of the action. We certainly have really enjoyed listening to your posts. We had a really fantastic one of some beautiful artwork of Gastrodons and a Skarmory and a Sableye as well. So please do use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know who you're rooting for tomorrow, which Pokemon you're excited to see, and let us know how you're enjoying the broadcast, whether you're at home, you're in the venue. We want to know. It's always good to be engaged with the community.
I really like it, and we've said that this is one of the nicest things about coming to these events, whether it's a regional, whether it's an international championship. You meet so many players, so many friends. You get to meet people that you've watched on the screen, people that you've spoken to online for months, for even years, and getting the opportunity to spend time with them, spend time with you guys as well. Like, the community is a massive part of this game.
So just before we wrap up Saturday's side of the broadcast, I want all us casters to leave with one final thought, something to look out for to our viewers tomorrow to watch out for on the broadcast. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. Think of something epic that players should watch out for. Martijn?
Galarian Moltres from Tonton Bateus.
Oh, that was going to be mine. Amanda, what about you?
I was also going to say, I mean, okay, I'm going to say the Ariados for a mind joke then, because he's been coming at it with a vengeance. And you did say earlier on, I know, I'm sorry, going to take a little longer than 10 seconds.
That's okay, take
he's not running Alolan Sandslash because it is meta. And because so many other people are running it, he doesn't want to play a meta Pokemon. So I think that he has found a nice niche pick with Ariados, and that's going to be my pick.
Okay, so Ariados we've got to watch out for. What about you?
I'm excited to see Kazim 33. He doesn't often get into Top Cut, but I know that he's a really quality player, and maybe this weekend could be his.
I think I'm going to be looking forward to, might be the wrong word, but definitely looking out for a few more Dunsparce mirrors as well, seeing which one is going to come out on top when they keep rolling out those attacks. But of course, we're going to go wrap up for today, and we're going to leave you with some amazing impressions of the broadcast, and we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Bye.